fluctuation in latency is really hard to play. And this also goes, the jitter metric is very important for sequences like drum computers and similar. Yes, that's what we are doing with Bluetooth MIDI at this moment.
Okay, and you have the Bluetooth MIDI, but you also have 3 versions of the Bluetooth MIDI, correct? You have that little dongle and then a couple boxes.
Yes, so I can explain a bit. So this is the 5-pin MIDI DIN has been around for, I think, early 80s when the MIDI protocol was launched.
Yeah.
So when you buy an old vintage synth like the Roland Juno 60 or something similar, then you can use a 5-pin MIDI DIN. So you can add Bluetooth MIDI to many traditional devices. But lately, I think in the last decade, the MIDI protocol used also different connection types. So we have TRS 2.5 or this DIN 6 cable. So that's why we came up with a second product, which is called the WIDI jack. So this has different cable options. So it's more like a tiny interface compared to the WIDI master, being really an adapter. There are 2 things I like to explain. One is this WIDI master attracts its power from the device you attach it to. So it's powered by the MIDI out of the instrument. And for some devices, you can also only use this separate large connector. Secondly, this means that there are instruments on the market who don't provide this power. So that's why also we came up with the WIDI jack, which has a tiny, I have to search for it, USB-C port where you can add an external power supply. So this way you can power it up via a USB power bank or similar. And then it also will work on unpowered MIDI ports, as we like to call it. And you can use TRS MIDI and DIN 6 MIDI. And especially TRS MIDI is interesting because it's used in many guitar pedals.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've had many keyboards where you have to plug in the power to use the MIDI back and forth. You said in the dual plug one, you have the longer version and the shorter version. So that doesn't matter if it's in or out at that point, or wherever the power is.
Yes. So according to the MIDI Association standards, that's the institute. Institute that decides what the MIDI standards are. The power on MIDI ports comes from the MIDI out. So the large connector has all the technology in it, and this one is connected to the MIDI out of your device. The small one has no other function than to connect the MIDI in as well. And if you add that, you have, as we call it, bidirectional communication.
Yeah, and they need to be plugged into each other for both of them to work.
So what you do, this is a 2.5 TRS, and then you can connect it. So this one can be used as standalone. This one will not function without the big one. We made it detachable because our community actually requested for instruments like guitars or electronic wind instruments that only have a MIDI out and are carried on stage or similar, to not have this one bungling around when it's not connected.
Yeah.
So that's why we made it detachable. So with this one, you can utilize MIDI out to any other BLE MIDI device or mobile devices or operating systems that have Bluetooth MIDI integrated, like iOS, and of course to other WIDI devices.
Yeah.
So the idea is you have one WIDI master or WIDI jack to add the Bluetooth MIDI layer to your existing device. If you want to communicate with your mobile device, for instance, then you only need this one. because in Apple it's integrated Bluetooth MIDI.
Yeah, and you guys have been working really hard to get the integration with. Is it just with Apple or is it across the board?
Well, this is not something that is specifically done by CME. It's done by the Media Association. Bluetooth MIDI originally was designed by Apple itself.
Oh, okay.
And then when it was made into a standard by the Media Association, the smart engineers of big musical instrument developers like Yamaha or Roland, and also Rowley and CME worked on standardizing the Bluetooth MIDI protocol, Bluetooth MIDI solution, to make it available to any manufacturer.
Okay, and we're also talking, more than just music. I mean, lighting is now starting to become MIDI controlled, and other things. And I know we talk on a daily basis about using programs to control everything with MIDI.
Yes.
So it's fully compatible across the board on that way, right?
Yes, so there are many other forms that use MIDI as a protocol. Historically, because MIDI has been around since the beginning of the 80s, it's not a particularly demanding protocol. It's quite simple, yet very sophisticated, and there's good reasons why it's has been along for so long at this stage. At this point, the Media Association is working on an advanced protocol, which is more with a higher resolution, which we call MIDI 2.0.
Okay.
But that has still a long way to go. What can be done with Bluetooth MIDI is you can literally implement a Bluetooth chip at the Bluetooth MIDI firmware, and you can make a controller out of anything. And controlling can be done like musical notes. But it can also control lights or anything else. There are quite some good videos recently released by the Media Association, which tell about the history of Bluetooth MIDI, where you can see that it's integrated in cabs. That you can just push buttons on your cab and trigger sounds in pizza boxes and stuff like that. It's really great.
Yeah, and I've been revisiting my MIDI devices, and of course, because now I have some Bluetooth devices, lighting wise, that I want to start thinking about connecting up via MIDI. Because being a drummer, I'm already using all my limbs, and the less I have to do to switch, the better. So that's where I'm going with that, and just amazing stuff there. So I can't wait for MIDI 2.0, that's what you called it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't wait for that to really come out and explode there. So are you expecting that within the next year, or is that a longer term?
Well, I'm not part of the group who develops MIDI 2.0, but I can tell you that it's quite complex to make it a standard. So what is the challenge at this stage, as far as my knowledge goes, with MIDI 2.0 is that on a traditional 5-pin DIN, it will not work. So it's now on paper actually made for USB MIDI, which is more capable of handling such high resolution MIDI, as I call it.
Okay.
So before we are at a stage that it can be implemented in all devices, all computers and stuff, it takes a long time, because it's of no use to roll out a solution when your DAW or your iOS device cannot implement it. Yeah. So we need to work with the Apples and the Googles and also Microsofts, and they have totally different priorities than MIDI 2.0.
What? That's crazy. What?
Yeah, I don't know why. So what is shown now from MIDI 2.0 is just a small piece.
Okay.
And I think that it can take more than a year before it's actually implemented in the first devices. And from there, it will grow.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
the MIDI market, if you take into account MIDI 2.0, the MPE, which is MIDI polyphonic expression, you've seen that maybe also, and Bluetooth MIDI, then it's going to be an exciting 5 years.
Good. One more question, and that is, right now, what are we talking for latency between devices? What's the best latency option or scenario?
Well, between two MIDI devices, we can reduce it, a best case scenario, 3 milliseconds.
3 milliseconds, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good that's inaudible.
Yeah.
But this is a debate when innovating technology. It's not as fast as a cable.
Yeah, that's true. So I mean, that's straight up connection. Yeah.
So that's entirely true. But with a cable, it's quite hard to get it connected to your iPhone.
Agreed.
So with Bluetooth MIDI, you can use this one and you can connect it to your iPhone.
Yeah.
The limitations of Bluetooth MIDI are mostly in this more consumer grade solutions. So the latency performance between a MIDI master and an iPhone is less because of the architecture of an iPhone. And this is a more complex technical story, but as you might understand, an iPhone has to do a lot more than MIDI. So it's a matter of prioritizing, and as you can imagine, Apple is more focused on audio over Bluetooth.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
Many people know experiences seconds of latency. So and that's their priority. And it's perfectly understandable.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But what we are talking about is to bypass those limitations with our future product, which is called the U-Host. So then you can add it to your iOS, but also your Mac OS or your Windows computer or Chrome OS, Linux, and then you can just connect to MIDI interfaces or adapters, and then they can reach that 3 milliseconds latency performance.
That's awesome.
Best case.
Well, we're getting close to time here, so these are relatively inexpensive to purchase, right? They're about what, $59 for
yes.
boxes.
Pricing is always a personal thing. So if you compare it again to a MIDI cable, which you can get for $10, I think that's maybe much less. I know. Then it's expensive. But if you know what MIDI can do, and we are just at the beginning, then $59 is a great solution to go wireless. We recently updated our latest firmware, which allows 5 devices, MIDI devices, in one network.
Wow.
So you can create 1 to 4 as a central and 4 peripherals to communicate bidirectionally. So you have, as we call it, a MIDI through functionality, and the other way around, 4 to 1 as a MIDI merge. It's important to know that the peripherals itself cannot communicate to each other. So it's always with one central.
Okay. So, good to know. So, all right. Well, like I said, we're running out of time here. So, where do people go for more information?
We have a dedicated URL, which is called www.bluetoothmidi.com. This will end up in our introductory page about Bluetooth MIDI technology. You can learn more there about Bluetooth MIDI in general, but also the specific application of our MIDI technology. So you can see there how to connect it to iOS, to Windows, to devices, and then you go to our products. It's also on the same page. And then you can just learn more about the technology and especially what it can do for you.
Okay, perfect. Well, Thomas, thank you very much for your time. I'm definitely going to be looking more into the WIDI and get one in shop here and test it out and go from there. So, thanks again. You have a great NAMM, and we'll talk to you in the future here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out. and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021, the virtual edition. Virtually speaking, I am virtually Jeffrey Powers, and we've got here virtual Yamaha, virtually, and we've got Blake Angelos.
That's
it's
me.
like Los Angelos, except Blake Angelos. You got
with
your
an
own
OS
city.
instead of an ES, but yeah, similar.
So,
yeah, Angelos.
And of course you've got a nice little keyboard right there, which you were playing for me, and that is one of the new Yamaha keyboards you guys are announcing. So tell us what part you play in the Yamaha structure. Obviously, it's not motorbikes, but and of course the product we have here.
Well, I am the synthesizer product specialist for Yamaha Corporation of America here in the United States, and that's my main role, is just showing the new gear, playing the new gear, doing lots of trade shows. YamahaSynth.com is kind of, I'm sort of the de facto webmaster for better, for lack of a better term. But I wrote an article on this particular product right here, the YC series. This is the YC88 that we have that's up there. So that's my role there at Yamaha, is announcing products like this and showing them to the public and to our music dealers in the United States.
Okay, and you have several products. I'm showing the web page right now. So you had the YC88, and then there's another one.
Yeah.
You guys
so this is the YC series, is what we're calling this. We released the YC61 last year at the NAMM show, and it is an organ-focused stage keyboard. The YC61 being 61 notes, and it also has a thing called waterfall keys, which are the type of keys that organs have. So they different than the key on a piano, which has a key top, which you can't really see here on the keyboard, but on that article it shows this. Well, the waterfall key just kind of goes right over the top like a waterfall. So for organ type of technique, the YC61 is ideal for organists. Now, at this Believe in Music by NAMM, we're releasing two new products in this series, the YC73 and the YC88. The YC73 is a 73-note balanced hammer, meaning that it has the same weight all the way across, but it's a weighted action keyboard. It's very lightweight, and we're kind of making that for keyboardists that want to have a little bit more versatility with an organ section like the YC61, but it's lightweight. It's like about 29 pounds. So a weighted action keyboard for keyboardists. And then what I have in front of me is the YC88. This is 88 notes graded hammer. So that means that each of the notes have a different weight. The lower end is heavier than the higher end as you go up the keyboard. This simulates the different hammers of an acoustic grand piano. It also has synthetic ebony and ivory key tops, so it has a tactile feel to it. And then the other thing that's cool about this particular instrument, it has a thing called a triple sensor. For a pianist, that's a very important feature, because it allows me to restrike the note before it comes off the top of the key bed. So very fast passages. I can also play very soft things and not pull my finger up off of the key. So I can restrike the note before it comes up, and that just gives you a very nice control for a pianist. But you still have the organ section here that gives you sort of a drawbar organ thing as well. Okay. So three different models in the series for three different types of players.
So you basically got a piano that has the feel of a piano without now having to ask your 5 buddies to come over to move said piano.
Right. This is only 41 pounds too. So it's not as light as the other 73 note, which is at 29. The 61, that's under 16 pounds.
Wow.
So that's super light. But I should point out another cool thing about this instrument is that this is aluminum alloy on the top. So it's very, very, very well built, but still super. It's one of the things that we have at Yamaha, because you said, we do have our motor division. Well, we have a lot of metallurgical resources there. So we do a lot of cool things with the type of metals, the type of stuff that we build stuff out of. So that's one of the benefits we get, is very strong, but very lightweight. So even the 61 note YC61 has that aluminum alloy chassis. So very strong, but still very lightweight.
So would you say the 61 in progression of basic to advanced, in lack of a better term, the 61 is the more basic side of things, or?
No, they're all the same as far as their functionality. Same sound, same interface. The difference is the organ, the player type. So with a YC61, we're really pointing that at people that are more comfortable playing an organ style feel. It's a very different feel because of that waterfall key. It allows you to do things like if you go like this on a piano, sometimes you can catch yourself on it when you do these glissando things. Let me just pull up an organ song. Like that kind of technique. I can do it certainly on a weighted action keyboard, but organists don't really like that feel. They want something that has that waterfall action, as opposed to maybe a pianist who would definitely like something like this, but maybe does have to play, something with an organ vibe to it when you're on the gig.
Okay,
that's the difference.
So whether you're Billy Joel playing piano or I can't think of the name of the band. I just had it in my head. Because you just played sounded like Smokin'.
Right, John Lord. John Lord from Deep Purple, or Smokin'. Sorry, Smokin' would be Boston.
Boston. That's it. Yeah.
And you know what's funny about that
too? Yeah.
I believe that's Tom Schultz, the guitar player, also playing the organ parts, because he did basically everything for Boston, which is except sing. Anyway, but yes, exactly. So like, a keyboardist, Rick Wakeman, John Lord, any of those, or Jimmy Smith, that organ feel, Joey DeFrancesco, they're very, they like that feel, as opposed to a pianist like a Keith Jarrett, a Billy Joel. They want more of that harder, not harder, but just weighted action feel.
Now, do you have to worry about weighting the keys after a period of time? Do they get soft, or is there any
interesting
tension?
Question? Well, I can tell you this. I have been working for Yamaha now for well over 20 years now, 25 years, I think. So I've had a lot of weighted action keyboard products. I still have some stuff that I have from the 90s that I can still play fine. So, I suppose that if you really played it all the time over and over and over, yeah, there's going to be some wear and tear, but not so much. I mean, it's one of the things about our manufacturing. It's quite good building things that last and play well. I see we have this really cool synth space at Yamaha that's just called the synth space, where we have basically 90% of all of the synths that we've made over the last 45 years of synthesizers. So, or 40th, I guess our 40th was a few years ago anyway. Yeah. So we have like a CS80 in there. That's from 1977, and it plays great. That action from 77. I have over here, I have a Yamaha SY, what is the one I have over here? No, it's a CS10. Okay. And that's from the 70s. That plays amazing. And it's, over 40 years old, or about 40 years old. So, yeah, I don't, not so much. I really think that our stuff holds up quite well.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I just figured that eventually that some of that weight might change on them, and you have like a tension or something like that. That could be. Yeah.
Used, it doesn't, the way the fulcrum works in here, I don't think it has a lot of issues with, certain types of mechanisms. Like, what was the Apple keyboard that everybody hated?
Yeah.
The butterfly thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
Well, but
for me, it was that Lenovo, or at the time it was IBM. IBM made a butterfly keyboard for a laptop. But yeah, I get the idea now.
You get the idea, yeah. So we don't have that problem. We make it a little bit stronger than that. So a little off in the weeds.
Well, you always Yamaha. I've had several Yamaha products. I've worked on several. I have I'm a drummer, so I have a few Yamaha products over there, and I rarely have any problems with things like that. Keyboards, not as much, because I'm not as much of a keyboard player. So for me, this is kind of new territory with the weighted keys and everything like that. So, all right. So continue. Go ahead. I was going to ask, what type of versatility do we have now? How many sounds and things like that? How do you load it up?
Well, there's how many sounds? Well, it changes because we have OS updates that add new sounds. We just released a new update that added 4 new sounds, 2 new pianos and 2 new electric pianos. So that's kind of a moving target. There are, over, I think 100 sounds in this instrument that are bass, that are sort of the voices that are in these sections, but then you save them and you pull them up via live set. The idea behind this product is a one-to-one interface, as opposed to something that's deep like our synthesizers. Our synthesizers, we categorize as deeper instruments because you can go in and edit every single parameter and get really deep into them. Well, that's not such a big deal when you're a stage keyboardist. You want something that has some versatility and has a fast interface, one-to-one thing. So we have this thing called a live set that allows me to bring up anything from a piano, right? Right? That's why I have an acoustic piano, but then I can, at the touch of a button, go in here and grab something like a horn section, just like that. Or I can go in here and have an analog synth sound. And I have some cool things here to control the analog synth that make it fast to do things, to control the timbre, so how bright or dark it is, or how the sound develops over time, which is envelope generator. Well, usually when you do stuff like that, you have to use a couple of knobs. For an envelope generator, you might have to have 4 different knobs: attack, sustain, decay, and release. And trying to do that takes you out of the music. A stage keyboard should keep you in the music. So if I want to make this brighter, I have a single knob that I can easily do that with, without having to think about cutoff frequency and resonance at the same time. There's an offset that allows me to do that very fast in here. And then for envelope generator, rather than have these 4 knobs, I can do it all with one. So if I want it to have a longer attack and a longer release, so it develops over time, I just turn the knob. If I want it fast, with a little faster attack, I just turn the knob there. And I have 8 different settings for that. So that's the idea behind this instrument, is having versatility, where I have these different sounds that I can bring up very quickly and edit them very fast, so I can do some meaningful edits that are musical, but I don't move out of the space between the thoughts, as they say. And things like this, that was the first piano I played was a C7 or a CFX, which is our big 9-foot concert grand. Well, this is our C7, which is a 7-foot, 6-inch, probably the most recorded piano in the history of recorded music, honestly. But if I want to do things like add an organ sound to it, well, I've added this FM style organ. There's 6 different organs here and 2 different types of technologies. VCM, which is virtual circuitry modeling for vintage drawbar organs. There's an H1, H2, H3 model that are just different kind of flavors of that vintage drawbar. And then there's FM, true FM synthesis using organs in here. This one is an FM organ that's just a sine wave organ. So I have this cool pad that I've added with a rotary speaker that I'm controlling. There's the rotary speaker effect. So I have this as... If I want to add a pad to it, I just turn on, this section right here. Turn off that section. So now I have just piano and pad. If I want the pad a little louder, because I turned that section on, it selected that. So all I got to do is just turn up the volume here. If I want a little brighter, I have that single knob here. Sorry, I want it to filter. And I have 2 effects for each of these key sections. You can see them change right here. And they're just really fast things. Effects. I have a quick key that I can do that, where I can switch the order if I want to do this. Again, the whole point of it is that I'm staying with the music. I'm not having to go, when somebody says, hey, can you make it a little brighter? Like the singer's doing it during the tune. And I'm like going, yeah, I can make it brighter. Enter menu, all this stuff. No, I just turn the knob, done. Yeah. Really fast.
Yeah, there's been many keyboards, and I do play a little bit of keyboards. So
yeah,
there's been times that I've played keyboards, and it's like, oh, I gotta switch to something that's not a piano sound. How do I? What button do I?
Exactly.
Where it is? So let's talk about.
We're trying to avoid that.
Yeah,
with this product.
Let's talk a little bit more about the connections, because now, of course, this is great for playing out. But now we're at home. We're trying to do some recording.
Sure.
How does this connect up to computers and
well, let me show you something here. I have this right now. This YC is connected to my computer. So I just switched my system to the YC series. It shows up. I have a Macintosh, but if you had a PC, you'd be fine too. You just have to download our Yamaha Steinberg USB driver, which is an audio and MIDI driver.
Yeah.
So both a standard. I've got it somewhere over here with one of these. This one's the one for my iPad because it's the iPad Pro, so it has the USB. But if you have the one that has the put it there,
that's the USB
Lightning
right?
to USB.
Yeah.
It's iOS compatible. That was my whole point with that. Yeah. So you can connect MIDI and audio to those platforms, PC, Windows, or iOS. Okay. So what I have running right now is I set it up so I'm connected YC series. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over here and find my my folder here. It's funny, the chat window is always exactly in the place where I don't want it to be.
While you're doing that, I'll let people know that you're running, Blake, you're actually running a program called OBS, which is how we see all these screens and stuff like that. So so how everybody's listening to it is actually through a software switcher coming to me, which technically I'm recording off a software switcher.
Exactly.
So you could definitely do that.
So check this out. Now, what I did here was I just started, or I just set up a file here that's just in QuickTime, and I'm using, this is my audio interface. And so if you saw, I have a video that's playing, that was playing this morning, that has me doing this exact song. But what I did was I'm going to set up my electric piano.
Nice.
So what I've done here with this instrument, it's connected via USB to my computer, and I have this file here that I created to play to, and all the sounds that you're going to hear except for the bass and the drums were recorded using the YC into Cubase is what I use for this. The bass and drums were virtual instruments, but I played those virtual instruments into Cubase and recorded them using the YC only. So everything I used was YC only as far as my connection to the DAW. All the sounds in this were, except for the drums and the bass, were done with the YC. So when I play this back, so you get the idea, right? Then I can switch sounds. Oops, if I play the right note.
That sounds like me now.
Anyway, you get the idea. So I can play all that, you know, all of this stuff. I can create it in Cubase, record it, play it back, all using the YC series. Yeah. So that's what's really slick about the integration with this instrument as well, is that you have this stage keyboard, right, that you're going to play live, that you are going to play live. Everybody's going to play live sooner than later. Yes, because I haven't played a live gig for a while either. But but the whole thing has to do with exactly that. So
a little bit more on the connections, though. So we got MIDI connections. We got some sort of the USB connections, as you said. Are there any Bluetooth? Are there any Wi-Fi? Anything like that connected to it?
No, it's the thing about for audio applications, Bluetooth is cool for audio stuff, but we have found for professional audio, it can be a little.
Oh yeah, for music, not so much. But I don't know if you could connect an iPad to it to switch things around or have somebody do a remote or anything like that.
Yeah. You definitely could do that too.
Okay, but that's still cable connected, like the older Yamaha modules, or? Yes,
it is. Now we do have we have some Bluetooth devices like the MDUD01, which is a Bluetooth MIDI. So MIDI, you can kind of connect things that way, but to answer your point, as far as a wireless connection, that's one thing that Line 6 does a lot of that kind of stuff with their relay stuff. Mm-hmm. So they actually do wireless connectivity by, whatever your telephone style wireless that I'm just forgetting the name of it
that's
now.
fine. That's fine. Yeah, I get
2.4 gigahertz wireless, that kind of stuff. But not this. Yeah, this just has the MIDI and audio, stereo audio to a computer, stereo return back from the computer, and MIDI via USB. There's also MIDI as far as ins and outs goes. There's standard MIDI. As far as there's an aux input, so you can input audio with 1/4-inch jacks into the instrument and have a gain control, so it sums it to the outputs here. And then you also have stereo line outputs and XLR outputs actually on the 73 and 88, but there's but not on the YC61 just because of the size.
Okay. So it was 61. That was 61 keys, 88 keys, right?
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. Yep. So, all right, and then I'm assuming the standard either single sustain or is it a full 3 pedal?
Oh, good. Okay, so we have actually 2 pedals. I'm going down here to grab one of them if I can pull it up. Well, here I have one here. Sorry,
that's okay.
So it's got a little bit of dust on it, but this is the FC3 for my montage. So this is a what's called a continuous sustain pedal. So you can tell I'm going to push it down here as I play this on a piano sound. So as I slowly push it down, you hear how it's catching right there?
Yeah.
And then all the way down is full sustain. So it works like how a real piano works. A real piano, you can do half pedaling and stuff. So that's an FC3. So that goes in my sustain pedal. If you notice over here on my front panel, you'll see this slow and fast change here. See that changing?
Yep.
So I have that assigned. That's an assignable foot switch that's next to the sustain that I can assign to any of these parameters up here. Super easy to do that too. So I have a switch pedal there, and then obviously with the volume pedal, I have 2 FC pedals for FC7, which is a continuous controller pedal that's like kind of an organ pedal for volume control. And then I can assign another one of those to whatever I want, like a pedal wah effect. There's a cool pedal wah effect in here. I can assign it to that, or I can assign it to virtually, any of the parameters on the front panel. So 4 pedal inputs, 2 volume pedal inputs, a sustain pedal input that I use that FC3 on, and then an assignable switch pedal. So 4 pedal inputs in total.
And of course, you got the MIDI. So if you have if you're trying to really recreate an organ, you want organ foot pedals, you just get a organ foot pedal controller, and then through a MIDI.
You could do that. This doesn't have it has a lower manual on the organ, so you could set that up and select an organ sound for the lower register that would be something that looks like this. I should show this too because this is cool because I didn't really get into the drawbars. So this would be more like a kind of a low, if I have this off for a kick, And I could probably you could easily set up. There's a cool thing about how this works with the lower and upper manual too, is if you want to play 2 manuals, there's a very easy setting in this to assign the lower manual to a lower keyboard and have the upper manual up here play the top, so you can have 2 manuals this way by selecting a second keyboard below. Or you can select, if you have maybe an older weighted action keyboard that you like how it feels, but you're kind of done with the piano sound and you want to play our gorgeous, CFX piano, you can also MIDI in that way and just set it up really simply to allow that. So a foot pedal would work in that way. You could set it up as a lower kind of something that controls that lower manual for kicking bass if you do that.
Absolutely. So, I have a feeling we got a lot more to talk about. Unfortunately, we're running out of time.
Oh, it's cool. So no.
Let's talk about availability. Let's talk about pricing of these products.
Well, as far as availability goes, we have them. They are shipping now. So we have the YC61, 73, and 88. It's one of the good things. I can say that at a virtual NAMM show, that shipping now, as opposed to, yes, it's shipping 2 years from now or 6 months from now. It's shipping now, so they're all available. Pricing, I can give you our retail prices. They are $19.99 for the YC61, $24.99 for the YC73, and $29.99 for the YC88 that you see right here.
So $30 for the YC. No, I'm kidding. $29.99.
Right.
That's a great
$1,990.
Yeah.
Yes.
And these are high end keyboards. So
absolutely, they're professional level keyboards, no question.
Absolutely. So
yeah,
where do people go for more information on the YC series?
Well, we have just USA Yamaha.com. I think you can put those in your chat maybe, or in your comments. And then the other place you go is YamahaSynth.com. One word, YamahaSynth.com. The very first, when you get there, the homepage, there's a picture of the YC series with some of our artists playing it, and there's a Learn More. That'll take you to the article I wrote that covers this pretty in depth. I have lots of audio demos. There's a couple of videos up there, so you can watch a sound demo video. We have the video that's our launch video that kind of goes through the whole series in there as well. So it's kind of a one-stop place to look at an article that gets into it. And then, of course, our corporate website that has the YC has the product information and specifications and stuff like that.
And motorbikes.
That would be YamahaMotors.com, I believe.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
As opposed to USA. You know, I'll tell you this just as a side note. We started making motorcycles in 1955. We've been a company since 1887, and our first product was a pump organ made by Mr. Yamaha, Torokusu Yamaha. So we've been making musical instruments we had been making them for more than 50 years before we even got into the motor thing. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Heart and soul that's where we have the tuning forks.
I think we'll have you on in future episodes, because this is very very interesting. Because I'll even have you play in and play out my other videos. That would be great. But
I would love to do that. Absolutely, anytime.
Definitely. So,
anytime.
All right. Well, Blake, thank you very much for hanging on. And Nate was in the background. You didn't hear him, but thank you, Nate, for hanging on at NAM 2021. I can't even say it. NAM 2021. Yeah. So go ahead and play us out. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Here, I'll go back to my little groove here since I had it up here, and you can get a little play out. Here you go. Make fun of it.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021, the virtual edition. Virtually speaking, I am virtually Jeffrey Powers, and we've got here Virtual Yamaha, virtually, and we've got Blake Angelos. It's me. Like Los Angelos, except Blake Angelos. You got
with an OS instead of an ES, but similar. So, yeah. Angelos. And of course you've got a nice little keyboard right there, which you were playing for me, and that is one of the new Yamaha keyboards you guys are announcing. So tell us what part you play in the Yamaha structure. Obviously it's not motorbikes, but and of course the product we have here. Well, I am the synthesizer product specialist for Yamaha Corporation of America here in the United States. That's my main role, is just showing the new gear, playing the new gear, doing lots of trade shows. YamahaSynth.com is kind of, I'm sort of the de facto webmaster for better, for lack of a better term. But I wrote an article on this particular product right here, the YC series. This is the YC88 that we have that's up there. So that's my role there at Yamaha, is announcing products like this and showing them to the public and to our music dealers in the United States.
Okay, and you have several products. I'm showing the web page right now. So you had the YC88, and then there's another one.
Yeah.
You guys.
So this is the YC series, is what we're calling this. We released the YC61 last year at the NAMM show, and it is an organ-focused stage keyboard. The YC61 being 61 notes, and it also has a thing called waterfall keys, which are the type of keys that organs have. So they different than the key on a piano, which has a key top, which you can't really see here on the keyboard, but on that article it shows this. Well, the waterfall key just kind of goes right over the top like a waterfall. So for organ type of technique, the YC61 is ideal for organists. Now, at this Believe in Music by NAMM, we're releasing 2 new products in this series, the YC73 and the YC88. The YC73 is a 73-note balanced hammer, meaning that it has the same weight all the way across, but it's a weighted action keyboard. It's very lightweight, and we're kind of making that for keyboardists that want to have a little bit more versatility with an organ section like the YC61, but it's lightweight. It's like about 29 pounds. So a weighted action keyboard for keyboardists. And then what I have in front of me is the YC88. This is 88 notes graded hammer. So that means that each of the notes have a different weight. The lower end is heavier than the higher end as you go up the keyboard. This simulates the different hammers of an acoustic grand piano. It also has synthetic ebony and ivory key tops, so it has a tactile feel to it. And then the other thing that's cool about this particular instrument, it has a thing called a triple sensor. For a pianist, that's a very important feature, because it allows me to restrike the note before it comes off the top of the key bed. So very fast passages. I can also play very soft things and not pull my finger up off of the key. So I can restrike the note before it comes up, and that just gives you a very nice control for a pianist. But you still have the organ section here that gives you sort of a drawbar organ thing as well. So 3 different models in the series for 3 different types of players.
So you basically got a piano that has the feel of a piano without now having to ask your 5 buddies to come over to move said piano.
Right. This is only 41 pounds too. So it's not as light as the other 73 note, which is at 29. The 61, that's under 16 pounds.
Wow.
So that's super light. But I should point out another cool thing about this instrument is that this is aluminum alloy on the top. So it's very, very, very well built, but still super. It's one of the things that we have at Yamaha, because you said, we do have our motor division. Well, we have a lot of metallurgical resources there. So we do a lot of cool things with the type of metals, the type of stuff that we build stuff out of. So that's one of the benefits we get, is very strong, but very lightweight. So even the 61 note YC61 has that aluminum alloy chassis. So very strong, but still very lightweight.
So would you say the 61 in progression of basic to advanced, in lack of a better term, the 61 is the more basic side of things, or? No,
they're all the same as far as their functionality. Same sound, same interface. The difference is the organ, the player type. So with the YC61, we're really pointing that at people that are more comfortable playing an organ style feel. It's a very different feel. Because of that waterfall key. It allows you to do things like if you go like this on a piano, sometimes you can catch yourself on it when you do these glissando things. Let me just pull up an organ song. That kind of technique. I can do it certainly on a weighted action keyboard, but organists don't really like that feel. They want something that has that waterfall action, as opposed to maybe a pianist who would definitely like something like this, but maybe does have to play, something with an organ vibe to it when you're on the gig.
Okay,
that's the difference.
So whether you're Billy Joel playing piano or I can't think of the name of the band I just had in my head. Because you just played sounded like Smokin'.
John Lord. John Lord from Deep Purple, or Smokin'. Sorry, Smokin' would be Boston.
Boston. That's it. Yeah.
And you know what's
John
funny
Lord,
about that?
Too. Yeah.
I believe that's Tom Schultz, the guitar player, also playing the organ parts. because he did basically everything for Boston, which is except sing. Anyway, but yes, exactly. So like, or, like a keyboardist, Rick Wakeman, John Lord, any of those, or Jimmy Smith, that organ feel, Joey DeFrancesco, they're very, they like that feel, as opposed to a pianist like a Keith Jarrett, a Billy Joel. They want more of that harder, not harder, but just weighted action feel.
Now, do you have to worry about weighting the keys after a period of time? Do they get soft, or is there any
interesting
tension?
Question? Well, I can tell you this. I have been working for Yamaha now for well over 20 years now, 25 years, I think. So I've had a lot of weighted action keyboard products. I still have some stuff that I have from the 90s that I can still play fine. So, I suppose that if you really played it all the time over and over and over, yeah, there's going to be some wear and tear, but not so much. I mean, it's one of the things about our manufacturing. It's quite good building things that last and play well. I see we have this really cool synth space at Yamaha that's just called the synth space, where we have basically 90% of all of the synths that we've made over the last 45 years of synthesizers. So, or 40th, I guess our 40th was a few years ago anyway. Yeah. So we have like a CS80 in there. That's from 1977, and it plays great. That action from 77. I have over here, I have a Yamaha SY, what is the one I have over here? No, it's a CS10. Okay. And that's from the 70s. That plays amazing. And it's, over 40 years old, or about 40 years old. So, yeah, I don't, not so much. I really think that our stuff holds up quite well.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I just figured that eventually that some of that weight might change on them, and you have like a tension or something like that. That could be. Yeah. Used,
it doesn't, the way the fulcrum works in here, I don't think it has a lot of issues with, certain types of mechanisms, like, what was the Apple keyboard that everybody hated?
Yeah.
The butterfly thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
Well, but
for me, it was that Lenovo, or at the time it was IBM. IBM made a butterfly keyboard for a laptop. But yeah, I get the idea now.
You get the idea. Yeah. So we don't have that problem. We make it a little bit stronger than that. So a little off in the weeds.
Well, you always, Yamaha. I've had several Yamaha products. I've worked on several. I have, I'm a drummer, so I have a few Yamaha products over there, and I rarely have any problems with things like that. Keyboards, not as much, because I'm not as much of a keyboard player. So for me, this is kind of new territory with the weighted keys and everything like that. So, all right. So, continue. Go ahead. I was going to ask, what type of versatility do we have now? How many sounds and things like that? How do you load it up?
Well, there's how many sounds? Well, it changes because we have OS updates that add new sounds. We just released a new update that added 4 new sounds, 2 new pianos and 2 new electric pianos. So that's kind of a moving target. There are over, I think, 100 sounds in this instrument that are bass, that are sort of the voices that are in these sections. But then you save them and you pull them up via live set. The idea behind this product is a one-to-one interface, as opposed to something that's deep like our synthesizers. Our synthesizers, we categorize as deeper instruments because you can go in and edit every single parameter and get really deep into them. Well, that's not such a big deal when you're a stage keyboardist. You want something that has some versatility and has a fast interface, one-to-one thing. So we have this thing called a live set that allows me to bring up anything from a piano, right? That's why I have an acoustic piano, but then I can, at the touch of a button, go in here and grab something like a horn section, just like that. Or I can go in here and have an analog synth sound. And I have some cool things here to control the analog synth that make it fast to do things to control the timbre, so how bright or dark it is, or how the sound develops over time, which is envelope generator. Well, usually when you do stuff like that, you have to use a couple of knobs. For an envelope generator, you might have to have 4 different knobs: attack, sustain, decay and release. And trying to do that takes you out of the music. A stage keyboard should keep you in the music. So if I want to make this brighter, I have a single knob that I can easily do that with without having to think about cutoff frequency and resonance at the same time. There's an offset that allows me to do that very fast in here. And then for envelope generator, rather than have these 4 knobs, I can do it all with one. So if I want it to have a longer attack and a longer release, so it develops over time, I just turn the knob. If I want it fast, with a little faster attack, I just turn the knob there. And I have 8 different settings for that. So that's the idea behind this instrument, is having versatility where I have these different sounds that I can bring up very quickly and edit them very fast, so I can do some meaningful edits that are musical, but I don't move out of the space between the thoughts, as they say. And things like this, that was the first piano I played was a C7 or a CFX, which is our big 9-foot concert grand. Well, this is our C7, which is a 7-foot, 6-inch, probably the most recorded piano in the history of recorded music, honestly. But if I want to do things like add an organ sound to it, well, I've added this FM style organ. There's six different organs here and 2 different types of technologies. VCM, which is virtual circuitry modeling for vintage drawbar organs. There's an H1, H2, H3 model that are just different kind of flavors of that vintage drawbar. And then there's FM, true FM synthesis using organs in here. This one is an FM organ that's just a sine wave organ. So I have this cool pad that I've added with a rotary speaker that I'm controlling. There's the rotary speaker effect. So I have this as... If I want to add a pad to it, I just turn on, this section right here. Turn off that section. So now I have just piano and pad. If I want the pad a little louder, because I turned that section on, it selected that. So all I got to do is just turn up the volume here. If I want a little brighter, I have that single knob here. Sorry, I want it to filter. And I have 2 effects for each of these key sections. You can see them change right here. And they're just really fast things. Effects. I have a quick key that I can do that, where I can switch the order if I want to do this. Again, the whole point of it is that I'm staying with the music. I'm not having to go, when somebody says, hey, can you make it a little brighter? Like the singer's doing it during the tune. And I'm like going, yeah, I can make it brighter. Enter menu, all this stuff. No, I just turn the knob, done. Yeah. Really fast.
Yeah, there's been many keyboards, and I do play a little bit of keyboards. So
yeah,
there's been times that I've played keyboards, and it's like, oh, I gotta switch to something that's not a piano sound. How do I? What button do I?
Exactly.
Where it is? So let's talk about.
We're trying to avoid that.
Yeah,
with this product.
Let's talk a little bit more about the connections, because now, of course, this is great for playing out. But now we're at home. We're trying to do some recording.
Sure.
How does this connect up to computers and
well, let me show you something here. I have this right now. This YC is connected to my computer. So I just switched my system to the YC series. It shows up. I have a Macintosh, but if you had a PC, you'd be fine too. You just have to download our Yamaha Steinberg USB driver, which is an audio and MIDI driver.
Yeah.
So both a standard, I've got it somewhere over here with one of these. This one's the one for my iPad, because it's the iPad Pro, so it has the USB. But if you have the one that has put it there,
that's the USB
Lightning
right?
to USB. Yeah. It's iOS compatible. That was my whole point with that. Yeah. So you can connect MIDI and audio to those platforms, PC, Windows, or iOS. Okay. So what I have running right now is I set it up so I'm connected YC series. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over here and find my my folder here. It's funny, the chat window is always exactly in the place where I don't want it to be.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll let people know that you're running, Blake, you're actually running a program called OBS, which is how we see all these screens and stuff like that. So so how everybody's listening to it is actually through a software switcher coming to me, which technically I'm recording off a software switcher.
Exactly.
So you could definitely do that.
So check this out. Now, what I did here was I just started, or I just set up a file here that's just in QuickTime, and I'm using this as my audio interface. And so if you saw, I have a video that's playing, that was playing this morning, that has me doing this exact song. But what I did was I'm going to set up my electric piano.
Nice.
So what I've done here with this instrument, it's connected via USB to my computer, and I have this file here that I created to play to, and all the sounds that you're going to hear except for the bass and the drums were recorded using the YC into Cubase is what I used for this. The bass and drums were virtual instruments, but I played those virtual instruments into Cubase and recorded them using the YC only. So everything I used was YC only as far as my connection to the DAW. All the sounds in this were, except for the drums and the bass, were done with the YC. So when I play this back, so you get the idea, right? Then I can switch sounds. Oops, if I play the right note.
That sounds like me now.
Anyway, you get the idea. So I can play all that, you know, all of this stuff. I can create it in Cubase, record it, play it back, all using the YC series. Yeah. So that's what's really slick about the integration with this instrument as well, is that you have the stage keyboard, right, that you're going to play live, that you are going to play live. Everybody's going to play live sooner than later. Yes, because I haven't played a live gig for a while either. But but the whole thing has to do with exactly that. So
a little bit more on the connections, though. So we got MIDI connections. We got some sort of the USB connections, as you said. Are there any Bluetooth? Are there any Wi-Fi? Anything like that connected to it?
No, it's the thing about, for audio applications, Bluetooth is cool for audio stuff, but we have found for professional audio, it can be a little.
Oh yeah, for music, not so much. But I don't know if you could connect an iPad to it to switch things around, or have somebody do a remote or anything like that. Yeah. You definitely could do that too. Okay, but that's still cable connected, like the older Yamaha modules, or? Yes,
it is. Now we do have, we have some Bluetooth devices like the MD-UD-01, which is a Bluetooth MIDI. So MIDI, you can kind of connect things that way, but to answer your point, as far as a wireless connection, that's one thing that Line 6 does, a lot of that kind of stuff with their relay stuff. So they actually do wireless connectivity by, whatever the, your telephone style wireless that I'm just forgetting the name of it.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I get
2.4 gigahertz wireless, that kind of stuff. But not this. Yeah, this just has the MIDI and audio, stereo audio to a computer, stereo return back from the computer, and MIDI via USB. There's also MIDI as far as ins and outs goes. There's standard MIDI as far as there's an aux input, so you can input audio with 1/4 inch jacks into the instrument and have a gain control, so it sums it to the outputs here. And then you also have stereo line outputs and XLR outputs actually on the 73 and 88, but there's but not on the YC61 just because of the size. Okay. So 61 that was 61 keys, 88 keys, right? Exactly. Okay, perfect. Yep. So, all right, and then I'm assuming the standard either single sustain or is it a full 3 pedal? Oh, good. Okay, so we have actually 2 pedals. I'm going down here to grab one of them if I can pull it up. Well, here I have one here. Sorry, that's okay. So it's got a little bit of dust on it, but this is the FC3 for my montage. So this is a what's called a continuous or like a continuous sustain pedal. So you can tell I'm going to push it down here as I play this on a piano sound. So as I slowly push it down, you hear how it's catching right there?
Yeah.
And then all the way down is full sustain. So it works like how a real piano works. A real piano, you can do half pedaling and stuff. So that's an FC3. So that goes in my sustain pedal. If you notice over here on my front panel, you'll see this slow and fast change here. See that changing?
Yep. Yep.
So I have that assigned. That's an assignable foot switch that's next to the sustain that I can assign to any of these parameters up here. Super easy to do that too. So I have a switch pedal there, and then obviously with the volume pedal, I have two FC pedals for FC7, which is a continuous controller pedal that's like kind of an organ pedal for volume control. And then I can assign another one of those to whatever I want, like a pedal wah effect. There's a cool pedal wah effect in here. I can assign it to that, or I can assign it to virtually, any of the parameters on the front panel. So 4 pedal inputs, two volume pedal inputs, a sustain pedal input that I use that FC3 on, and then an assignable switch pedal. So 4 pedal inputs in total.
And of course, you got the MIDI. So if you have if you're trying to really recreate an organ, you want organ foot pedals, you just get a organ foot pedal controller, and then through that through a MIDI.
You could do that. This doesn't have it has a lower manual on the organ, so you could set that up and select an organ sound for the lower register that would be something that looks like this. I should show this too, because this is cool, because I didn't really get into the drawbars. So this would be more like a kind of a low, if I have this off for a kick, And I could probably set, yes, you could easily set up. There's a cool thing about how this works with the lower and upper manual too, is if you want to play 2 manuals, there's a very easy setting in this to assign the lower manual to a lower keyboard and have the upper manual up here play the top, so you can have 2 manuals this way by selecting a second keyboard below. Or you can select, if you have maybe an older weighted action keyboard that you like how it feels, but you're kind of done with the piano sound and you want to play our gorgeous, CFX piano, you can also MIDI in that way and just set it up really simply to allow that. So a foot pedal would work in that way. You could set it up as a lower kind of something that controls that lower manual for kicking bass if you do that.
Absolutely. So, I have a feeling we got a lot more to talk about. Unfortunately, we're running out of time.
Oh, it's cool. So, no.
Let's talk about availability. Let's talk about pricing of these products.
Well, as far as availability goes, we have them. They are shipping now. So we have the YC61, 73, and 88. It's one of the good things I can say that at a virtual NAMM show, that shipping now, as opposed to, yes, it's shipping 2 years from now or 6 months from now. It's shipping now. So they're all available. Pricing, I can give you our retail prices. They are $19.99 for the YC61. $24.99 for the YC73 and $29.99 for the YC88 that you see right here.
So $30 for the YC. No, I'm kidding. $29.99.
Right.
That's a great
$1,990.
Yeah.
Yes.
And these are high end keyboards. So
absolutely, they're professional level keyboards, no question. Absolutely.
So where do people go for more information on the YC series?
Well, we have just USA. Yamaha.com. I think you can put those in your chat, maybe, or in your comments. And then the other place you go is YamahaSynth.com. One word, YamahaSynth.com. The very first, when you get there, the homepage, there's a picture of the YC series with some of our artists playing it, and there's a Learn More that'll take you to the article I wrote that covers this pretty in-depth. I have lots of audio demos. There's a couple of videos up there, so you can watch a sound demo video. We have the video that's our launch video that kind of goes through the whole series in there as well. So it's kind of a one-stop place to look at an article that gets into it. And then, of course, our corporate website that has the YC has the product information, specifications, and stuff like that.
And motorbikes.
That would be YamahaMotors.com, I believe.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
As opposed to USA. I'll tell you this just as a side note. We started making motorcycles in 1955. We've been a company since 1887, and our first product was a pump organ. made by Mr. Yamaha, Torokusu Yamaha. So we've been making musical instruments we had been making them for more than 50 years before we even got into the motor thing. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Heart and soul that's where we have the tuning forks.
I think we'll have you on in future episodes, because this is very very interesting. Because I'll even have you play in and play out my other videos. That would be great. But
I would love to do that. Absolutely, anytime.
Definitely. So,
anytime.
All right. Well, Blake, thank you very much for hanging on. And Nate was in the background. You didn't hear him, but thank you, Nate, for hanging on at NAMM 2021. I can't even say it. NAMM 2021. Yeah. So go ahead and play us out. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Here, I'll go back to my little groove here, since I had it up here, and you can get a little play out. Here you go. Thanks, run it.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we're here. We got Daniel from Vmoda here, and you guys are showing off, some great headphones. I've been wearing a couple versions of them for many years for any type of music that I do. You guys are announcing some new stuff. Why don't you tell us what's new for CES 2021?
We are. So what's new for CES 2020 is the M200 ANC, and the ANC stands for active noise cancellation. And what we've done is we've taken the silhouette of our best audiophile headphone, the M200, which are basically studio monitors for your head. And if you're not familiar with studio monitors, they're basically those huge speakers that you see at studios. And the concept that we really wanted to bring to the table with those is that you don't need to spend thousands of dollars to make sure that you have the right speakers, that your room is perfectly sonically treated. That can cost upwards of thousands of dollars, right?
Yeah.
So the concept here is to create the flattest, and everybody says that they want to have the flattest, or that they have the flattest frequency response. But truly, when you compare it apples to apples on a frequency spectrum, you'll notice that the M200, and there's information available online. I don't want to kind of get into all of that, but there's information online, and you can actually see the frequency spectrum and say, you know what, it's true. So we've taken that headphone, that M200, and we've kind of redesigned it so that we can now have our very first active noise cancellation product. It's $499. It's a premium product, but what it really gives you is both a wireless and a wired experience at a very high quality sound. So Bluetooth, as we all know, isn't very high quality sound. There's a bit of latency involved into it, but with the M200 ANC, we've included two brand new codecs, the aptX HD codec and the AAC codec. Well, AAC is not very new, but what that is AAC, let's say you own an Apple product, you'll be able to get CD quality sound through either an iPhone or let's say a MacBook. And the aptX is really there for those premium sort of Android products or those premium laptop products that have that high fidelity Bluetooth codec in them. And so those two codecs will allow you to have really high quality sound, and you get high res certified audio through the analog input as well. So there's a regular typical headphone jack inside of these headphones. So I'm wearing an older model.
Are these the headphones that you're talking about?
These are not. I'm wearing an older model, but the concept here for wireless and wired applies here. So which is why I'm
assuming the headset is not out yet.
The headset is not out yet. It comes late February 2020, early March 2020 into stores here in the US.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll continue on then.
No problem. So aside from having both wireless and wired connections, there's now an app that'll allow you to set your EQ. So within the app, I don't have it with me right now, unfortunately, but within the app, you get the ability to choose between 5 different presets, and you can adjust those presets too as you like to make sure that they're exactly how you want them to sound. And of course, there's a manual setting. So if you want to go in and adjust the EQ preferences on the fly, you could do that. And as well, there are 10 levels of active noise cancellation that you can set the headphones at. And you do that within the app itself as well. And the app, of course, is available on Android and iOS.
Okay, perfect. Now you said that it's going to use the Bluetooth molding for the phone or the computer. Does that include things like Dolby Vision? Is it going to be certified for not Dolby Vision, but Dolby Sound or
Dolby
anything
Surround?
like that?
Yeah, unfortunately, these aren't certified for Dolby, for things like Dolby Surround. Okay. It's the concept again is more of like a 2.1 type of setup, and okay. it's not really intended to be a surround studio type of setup.
Okay. And how many drivers are we talking about inside the ear itself?
We're talking about 2 40-millimeter drivers, so one on each side.
Oh, okay. Straight up one each. Okay, perfect. Yeah. And what do we know? Any type of frequency ranges that on this?
It's 10 to 40K would be the frequency range for this particular product.
Okay, perfect. Now, you said that it's coming out late February, early March at this point in time. Of course, that can change as it goes. What kind of price points are we looking at for this?
We're looking at, for this particular headphone, this one is going to be our flagship model. So it's coming in at a luxury price point of $499.99.
Okay. And then you'll be able to connect a cable to it to hook it up straight up or go wireless, correct? Or I'm sorry, Bluetooth wireless.
Yes, exactly. So you can either plug it in wired if you want to, if like, let's say you've got a laptop or you've got a high fidelity, maybe like a receiver or a headphone amplifier, you can plug those in as well. It does come with the extra cable, and it does come with the mini jack to 1/4-inch jack converter as well. So you do get those options, and it does also come with the headset adapter to plug into a plane as well. So that 2-prong adapter for an airplane, it also comes with that. So
is there any microphone inside the headset at all?
There is. If you utilize the Bluetooth portion of the headphones, you'll have a microphone available that way. So it's going to be wireless. So you get a wireless microphone that's built into the headset.
But wired, it's just a straight up wired cable, no headset to that.
Yeah, so the wired cable with the microphone is actually an optional accessory with the M200 ANCs.
Where do people go for more information?
For more information, v-moda.com, so v-moda.com.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time, Daniel.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. Okay, we're here with Greg Wilson at Bowflex, and you guys got a couple things coming CES. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your products there?
Yeah, indeed. So we have a all new line of bike, elliptical, and treadmill. Elliptical is a Max Trainer, but they all have a Journey platform, and so it's a digital platform, subscription based, that is personalized to you and allows you to do multiple things within it. And so the first thing is we actually want you to achieve your goals. And so it starts off by asking you, what are your goals? And so it gives you a menu of 8 things you can click on, and you choose 3 of those 8. So then it actually starts saying, okay, I don't know what you want to achieve. Now we want to put you through a fitness assessment. And so on the Max Trainer specifically, it'll take me through, and since it's a HIIT trainer and you can sprint on it, my first thing it's going to do is to say, okay, give me your max power in a short burst. So I go as hard as I can. And then the next step is it'll say, okay, during this fitness assessment, now we know your peak power Now we want to figure out what your endurance is. And so it gives me a 75% target of the sprint I just did. And it asks me to do that for as long as I can. And then there's 2 other iterations of endurance after that. So basically it gets peak power, an endurance assessment, and it's a 4 to 14 minute a fitness assessment timing, depending on your workload or your ability, basically. And then after that, it starts prescribing new workouts. And so I can come on and say, I want to work out for 13 minutes or 15 minutes or 25 minutes. And it'll actually tailor the length of the workouts to you. And then over time, it actually starts to realize, like, okay, Greg just did this much power for this amount of time. Okay, he's actually getting fitter, and it'll prescribe and re-prescribe workouts to you, tailored, personalized to you. But within that, the great thing is we actually can do it in a few different ways. So there's trainer-led content, which is a coach telling you when to sprint, when to recover.
Is that a subscription model then?
Yeah, this is all part of the Journey subscription. So the great thing is with this one Journey subscription, it's good for everybody in the household, and it works on the bike, the Max Trainer, and the treadmill. Okay. And it has off-product videos in there, so kettlebell workouts and other barbell type workouts and off-product workouts. So it's beyond just these 3 cardio pieces.
And I'm assuming there's a full app for when you're not on the elliptical or the bike.
Indeed. Yep. Indeed. Yep. Yeah. So if you have it, on your phone or your tablet, you can have the app on there as well. In fact, we have a Bowflex C6 bike, which is a very basic console connected via Bluetooth to your tablet or phone. So, you bring your own device to that. These are all touchscreen, high definition touchscreen.
Okay. Now this is an elliptical. This isn't a stair climber, correct?
It's a bit of a combo. So think of it as an elliptical that's turned a bit more vertical. And the benefit is you can actually sprint on it. You can actually put a lot of power into it. With a standard elliptical, it's actually hard to put a lot of effort in and go at a really high pace.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of doing this motion, if you will.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I like. For me with ellipticals, I like to do this more than this. And it sounds like that you have the ability to kind of adjust from here to here, correct?
There's no height adjustment. No, you can't. What you saw me doing is the actual path, if you will, right?
Oh, it doesn't angle or anything like that?
No. It's this motion. It's an elliptical that's turned kind of more up in an up fashion, I guess. But it's still an elliptical path. Yeah.
Okay. But it's not like a stair climber. That's what I wanted to get. Not getting
like an old traditional stepper or stair climber, no. But it is a more vertical path of an elliptical.
And the arms did move on that, correct?
Yep, the arms move, and I have multiple hand positions from up high, which I can really bear down and sprint on, or even kind of down beside me, or even a static or fixed hand position with contact heart rate.
What's the footprint on that? How big is that for an exerciser?
I think I'd have to look it up, but it's under the 4-foot range, if you will. So think small indoor cycling bike. It's in that same footprint.
Okay.
So as far as ellipticals, to go from a traditional front drive elliptical, it's about 18 inches shorter than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that would be good for smaller places.
Yeah, indeed. It's really, really compact compared to a traditional elliptical, for sure.
Okay. What kind of price points are we looking at with this?
This 10-inch is $19.99, and then your Journey subscription is $19.99 a month for the entire household.
Okay. There's no annual plan. It's just a straight monthly plan?
Yeah, or we have a $149 a year.
Oh, okay. So okay, perfect. And then you said you had a bike too.
Yeah, we have a bike as well. But before I move on to the bike, the other thing I wanted to say about this Journey subscription is unlike the others, we actually allow you to watch Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, or Disney Plus. So you already have a subscription to one of those, or maybe even all of those. You plug that into the console, and then you can sit here and watch an episode of Friends or whatever. And we're still coaching you. We have a little, you're watching the program, but we actually have a target range that we're coaching you in and out of.
Okay, so the screen there that I'm seeing is not going to connect up to Disney Plus. You still have to have another device to do that, correct?
No, this screen doesn't. You just have to key in your username and password.
Oh, okay. So
the Netflix or Hulu takes over this whole screen.
does it run off of Android, or is it a Chromecast, or how does that work?
Android. It's an Android-based console.
Okay.
So basically, think of this as a personal computer with a touchscreen that's just like your TV in a sense. But behind all the layers of that, we actually have an exercise device.
Are you guys going to start making TVs now? I'm kidding. But it's actually good because now you've got something, and I'm assuming that there's going to be developers that also make other types of apps so they can get third-party programs on there. Now, I'm not talking exercise, but also when the newest subscription model comes out, you'll be able to put that onto the system, correct?
Yeah, so this updates, so at night, if we add more content or more videos to this, as soon as you power it up in the morning, it connects to your household Wi-Fi and then puts the new content on there. But additionally, on specifically the bike, but all of these will work with Zwift or Peloton. So if you like using the Zwift, racing, bicycle program, we actually have on the bike, I can show you, we've actually got.
Yeah, let's go over to the bike. Yeah, definitely.
So under programs, I'll scroll to the bottom, and we actually have workout with Zwift or workout with Peloton or other favorite app. And so I just choose, if I want to do Zwift, I just click on Zwift, start pedaling. But it is not Zwift on this screen. That is something you have to bring your own device for. So you have to have your own tablet. And we actually have a media holder right here in front of you. So you could watch kind of content on here, but then you have the Zwift, which is paired via Bluetooth. So you're getting your power metrics and your speed, cadence, RPM linked into Zwift or the other third-party Peloton or whatever.
Okay. And tell me about the bike there. Otherwise.
So we launched a C6 spin bike or indoor cycle bike about a year or so ago. And then just recently this August, we came out with a VeloCore, which is the whole crux behind it is when you're on an outdoor bicycle, you're not in a fixed motion. So we said, how do we actually make it feel more like an outdoor experience? So we literally just made a pivot in the back, and then there's a button here that I actually can press down, and then I'm leaning side to side. And so
wow. Nice.
So if we would choose Explore the World content, I could go through Ely Pass in Ireland or Oxford in the UK or Shangri-La in Yunnan, China. So I pick these Explore the World videos, and I'm literally on a road or on a path riding around in a true real-world environment. And all I'm doing is just saying, okay, I'm going to follow the path of the road. But instead of being in a basic fixed position, which is not very natural.
Yeah. Is there side-to-side resistance to that then, or?
There's no resistance that I can control, but it does get firmer as you get further out, right?
Okay, so you don't feel like you're falling off the bike, yeah.
Sorry.
So it doesn't feel like you're falling off the bike.
No. But there's a motion to it, right? So if you're concerned about that, then you just leave it in the locked mode, and then there's no flexibility to it. And so I would say for a new user, mount and dismount of it should probably be in the fixed mode.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I can do it, no problem, but it's the first time you do, you're just like, wait, what's going to happen? Am I going to really lean? No, it's a very gradual lean to it.
Yeah. Okay. And how much are we talking with the bike?
So we have two models. We have a 16-inch console at $16.99, and then this 22-inch, which I have here, is $21.99.
Okay.
And they're both available.
But it's the same bike. You can actually get a different monitor for it, right?
Exactly. Exact same bike, 100 levels of resistance, 2 water bottle holders, multiple hand positions. It comes with a Bluetooth heart rate armband, And then the only difference, like you said, is a 16-inch console or 22-inch console.
Okay. Where do people go for more information?
I'd say bowflex.com. Yeah.
All right. Well,
and we've got all the bikes, the Max trainer, and the treadmill. But then also we have more about the Journey content, the Journey digital platform.
Okay. And once again, the elliptical, what was the prices on the elliptical?
$19.99 on this the M9, which is launching this spring. It's $19.99, and then we have another version which is $14.99 today. The M6. I have a treadmill if you're interested.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
We'll hit it real quick. It's not in terms of content. The great thing about these is between bike, Max Trainer, and treadmill, they're all the same subscription. So once you have this Journey subscription, you or whoever in the household, and you log in, it's all on you. And all of the actual content for videos and off product, we even have, exercise ball forward, there's a stretching routine, we're constantly adding, other workouts with kettlebell and whatnot. But once you put in your Amazon Prime, Netflix, or whatever your entertainment option is, then that's in there for you, right? You're off and running. You don't have to keep logging in every time. It's the thing you have to do is say, okay, this is logged in as James. I can be on there, and you could be on there, and you just pick your name, and then you're off and running. The good thing is the content and the workouts. Since you did the fitness assessment, it's prescribing and giving you, say, hey, Greg, you typically want to work out between 20 and 30 minutes, so we're going to kind of give you that range. And we know what you're capable of in terms of effort and endurance. And so we're going to specifically give you those to try to meet your goal.
Okay. And what's the price on that one?
This treadmill is with the 22-inch screen. It's $26.99.
$26.99. Okay, perfect. Do you have other models?
Sorry.
Do you have other models with size screens or?
So this 22-inch will launch this week.
Okay.
The 10 is already in market, and it's $19.99.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it looks really nice. I wish my treadmill looked like that, but something from the 70s. But it's time to do some upgrading, right?
Some real key features to this, real quick, is it has a negative decline, so 5% negative, and it goes to 20% incline. So, which is a pretty steep incline. It's so steep because we actually give you additional hand positions when you're in that really high vertical position, so you're not, want to slide off the back.
Yeah, the decline I kind of like because sometimes you walk down a hill and you really feel it. So it'd be good to actually exercise those muscles for that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you get that decline. Your knees and the muscles around your knees are a bit weird because you never do that, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, all right. Well, thank you very much for the tour of the three. And so all they have to do is go over to Bowflex and that comes out. You said that comes out in the next week, and then the new stair climber comes out in this spring, correct?
Yeah. It's April-May timeframe. We can get a better date to you, but then the treadmill, indeed, this week.
All right, perfect. Well, Greg, thank you very much for your time.
So thank you.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of CES 2021 Virtual, week number 2. And we are here with David, and he's with a company called Typewise. How you doing, David?
Very good, thanks.
All right. Tell people. Oh, yeah. Tell people your role at Typewise and what it is.
Sure. I'm one of the two founders. I'm based in Switzerland, Central Europe, and we at Typewise want to make daily life easier. And because we spend so much time every day interacting with our phones and typing on the keyboard, we felt it's about time to get rid of the typewriter keyboard that was created 150 years ago, and that leads to a lot of typos and frustrating moments. With a solution that's made for the age of mobile.
Okay. So tell us how it all works. How does this Typewise change the keyboard on a phone?
Sure. Well, it's mainly three things. One, it's fast and accurate. It's fully private, and it's well designed. So the well designed part is what you just saw on the website. It's our honeycomb layout, where the keys are round, basically, and which resembles our fingerprints and touchscreens, and thus lead to fewer typos. We've also implemented gestures, so you can swipe left to delete words, so we don't have a backspace, which makes it much faster and more intuitive. We've also built an intelligence into the keyboard with autocorrection that in its new version that's coming out in March is in benchmarks even better than a Google keyboard or a Microsoft SwiftKey. We work with top AI engineers from Zurich, one of the world's best engineering institutes. And what's also the difference between other keyboards, you see it right here, is privacy. Typewise, unlike the typical smartphone keyboard, does not require internet access. So the keyboard itself, all your typing data stays on your device. There's no access to GPS location or your calendar or even your browser history. Mm-hmm. But everything you do with Typewise remains on your phone. And if you look at the recent debates between WhatsApp and how people are moving to Signal, well, you can move to Signal, but if your keyboard still captures everything that you type in the messaging app, maybe it's also time to think about your keyboard privacy.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, with keyboard going over the internet, it does help with the ability to figure out what word you're typing for ease of use. Or does Typewise have that predictive text typing in there?
Absolutely. So this is also what we're working on with ETH Zurich, with the research partner. So you will also see on top of the keyboard the typical text predictions. Obviously, Typewise comes with support for 40 languages. It can also recognize which language you're currently using and then switches that accordingly. So something on Apple, you need to manually change the language. So if you type in English and Spanish, for example, it's quite annoying. And it learns from you. So over time, it gets better. Okay. And if it at some point, for example, does something wrong, so it believes you wanted to type this, but actually you meant something else, there's a little undo button that appears on top of the keyboard. And if you disagree with one of these automated changes, then you just tap that undo button and it's instantly reverted. And the good thing is that the keyboard learns from that. So if you have some peculiar name that always gets auto-corrected, with Typewise, you have this undo possibility and allows you to also type in slang or dialects or whatever you want.
Okay. Just like with Geekazine. Every time
Absolutely. That would be
every
one
time.
Minute, yeah.
Every time. So, okay. And so the keyboard, it's got this honeycomb effect that you said, but it still tries to stay as close to the QWERTY style keyboard that we know and love. So you said that the honeycomb actually helps with its movement in swiping or typing. Is there a difference in that if I two thumb it versus have a swipe method to things?
So for actual typing, we only support like the physical typing with two thumbs. There was a big study from University of Cambridge. They did last year with 37,000 people globally. And they found that actually 3/4 of people prefer typing with two thumbs versus the one finger swipe. And they're also over 30% faster that way. So we said we fully focus on the two thumb typing. And then we use swipes for editing the text. So for example, if you want to delete, you then swipe left anywhere on the keyboard, and that's like a delete gesture. You can also swipe more, and then that deletes more as much as you move your finger. And the cool thing is you can just swipe back right to restore the text. So that's the way we use swipe gestures and not for actually enter text.
what if is there a way to turn on a swipe? Because I guess I'm not part of the majority. I actually do like the swipe feature, especially when you've got something in your hand and you've got the phone, and these phones are big. So, and I'm sitting there with my thumb doing this, like this, or like this right here, trying to get the end characters and things like that. Just so, how do you have the ability to turn on swipe or no?
We do not yet have a one-hand mode. So the idea is to release a one-hand mode. You could also think on big phones, maybe the keyboard shrinks a bit to a certain edge, depending on how you hold the phone. And for us, I think in general, the future will anyway be, well, are we still going to type individual letters on a keyboard, or will the predictions become that good that we can select entire sentences or partial sentences from the keyboard, and maybe the actual typing individual characters becomes less and less frequent?
I ducking hope so.
Let's
talk about, there's also other things I'm noticing on your webpage here. You're also showing like a little game that's playing some rocket ship or something like that. I'm assuming there's little ways to learn for the keyboards. Is this for kids or adults alike?
So our main user group is between 25 and 35. I think it's probably also, when you use it professionally, when you have to send a lot of emails and typing accurately becomes more important. But you're maybe still not too used to a regular keyboard, although we have users who are more in the elderly segment, and they're super happy because the keys are larger. So I think the keyboard gives different benefits to different user groups. So it's definitely for everyone. If you're willing to spend like a few minutes to also try to understand it and kind of like learn the way it works. So I think that's required. You need to go through a onboarding tutorial, which takes 2 to 3 minutes. The game is optional. That's at the end. Definitely helps. But I think you need to come with an open mind and be ready for a change.
Okay. I'm assuming it's in portrait mode only, not landscape mode, correct?
It does support landscape. I'm personally not 100% happy with it yet, but it's fully functioning. It's also then available on tablets. So on tablets, it will be always in landscape mode.
Okay. Are we talking both iOS and Android?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I noticed on the page you show a lot of apps. So I'm guessing that there's probably some way to customize it a little bit for each app as you go. And is it something you customize, or is it something that the app customizes?
It's the user that can customize it. So we have different themes that you can choose from, so you can change the color. There's also obviously support for dark mode, so then the keyboard automatically switches light and dark depending on the app you're in. And then there are other things you can customize. You can, for example, create your own text replacements. So you can say, if you say if you type ILU, then it says I love you, for example. Or you could have a abbreviation for your email address, like a triple E will generate your email address. So you can do stuff like that to make typing more convenient. And you can say, hey, these are the typical abbreviations I use in like a WhatsApp or an email client, and so forth. Yeah.
Okay. Now the most ultimate question here: do you support Klingon?
Well, so in Switzerland, we speak a language that has no dictionary. So every person in the entire country of 8 million spells his or her words differently. And we had to find a way to deal with it. So we have Typewise has the option to learn a custom language entirely from the user. That's why we also have this undo button, because that obviously sometimes doesn't work at the beginning. So in Swiss German, you need about a week or two of writing in Swiss German, and it will pick it up from you. So you could definitely also write in Klingon.
I could make my own language. And
yeah, you could. Yeah, I'm sure your friends would appreciate it.
Well, no, you get a couple friends that learn that language, and then you can share coded messages. Let's like we did as kids with things like Piglet.
Absolutely,
things like that. Yeah. That's amazing. That's pretty cool. How much does it cost to? Or is there a cost for this?
So it's a freemium model, so you can download it for free. You can use it for free. So there's no trick, no ads, nothing. But there are certain features that are premium. For example, the multi-language capability, or some of the additional themes and customization features you can upgrade.
And how much is that?
It's $10 per year or $25 lifetime.
Oh, that's not too bad. Does it include some sort of storage? So when I do create my own language, that it gets placed on the cloud somewhere so other people can download it and use it?
So we don't have the cloud feature yet. The way we encourage users to back it up, I mean, there are backup possibilities in Android, and on Apple, you just use the iCloud backup of your phone, and that's how you save the dictionary.
Okay. And if I save it to iCloud, I should be able to send it to you like you, and so you have my language, and we're good to go.
Yeah, we don't have that feature yet, but I think it's a good idea. And we do very closely work with the user community. We have like a portal with feature requests, and so we always listen to what people want.
Okay. Well, no. I just made that up. So. David, thank you very much. The name of the app is called Typewise. It's amazing and very interesting and very... well, I don't know what the footprint on the phone is. How much space does it take up?
74 megabytes.
Not
we're
too
looking
bad.
to making a bit smaller still, but
okay.
No. And it comes with the 40 languages included.
Okay. So there you go, David. Thank you very much for your time. Very interesting. I'll definitely download and take a look at it and see how it works for me, even though it doesn't have the swipe. So,
cool.
As I say to everybody, tuchlach. No, I'm kidding. Thanks a lot, David. You have a great CES.
Right.
For watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine, if you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, back in CES 2021, we're here at Pioneer booth. This is an awesome Pioneer booth right here. We're here with Ted, and Ted, you've got a different part of the booth than I do, which is weird. But anyway, Pioneer, I've been working with you guys the last few months. We installed one of your car stereos into my car, which is great, and because I have. Well, it's a 2002 Chevy Trailblazer, and it didn't have that. It had a 6 CD changer, which was awesome at the time. But now it's got in-car navigation. It's got voice assist. It's even got Alexa in there, and it's just crazy. So, you guys have a couple new models coming out. Why don't you tell us what you're debuting at CES?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And first, it is great to be here at CES 2021 All Digital. I'll be quite honest, it's nice not to be in Las Vegas in January. This would have been my 27th CES. And so not having to drive to Vegas and stay in a hotel is really great. So, but
you got to drive? Wait a minute. You got to drive to Vegas?
I would drive to Vegas. Yeah.
I've had to fly. And I suppose I could have drove, but yeah, it would have been a little bit longer of a drive. So yeah, okay.
Yep. I'm about 3.5 hours away at normal speeds. But I'll as you said, jump right into it. The products that we installed in your vehicle or help you install in your vehicle, as you said, that was a product that we introduced in June of 2020. And those products allowed a consumer that maybe were just driving a new vehicle or a slightly older vehicle that didn't have some of the latest technologies such as Alexa built in or Apple CarPlay or Android Auto to upgrade to the latest technologies. The product we're introducing, or the first product we're introducing here at CES 2021, is a very close cousin to the product that we talked about last year. It's the same interface, so it enables the same technologies: Alexa built in, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, of course, HD radio, Sirius XM capability, and so much more, but in a slightly different form factor. It's what Pioneer calls our modular solutions, and that allows the touchscreen itself and the actual physical chassis that includes the tuner, the USB connectivity, the antenna connections, the amplifier, all of the other real parts, to be physically mounted up to 4 or almost 5 feet away from the touchscreen. This is a necessity and a growing necessity in a lot of newer vehicles, where now the car manufacturers are taking the CD player out of the dash, and they're have been required for that CD player, and they're using it for other things. So if you take the traditional radio out of that location,
your video just froze. You still there? Okay.
I'm still here.
Okay. There you go. Now you're back. You were on, so if you take that out of, that's what I heard.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah,
so try, go ahead and continue.
Okay. So this product is really designed to fit the needs of a lot of new vehicles where the car manufacturer is taking the CD player out, and they're using the space where that CD player would normally go for other things in the vehicle. So if you take what looks like a traditional car radio out, there's actually no depth behind there. So that necessitates Pioneer's modular solutions, where we can just install the touchscreen, which has almost no depth, and then install, as I've said, the parts of the radio, the chassis, the amplifier in a different location. So it provides all those same types of really rich features that you, Jeff, have experienced in your own vehicle that we talked about last year, where, again, we can enable the ability to just say Alexa and get the ability to play music, add things to your shopping list, do all those kind of really fun Alexa things that we're used to in the home, but now in the car. As well as Apple CarPlay for iPhone users, sending and receiving text messages by voice, making and receiving calls, playing music, asking for directions. And then the same thing with Android users with Android Auto, all wirelessly connecting between the phone and the radio itself. And, an Android user being able to, again, send text messages, play music, make and receive calls, and get directions and more. So it's a really unique product. It will be coming a little bit later this year. It's scheduled for summer 21. We have a little bit of a kind of seasonality on car electronics and aftermarket car electronics, but in particular for a user who or a consumer who's driving a vehicle where they've looked into aftermarket products and they've been told by a store or a shop or an installer that, hey, I'm sorry, you don't have a solution. We don't have a solution for your car because, you don't have this depth. Pioneer now has a modular solutions that can be a really good answer for that consumer who wants to upgrade their car with the latest technology.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when you guys started first talking about putting this into my vehicle, the one I have in my vehicle, there were two models, one with a larger screen, one with a smaller screen. I ended up getting the smaller screen one, which is perfect for what I do. But I was thinking, God, you're crazy. There's no way that's going to fit into this car. But it ended up, it fits really nice. And I'm really happy with how it looks and how it feels. And you were talking about with these new models to fit into vehicles that even have less space in that dash area.
Right. And just as you mentioned, there's in this family of products, we have the largest are the 10.1 inch and the 9-inch screen. I think you actually have the 9-inch product. This new modular solution product is actually a 6.8 inch screen. And it actually will flush mount in most vehicles right into the original radio location. So it doesn't really physically or cosmetically change the look of the vehicle that much. It's very seamless and well integrated. But again, total upgrade to all of the technology features in terms of what it can connect to, what it can integrate, and what it can help the consumer do.
Yeah, absolutely. And all the extra features too. I mean, I still haven't used a remote control to that. But if you've got, even if you're replacing something that's already considered a smarter in-car stereo, attaching to the camera system in the car or attaching to the infotainment system in the car is not that difficult either.
Right. Absolutely. And that you bring up a really great point. Vehicles in the United States from 2016 and the newer were required by federal law to have a rear camera system. And so these aftermarket products, all of Pioneer's aftermarket in-dash receivers that have an LCD touchscreen can absolutely connect to the original camera or, have a way to enable that functionality to be maintained by the driver. A lot of newer vehicles, just as you mentioned, will tie into the heating and air conditioning controls or display other vehicle information. And our products have the integration capabilities, usually through a third-party adapter that's sold separately. But the ability to, again, replace the technology that's in the vehicle with an upgraded technology, but not lose any features that are currently in the vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely. So the two models, are they available now?
So this actually would be available in the summer. And it will be, we're kind of aiming for about the same price point or similar price point to the same screen size. So the 6.8 models that we introduced last year, those are currently available at a $600 price point. Of course, we all know a lot can change in the next 5 or 6 months. But that's kind of where we're aiming. So it's, when we consider the investment of $600 and then probably a couple $100 for parts and labor to get these products installed in the vehicle, still it's less than $1,000 investment, far less than the capital investment for going out and buying a new car just so you can have Alexa, CarPlay, or Android Auto. So again, giving the ability for the consumer to just make a fairly easy up.
And it's more than just the echoes and the CarPlay and stuff like that. It's about improving the sound. I have a pretty good system. Yeah, I had a pretty good system in the car, and then this just adds to it. So, what other features do these new decks have for sound quality and things like that?
Yeah, for sound, and that's a great question, Jeff. Pioneer has been involved in sound since our very beginning. We're nearly almost an 85-year-old company now. We were founded in 1937, and our founder really started the company because of his love of music. And so, music and reproduction still is such a passionate and driving force within Pioneer. So these products are actually high-res audio certified. They'll offer high-res playback of 24-bit, 192 kilohertz sampled FLAC files, actually 32-bit WAV files. So a lot of really, really great sound quality. And then the parts that are in it, in terms of the audio quality, we use a lot of discrete parts rather than on-chip parts, because as small a thing as it may seem, having some of those discrete components and this circuit optimized for audio reproduction are things that can make a difference to someone who really loves and wants the best reproduction that they can get in their car.
Okay, perfect. So they're going to be out towards the summer, starting at about a $600 price point.
Correct.
Where do people go for more information?
Yeah, right now, of course, CES here, if anybody's attending a CES, then they can click over to our showcase, which is on the CES website. But they can also visit here in North America. You can visit www.pioneerelectronics.com. Right on our front page, we've got our CES showcase link, and you can click into that, see our press release information, link over to our microsite that is associated with CES to learn about not just these products, but all the products that we're introducing here at CES, as well as our vision for 2021 and beyond, and where Pioneer is transforming into in the future.
Okay. pioneerelectronics.com. Is that all one word, or is there a hyphen in between?
It is all one word. Absolutely.
All one word. Okay, so pioneerelectronics.com. So, well, Ted, thank you very much for your time. I know you've got a pretty busy CES as well, so we'll let you get going. And I would like to thank everybody that helped with put this interview together. And we'll definitely be on in the next few months. Let's talk some more car stereo. How's that?
Absolutely, Jeff, and thank you for your time watching. Always great to be at CES, even in this kind of new world we're living in now. So
yeah,
thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage, NAMM 2021, right from my desk. I'm not wearing pants. I'm kidding. It's virtual. And we've got David West here. I hope he's wearing pants. Doesn't have to. Well, no, you're going to be standing up, so you're going to have to wear pants. So,
yeah.
And you're with a company called Imperative Audio, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Tell us your role there and what Imperative Audio is.
Okay, so I'm the managing director of Imperative Audio, which is a brand that belongs to Studio Space in the UK. It's a very well-established pro audio company that supplies all sorts of equipment for the pro audio industry. So yes, and I'm the managing director.
Okay. So, and you have this product, which is kind of photobombing us right now, correct?
Yeah. So, it's not very big. No, it's it's way back. So,
it's way back.
Yeah. So, basically, this is a vocal booth, and it's designed to help the user create the best possible sound from their microphone. We've for years, actually, within this company, have been selling vocal booths, but they're usually quite big, monstrous, heavy. They have to be assembled, and they cost lots and lots of money. In fact, I think probably one of the main ones we do starts at around about £8,000. So that's
I might have walked through one of them at either a NAMM or NAB or any of these types of shows.
Absolutely. And so either you go for a big booth or you then treat your room. So podcasters especially are going through the pain of creating these wonderful podcasts, but often you're hearing what we call reflections in the room. So it's the sound that bounces off the wall and comes back into the microphone. And that's a massive problem. So what I wanted to do is to create a solution that would actually allow anybody anywhere to be able to assemble the PVB, as we call it, the portable vocal booth, and get a great vocal sound. And that's exactly what it does. So it's ideal for singers, for voiceover artists, for podcasters and broadcasters, anywhere where there's the narrative or a vocal.
Yeah. Absolutely. And what's interesting about this is, well, first of all, what's the dimensions on this booth?
Okay, so if you'll allow me, I'm just going to get up and just point this out. So this actually will go right down onto the floor, so the legs disappear. They go back up into the frame itself. And when it's at its lower position, where you can use that for putting amplifiers and so forth in there, so you can use it for separation. That's about 118 centimeters, so just over a meter. The highest point is 210 centimeters, so that is ample for even the tallest of performers. The circumference all the way around is 324 centimeters, and this space or this gap at the front here, the opening, is 80 centimeters. So even somebody as portly as me, Jeffrey, can go in and you have a good amount of room to perform.
Absolutely.
There are other booths out there actually, but they're quite tight and claustrophobic, and many singers have sort of complained that whilst they're in the box is okay, but they can't go to and from the microphone and perform, so to speak. So it makes it very difficult.
And what I've seen on the web page is you could actually put this on top of a desk. You could have it by a desk or whatnot in whatever you need, whatever capacity you need it.
So because there are 5 retractable legs on here, the back legs and the 3 in the back here can actually go up, and then it can be lipped onto any desk at any height. So you can then use it for podcasts, and actually a lot of people doing audio books. So the narrative for audio books prefer it that way because they can sit down and they have to read for hours at a time. Which that makes it nice and comfortable. So it's very versatile.
You can have your producer sitting in the chair that you were just in, and then somebody at the booth doing the vocals, and you can have some sort of dialogue back and forth if needed.
Absolutely. And now, of course, it's often remote, like you and I are at the moment. So they often have somebody, sitting at the other end of Zoom, asking them to cover that point again, or to read that phrase again, or whatever. Or can you make it a little bit more dramatic, please? So they can almost direct remotely. So that's a very common situation now, especially since COVID has come into place, because virtually every artist has had to work from home or from a small studio or whatever.
What kind of material is this made from?
So the frame is aluminium, because we wanted it to be as light as possible. And you'll actually see that there are cutouts all the way in the frame itself, which helps with the weight, and it also helps with the reflection properties. Inside, it has 3 different layers of acoustic treatment, which ends in I believe a 35 D density foam, which is specifically designed to help reduce reflections. Now that in itself, and this is where it's really impressive, that offers 0.07 seconds of reflection time. To get that in any booth is really hard. Even in the big expensive booths, they're all about 0.07, 0.08. So and the easiest way for me to do is if I can just go in and I'll speak to you in.
Oh yeah, we'll do that in 1 second. I do have one more question, and that is this the only version of the model available, or because I could see somebody wanting to have a viewing window on the other side? So do you offer? Is this the only model you offer? Or?
So this is the only model we offer, and it's very specifically designed this way. So viewing windows, I understand what you're saying, so you can see out and so forth. That's all okay, but as soon as you put glass in there or a perspex or whatever, then you're adding to the reflections. So suddenly you'll start to lose the reflection properties of the booth itself. So putting anything like that would affect the sound completely. So we have not done that on purpose.
Then the open area, is there something that you put in its place, or that just stays open?
Okay, so that's a really, really good question, and we've been asked about that a lot. The reality is that when we were looking at the design, we thought, okay, we could put a doorway, we could put a curtain. There's lots of things we could put in there to help, but when you actually stand there, as you can see, if I'm that way round, you'll find that you actually become part of the solution. So my clothing, in effect, helps the acoustic properties there. So you could put a curtain around there, or we could have put one on, but we found when we were testing it, it didn't make that much of a difference, to be quite honest. So we've refrained from doing it at the moment, but maybe in a version 2 or 3, if we find there's a reason to put one there, we will at that point.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose if they need it, they'll put a curtain there on their own. So, okay. And I'm looking at this. It's a lot of vocals, so it's tough to put any type of camera in there. So it's harder to do any type of video stuff unless you actually punched a hole through it. But then that's okay. That's okay, because this is about the vocal part of things. So let's go ahead and get in there, and let's hear how it sounds.
Okay, I'm going to just take a paragraph to read to you because I'll get in and talk rubbish otherwise, as always. So this is my best of voiceover voice. So no, actually, I will point out now I'm in here that we have a slot in the roof at the top here. I'm just pointing to the top, a 30 centimeter slot, which allows us to put an overhanging mic stand through the top of the roof. Sorry, I've just banged the mic straight into the booth. Now, the reason for that is you can either have an overhang or you can actually put your own one inside, like a floor standing one. We thought about connecting it to the frame, but of course, then your any vibration in the frame would then go up the mic stand and into the mic. So this gives, by having an overhanging microphone in the booth, that gives me the ability to have any script or any lyrics in front of me here, and I can still read them without the mic stand being there, and I can make the adjustments appropriately. So hopefully you can hear that quite well now.
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, I can definitely hear that. The only problem is I can't see. I see the wrong end of you. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, trust me, that's the right end. You don't particularly want to see my face.
Do you have any means to put like a small webcam in there, so if somebody was recording, they could actually see the facial features? Because I think for some voiceovers, that's important.
Absolutely. So on the we have an accessory bar round here, which you can see the white bar going across. At the moment, we have a book stand on there, or a music stand, depending on what you like to call it. And you can in actual fact, we can actually put various polls, which we will do in the coming months, and that can be used for additional mics. It can be used for an iPad stand. It can be used for a camera, a GoPro, or whatever you would like to put in there. At the moment, we have, and in fact, I think we're talking or hoping to find a way of shipping these as well. We have a little LED lights that we can go in there and clip onto the stand as well, so you can see that.
Yeah, that was my next question. Was any accessories that would come with it to help in any of this?
Yeah, at the moment, as I say, the book stand and the accessory bar do come with it. The LED lights, I think we're just having them made at the moment, so they will take a bit longer, but we should see them within a month or two. But they will eventually go in as part of the purchase. So okay. Yeah, but it comes with the roof. Everything's complete otherwise,
minus the microphone, of course.
Minus the microphone, because that is a choice that everybody has to make.
All right. So how much? I want to come back in and let's talk about price and availability.
Good to be back, Jeffrey.
Yes, yeah. You sound great no matter what. Don't worry about that.
Thank you. So, so in the US, it's going to be $14.99 plus local tax. That will be available. We're hoping, fingers crossed, that should be available from April.
Okay. Are they for sale in the UK right now?
Yes. In fact, we're just getting the first shipment into the UK as we speak. So we hopefully will see them next week, actually. But we have, I think the majority are pre-sold. Which is wonderful for us, of course. But there's a lot of voiceover artists in the UK that are really struggling to get a good environment for their microphones. So we have pre-sales right across the UK. And actually, I think there's actually some already sold into the US and Canada. Pre-orders have been made. So we are taking pre-orders, but we can't promise the day that they'll arrive. So it's entirely up to you guys.
Fair enough.
Whether you put a deposit on or not.
Well, that's how that all works anyway. One last question is, how easy is it to set up and tear down?
So actually, it should take two people. That's the first thing. This is not the sort of thing that can be done by one person alone. It can be taken down in probably less than a minute, and to put it up takes usually 2 or 3 minutes, assuming you have somebody there with you. If you go onto our site, onto the imperativeaudio.com site, there's actually a video showing Mike and Charlie from the office here actually putting one up, so you can see it and see how easy it is to do that.
How much does it weigh?
As it stands there, it's I believe it's 31 kilograms.
Okay.
But I think shipping's about 40 kilograms because it has to come in a good box to be well looked after. It also comes with a bag as well. So when you put it, when you actually collapse it down, you can put it into the bag, and then you can put it in your garage or off to the side of the room or whatever.
Well, you said it took 2 people, so it's more of the fact of how it has to be assembled, which takes the 2 people rather than the weight of it.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's purely because you're bringing up 5 legs, so and then you just want to make sure you have it in place, and also you're setting it the appropriate height because I'm actually quite short, so it's good to have somebody there just to help you with that. But once you get it set up and marked, and next time you know exactly what to do. Okay,
perfect. Well, it's Imperative Audio. You said the website is imperative.audio.com, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. David, thank you very much for your time. Impressive. I can't wait to see it in action, and keep us updated as to when it comes out.
Will do. Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate your time.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we're here with Mike Sexton and Targus, and of course, I've had Targus cases for a long time. I could probably pull out cases from 20, 30 years ago. You guys have been around for over 30 years, correct?
Yeah, 37 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. And but now we're how do you get better with backpacks? Well, you got some extra stuff too, but why don't you tell us about some of the stuff you're talking about at CES this year?
Yeah, so a lot of things, and really what we're focusing on CES this year is how to work safer, how to work smarter, and how to work anywhere. And so we have a number of products that we're introducing, 2 of which I'll really kind of deep dive into with you. But a lot of people know us as a company that's made bags for a long time, and we certainly have. And we do, and we have a great antimicrobial 2 office backpack, we're calling it, that really has all of the main materials, the internal materials, and then all the touch points have been infused with antimicrobial material, which allows the user to be very, very safe. And we call it a 2 office backpack because it was designed with the idea in mind that most of us will be working from home for a long time to come, if not all the time, at least part of the time. And so we'll be able to move back and forth between the traditional office and a home office and take all of the things that you need with you. And so it's large enough that it'll hold a full-size keyboard and all the other items that you might want to carry back and forth. So that's a great innovative product we're doing.
Well, plus if you're traveling or something like that, then all of a sudden it becomes a great item to have, store a day or two's worth of clothes and your laptop and all the other stuff too as well.
Yes, exactly. It also has some detachable pouches on the front, so you can really customize that experience just for you and how you need, or maybe just take one of those pouches with you for a short little adventure. So really great, and continuing that heritage that we have in the bag space. But that's actually, one of the products, and the other ones are more on the technology side of things that we're working on.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell us about the one I'm really interested in is that UV light that you had there. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it's a UVC LED disinfection light, and it won a CES Innovation Award this year. So very excited about that. It really came out of us talking to our customers during the pandemic and understanding how we could help them allow their employees to return to work safely, and how consumers at home could have a work environment that was safe and disinfected all the time. And so we looked at other industries and landed on healthcare as a great inspiration. They've been using UVC light for many, many years because it's effective against a broad spectrum of microorganisms. So we've brought that product to the desktop now, and we've created a device that sits on the desk, right typically between a keyboard and a mouse and your monitor, and it's automated. So every hour, it tries to run a 5-minute disinfection cycle. And I say tries because it has motion sensing technology in it. So if it senses motion, it won't start. If it's already running a disinfection cycle, it'll automatically stop if there's motion that comes into play.
Well, that's
5-minute
great. It's kind of like my cat's litter box. It'll do that same thing. So it won't disinfect it, but it cleans it anyway.
Yeah,
continue.
No, it is. It's on. Yeah, well, just like your cat's litter box, you don't have to interact, right? It just, once you set it up, it does its thing. And I think that's a really key feature and advantage of our product versus some of the other ones that are out there in the market.
Okay. So what's the square footage of disinfection then?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of an odd shaped area because it's where the light shines down, but it's about 10 inches front to back and 26 inches left to right.
Okay.
There's 3 UVC LEDs in it, and then there's an ambient purple light so that you can see that active disinfection area.
Okay.
The motion activated safety. Go ahead.
I'm assuming that it has to be a certain height. If you try and make it higher to get more of the area, it's going to be less effective, correct?
Right. Yeah, it's designed to sit on the desktop, and so it would change the performance if you elevated it.
Okay. How does it power? Is it USB powered or a plug-in or what?
It plugs into the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, plugs into the wall.
So it's very portable. So you could run it on your kitchen counters if you wanted to do any type of disinfection or by the bedside or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can set it wherever you want. And, I said keyboard and mouse, typically what's going to be in it, but you could really put anything in there. If you want to set your smartphone in there, keys, a mask, you name it, it'll disinfect it if it's sitting in that active disinfection area.
Okay. Yeah. So you don't even need it by the computer. You could have it sitting on the front door. You could have it sitting next to your gaming system. You have the game controller sitting on the console or something like that. And that's just disinfecting it. And then when you're ready to play, it just turns itself off.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay. That sounds awesome. I've been seeing a lot of the enclosure things like the little clamshell things where you put your phone in and you close it down and then it does the disinfection. So this is the first one I've seen that doesn't have that type of enclosure. Is it more or less or as equally effective in disinfecting it as something like an enclosure?
It depends on the product, certainly. But one of the advantages that with the boxes, and we think they're great, and we'll likely bring some of those to market as well. But you have to remember to put your device in there and then remember to take it out as well. I actually was testing one the other week, and I lost my cell phone. Where did I put it? And I realized that it was in the box. So
out of sight, out of mind, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And this one just kind of does its thing, sits there all the time, and you don't have to think about it. As far as effectiveness, UVC light in general is very effective against, like I said, a broad spectrum of microorganisms. And so, depending on the specs of the products, it's going to be very effective.
Okay. And I suppose, the next product, you disinfect it and then put the tablet back into this case. So tell us a little bit about the tablet, the other product.
Yeah, Tablet Cradle Workstation. It's a cool product. We have a global tier 1 relationship with Samsung, and we've been working with them for a couple years now. And this is a product that's a direct result of that relationship. If you're familiar with their DeX desktop experience operating system, this product is, intended to expand on that and really enable it in a great way. And so you can take the tablet, slide it into the cradle, and then all the connectivity that you want is right there. Connects up to an external monitor, keyboard, mouse, Ethernet, you name it. That's what it's there for. Okay. And this product that we're launching here at CES is a second generation, which really adds security features. There's a lock on top of it, so you can lock your device in there, leave it overnight in your work environment and not be afraid of theft. It also can be secured to a desk, really kind of bolted right on down, and it has some cable management technology with it. And then the connectivity I talked about, we've done that in a modular way. So you can take advantage of a series of modules that we've created. Or if you're a major customer and you want to customize a module, we'll work with you on that and make just the connectivity configuration that you want.
Okay. For the security, is this the Kensington security or a different style?
There's a couple. There is actually a Kensington socket so that you could lock it that way, but there's a system of bolts that you can run right into the bottom of it, or there's it's basically a desktop harness tube that'll slide through a grommet in a desk and allow you to pass cables through there and then secure the product as well.
Okay. And is this just for the Samsung tablets, or is there going to be one for an iPad or anything like that?
So right now it's going to be for the Tab Active 3. We're working on a Tab Active Pro, and then we're also exploring an iPad version as well. So it's based around USB-C. So that's the idea there. We just have to create the mechanical cradle in order to hold it properly.
Oh, okay. Okay. And when is that going to be out, or is it out now?
So it's going to be out in the March-April timeframe.
March, April. And same thing with the UVC one?
Yep, same timing.
Okay. And then you have one more product, right?
Yeah, so the other one is, again, it's a DeX-inspired product, which is a USB-C phone dock. And the idea is that you can bring in a USB-C smartphone and really power that whole desktop experience. You set the smartphone in it, and it enables the connectivity that's on board the dock. So HDMI, USB-A, SD card sockets, Ethernet, and USB-C PD pass-through, so that you get power and then the USB-C connectivity as well.
Okay, and that's for anything with a USB-C, not Lightning right now.
Correct. Yeah, that's USB-C, and with the latest smartphones, especially the latest Samsung devices and 5G, there's really enough power in those devices and great connectivity that you're able to drive that desktop experience without issue. And we think that a lot of our customers that are deploying devices to their users, they may just be able to give them a smartphone instead of a smartphone and a laptop or desktop. And it really becomes cost effective and very secure and enough power to run their daily life.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I just pulled out a laptop a couple months ago that I used to run with all the time, and I was looking at my smartphone and I was looking at the laptop and realized that didn't even hit the power of my smartphone. So that totally makes sense for a lot of these devices. So tell us prices and availability for all this stuff.
Yeah, so the antimicrobial backpack that I talked about, that's $119, available this spring in that March-April timeframe. The UVC LED disinfection light is $299 SRP. Again, that'll be available in March-April. And then the tablet cradle workstation and the USB-C phone dock, same timing. We've got $299 on the tablet cradle workstation and $109 on the USB-C phone dock.
All right. And Targus.com for everything, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Targus.com. You can learn more and check out all the other great products that we have there as well.
Okay. They'll also be in market retail shops. Amazon, I'm assuming, too, as well?
Yeah, we sell through e-commerce. We sell in many retail stores around the world, as well as directly through our distribution and enterprise sales network into B2B.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, we have Shankar. Is that how you pronounce it, Shankar?
Yeah, Shankar.
Shankar. And you're with
Odyssey.
Odyssey. I still, for some reason, I say Oddies. Every time I see it, I see Odyssey, but it's Odyssey, Odyssey, as in Odyssey, as in the great Odyssey of having a good set of headphones. Tell people what your role is at Odyssey, and of course, what product we're checking out here.
Sure. I am the co-founder and CEO of Odyssey. We are a boutique headphone manufacturer based out of Orange County, California.
Okay.
And we are going to talk about mostly our products LCD1. We have a new gaming product called the Penrose, and our new Reveal Plus plugin.
Okay.
3 things.
So show us the LCD1.
So the LCD1 is our new. This is our LCD1 product. It is a lightweight planar magnetic headphone. So unlike typical headphones, these have a planar magnetic driver. It has a very thin film with aluminum that has a circuit on it and moves in a magnetic field to create sound.
Okay.
And it's easy to carry. It's our mostly we are known for very big, heavy headphones, because typically planar headphones used to be heavy and bulky, but we have made these super efficient, so these would be able to, you can power them out of any headphone jack or amplifier.
Okay. And these are wired headphones or wireless headphones?
These are wired headphones. You can wire them regular or balanced, and
okay.
Yeah, it's a wired headphone.
Okay. Is it a detachable wire then?
Correct. Yeah. So
okay.
They have 2 3.5 mm connectors on the headphones, and you can connect the left and the right.
Okay. How long is the cable?
So the cable is, I think, 6 feet.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the headset. What type of drivers are inside the LCD1?
So these are custom-made planar magnetic drivers, and you can, these are thin film drivers. They look like this. These are the drivers, and very, very thin film with aluminum etched circuit.
Okay.
Extremely neutral.
So what's the size on that?
So this is a 100 millimeter driver.
100 millimeter driver. Wow. So that should catch a lot of different frequencies. What's the range on that?
So the frequency range is 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz.
Okay.
The extension is there up to 40 kilohertz, but usable is 20 kilohertz. And it's very neutral. The frequency response is, we have not boosted the bass or anything, because many people use these for mastering and mixing applications. So it's extremely neutral.
It's extremely what?
Neutral.
Neutral. Oh, okay.
So the tuning is very neutral, so you can use it for critical listening.
Okay. So you can get on the plane, you can listen, you can go in the studio and listen, you can go at home and listen. Not really meant for hooking up to your phone or anything like that. But you could. You could. Yeah.
So if you are using your iPad or iPhone or something with a small dongle, you can connect to it also.
Yeah.
It's very efficient. It will work off those. But for ideal use case, you would have a small USB dongle or something with your MacBook and your DAW.
Okay. What sets this aside from another set of professional headphones for mastering or for sound production?
So almost every headphone in this market is 99% of the headphones are cone speakers. Okay. So these have, breakup modes and non-linearities in the driver inherent in the design typically. So they are, also the diaphragms are very heavy. So the planar headphones generally have extremely thin diaphragm. For example, the diaphragm on this is used as a 2-micron film. So it's extremely quick, and the impulse response is very, very clean compared to any cone speaker. So you will be able to immediately listen to these and immediately know the difference. When you are mixing and mastering, you can hear every single nuance because the diaphragms are extremely lightweight. So we can reproduce every single detail that you have in the song.
So it has a better response time too?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, the impulse response is extremely clean and very, very good compared to anything. So if, for example, if you put the impulse response of this against a cone speaker, you will see that the impulse response is extremely clean.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I want to say that I've listened to your headphones because you've been in NAMM before, right?
Correct. Yeah, last
So
year.
I've had to have put those on, something from Odyssey on before, but that sounds. I'd love to hear the sound on that. So, what is it available now?
Yeah, we are shipping. We have been shipping these headphones. We are putting more focus on these things because a lot of people are working from home now, so there's a lot of demand. So we are trying to catch up with the demand as more and more people are using these things at home, and many, we are making them as fast as we can.
Okay, and what's the price point on that?
$399.
$399. Okay. You had another set of headphones you were going to talk about too?
No, this one, and then I was going to talk about the plugins.
That's right. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have a set of plugins, Reveal and Reveal Plus. So one of the, for people who are using mastering at home and stuff, it's always a challenge to see how it would translate to a studio. Mm-hmm. Right, especially a set of speakers, because when you have a set of speakers, the sound hits your shoulder, neck, ear, the pinna, the concha. So this transformation is called the HRTF. So typically, when people have tried to emulate a room, they usually take a dummy head like a Neumann KU100 or something, and they put it in the studio and try to see how it would sound, or they would get the the reverbs of the studio and try to simulate it, but it's never very accurate because everybody's pinna and concha is different and their HRTF is different. And this is what determines how you perceive sound. So the HRTF of every single person is unique. So what we did was we have been working with a company called Embody in Bay Area. So what we did with them is we have created a room, like a simulation environment, so you can see how the song that you're mastering would sound in a particular room. So we have gone and measured several rooms: Warren Hart Studio in LA, Carlos de Gaza's room in Eagle Rock, and several studios in the plugin. But what we do is we do three things. One is we measure the speaker, so you can select individual speakers in a particular room. We also measure the room and the reflections of the room. And the third thing is we allow you to take a picture of your ear. So from this, using machine learning, we can estimate your personalized HRTF, the head related transfer function. So we combine all three, so we can see, we can give you an experience of how it would sound for you in the particular room with your own custom HRTF. So this is something that we supply so that you can check how it would sound. By next month, we will also introduce several new rooms, like even cars, for example, how it would sound in a particular car, like a Tesla or something like that.
Wow. Yeah, definitely would like to hear, because I always think of room when I do any type of mixing, I think of rooms and their reverberance and stuff like that. I never thought of a car because it's usually always a dead sound. But I suppose different vehicles have different sounds as well.
So our goal is to give, we are not trying to recreate the sound. We are trying to recreate the environment so you can see how your song would sound in that environment. Because many people listen to in cars and stuff. So we want people who are mixing, so they can quickly check, hey, this is how it would sound in Studio A. This is how it will sound in Studio B. This is how it'll sound in a car, for example. So you can see how the same song sounds in different environment.
Okay. So I'm assuming you have an app for iPhone, Android as well?
So these are plugins. So basically, we have the VST AAX plugin. So depending upon whether you're using Pro Tools or Logic, or you can download them and put them on your master bus, so you can see, enable and disable it.
Okay.
There is an app for iPhone and Android that allows you to take the picture of your ear and uses machine learning. That app is there as well.
Got it. Okay. Well, speaking of iPhone and Android, do you have settings for that type of scenario? I suppose it's more about the headphones in that case rather than the rather than the device itself.
Yes. So we are not emulating other headphones at this point. That would, that's something that if customers want, we can do.
Okay. But it's more about the environment than anything. So.
Our goal is to see how it, what would it sound in a typical living room, for example, or a car, things like that.
You don't have anything like Winchester Cathedral or, big areas or
not yet. We are thinking of adding them. So our goal is, because this is also relatively new, especially the personalization aspect of it, we are also getting feedback from customers to see, is this really useful for them and can they actually use it? We will add more and more rooms. We do have in the rooms, we do have a big auditorium-like room, just like a scoring room, actually.
Okay. So would I use this plugin with your LCD one or your sets of headphones, or would I use it with my own stereo speakers? And if so, do I then tell the plugin what speakers I have to make the difference? Or
no, it's actually you can use any of our headphones. So we only provide it for our headphones because we need to make sure that the headphones are extremely neutral. So every headphone, irrespective of our headphone or other company headphones, there will always be some non-linearities in the response. So we correct for that in the plugin as well. So when you load the plugin, you will have to choose which model of the headphone you have.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it. You'd have to, if you have all the Audacity, I can't even say that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Audacity headphones, and you put on one set, you have to set it for that headphone. And if you change headphones, you have to change that. Okay. And then different sounds.
And you can actually select which room so first you select the headphone, then you select the room, then you select what speakers you want in the room. For example, if you go to a studio, they might have a far field monitor, a near field monitor. So you can select which speaker you have, and then you have the room, and then you can see how much of the room you want. For example, you can even adjust the ambience a little bit. So do you get too much reflections or less reflections in the room?
Okay.
And then you select your personal HRTF.
Okay.
So So
that's wild. So it's a plugin.
Correct.
So I'm assuming it's for Mac and PC.
It's Mac PC.
So it's also a 64-bit plugin.
Correct.
Okay.
It typically works in most DOS. It's a very simple install. The only complicated portion is to import your personal HRTF, because once you take the picture, the image goes to the cloud where we analyze it with thousands of data points to see, use machine learning to extract your personalized HRTF.
Okay. So yeah, if you're listening to music and your friend is standing right there and say, "Hey, listen to this," they're going to have to do their ear mapping program first before they can really hear what you're hearing.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. So if you want to experience the same room, so you can store up to 5 different profiles in the plugin.
Oh, okay.
Switch between them quickly.
Does it offer multiple person? If I split the audio, so more than one person listens, it would have to be the same set of headphones, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Okay. So we don't have multiple use cases right now, because our use case is more where people are working from home. So you send your stuff to somebody else; they can listen to it at their home and do their projects and stuff.
Yeah. Well, whenever I was in the studio, it's like, you always had the second set of headphones, so you could listen in what they're listening to. That's where I was going with that. But you're absolutely right. You're not like us. We're not even in the same room. We're having a conversation, so you're gonna have to trust what you hear. And as what would be correct. So is there a price point on this app, or?
Yeah, it's $199.
$199. And do they download it right from the app stores?
Yeah, so you can download it from the website, and you can actually try it for free. It works for 15 days, and then you can purchase it if it works for you. And it's a very simple install. The apps are free for taking the pictures and stuff. That's trivial. The plugin itself is $199.
Okay. If I used another set of headphones other than yours, I'm assuming there's no support on that, but it can be done, right?
Yes, you can do it. You just have to select a neutral curve and then probably to get the best experience, you would have to EQ the headphones before it hits a plugin so that it is neutral. But there is, you can definitely use other headphones if you want.
Okay, so you download the plugin for the 15 days, and then if everything works, then you can get headset and you can get the plugin, and then you have a full system for your for whatever program, whatever song or video that you're working on. So
exactly, yeah.
All right. Well, where do people go for more info? And all this stuff is out, right? You can get
all of this is out. You can download it today. You can go to our website, odyssey.com. The headphones are also available on Amazon.
And that's AUDEZE, Odyssey.com.
Yes, AUDEZE.com.
Okay. Sankar, thank you very much for your time. It's an ear-opening revelation of learning how rooms work and different sounds there. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much for coming on the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, CES 2021 virtual Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Abdul of Biohacking Orb. Is the name of the company, correct?
Yes.
All right. Tell us a little bit about you. Are you what your role is at the company and what Biohacking Orb is all about?
Well, I've been in the wellness and spa business for the last 22 years in the region of Middle East, North Africa, Central Asia, and Russia.
Okay.
I built many customized projects. 2 years ago, I was exposed to the idea of biohacking, where the concept is to biohack your biological system and the environment around you to recover better, perform better, mentally performing better. So I started making lots of research 2 years ago and searching about modalities that help people recover faster. Because if we are pursuing a certain path of wellness, we will need lots of time in the norm days. So I was always my focus how to create a machine that's accelerate our wellness and get a quick result based on science. And that's how the idea of the orb came. So this is the machine, this is the orb. We started with the conceptual design, which is shaping up. I discussed with many designers around the world, and I found one a designer in Italy, Silvia. She designed the shape of the orb. And then I worked with the different consultants and experts, recruited many experts from US, from UK, France, locally here, and to help me with my experts to start build all the modalities based on ancient science and new technologies. So we have created the chromotherapy embedded in the ceiling. We have added the aromatherapy also built in within the or the mattress in the shape zero gravity, in the shape of the zero gravity, built in a chakra vibroacoustic sound waves, so to cover all the senses of the body. So that's the whole concept. And of course with the neuroacoustic science, which is the headphones that you wear, and the music goes through the brain, the frequencies and the special rhythm which you created in the neuroacoustics goes to the brain. The vibrations go through the body. The aromatherapy comes and people inhale the aromatherapy selected for that treatment. And in the same time, the mandala chakra works with the lights on the chakra of the body.
Wow.
All these functions is created through an app. So you don't have to worry which treatment and how to start and what button I have to press. It's all pre-programs. You log in to the app of the Biohacking Orb. You select your treatment. If it's a quick fix for 15 minutes, if it's a recovery for 20 or 30 minutes, if it's healing, if it's a detox treatment. So you select that we have between 7 to 10 treatments built in for now in the launch stage. And of course, in the future, there will be many treatment updated. And then you can select and the journey starts. So once you click the bottom of the treatment, the journey starts. It takes you to the movement, to the movement of the chakras, to the movement of the aromatherapy, the type of the aromatherapy that you will be inhaling. For each treatment, the expert have selected a journey. So all you have to do is press the button and experience the journey. If you see how the movement happens on the biohacking orb for all, the chromotherapy, the aromatherapy, the vibroacoustic from below, and the neuroacoustic through your ears. So there is treatment from 15 minutes up to 40 minutes.
Wow, that's a lot, and it looks pretty cool. It looks like the size of a twin bed, with of course the height and about the shape of an egg or something like that. I'm assuming is this for consumer purchase, or are you looking for people to build like a franchise where I would go for a monthly subscription and sit in one of these orbs for about 15 minutes?
It's absolutely, we are targeting different categories. So we got requests from luxury gyms. So the gyms can put it in their fitness clubs to be as a new revenue stream for them, to help their clientele recover faster after their training.
Okay.
We are discussing with military for the military officers after combat or training, also to recover mentally and physically faster. It's also for work wellness areas. Especially, we have 2 orders in the pipeline for big fintech companies. So they want to put it in their like a relaxation area for their staff, so they can take a break in between the time, because financial companies, they work longer hours, monitoring different markets around the world. So they need breaks for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So they put it as a work wellness. And also there is now a big trend around the world of opening biohacking centers or fast recovery centers. So we have a big request also from Australia. We have requests today, this morning, I received from Netherlands for a biohacking center. That's people going as a membership, as you explained. They go on the front, they go and they have a quick treatment, quick fix, and continue to their work.
Okay.
And also hospitals for frontline heroes, they can take a break on that.
There's a lot of
potential.
People.
Yes.
So for this to start, is there so many sessions? How many sessions do you need to start feeling the effects? Is it like the first session you'll get out and just go until you revised?
You will have the experience from the first session immediately.
Sorry,
you will feel the difference.
Quite hear
you. Sorry about that. Do that again. Do that part again.
You will feel the difference from the first treatment. For sure. To sustain balancing your chakras and your vitals, you need to continue doing the treatments.
Okay.
So that's why how you come and buying in packages. Okay.
Okay.
So to see a healing treatment, for example, if you are suffering from certain trauma or certain depression or certain physical, so you need a longer session, set of sessions, so you can recover longer. But the feeling of the treatment immediately in the first 7 minutes, that's my whole idea behind working behind all the modalities, is from the first 7 minutes you are laying down in the biohacking orb, you will feel the difference.
Okay. And of course, I would guess that you'd probably want to have this in a room that is also kind of set for that. You know, you can't just put it in the garage and where the environment's hectic, but you know, to try and be serene in a hectic environment is kind of tough there, correct?
Yeah, the headphones, which comes with the biohacking orb, is a noise isolator. So actually, the environment where you put it, it doesn't have to be quiet.
Okay.
Because the idea behind this sensor, the chamber, is shifting you from the place that you are in into a space of your own.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the difference between, there is hundreds and thousands, maybe 100,000 of applications for meditation, for music therapy. That's came out in the last 1.5 years, maybe around 3 million. But
right. Yeah.
The whole idea is you need to shift the whole body. From my experience in the last 22 years, if you want to get an experience of wellness, you need to shift the whole senses of the body into an atmosphere. That's why
absolutely.
I created the orb, not a lounge. It's an orb, so all your senses is covered.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I deal with a lot of these types of things as well. I like the technology aspect of it. How difficult is it to change the program inside it? And will programs change? I mean, you said that it was all app controlled, correct? Will you have like with some of these other things, they have specific trainers. So if you don't like Jay, you can get John and do your training that way. Is something similar in the biohacking orb?
So the biohacking orb, we have the control. When in our control center, we have the full control of all the functionality. So to build the journey, it's all internally with our internal consultant or international consultant. For example, we have a gym, fitness clubs. Okay. That's want to create a set of treatments only for healing and recovery. They don't want the relaxation. They don't want the quick fix. They don't want the mental wellness. Okay. They want only for healing. They want a set of treatment. So we can create for them a set of treatments only for healing and recovery. And all can be done in our back-end office, programmed, pushed up to the app, so their user can select the treatments at their centers that's they have created for these centers.
Okay, so it's kind of a cookie cutter type thing for the user. It's not customized exactly for what they need. Right?
Yes. You mean as an individual user?
Yeah. If I sat in the orb and I said, I need to do this, this, and this, will it be able to customize for my full needs, or will it be something, if I'm at Gym A, they have idea or plan A, plan B, you push a button and basically that's the program you end up with.
Yes, the set programs already programmed. We have 10 treatments. These treatments are covering different type of treatments, from quick fix to mental recovery to healing and recovery to physical for boosting immune system. So we have the generic treatment which is required by usual daily life.
Yeah.
If some group of companies or some centers or fitness clubs want to create their exclusive treatments, we can create that for them. But what we are planning in the future, our next phase, 2022, 2023, is to build an AI algorithm that's read your vitals and then recommend treatment for you based on your vital readings.
Okay.
So it can connect with your Apple Watch, it can connect with Samsung Health, and then read the vitals, okay? And then monitor your sleep, monitor your physical activity, your heartbeats, and all these things, and then do the readings, and recommend for you treatments. You can select X and Y treatment for the next 3 sessions you're having.
So this is an app that you take home, and then you let it run throughout a 4 or 5 day cycle. So it understands who you are. Right?
It's read your usual apps. If you don't want to have our own apps, for example, it reads from Apple Health or Samsung Health. So Samsung Health, you use it all the time. So actually, it's synchronized the information.
Yeah, but it ends up customizing something for you using your watch, using your phone. Okay, that makes sense. So it's something that connects to your home servers to take care of things. what was your idea? What's your plan for CES? Are you looking for distributors? You're looking for franchisees? What's the plan for CES here?
Actually, I always dreamed to visit CES, but unfortunately, the trip is far.
Welcome to Vegas. No, I totally understand.
So I heard that CES is going digital this time. So I immediately, in the same point, registered as attendee. And then I looked. I said in the new advertisement that I can exhibit also as online. So I changed my attendee into exhibitor, and I wanted to show the people the orb one. Explain about the orb and the new innovation in this wellness industry. Two, partner with the new technologies or startups that can complement my work, or I can complement their work.
Okay.
Also, discovering the digital environment of CS. To be honest.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's that's one thing that I haven't really asked anybody about is how they thought. How they came into CES, and you just said, oh, I wanted to come here to see the show. Well, since I can't see the show the way that people have seen the show for many years, I got a product that is time to exhibit. So that's pretty cool on how that works. So I'm assuming you've gotten a lot of people coming and asking how can I have one of these in my area or in my home for that matter, correct?
I got big as individuals. No, I didn't get.
Well, but, companies, yeah.
As companies who, for example, I got the big name of the fitness industry in USA. They wanna know more about the products. I got some people from Netherlands also this morning. They have seen it on the CES. So I got a good coverage also in the as a new innovation in the wellness industry by media. Mm-hmm. I didn't have an expectation, to be honest. I just wanted to show the products. I wanted to discover the CES.
Okay.
I'm always happy with what I get, so I'm blessed, man. So I like it. I happy with what I get, but it's going on for the next month, so I can use it more. I think they just sent me an email. It's available for the next 30 days.
We'll be able to continue to talk with companies for the next 30 days. That is true.
Exactly.
Do you have any patents or yes. Technologies on the technology?
Yes, I have two patents on the shapes.
Okay.
The mandala chakra, and I have 7 patents in progress. 5 of them, which is just released, which is the shape of the body of the orb, and the mandala chakra shape, which is the old science, ancient science of healing. So I got that design too, and I have 5 other patents in the progress for different treatment and technologies.
So you might have competition, but you have patents for what you're doing here. So that's great.
Yeah, I always do the patent because it's important to protect.
Very important. Yeah. It's very important if you're building something that somebody doesn't come around and just take you down. And in fact, I just talked to somebody. I talked to somebody 2 interviews ago, and they said that was how important it was to get the patent, because they went online and they found somebody that had something similar to their stuff, and they have the patent, but the other person doesn't. So now they got to go to that person and say, hey, this is how it works.
Actually,
this is how it works.
This morning I saw one of the equipment producers in the market, which is 30 years old, also copying like 80% of the marketing material that I am doing, which is I put in my
nice.
So I said,
nice.
Good, I'm inspiring people who have been in the industry for the last 30 years. So I'm very happy, to be honest.
Very nice, very nice. So Biohacking Orb is the name of the product. It's not a consumer product, but it is something that you want to get out to the people. Also. Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, well, okay. Let's ask the question: how much, if I wanted it in my home, how much would it cost to have an orb in my home?
We are retailing now for $39,000.
$39,000. Okay.
Yeah. And this price, to be honest, very competitive comparing, because I set the price comparing about similar products in the market. Some products which have one modalities of which we are offering within the OR, they have one modalities that's selling for $88,000.
Okay. How easy is it to set up when you send me mine?
Yeah. It's plug and play. You just plug it.
Well, yeah. Is it dismantled? You got to set it up, or will it come in one piece?
No. It comes ready, 2 pieces, the arch on the top and the baseline. You just put the arch inside. We can ship it with the arch if it's possible.
What's the weight?
Weight 195 kilos. 165 kilos.
Okay.
Because we adjusted a little bit the shape to be more logistically viable. So now it's 90 centimeter in width.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And 262 by length from end to end.
Okay.
And height,
so it's about the size of a bed, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
The person that's in the unit, is there any weight limits, or is there anything like that you need to be worried about?
350 kgs.
Okay.
Can weight up to 350 kgs.
So if you want to get yourself a biohacking orb, and you got $39,000 hanging around, go for it. And get me one while you're at it. It's a great object. I like the idea, and I can't wait to see when something comes into my area that I can try it, or you can send me one if you want to. It's either way. So thank you very much, Abdul. This is awesome. Biohackingorb.com is where people go to find out more. So thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of CES 2021, I'm here with Augie at Skosh. Skosh, you guys have been around at CES for many, many years. Lots of great products. But why don't you tell people what role you play at Skosh and a little bit about the company?
Cool. So my name is Augie Rodriguez. I am the national trainer for Skosh. We just celebrated our 40-year anniversary last year, so we've been around over 40 years. We have over 400 products on our website that's ready to go, but we have over 4,000 SKUs in general. So we do have a lot of quality products. We make the best accessories on the market. Cell phone mounts are our bread and butter, but we do have a couple of new and exciting categories. Well, maybe not categories, but new and exciting products that kind of go hand in hand with the times that we're living in. And I'll show them to you as soon as you're ready, Jeffrey.
All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and get going. First of all, you have some stuff for the car, right?
Yeah, so we make a bunch of stuff for the car, but right now we have a fresh air portable HEPA air filter and deodorizer. It comes in this nice little box here. As you can see, I don't know if you're familiar with our Boom Bottle Bluetooth speaker, but it is not the same size. It's comparable. Very well made. It's an aluminum build. It's about 7.1 inches tall, about 3 inches in diameter.
This is a speaker, or this is the fresh air?
This is the fresh air. Skosh Fresh Air HEPA filter. Okay. And for those of you who don't know, HEPA filter stands for high efficiency particulate air. And this little device is going to filter out up to 99.7% of all airborne particulates. And it's perfect for anyone with asthma or any kind of allergies that wants to breathe fresh air, or also if you want to remove any type of odor from any small to medium-sized room. As you can see, it will fit in a cup holder. So if you want to use it in your car, you can. Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, maybe in a bus, small room, in your office. I know with COVID now, people are actually turning their spare bedrooms into a little makeshift gym. So if you're sweating in there and getting that room stinky, this is perfect. My daughter just got a cat, and I turn this on every day right next to the litter box, and it works. It deodorizes and filters the air. It's going to capture a lot of good stuff that you don't want in the air. It's going to capture, filter, and deodorize germs, bacteria, dust mites, mold, pollen, and any type of odor you can think of.
Is this battery operated? This plugged in?
Yes.
How does that work?
It is battery operated, has a lithium-ion battery, and it does come with a dual 12-volt car charger for a total of 24 watts per plug. And it is also going to come with a USB charging cable and
so USB charging, basically. Yeah. Okay.
With the lithium ion, and it also comes with a 3-stage filter.
How long does the battery, if you ran it continuously, how long on a battery charge?
These probably like 8 to 12 hours.
Okay.
I usually leave mine plugged in just to make, especially when I leave the home, to keep it, make sure it doesn't go off.
Okay. What about the filter? Do you have to do any cleaning of the filter, or do you have to change a filter, or how does that work?
Yeah. So the filter is replaceable. So it should last anywhere from 3 to 6 months, depending on how much use you put it through.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you have a lot of dust coming through your house, then it's probably going to be a little bit longer. But if you have a nice closed house, it'll be a lot less. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So there's a lot of variables, but anywhere from 3 to 6 months. And the MSRP and the additional filter is right around $14. The HEPA filter, the Scotia Fresh Air, is actually right around $99. And it is shipping now. We got our first shipment in November. We got a second one in December. So if you're interested in this now, go on Scotia.com. You can buy it immediately. Otherwise, you can go to any of our partners or distributors. We're in every major national retail channel. Walmart, Target, Costco. So keep your eyes out, and it should be hitting the market soon.
How big of a room will that cover?
A small to medium-sized room, and you'll have to forgive me. The square footage right now kind of is escaping me, but a small to medium-sized room. So bedroom,
like a child's bedroom or something like that.
Like a child's bedroom, or even like a master, like a decent-sized master bedroom. Maybe not something crazy, but
get the onion smell out of the kitchen type thing. And
yeah. So just a small to medium-sized room. And speaking of odors, let's say you wanted to get rid of an odor in the kitchen, take about 20 minutes.
Okay.
We do have an LED display on the top here, which will give you a few things. It'll give you whether you have good air or bad air. It's color-coded red or green. Green for good, red for bad. It also has the temperature and a few other things here on top. To turn it on, it is a hands-free device, so you can wave your hand across it once. It'll turn on. Second time, it'll go from medium to high fan. And the fourth time, it'll actually turn off completely. And you can touch it if you need to, but again, it's completely hands-free.
Okay. We should probably get through it because you got a couple other products. So let's go to the next one there, but that's pretty cool, the Fresh Air. What's next?
The Fresh Air. The next thing that I have set up for you guys is another popular device, and they kind of go hand in hand, because I can see using both these devices once we start traveling, just to disinfect any kind of area and breathe fresh air, which is so important nowadays. So the next thing we're going to talk about is our MF1 Magic Fogger. Comes in black or white. It's slightly smaller than my Fresh Air, but it will fit inside a cup holder in a car. You can either stand it up or lay it on its side. This Magic Fogger is the type of disinfectant fogger that's currently being used in hospitals, doctors' offices, gyms, restaurants. And the place you're probably familiar with it is at grocery stores. I know that in my particular grocery store, and I asked, there's an attendant who cleans the carts, right? So they're all disinfected. They use a similar type HOCl solution that kills any kind of germs or bacteria, but most importantly, kills COVID-19. So it is very popular. One of the cool things about the HOCl solution is that it's 100 times stronger than bleach.
Okay.
It's going to work within seconds as opposed to 30 minutes for chlorine or bleach. But the most important part about the HOCl solution is that it is completely 100% safe to use. It's 100% organic and biodegradable. The inventor of this solution actually gargled with it, and I know a coworker recently gargled with it too. So it's supposed to be safe, and you can. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could gargle with it or drink it. And
we won't have people gargling with it. But can I see that once again? How big is that? Is that unit?
Here you go. It's
So
probably
you can
about
fit that. You can fit that into a bag or something like that, and take that with you. It's about the size of what, a can of hairspray, I suppose.
yeah, it's pretty small. You can
deodorant,
travel with
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
The liquid is here. And I mean, this camera's pretty bad, but there's. I'm going to shake it so you can maybe see it. There's
What kind of
8
liquid do you
ounces
put in there? Just water?
It's an HOCl solution, and it's very basic and organic. So all it is water, salt, and an electrolysis.
So
that's
if
it.
I'm assuming you're going to have to refill that from time to time. How is there like, do you sell the water as well, or do you?
We
show
sell the
people how to make it?
HOCl refill solution. We'll sell it on our website, scotia.com, and all of our partners will sell it also. So you'll be able to buy the device, the fogger itself, with some solution that'll come with it. So it's ready to use as soon as you buy it, and also be able to purchase additional solution. We will brand some under the Scotia name, but the HOCl solution you can get anywhere. So
Anywhere? Okay, perfect.
if you're traveling, even in Europe or Asia, you can get an HOCl solution. But as it's
And how much? Talk about the battery life. Talk about how much it'll spray before you have to refill.
So it uses a lithium-ion battery, and of course you can charge it or you can leave it plugged in. I've had this 8-ounce liquid of HOCl for about 3 weeks, and I haven't gone through it. And I've been demoing it every day for CES for guys like you. And like as you can see, still have half, and it's been about 2 weeks of spraying it every day, constantly, maybe 15, 20 minutes a day. So let me give you a little demo. So stands here, so you can either lay it down or stand it up, like I said, but you just turn it on, and I think you should be able to see the fog, right?
I see the fog until it leaves your head. It's gone.
Yep, there it goes. So you can either lay it down or stand it up, spray it on anything that you want to disinfect, and it's going to kill.
I'm assuming that's a cold fog, it doesn't warm up or anything.
No, it is a cold fog. It doesn't warm up.
Okay.
But
okay.
There it is.
All right, cool. And next item.
So let me just. This will retail at $79.99, and it will start shipping in spring.
Springtime.
So
perfect.
Keep your eyes on it, and it should be available shortly.
Okay. Next up
is our heart rate monitor. It's our Rhythm Plus 2.0. Scotia is extremely famous when it comes to its heart rate monitors. They're just a hair off an EKG machine, but one of the reasons why they're so popular is it's armband design. So it's a forearm design. It sits flush right on your skin, and the 3 LEDs always are in contact with your skin, giving you accurate heart rate.
So that would go. The 3 LEDs would actually probably go on a main vein as opposed to your wrist, where the veins are a lot smaller.
Yeah, so the forearm design is much better for a few reasons. One, there's a lot of bones in your wrists. You're constantly moving your hand all day, so you might not notice, but you're moving your hand. And every time you move your hand, those LEDs are going to come slightly off your skin, therefore not giving you a truly accurate heart reading. The other thing is that the watch, they're popular, but this just seems to be a little more accurate, and it's more of a prosumer device. So someone who truly cares, who wants to put the metrics above so we don't have a watch on ours, but it is compatible.
And that's all well and good. Everybody's got watches, but if you want to have a little bit deeper reading, then this is perfect. So would you wear this while you're working out? Would you just wear this while sitting down? What's the best plan for that?
You can do it for anything you want to do. You can do it for exercise. You can also do it. I know that there's been some studies where people use it while they're gaming to see how your heart rate is affected while you're gaming, things like this. It's being used in schools currently. And one of the stories that I like to use is when I was a kid growing up, I remember specifically they used to, maybe once or twice a year, we would run the mile. We were graded on how fast we ran the mile. And of course, the fit kids got the good grades, and the kids who weren't so fit didn't get as good a grade because they didn't run it in a certain time frame. With the heart rate monitor, now we can prove that the heavier kids or the kids who weren't as fit were working just as hard, if not harder than the fit kid, because we can prove it with heart rate. So just because they were slower doesn't mean they weren't working any less hard, less harder than the fit kid. So that's one of the things that it's kind of brought truth to the way we work out, right? And it also, one of the things that's important, especially for me, is that it puts you right in the zone. So if you work if you overwork or overtrain, you're not burning fat. And if you're going too slow, you're not burning any fat either. But if you stay within that ideal heart rate zone, you're going to burn, which is the fat burning zone, you're going to burn more fat.
Yeah.
I started running a few years ago.
It'll also show you how to figure out what your pace is for any type of exercise.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. Depending on what app you use, it has the cadence for your biking, cycling, etc. And I was about to get into that. It is compatible with almost every single app in the marketplace right now. So depending how good your app is how good your experience with the heart rate monitor is going to be, because this is just the hardware. The software comes via app.
Perfect. Well, you got one more product, and we're running out of time. So why don't you show that last product, and let's... So
this is it, the Rhythm Plus 2.0.
Okay.
And it retails right around $79. One of the big changes that we've made to it compared to the heart rate monitor that's being replaced, the Rhythm 1.9, is that this has a 24-hour battery life instead of an 8-hour battery life that the Rhythm 1.9 has. We also re-engineered the band, so now the band is compatible with all of our heart rate monitors across the market. Across the line. So every single heart rate monitor that Scosche makes now takes the same type of band. So you can mix and match whether you're using our flagship heart rate monitor, which is the Rhythm 24, or you're using the little brother, which is the Rhythm Plus 2.0.
Okay.
They're going to work for either one.
And you got a lot more products at Scosche. So
yes,
we're going to direct you to the Scosche website, which is?
Scosche.com. We have everything that you need to see there. We do have some exciting new wall chargers with power delivery, with our biggest one being at 60 watts, which is pretty awesome. That's one of my favorite things that we've come out with this year. Cool. And the reason is now I could use that one charger for all my devices, my laptop, my tablet, my phone. It covers all the bases.
That's awesome, because I'm ready to do an all-in-one system, and I know it's better for the environment and it's better for everybody. So I'm glad that you guys got that out. So Scosche.com. Augie, thank you very much for your time, and we'll have you on in the future episode. We'll talk about more products. How's that?
Yeah. But before we go, let me say one more thing. We do have a whole new line of cell phone mounts, which is what we're famous for. It's our bread and butter, to go with the new MagSafe charger that Apple just released. So one of our SKUs has 4 different mounts built into it. So it's pretty awesome. One of the biggest complaints with that MagSafe charger is that not enough accessories for it. In one SKU, we have 4 accessories for it. Plus, we have every mounting option available for it.
Okay, so we'll look for that on the website. So all
absolutely,
right,
Scosche.com.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thanks for having me.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here. I'm with Richard, and Richard's with Movo, M-O-V-O, correct? In fact, that's through this microphone right here is a Movo. So how you doing?
Doing well. Appreciate you having us on.
Yeah, not a problem. So tell everybody what your role is at Movo, and let's get into some of the products.
So with Movo, I oversee the brand and growth for the company. We've seen tremendous growth over the last few years. We started about 5 years ago as a new startup, and we target the content creation space. So we create equipment and accessories essentially for the content creators. So anybody who is creating videos, anybody who's YouTubing, TikToking, streaming, podcasting, anybody who's shooting video content with their phones, we're that solution for them.
Okay. So I do a lot of camera work, but I'm actually setting up, we're working on what are called at-home kits, which are basically camera systems that we set into a box. All they do is pull it out and they set it up onto a stand, and then we do all the rest of that. So, and I know that Movo is going to have a big impact in how I'm going to set up my kits. Well, why don't you go through the products of what you got, and then hopefully we'll find something that kind of strikes a chord there.
Yeah, we can do that. So I'm going to walk you through a few products, give you kind of a a taste of what we have. We do have a lot of SKUs, but the top selling SKUs is what I'm going to show you right now, and the most recent ones as well.
Okay.
So the VXR10 Pro, which is a shotgun mic, basically attaches to either DSLR or your smartphone. And it basically gives you crisp, clear audio, and it plugs directly into your phone. No batteries needed. Our top selling product was the VXR10, which was on the market and has been on the market for years. This new Pro version basically has upgraded shock mount, upgraded audio quality. Price point's a little bit higher at $49. The original is $39. And this is the top selling shotgun mic on Amazon. And so we're very proud of that.
Yeah, I've actually got one in my bag. I use it with I've used it with my I can't think of the name of the live stream start. Yeah, the little start camera, and works really well for that.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've done very well with this, and we go right up against the roads and the shores of the world, and we're very proud of the fact that it is that top selling shotgun mic on Amazon. So, and this is what it looks like, which is probably how you use it typically when you're out shooting.
Yeah.
We'll go to the next product, which is basically the kit version, just as you mentioned earlier, where we basically provide kits. So we take that shotgun mic, we take a stand, we take a handheld grip, an LED light, and an iPhone or a smartphone holder, and we create kits where a ton of people are using these nowadays. Obviously, it's a plug and play. Take it out of the box. You can use it as a selfie stick. You can use it to shoot videos, films. I mean, it's a one-stop shop solution for many out there. And so we've done very well with these kits. This particular one is called the VXR10 Pro Plus, which a lot of people refer to it as the smartphone video kit. And there's several different versions of these, but this is the latest version that we have, which includes the upgraded VXR10 Pro microphone, along with a new smartphone holder, which has two different levels on it. So you can level it when you're sitting on a stand, when you're sitting on a desk. So it's very versatile, obviously, and we've seen tremendous success with this product.
Yeah, what I like about this stand is it's very solid. I actually have one of these stands, and I don't use it for the camera kit as much, but I've used it for connecting up little video assist cameras. So basically, assistant type devices that I can see what's going on from my desktop, and was sitting right there. So.
Yeah, these are, we've had a lot of film companies, someone like Disney Channel picked up a ton of these units, and they sent it out to their talent to shoot at home during the pandemic because they couldn't shoot in person. And so this is very useful in that case. So we've seen that with Disney Channel doing their sing-alongs, which is really cool. So if you Google that, you'll see their sing-along videos where they're literally sending these out to the talent to shoot their own videos at home. Disney Channel gets it back in, chops it together, creates an actual full-length show out of it.
Oh, okay. So they record it on the phone, and then they send that whole unit back to be.
Yes, they send the video clip back. So and they did this with High School Musical, which is really fun, where it's a musical. There's maybe 10 or 12 different cast members that are performing at their own home, and they're performing their section using this kit, shooting on their own smartphones, and then shooting that content, sending it back. We've seen this with Jada Pinkett Smith's Red Table Talk, which is her talk show on Facebook, where she was interviewing guests. And again, because of the pandemic, she wanted to have proper video on the interviewee side. So she purchased a bunch of these kits, sent it out to her guests. And when she did her interviews, they would use the kit. And obviously they would do even live streaming back and forth using these kits, which is really, really cool.
That's great. Yeah, I could see that working really well for anybody that doesn't really have a setup at home, just like a desktop or something like that. You can set it up, get it as eye level as possible, and get going. Right.
Smartphones, obviously, as you know, Jeffrey, it's synonymous with everybody these days. So
yeah,
marketer moms, content creators, anybody who's in need of content, they have that at the fingertips with these smartphones nowadays. So they're so advanced.
Okay. So can you continue? Go ahead.
So that's what it looks like, which I'm sure you've seen.
Yeah.
we're going to move on to the mics. So this is our UM700 desktop USB mic. Rivals the very popular Blue Yeti, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And we came out with this mic mid-year Q4 of 2020. It's done extremely well. It basically has the exact same features as the Yeti, multiple polar patterns. It's a condenser mic. Has a solid body. It's made of aluminum, and it's priced a little bit lower than the Yeti. It's $99 versus Yeti's. I think it's $130. Mm-hmm. So we've done very well with this product as well.
Yeah. And do you have a XLR version of this microphone?
We do not of this particular exact mic. We do have an XLR, which we'll go over next.
I was just curious because when you were comparing it to the Yeti also has an XLR version. So I was wondering.
Right. So this one's more USB based. This is plug and play. Put it on your desktop. As you know, a lot of gamers use this. A lot of streamers, podcasters, or what have you. But it's more for those who don't want to have an XLR where they have to go into an interface. And so they just plug in directly into their laptop or their computer.
Okay. With this one, do you address it from the side or do you address it from the top?
It's from the top down. So
down. Okay.
The polar pattern is basically top down on the mic. Basically, this is how you would set it up on your desktop, and it basically has 3 different polar patterns. Right, cardioid. It's a cardioid mic, so it can do cardioid, it can do bidirectional, omnidirectional.
So if it's set up like that, that means you're talking to it at where the logo is, so it's more side address.
Right, and so that would be a cardioid pattern. So anything beyond it's called the halfway mark, you wouldn't hear. Everything coming this side, you would hear.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
And to your point, this is the VSM7. You mentioned the VSM5. You have the VSM5.
Yeah, I have this is the VSM5, which I reviewed about 6 months ago. Yeah, definitely. So this is the VSM7. What's the difference?
7, it's a little larger. This is a larger diaphragm. Essentially the same feature sets, where it is a condenser mic. It has multiple polar patterns as well. This one does have a pad switch where you can go minus 10 dB, and it has a low pass filter as well. And as you mentioned, this is a XLR mic. So you would plug this into an interface that would go into whether it's a board or it's even a computer. It comes with a shock mount as well and a windscreen. So it's a full kit. The only thing it doesn't come with is a arm. So if you want to mount it on an arm where you can move it around, you'd have to pick up an arm, which is separate.
Yeah. What's interesting, this one, the VSM5, does not have the polar pattern switch. It just has the low pass filter and the 10 dB pad switch.
Oh, got it. So we should get you this. We should get you this to test out.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Definitely. And what's the price on this one?
This is $125. So it's $124.95. So about $125. Okay. Standard in the marketplace. So it's above 100, but it definitely, from a vocal mic perspective, it's amongst the more affordable ones.
Okay. And it's the same capsule as this one.
Same capsule. It's a little larger, so it's a little taller than what you have. So your VSM5 is a little shorter. This one's a little taller.
Okay. Cool.
So that's what it would look like. Right. This is obviously used in a podcast setting, but it's a vocal mic. So we've had recently a former Voice semifinalist use this product for his recording. This guy named Taylor John Williams. It sounds that's something that's really fun, where we're seeing more and more artists testing these products out and seeing if it works for them.
Yeah. So. Yeah. And there is a pop filter for this one. And there's 2 reasons why I don't have the pop filter. One is I'm not addressing the microphone head on. And 2, it actually blocks the lights. I get a big cast shadow for what I'm doing. So I don't need it. So I ended up taking that off. But I do have it ready for things like if I'm doing any type of voiceover.
Exactly. Yeah. It's very universal, obviously. And even if you have it on and you can see how it swivels, you can turn it down, turn it up.
Yeah.
You can see it on this picture right here.
Yeah.
So next product line, this is our kind of the funnest stuff we have out, I think now. It's new, hasn't shipped yet. It's our SPL series of smartphone lenses. And so, again, because we're targeting the content creator, we're targeting anybody who's creating content. These lenses, we've seen a influx of demand for lenses recently in the last few years, especially with all these phones coming out with high resolution cameras. And so we're introducing our series of lenses, which essentially there are 3 different types of lenses we have: a fisheye, a telephoto, and a wide angle. Each are sold individually. They're $39 each, and it's a clip-on model, which is very universal in terms of what kind of phone you have. So it's not a slide-on clip where it may not fit with certain models. It's a clip-on, so it should fit with pretty much any smartphone out there.
Are we talking also the Pro models as well, with the 3 cameras, lenses on it?
Yeah, we tested it out, and so they work with up to the latest iPhones on the market, and even when the placement's a little bit off, because it clips, it's the actual the diaphragm from where it sits onto the camera is large enough to fit pretty much any phone, unless there's something out there that we don't know about. But
how does that work? Because I could see you'd clip that on, but then you'd have to do some micro nudging or anything like that just to get so it wouldn't show edges of the lens in your pictures or anything like that. Does it clip on fast, easy, or is it? How's that work?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, you would clip it on. You would have to adjust it. You would definitely need to adjust it depending on the phone that you have. But the idea here is that because it's universal, and if you have multiple phones, this one model would work for all phones. So to your point, you're right. You would have to adjust it to make sure that it is overlooking or it is on top of the actual camera itself.
Okay.
But it does fit for the latest version of the multiple lens phones.
Okay. And do these clips, is it like you have to take off one lens, put on another lens, or are they all one unit? So you just take off one clip, put on another clip?
Unit, right. One solid unit. The one thing that does come off is the actual clip, which you would never use it individually anyhow, because it's just the lens. But each one of these 3, so it's the fisheye, it's the telephoto, and the wide angle, each one of them come individually. So they're not interchangeable. You'd have to buy individual lenses for each use case.
Yeah.
But the clip is definitely universal.
Okay. So that's what I'm thinking. So in the clip, you buy one clip and then 3 lenses, and then you switch out the lens on the clip.
You can, but each lens comes with the clip. So when you buy let's say you pick up the fisheye lens, it does come with the lens and the clip. And so you don't have to worry about the clip. It's removable if you need to take it off, but typically you wouldn't need to. We've been playing with this a lot. Obviously, we haven't shipped this officially yet. I believe it's shipping next week. So we'll obviously get you some units to play with. But the idea is that it's universally accepted on any phone. So that's the part where we're really focusing on to make sure that we have solutions that work across multiple phones.
Okay. Cool. Anything else?
And then this is actually more of a distance learning / work from home product. This is new for us, the MC2000, which is our wireless conference mic. So the idea here is that our MC1000, which is a wired conference mic where you sit in the center of a conference room, for example, and it picks up a 360 pattern. So if you're sitting in an environment, you have 10 people sitting around a conference room space, you just need that one mic to sit in the center of the room. We've seen amazing success with those, with distance learning, with education, with institutions, with businesses, of course. And so we came out with a wireless version now where there is no wire needed. You have a wireless receiver, and you set this product basically in the middle of anywhere. And this is just an example, but you just set it up in a conference room environment in the center of a conference room, and it will pick up the audio in a 360 pattern.
Okay.
Wirelessly.
So and it's 2.4 gig wireless.
It is.
The polar pattern, the pattern on it is just like any other room microphone, and it looks like there's a adjustable volume. The battery on it, what's the battery on it?
The battery on it, I believe, is a AA. It's 2 AA's that go into the actual microphone itself. The receiver is also AA, so you need batteries for both.
Oh, it doesn't power through the USB or anything like that?
No, because the USB is not wired, so it's not connected in any sense, right? It's wireless in the sense where it can sit anywhere.
I get that, but the receiver itself.
The receiver itself would also be wireless as well, so that's battery powered as well.
Oh, so how does it plug in to does it plug into? Is it a USB connection in? Is it a 3 or 2.5 millimeter in? What's
it's a USB in? It's a USB in. So the idea is that it's the concept obviously is because we don't want these wired systems everywhere. Obviously, it's the idea is that you would have that microphone sitting in the center of the room.
Yeah,
obviously.
no, I get the microphone. But
right.
And you're showing on this picture. Okay, I think this is kind of answering it. So you have the receiver, and then there's a cord. What's that cord coming out of the receiver?
Right, that cord is a USB cord. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, so that's the receiver that comes in, but it still needs the USB, or I'm sorry, it still needs the AAA batteries or AA batteries.
AA batteries for the actual microphone, right?
But not the receiver.
Not the receiver. Sorry.
Okay, that's powered by the computer.
Correct.
Does it also, is it only USB in the receiver, or is it USB and headphone jack or anything like that?
No, it's just USB.
Just USB. Okay. Okay.
Right.
And then I'm assuming there's a connection light to tell you when both are connected properly.
Yeah. Yeah. There's lights. There's a basically you can see the blue light on the top of the mic, and then on the actual receiver on the other side of it, you can see there's a little light there as well. So
okay. And how much is that go for?
This one's $249, so it's $250.
Okay.
And again, it's new. I believe this is shipping now. We just started shipping these. And the demand, as I mentioned, in terms of the education market, has been huge for this. Education and businesses, of course, as well.
Yeah. Can you hook up multiple? You'd need multiple receivers, but can you hook up multiple to do like a multi-area?
I'm sure you can. We haven't tried that. So daisy chaining it would mean we'd have to have an in and an out for the receiver. Okay. So I don't know if we've even tried that yet, but that's something that we can definitely look into.
But you can do 1-to-1, so you have like 3 receivers, 3 microphones, 3 areas type thing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Cool. All right.
That's it for our new products for this NAMM for this 2020.
Plus, you have a whole bunch of other stuff that can go. Where do people go for more information?
So our website is movophoto.com. You can go there. All our products should be there. We are a top vendor on Amazon. So if you go to the Amazon site and you just Google or you just search for Movo, our store is very robust on Amazon as well. So we do a majority of our business in Amazon. So it's either movophoto.com or on Amazon.
Okay. And really quick, some of these are not out just yet. Just highlight the ones that are not out.
The ones that are not out yet are the SPL series, which is our lenses, which is shipping out by the end of this month, actually. So within about a week, say February 1st.
Okay.
And then that's it. Everything else is actually shipping. So the MC2000 is shipping, and then our microphones have been shipping for a few months now.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, movophoto.com is where they go. And so, Richard, thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate your time as well. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, we're here with Bradley. How's it going, Bradley?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. You're with Mackie, and Bradley he said I want to do this for you before I have to go and actually do the live stream of this over at the NAMM show. So thank you
guys are getting the sneak peek.
Yeah, the little sneak peek of what's going on. So tell people who you are and what Mackie is and what
Absolutely.
You're
I'm Brad Gagne, a product specialist at Mackie, and I'm going to be introducing our newest products here for NAMM 2021, which is the SRT and the Onyx mixer. I'm going to jump into a PowerPoint that I've prepared for you guys so we can go over some details. You don't just have to watch me talking head. You can actually look at some of these pictures and the PowerPoint that we put together to give you the rundown on the new products. So let's jump right into it.
Yeah, let's do it. So the 2 series are the Onyx series, and what's the other series?
SRT. So SRT is our speakers and the Onyx mixers. So we've basically updated those, done a refresh on that. It hasn't been done since mid-2000. So We're now introducing that now for 2021. Basically, same great tech quality that you were looking for in the previous models, but with the modern technology in it. And we're going to dive into all those details here in just a minute.
Which one are we going to start with?
We're going to start with, I'm going to give you guys a brief history lesson about who Mackie is for those that don't know. And then we'll go into the speakers and then the mixer.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. So Mackie has over 30 years of market leadership and innovation. So the year was 1989. The place was NAMM. The mixer was the LM1602 line mixer. And we really hit the ground running in 1989 when we introduced that at NAMM. And it was unprecedented feature set, value set. And Mackie really set the new standard for affordable, powerful live sound mixing over 3 decades ago. So we have a long track record and history of making professional quality equipment at an affordable price, and that's kind of what we do. Now, we have over 20 years of experience in developing loudspeakers and transducer products. You probably know or seen an SRM box around, the gray box with the blue Mackie Running Man and the logo on there. That is the legendary Mackie SRM 450. We have one of the largest user base known to man, over 1.5 million units sold worldwide since those were introduced over 2 decades ago. So we're just building on that legacy and introducing these products here at NAMM.
Yeah, I want to show you many of them, many mixers and many speakers, Mackie, throughout the years. Definitely very well. I definitely know it well. So,
absolutely, yeah, we appreciate it. We're super excited to introduce these products, which the SRT series, which is pure performance, powerfully built, which really is tried and true with that Mackie motto, built like a tank, intelligent design. So we're going to get into some of the details of all the technology that we have under the hood of these speakers that make these things shine and sound so great over the competition. And so let's dive into that. So we've got the new professional loudspeaker series, which is positioned between our Thump is our entry-level box, and then in between our SR, which is our top box, is the SRMV class, which was introduced last year. Well, we now have the SRT box, which completes from start to finish, and this is the middle ground here. We've got a 10-inch, 12-inch, and 15-inch models, 18-inch subwoofer. You can pair that up with the SRT, any of the SRT box that we have, or with our SRM box if you prefer. There's some settings in there for the crossover and preset settings for you right in the box there. Now we've got more advanced power, clarity, and performance and technology packaged together than the Thump series. So you're going to get some more better features and more better components as you go up into the series. So just kind of looking at it where it's positioned, we have the Thump 12A, which is 1300 watts. You've got no Bluetooth or app control with that. And then we have the Thump 12 boosted version, which is going to give you Bluetooth and the app control, the Thump Connect app. And now the SRT box, so gives you 1600 watts, Bluetooth, and the app control, which is our SRT Connect app. And then the SRM box, the V class, which is the top of the line, going to give you 2000 watts, Bluetooth, and app control with the SRM Connect app. So just kind of showing you where this box is positioned.
So the 12 BST is probably something good for like a solo artist or that wants to also connect up music for breaks and things like that.
Absolutely. Yeah. If you're looking for an affordable speaker that, don't want to break the bank, but you're still going to get that Mackie reliability and great sound quality, and you want those Bluetooth features, let's say you're having a backyard party. I know it's cold right now, but if summertime, you want to go for a swim, you got your buddies over, you just want to throw some Bluetooth over a speaker, set it up on a speaker stand. Thump Connect is great for that. The Thump Connect app with the Thump boosted speakers is awesome. Now, if you want to level up a little bit and you want more power, better sound, a little more technology under the hood, that's when you're going to get into the SRT box. Great for gigging musicians, light, loud, powerful. And we're going to dive into a little bit of the details here. So this is some of the pure performance and protection that you get with the SRT power platform. And you get 1600 watts of power, like we touched on, universal power supplies and power factor correction. The universal power supply, you could take this box anywhere in the world, plug it in, and you're going to get it's going to switch for you, no matter if you're across the pond in Europe, if you're going down to South America, up to North, if you're going up to Canada, no matter where you're at, plug this box in and it will work for you. So that's a really great feature. Power factor correction, which is like a power conditioner built into the box. Let's say you're running on a generator or you're in an older building and you're getting suboptimal power. You literally has a power conditioner built in, so it cleans up all the voltage and makes sure that we protect your amplifier from any damage and making sure that it's running at peak performance at all times, no matter what the power source is. We have 3 flavors of customer investment protection, which is great. Amp input overload protection. Let's say we've all been there. We've got a guy who doesn't really know what he's doing. He plugs something into the speaker, turns it up all the way. Well, we're going to protect your input from overload protection. So it protects that from damaging the speaker, the sound going into the speaker. We also offer physics-based cooling, forced air cooling that doesn't come in thump. What that does is we have the ports on the speaker, which the louder you get, the cooler you are. Actually, the ports are aimed up on the back of the amplifier of the speaker. So as you're cranking it up and pushing sound and air through, the air actually shoots back onto the amplifier, cooling it down. So giving you that physics-based cooling. So that's a pretty cool thing that the mad scientist at Mackie thought of.
So if it's out in the middle of the summer and the sun just directly beating on it, it should stay nice and cool as best as you can.
Absolutely. Now, this is another feature that we offer, which is amazing, which is not only do we give you the physics-based cooling, but we also give you the auto temperature monitoring and reduction in DSP. I know that's kind of a lot to say, but what that does is you can actually see how hot the speaker is running in the box, in the user interface. You can go into the programming and it will tell you how hot the speaker is. So if you're outside and you've got the sun beating down on it, just like you were talking about right now, and the speaker begins to get too hot, what happens, it will begin to give a reduction in the DSP while still maintaining the tonal balance of the speaker, but it protects the amplifier from overheating. So we give you those 3 flavors of investment protection that we like to call it. So
yeah, because nobody wants to see a speaker go blow it halfway through a show, because especially if you got like multiple shows in the day. Yeah, no, I totally get it.
And the investment that you're putting in there. I mean, you're spending a lot of money on a speaker. You want to make sure that these things will last. And that's the Mackie motto, built like a tank. These things are going to take a beating and keep on competing. And that's kind of what we're going for. You keep thumping these things, blasting them, bumping them. They're going to work for you for a long time, really give you your money's worth.
Okay.
Now, this is the secret sauce, okay? This is what is the secret sauce that makes these speakers sound so great. This is Advanced Impulse DSP. And what Advanced Impulse DSP does is it's best-in-class voicing tech by Mackie. What we do is it's basically enhanced FIR filtering. For those that don't know, FIR filtering is finite impulse response. And a lot of the other competitors do this. What they do is they correct, FIR filtering corrects for anomalies in the speaker. So when you're running sound, let's say, this is a good example, an easy way to get people to understand. When you run sound through a horn, it's going to sound like this. And what FIR filtering does is it corrects for those anomalies in the speaker to eliminate that. So that way you're not getting that honkiness or that sound of the horn in the box. Now, what separates us from the competition is most competitors only do on-axis correction. So if you're standing in front of the speaker, yeah, it sounds good. But if you go off to the side, you're not going to get that same great sound that you do with a Mackie product. Now, what we do is we measure 360 degrees around the entire speaker, and then we identify all the acoustic anomalies and then correct for that in the entire dispersion zone of the speaker. So no matter where you're at in the dispersion zone, you're going to get that same great sound quality as if you were standing right in the center of the speaker. And so that is the secret sauce.
So if you have an odd frequency, like let's say on the speaker, and there's something coming from this way, just kind of tacking like this, that'll kind of cancel it out or thin it out?
No, so it's basically, it creates for the acoustic anomalies in the speaker itself.
Oh,
so
in the speaker, okay.
Depending on the cabinet that you use, for instance, we use a I can't say it correctly, but it's a fancy plastic, propylene. Yeah. Basically, so if you're using a wood cabinet, what type of horn you're using, all those components of the speaker itself actually contribute to some of the acoustic anomalies that come into the speaker. For instance, let's say you're like I said, with the horn example, you know, when you run sound through a horn, it's going to sound like this because you're running through a horn. Well, the FIR filtering is really fine filters that go in and notch all that stuff out to eliminate those anomalies that come from the speaker itself. You're going to get resonance, whether it's plastic or a wood body. So the type of enclosure, the cabinet that you're using in the speaker, and the advanced impulse DSP corrects for all that in the entire dispersion zone instead of just on axis in front of the speaker like a lot of the competition will do. And that really what separates us from them.
Okay.
So, and then we've got best wireless streaming and control in the market. A lot of you are familiar with our Thump Boosted. We've got the app, stream wireless music to 2 link speakers. So you're going to have a stereo pair linked together through Bluetooth. You have a left and a right channel. We also have a zone mode feature, which actually sums the audio to mono. And I can run mono to 2 separate speakers of zone mode, and I get complete control and visibility over each speaker's input and output section from the phone. So I can say I've got a mic plugged in, I can turn it up, turn it down. You're in a venue and you can give your phone over to a buddy and you're like, hey man, if my voice is too quiet, just turn this one up a little bit. If I'm too loud, turn it down. So your buddy can kind of control that for you. The zone mode feature is wonderful because let's say I'm doing a wedding and I've got a dance floor popping off and they're dancing, having a good time in the dance floor. And then outside they're doing a talk or like something going on outside. Well, I can run the speakers in zone mode and it gives me separate control over each speaker. So if I'm going loud in the dance room and then I got it nice and quiet outside, I can make all those adjustments wirelessly from the phone.
And you could be one person doing the whole thing, but you can give the control to somebody else. So let's say
I was just saying if you're jamming out, let's say you're performing, you're on stage, you're playing guitar, singing, and you brought a friend over there because like you could plug your guitar and your microphone right into the back of one of our speakers. Yeah. So if let's say you're a solo act, instead of having your phone up there controlling it yourself, you could have somebody in the crowd that you trust making those adjustments for you in the crowd. Also comes with 3-band EQ. You got a low shelf, high shelf, and a mid EQ, so you can make adjustments on each input channel. So if I want to EQ my voice or the guitar, so you could do that in the box.
Yeah. So all you have to do is give the credentials to your buddy, and they just call up the app on their phone, and they can make the adjustments. That's awesome.
Absolutely. Free app too. You could check them out. This is the SRT Connect app, which just went live. And we put it on we've got it on our website too. You can check out all of our gear at Mackie.com. And make sure you follow us on social media, on Facebook and Instagram at Mackie Gear. And check us out on YouTube. You can find us at Mackie TV on YouTube for all the latest product rollouts. We also do a lot of cool tutorials and other videos that we're doing. And if you have any recommendations or ideas or things that you want us to do, go ahead and put them in a chat there or leave us a comment and we'll try to get to it. So we're really looking forward to interacting with our users and everything that way too.
Yeah, and we'll try and get some stuff in here in Geekazine and do some reviews on that too.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'd love to do that. You'll have to get with me after the show and we'll get you in contact with our marketing director and we'll go from there. We'd love to see some articles and some real-time reviews when you guys get the gear in your hand. It's always cool talking about it, but you got to get it, man, and use it. So we'll look into that.
So, we're getting close to time to a time here. So should we switch over to talk about the mixers?
Yeah, so we can basically just going to show you a couple other things, SRT, but that's basically it right there. There's your input channels on the back, 2 combo inputs for channel 1, channel 2, quarter-inch or XLR with direct outputs on there. You've also got a 3.5 millimeter 1/8-inch input, and then there's the app right there you can see on the phone with the EQ, high-pass filter, volume, and some of those details that we kind of went over. But I'd love to show you the return of the King, which is our Onyx mixer. This is another thing that we're actually bringing out. The Mackie Onyx audio mixers are the ultimate compact and affordable solution for live audio, home recording, and modern content creation needs. We've got an 8-channel, 12, 16, and 24 channel. Same benefits and features in all the models, but as you go up, you get more channels. And basically, the big thing is the classic sound, but modern performance. This is a record and playback via SD or USB. Studio Command, which is the command center. It's all controlled by a powerful single knob interface. It's a powerful and intuitive full color display, professional high resolution effects processor. You've got Bluetooth streaming on the mixer, so I got a channel on the mixer where I can link Bluetooth to it and stream audio right into the mixer. It's a powerful mixing toolkit. Of course, we got to have the Onyx preamps. These are award-winning Onyx microphone preamps. They provide you up to 60 dBs of gain. Premium analog circuitry. Yeah, let me tell you again, it's analog circuitry in this mixer, delivers studio quality sound and keeps the noise to a minimum. Analog to USB channel strips with flexible routing options. Legendary Perkins British style EQ with sweepable mid-range offers that classic sound of the 60s and 70s. So the Beatles and all those great records, rock bands back in the day, Led Zeppelin, things like that. They were using a lot of the British EQs, being from the UK and such. So stuff like that. Robust digital effects engine, including user customizable reverb, delays, and more. A dedicated effects EQ that you can make adjustments in the command center with. And this is the big thing, recording and playback. So not only is this a wonderful live sound mixer that you can use in your live sound, but we're really making this for the modern content creation. You're running a podcast, you're doing a show like we're doing currently right now, an interview. This has a higher resolution, 96 kilohertz, 24-bit multi-track recording. Okay, you can hook this up to your Mac or PC and record multi-track into the computer with this mixer. We've got direct SD card stereo playback recording. So there's an SD card slot on there. You can plug that in and record your stereo mix right down to the SD card.
Just the stereo mix, or?
Yeah, for the SD card, it's just the stereo mix. But with the computer, you get multi-track recording.
Yeah, you get the DAW. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And channel assignable 4 tracks. So you got a USB return, 2 stereo pairs. So I can run that for my main output 1, 2, and then I've got a 3-4 return that I can bring back onto the board. You can send your main mix to the USB via a dedicated switch. You've got the studio command, a little more detail. You got the user interface right there. Effects selection, very simple to use. Got the effects selection button, SD button. The transport controls down below, and then you've got parameters, easy navigation of the effects parameters, onboard SD recording and playback, visually browse the files on the SD card in the built-in display, and you can store up to 6 user effects presets for easy recall. So if you're set your vocal chain up and you got your delays and all the stuff that you want to do, you can just load that back up. Powerful mixing toolkit, the 3-band Perkins EQ, on and off hard bypass switch on all the channels, so there will be no noise. It's a hard bypass. High impedance switches, which allow for direct connections such as guitars and bass and other instruments. Stereo 1/8" or Bluetooth streaming options that you've got. Really dedicated control over room outputs, headphone output with level controls, overload indicators on all channels, pre-fader listen, after fader listen, channel solos, and then you wouldn't be complete without software. And we offer the Pro Tools First bundle. This is the industry standard in professional production. You get up to 23 plugins, including the 304E EQ and the 304C compressor plugins, up to a $300 value right there. And then we offer Waveform OEM with the DAW Essentials plugin bundle also included. It's a full-featured, completely unlimited DAW digital audio workstation and compatible with all popular plugins. You get 16 essential plugins that come with this bundle, up to $200 in value, and that's all included in the box. So pretty much that's the new Onyx mixers in a nutshell. We're going to go into more detail in our event that will be going live here in NAMM in just a little bit. So definitely stop by and check that out. And we're going to be giving away one of these mixers. So if you go in and you're in the, if you've registered with us on NAMM and you're commenting
this will be recorded afterwards. So they probably, the contest will be over at that point. So,
okay,
but really quick question is there any type of iPad control or remote control in that aspect?
Not on this particular mixer. This is an analog mixer. We do have our digital series, which would be the DL series, like the DL16S and the 32S and 32R, which are our iPad controlled mixers that basically have no knobs on them at all. They're just rack mounted units, and you put the preamps in there, and then you've got all the controls via the iPad or Android device.
Okay. So this would be perfect for somebody that's doing some home studio recording or doing the mixing of the band, actually being a sound person and mixing a band rather than being a band member and mixing the band.
Live
for that.
Yeah, live content creation as well, like kind of what we're doing right now. A podcast, you got your mixer, your microphone, everything set up. I mean, the possibilities are really limitless.
Oh yeah, it sounds like I could be recording on the board, and so if my video recording, the audio went south, then I could actually pull that audio from the board and then put it in, mix it down. So that's a added plus at doing multiple mixing options.
Absolutely.
So, did we say the price on what do the prices start on the Onyx series?
Well, you want to go to Mackie.com and go and check out all our different prices, wherever you're at in the world. If you're in the EU, here in the States, so definitely go to Mackie.com and you can get all the pricing and all the details there.
Okay. Did you have a low range to high range? So prices still have to come. So I'm assuming it's not totally out just yet, correct?
Not yet. Yeah, we're basically not yet. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So then they'll just have to go to Mackie.com to find out more information, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, Mackie.com. And again, follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Mackie Gear, and check us out on YouTube at Mackie TV for all the latest updates and product overview and tutorials and fun stuff like that.
Okay, perfect. And the SRT series and those speakers, those are out now.
Yes, the SRT boxes they should be rolling out right here after NAMM. We should have those available for sale as well. You can pick those up on our website or any of our dealers like Sweetwater, Guitar Center, Amazon, all those great places.
Absolutely. All right. Well, cool. Well, Bradley, I know you got to get to doing this all over again for the bigger crowd. So, thank you very much for taking the time for helping us understand what this is all about, and wish you well. Have a great NAMM.
Thank you so much for inviting us on. We really appreciate it, man. You have a great one too.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of CES 2021 virtual, we're here with Adrian from Liffey. Is it Liffey Wellness?
Lifey Wellness.
Lifey Wellness. Tell me a little bit about your company, how it got started, and what your role is there. And then, of course, we can show off the product.
Definitely. Thank you for having us, here, Jeffrey. Much appreciated it. My name is Adrian. I am the Chief Revenue Officer of Lifey Wellness. As you can see, these are the products of Lifey Wellness. And we see ourselves as a Nespresso, but for wellness tonics and herbal tea. Okay. How we came up with the idea is that in Hong Kong, we have a very strong culture and tradition in using different herbal remedies. Like, for example, growing up as a kid, our mom will prepare different type of herbal soup or herbal tea for us to kind of prevent us from getting sick. For example, like things like sore throats, catching a flu, so on and so forth. So, but kind of after growing up, we have to kind of do all those things ourselves. So there are problems like, we don't know which type of herbs to use, buying the herbs, it's time consuming, coming back, preparation, everything, right? So
yeah, and I know if I do tea, I'm completely confused over some of the herbal concoctions out there. So.
Exactly. You don't like mix and match, right? But then you also have to have a good understanding in terms of the herbal nature. So we figure, there must be a better way, a more convenient way for consumers to be able to access to that kind of herbal wisdom to help them to kind of maintain their wellness, well-being. So we figured to use a very similar user experience as Nespresso, Keurig, Dolce Gusto, things like that, right? Like coffee capsule machines. But then for wellness tonics and herbal tea, And that's how we came up with the company. So we're a company from Hong Kong, launched back in December 2019. And then we've been in the market for almost a year. So we started in Hong Kong, and then we later expanded into Taiwan, Macau, and Southeast Asia. And year 2021, we are ready to expand into the U.S. market.
Oh, okay. So you're ready to go in and show your teas. And I'm just trying to remember, because I learned the word for tea that, because I'm working on some Chinese. It's Tao something, right?
Cha.
Cha?
In Mandarin, cha, yes. And then it's very similar in a lot of Asian language. It's basically you will hear cha, ta, chai. That's, yeah. So that's the word.
Okay. And I know herbs was the other one that I learned today, but I can't remember it. Anyway, the whole point is that herb tea, in the United States, that is a lot of people are drinking more tea and are learning how to combine them for health reasons and things like that. So I guess that that's where Lifey Wellness will come in. So go ahead and show us how this system works.
Sure, definitely. So perhaps I can kind of go into explaining the three major parts of our products. So this is the brewer. A lot of people actually think that it could be like a coffee machine or a water filter or so on and so forth, but it's actually a specialized brewer for herbal beverages. It's an IoT smart home product. So our users can actually control the brewer using our Lifey Wellness app, which is free to download on both iOS and Android. So there are two benefits that users can get from this app. A is to get recommendations based on things like weather, their mood. For example, if I'm feeling tired, I'm feeling dry, which formula should I drink? And then the third part is through a more thorough AI quiz that we co-developed with a team of wellness professionals, including traditional medicinal practitioners, herbal scientists, dietitians, so on and so forth. So through this quiz, we hope to help our users to learn more about their body condition, the wellness profile, and then give them the right recommendation of the wellness formula to help them to achieve the wellness goal. So that's the first part, to get recommendations. The second part is after getting the recommendation, they can actually see the formula, the kind of the benefits, the nature, and then the ingredients, and then they can brew through the app. They can also customize the temperature, the water amount, as well as the extraction time to change the strength of the beverage to the liking. So these are the two kind of main benefit of using the app to control the brewer. So the second major part is our wellness.
Really quick before you continue. So the app, is it Android and iOS right now, or?
Yes, we're available on both stores.
Okay. And I know you're talking tea, but I do have to ask the question, can it also brew any type of coffee?
For now, we are focusing on tea because our brewer's infusion technology is quite different from that of a coffee capsule machine. If you have used machines like Keurig or Nespresso, you will notice that once you press the button, the water comes out ready. But our machine actually use a bloom and brew technique because we use 100% raw and natural herbs and tea ingredients inside our pots. They're not powdered, they're not concentrated, they're not extract. So because we're a wellness company, right? We don't want to put anything nasty there. So it requires a very specific pressure and infusion technology to really extract all the nutrients and flavors in as short as 40 seconds. So right now we're not in the coffee market, but we're actually developing a new model of machine, potentially brewing both tea and coffee, and that would be great for our hospitality customers. Yeah. So user experience, as you can imagine, will be very similar to like a Keurig machine. There's a lid, on top of the machine. You insert a pot, close the lid. I can either brew it through the app. you can see, or I can just press a button, if I'm too lazy to use the app, So we have the smart brew and then the quick brew, on the machine as well.
Okay.
So while the tea is brewing, I can talk more about wellness formulas creation. So I did mention we create each formula with a team of wellness professionals to really handpick the best supercharged herbal ingredients as well as superfood. Things like adaptogens, CBD, collagen. These are very, very popular superfood in the US at the moment. So we've actually incorporated a lot of these superfood ingredients in our wellness formula. And then we pair it like things like fruits, tea, and then other types of herbs to deliver both functions and flavor, because we believe to achieve wellness, it has to be made into a daily habit. If something's not tasty, then you drink once, it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, and each of the formula has a very specific wellness goal as well. For example, in this very stressful time, I guess, a lot of people are having a problem with sleeping. So we have a sleep formula to help users to get improve sleeping cycle and quality. And then we have energy as in a natural alternative to coffee. So, if you have drunk, too many cups of coffee during the day, then, this will be another alternative solution for our users.
Is there caffeine in that?
Yes. So we have black tea in it, and then we pair with turmeric. So turmeric is another very powerful adaptogen. And then we mix it with very fragrant spices, including cinnamon, black pepper, cocoa powder, so on and so forth. So, it's delivering the kind of the energy boost, and at the same time, it's a little bit sweet. So it's functional, and then it's also flavorful. So as you can see, the brewing takes, only 40 seconds. It's a really quick and convenient way for our users to get these wellness solution while they're stuck at home. So I guess, this is something, we see more and more often, our users come to us, say, hey, this is really a convenient and quick and clean way to achieve wellness at home or in the office.
Now, how many milliliters or ounces or whatever does that that one machine make, or does that depend on what you put into the pod area?
That's a great question. So if I quick brew, meaning I don't brew with the app, I just press the button. It's a standard 200 milliliter. Okay. And then if I use the app, I can actually change the volume of my beverage from anywhere from 100 to 300 milliliter. So for example, if I use less water, then the drink will get more concentrated.
Yeah, stronger and weaker. I do that a lot with my teas. Is I will put in water for concentration of the tea itself. So.
Exactly. And in addition to the amount of water, you can also kind of customize the extraction time, the bloom and brew, right? The blooming part. So the longer you extract, the stronger the beverage that you would get. Okay.
And how much water for that unit? How much water can you put in at a time? How much can it hold?
Almost a liter. So it brews 4 to 5 drinks.
Okay. Perfect. I'm assuming you'll also be making bigger and smaller versions as well, right? Eventually?
Later on, yes. Our R&D roadmap includes a commercial machine, as I mentioned. So it definitely comes with a bigger water tank and probably, 2 drip funnel, to brew one for coffee and the other one for tea. For household, we're actually looking at, possibly something portable or smaller, but that will be, on our kind of R&D roadmap in the future.
Okay. Is the tank removable, or can you pull that tank out, or?
Yeah. So it's as easy as this.
Okay, just like with a Keurig or anything like that. Perfect. And I'm assuming there's also cleaning methods similar to a Keurig or an espresso.
It's actually easier than cleaning a coffee machine as well because tea has no oil in it. So it's really easy. So once after you brew it, the pot drops to the collection drawer, and then all you have to do is to just throw these used pots away and then give it a rinse. Also, a point worthwhile to mention is that we actually took a lot of time in terms of coming up with different materials when creating the pots themselves, because one of the big criticisms of the capsule beverage industry is that they use a lot of plastic or aluminum metal to make the capsules, and once users are done with the brewing, they either throw it to landfill, and very little of them actually get recycled, and that's causing a big problem for the environment. So we actually came up with a plant-derived eco material. So the material actually comes from things like sugar cane, cornstarch, to create the pot material.
Oh, okay.
So not that this can withstand high temperature and pressure inside the brewing chamber, but the users can simply just throw them away to the bin, and once they hit landfill, they complete 100% of the composition in just 2 years' time. So it's really a beautiful balance between convenience and eco-friendliness.
Okay. Do you have any systems to make your own pods for your own tea combinations?
Yes. So the pods are all co-created by our R&D team and the team of wellness professionals, including traditional medicinal practitioners, herbal scientists, and tea masters. And then we source our ingredients really from the best suppliers, across the world. We do a lot of testings with them, and most of these suppliers that we work with, they're certified in Fair Trade, Rainforest Alliance. So it's to kind of, have that sustainability, all across our product design, sourcing, value chain, so on and so forth. And then they are packed locally here in Hong Kong in our in-house robotic facility, to ensure that maximum freshness, as well as we test them against strict food safety rules as well.
Okay. Now on the app there, is there any connection to like Apple or to Amazon or anything like that? So I can set it up because I'm assuming in the app the night before I could put the pod in. So when I wake up in the morning, my tea's nice and hot and ready for me to grab. Are you working with any of those products?
So we have those modules built up, but so far the app is not linked to like Apple or Amazon voice command devices as yet. But still, because once connected with the brewer, you can actually turn on, turn off, the brewer, control the brewing, remotely using the phone on the app as well.
And I'm assuming that's all through Wi-Fi, not Bluetooth.
Exactly, you're right.
So if you forget to turn off the machine, you run out of the house, and you can go, oh, I gotta turn it off and pop. Okay. And I'm assuming that you'll also be able to create commands using third-party things like IFTTT.
So far, we haven't developed that part as yet.
Okay. Perfect. Well, let's talk price. And you said it's coming. It's in Hong Kong right now, but it's coming to the United States, correct?
Correct. We're actually selling to our customers in the US right now, starting after the CES show. The brewer is selling at $299. And then it comes with some assorted discs as in initial freebies. And then later on, each serving, which is 200 milliliter, costs $1 US. And the tubes here that you're seeing is actually the retail package. And each tube contains 14 of those pots, and one pot brews a large cup of wellness tonic. So it's $1 per pot. So 14 discs per tube. That's $14, and that's good for a week to two's consumption.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that the prices will vary depending on what ingredients you have inside and the cost to make those ingredients.
Exactly. So most of our blends, it's $1 per drink because we also want to make the idea just very similar to the Dollar Shave Club idea, right? You know, we're actually launching a Dollar Wellness Club very soon. Consumers can just receive curated wellness formulas based on the body profile, based on the preference, delivered to the door every month without any kind of hassles. It's really convenient. But then we just also launched some premium formulas, including our CBD formulas. So here there's a CBD day and CBD night. So the day CBD day formula is basically aims to help users to kind of gain focus and energy during the day. So we use adaptogens like ginseng, licorice, and green tea pair with CBD to deliver that function. And for the CBD night formula, we pair with rose hip, roselle, as well as a pear to give a very fragrant and kind of a dreamy smell and taste to the tea for relaxation. We also launched a collagen infused tea, and then we pair with it super herbs that are very high in antioxidants for users to stay young.
Oh yeah, we all need to stay young. Yeah, I know what that's like. Wow, that's crazy. That's awesome. A great little system there, and then of course the subscription model that's with it. That's just that's a nice, well-rounded system. How do people find you guys? Do you have a website in the United States here?
Yes, you can search us.lifeywellness.com, and Lifey Wellness spells LIFYWELLNESS.
Okay, and I'll have a link in the show notes so people can get there. So, all right, well, Adrian, thank you very much for your time. You guys have a great CES, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. Hit and record. We're going to do this in 3, 2, 1. All right, we have Michael here from eMotion eBike, and you guys have a few ergonomic products, more than just an e-bike, correct?
Yeah, so we're an electronics manufacturer. Alco Electronics is our actually exhibiting name, and so underneath that umbrella, we have eMotion e-bikes. The Smart Desk, which you might have seen, was a brand named Nuvo. And then we have a tablet, laptop line underneath the Venture namesake.
Okay. And what's your role at the company then?
I'm a marketing director. So I'm overseeing the proliferation of brands that we have for the North American region.
Okay. And it's a very interesting booth you have there with a lot of guitars in the background.
Yeah, I'm a big Gibson fan. So most of those are there's 2 Les Paul Customs. One is an Explorer, kind of radical design guitar. And then I have a Taylor acoustic, and then you might see the Marshall.
Marshall amp, yeah.
M800 back there. That's my baby.
Nice. All right, well, too bad we don't have no, those are e-guitars. But we're talking about the e-bike. So let's talk about that. What prompted you guys to get into the electric bike realm of things?
We've been doing this for a few years, actually. We invested in a company.
Hold on a second. Alexa, stop. I forgot to hit the button. All right, let's do that. What prompted you to get into e-bikes?
Yeah, so we invested in a company a few years back in Denmark that was they made really cool modern bikes, carbon fiber bodies and such like that. And so what we've seen is, especially in metropolitan areas, people are getting around more with bikes and not so much with cars. And so there's the green effort, and then there's the effort of this aging population that wants to get out and be physical and need to have exercise, and maybe they're just not comfortable with joint problems or whatever disability they may have. So eMotion is really providing this really unique opportunity with the e-bike, and you actually, the first thing you see with the bike is this low instep, so you can see the frame actually goes down. So it's not a hard bike to step into, and that's by design, because although we're not going after a specific age group, we understand that the market is actually a little bit older, and it's for people who are looking for some recreational and some physical activity, but not to the point that could hurt them. That's easy on the joints. So hence the pedal assist technology that assists you as you pedal, right? But you can also use it, you can turn that off and use it as a regular bike as well. So we just
how hard is that to turn on and off?
Oh, it's really easy. I mean, there's just on the handlebar itself, there's just a mechanism. You just push a button, and there's three assist levels. And so it's a progressive assistance. And if you just want to cut it off, you cut it off.
Okay. Yeah, and I do like the design. I mean, of course, growing up with bikes, they had the boys' bike and the girls' bike, and which I always thought was kind of silly. But I'm glad that now we've got this unibody style design that you can get onto a bike, whatever you're wearing, however you're wearing it, and get going from there. What made you guys think that this bike is the e-bike to own since you bought this company, or was it part of the acquisition, an overall acquisition?
What we did is we cleaned the information. So we let that company, acquiring that company was more of like an intelligence thing, like in most acquisitions, right? So you get this intelligence, but then, we let them, they're more of a designer, some more high end, and which gets to the point of why we think this bike is really, so eMotion is a brand apart. It's a very affordable price point. So if you look at e-bikes, if you go on the internet and you look at e-bikes and start pricing, you're going to see that they're really, really expensive. And we're coming in at a lower price point, a much lower price point, much more. Many of our bikes are, so we have two bikes and they're starting at $1,200, right? And so e-bikes is a very affordable price point. So that's why we think we have a unique pitch, and that's who we're going after. And particularly, e-bikes are kind of, new in thought to a lot of people, right? I mean, they're still sort of learning what this is and what the capabilities are. And so you may not want to sink, $3,000 on a bike that you don't know anything about. So this is a great bike. But the thing is that this isn't a holdover bike, till you get another. This one really is a bike that could be just, designed for however you want to own, however long you want to own it. It's really a great bike. It's sturdy. It's all aluminum with the steel fenders. I mean, it's really well built. It has the technology you need, and like I discussed earlier, it's perfect for those who are looking to get out, or if you just want to use it as a commuter. You don't want a car anymore. You live in an area where you can ride to work whenever we get a chance to do that again. It's perfect for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at the bike then. I'm noticing you are those standard bike brakes, or are they electronic as well? Tell us a little bit about how the bike works.
Yeah, so and we have two different bike price points, right? So I told you earlier, the first one starts at $1,200. So a lot of that has to do with the build, right? So in the this entry price point, we have mechanical disc brakes. So both bikes are going to have disc brakes, and I'll kind of pull this up in the frame here.
Okay, just like any other bike.
Yeah, but the higher price point is actually going to have hydraulic brakes, right?
Okay.
So better braking mechanisms. So you normally you've got your brakes right here on the handles, front, rear, and then additionally with the more expensive bike, excuse me, it's a little bit cumbersome. So I'll actually show this side. So the gearing system is another price differentiator, right? So with the higher price point, you actually have an internal hub versus the exposed derailleur that you see on this one.
Yeah.
And so it's just a couple $100 difference from the hydraulic brakes and the internal hub to what you see now, which is the mechanical brakes and the derailleur. But everything else is the same. You're still getting 20 miles per hour, a speed assist, which I want to add is that's another unique thing about this bike is that keeps you from having to, abide by any sort of state legislation because every state sort of handles e-bikes differently. So by having them to go up to 20 miles per hour keeps you in that friendly zone, right? So you can still use it as a normal bike would. So normal traffic laws and up to 40 miles range, which is really incredible on the battery. And, again, I'll note, you don't have to use the pedal assist. You can use it as a normal bike. And it's a quick charge, 5.5 hour charge. I had this one charged up early. It's already full charge, but there's some LED markers, and it'll tell you it's kind of like a cell phone, right? So you can see the progress.
Is that I am assuming that's detachable, so you could take it into the office and plug it in.
Yeah. So I don't know if you can see this little door. I'll bring it closer to the. So there's this little door here, and then you can. And so that's where the charger goes in, right? But see this key right here? I'll put this key in, and if I want to pop that battery out, it just comes right out.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, so it locks, and that's a key if you want to keep it all together and locked in the rack or something like that. Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. And I mean, like I said, you don't have to take the battery. Like if you were putting this in a garage or if you're bringing it into your apartment or wherever, you can leave it and charge it as is. But you're correct. You could take it out. Like if you're locking this up outside an office building, you can take this battery with you, throw it in your bag, and charge it while you're at work or wherever. It's really a great design.
Okay. And I'm assuming that it's weatherproof, so if the battery's sitting out and big rainstorm passes by.
So it's got a water resistance rating. I think it's IPX5. So, of course, it can be rained on. It can also sustain like medium jet spray. So if you're cleaning it, you can hose it down. It'll be just fine.
Okay. You said 40 miles, and I'm assuming that is flatland. When we get into hill area, that might be a little bit different, correct? Or is it 40 miles with hills?
It's 40 miles. It's an all-terrain thing, so it doesn't really matter. The gearing system's doing its thing.
Okay, but yeah, when you go uphill, you're pushing things a little bit more, which means more battery, right?
Yeah, but you still, and the thing is you're not going to be going uphill all the time. So then you also think you're coming back downhill, so you're not using as much as that assist either. So I think in all terms, you're balancing out its power capability.
Okay. So when it's in e-bike mode, do the gears switch on their own? So if it does get to a hill area, that it will change to what'll be a lower gear, so it would work better or easier.
No, actually, so the gearing system, this one, so I should have said this one's a 7-speed, but so it's cadence based, right? So if you're going down a hill, right, and you don't need it, you're not going to pedal, right?
Yeah.
So the assist kind of cuts off, and so you're not going to get that extra momentum. I always like to tell people it's kind of like having a push, you know what I mean? But you got to get it going first before it starts to really move. So if you're going down the hill, it'll work. It'll perform just like any other geared bike. You can gear it down. You want to slow it down, or however you would prefer to ride it.
Okay, but the e-bike part of it doesn't rely on the gears too much.
No, that's all you. That's all you. You have to get the momentum going before it starts. So if you back off pedaling, it's not going to work. It's not going to run. But it's like that's why it's pedal assist. So as long as you're pedaling, it's giving you the assistance. And one thing I always tell people, that is something that's part of the education process, is that when you first start riding the bike and you're getting that assistance, you do kind of need to learn, braking speeds, because it's different, right? Because if you're pedaling and you're coming to a stop you need to understand that you're going a little bit faster, than you would have normally. Like I said, you can go up to 20 miles per hour. So there is that sort of educational variable that comes into play as far as braking goes, but that's pretty easy. I mean, you take a trip around the block and get familiar with it, and the brakes are very responsive. So yeah, I mean, and if you notice in the disc brakes, they're slotted and drilled, right? So they don't get hot. So you can, they're expelling heat as they should, so you can handle, kind of rigorous braking should you need to.
Okay. So how long has this bike been around?
So this is the launch. This is like an informal launch for CES. We're bringing a small inventory to market for this first quarter.
Okay.
And we're mainly direct to consumer. I mean, we are looking for some retail channels and some dealer channels, but the best pricing will probably be through us. We've got some really good. We've done some really good video. And another thing I want to talk about is how easy it is to put together. If you were to order this bike today, the way it comes in the box is everything is together except for the wheel. So the wheel would not be on the fork. So this is the fork. The wheel would not be in, and the handlebars aren't in. So that's the only two parts that you're putting together. You slide this shaft in, and you hook this wheel up through this fork, and put the chain on. Make sure your tires are inflated, and go.
You're good to go.
It's very simple, and it's designed that way. I mean, of course, we've got some educational material to kind of help you, but you don't need an expert to put this bike together. Is
it a detachable? I don't know. I haven't had a bike like this in a while. Is it a detachable front wheel? Like they used to have, where you can take the wheel with you.
Yeah, you could. Mm-hmm.
So it's got the little latch thing. You know what I'm talking about, or?
I don't know.
Okay,
well, it's more manual probably than what you're.
Yeah, some 10-speed, older 10-speeds. When I used to ride a bike, the wheel would have like a little flip latch, so you'd unflip it, you take the wheel off, and then you could walk in. You took that wheel with you into the office.
Yeah, no, there's not that. There's actually like a nut and bolt assembly that actually is tightened down to the fork, so it's not quite as removable as I think what you're referring to.
Okay, fair enough. So, all right. So, and you said the price already. Why don't you say it again?
Yeah. So this is a $1,200, the entry level, and then the step up, which I was talking about with the hydraulic brakes and the internal hub, you're looking at the 1,400 range.
Okay. Where do people go to find out more about this eMotion e-bike?
So right now the website has yet to be launched. If you go, it's just a landing page, but it's emotionebikes.com. So emotionebikes.com altogether, no dashes or anything. And that's where you can go to get us, and we'll ship within U.S. and Canada is where we're offering the bikes for sale. And we'll have some pre-orders up soon, and free shipping. 1-year warranty on the parts. And so we really believe in the bike, and we want people to get out there, and especially if you can't go anywhere, you can go out to the park and get some fresh air, right? And enjoy this bike and not worry about any stress on your joints or anything. It's a really good opportunity to get out.
Okay. And then your parent company with the standing desk and the other items, where do they find that information?
Yeah, so Venturer, the tablets, the laptops, that's ventureshop.com. So it's Venturer, so VENTURER shop.com. And that has all the tablets and laptops we have available. Nuvo is in really early stages, so there's no website yet. We're sort of testing the market with that one. So I don't really have a place to go. I think it was just sort of kind of keep your ear to the ground. We'll be launching something soon on it, but right now I don't have a landing page or anywhere for people to go check it out.
All right, perfect. Well, eMotion e-bikes, thank you very much, Michael, for your time, and I hope you have a great CES.
Hey, you too. Take care.
It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we got another CES interview here with this. This is with Alex, and Alex is with B Haptics. Look at that, really nice background. It looks like he's going to come out of the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Why don't you tell us some of the stuff you got here? I don't remember how Johnny Carson went. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so bHaptics, it is a haptic suit. So tell us a little bit about the company and the product. And you can definitely wear it too. Yeah.
Boom. There it is. This is the bHaptics Tac Suit X40. We are super, super excited to be showing this thing off at CES 2021 this year, especially because we have the honor of being nominated for the Innovation Award at CES this year. So very, very excited about this. This is
congratulations, by the way.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're stoked about it. This is the first truly consumer available wearable haptic device that's been designed for VR and more. And the response has been awesome. You know, with these, we had a pre-order start in December or maybe late November, and we shipped just after the new year. And it's been very, very exciting. A lot of excitement in our community right now.
Okay, yeah, it looks really cool. So it's for the VR. Is this like for the consumer VR? Is this for the business VR? Who's this for?
So right now, the focus is on consumer. You know, when bHaptics was founded in 2015, the focus there, as well for pretty much everybody in the VR industry, was for the B2B and business side of things. Trying to set up location-based experiences with full haptic setups and things like that. But especially as a result of the most recent developments in the world with the pandemic and things like that, the shift really has switched over to consumer, especially from all of the feedback that has been given to bHaptics over the years, because at the end of the day, it's the consumers that truly love this stuff. You know, it's the people who are passionate about gaming and people who are passionate about their immersive experiences that see what we're doing and get excited. So lately, the focus has shifted over to the consumer side of things, whereas before we were focused on partnering with the location-based experiences, hardware and software side. Now we are talking to VR developers and other game developers about implementing and incorporating and embedding bHaptics into their titles.
Okay, perfect. Now, this is not, first of all, I want to get this out of the way. This is not any type of protective gear other than for gaming, unless you got rated for something.
I certainly feel like it would definitely give you some kind of confidence that maybe you didn't have in a situation like that if you're to strap it on, just because it looks awesome and you kind of feel like you're a superhero when you wear it. But yeah, it's not bulletproof, so don't get crazy out there, folks.
Okay. And I'm assuming there's a bunch of sensors and things like that in there?
Yeah, I just pulled back the mesh lining on the inside to show you guys some of these motors in here. The X40 has 40 of these tactile ERM motors lined inside of it. And we also have another model called the X16, which is our more budget option. This one comes in at $299, whereas the X40 comes in at $499. And the X16 has 16 tactile motors on the inside of it. It's arranged in a similar pattern, in a similar fashion. So it's just a little bit less fleshed out than the 40 motors would give you.
Okay. It also kind of looks like my my life vest for my kayaking, but it's probably not. Is it waterproof? Is it weatherproof at all, or no?
No, you're not going to want to go swimming. You're not going to want to use it in the rain. It is designed to be used actively, so if you're getting sweaty and stuff like that, there's a mesh lining on the inside that's detachable and washable. So if it does get a little bit wet from you going hard, it's going hard in the paint with this thing on. It washes.
That's where I was going with that was not go diving in it, but definitely if you get a couple hours worth of work in there, you might want to let it air out a little bit and wash it every now and then so it doesn't get funky.
And I will say too that the X40 and the X16 are the most recent renditions of the tac suit. Previous models, like the DK3, for example, are definitely not quite as breathable. The new X40 and the X16, they have like a nice meshness to them, and they're very breathable. And if you've used bHaptics before, you could expect that the X40 would be a little bit cooler than you would have expected from your previous experiences.
Okay, let's talk about connection. I'm assuming this is a wireless connection, or is this a wired connection to your VR or the computer for VR?
Mm-hmm. So really the best way to use it would be wirelessly using Bluetooth 4.0 to your computer. But the X40 and the X16 have an audio to haptic feedback functionality that operates off of an auxiliary cable input on the back. You can run a Y splitter from your VR headset or to your Nintendo Switch or to your PlayStation controller, and then plug it into the back. And the bHaptic software translates via a mobile device the audio feedback into a haptic response. And you can fine tune those things within the app to adjust your experiences accordingly. So again, to summarize, Bluetooth primarily, however, additional added functionality of the input cable.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I have the Quest 2. Got that right before Christmas, and I connected up to my Intel NUC, which is right there. And so that's I probably do the Y splitter right into the computer.
You would do a Y splitter into your headphones, and it would connect wirelessly. The Vest connects wirelessly to your mobile app. So you yourself have a cord or two hanging and connected, but you are not tethered to anything.
Okay. But usually the headset's tethered to the computer for some of the gaming.
Correct. On PC, yeah, you would be. Unless, of course, you're running like virtual desktop with your Quest or something like that. Additionally, the Quest has a handful of natively supported titles for bHaptics. So you would just go into an in-game menu and click bHaptics, and then it would connect your devices to the game from inside the app that you're playing. And that list of natively compatible games is going to be growing exponentially this year, as with the release of these products and with the hype of the Oculus Quest 2.
Okay. You said something about being Bluetooth 4, and so I guess I have to ask the question, why not Bluetooth 5?
I think Bluetooth 5 works as well, but Bluetooth 4 would be like the minimum that you would need to have, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, but your vests are Bluetooth 4 connected.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we got that. We got that. Are there any headsets? We threw a few headsets out there. Is there any types of headsets or systems that wouldn't be able to use this?
There is a way to use it with pretty much all media. With the audio to haptic feedback functionality, being able to plug it in, you could plug it into your MP3 player. You could watch movies with it or listen to music with it. Any consoles that you like that have the ability to plug in. So the functionality is pretty widespread, and we're actually going to be turning our focus into some of those additional sectors of entertainment this year. Like I said, we've really been focused in virtual reality primarily, but this year we're going to be trying to explore some of the other options and make it available for more people, not just VR gamers. That being said, VR gamers really do stand to gain the most from bHaptics, primarily through the use of the directional input. For example, like if you're playing a shooter game and somebody starts firing in on your 6, as it stands, without any kind of haptic feedback, typically you're tipped off to that via like a red arrow indicator or something. And if you're in the heat of the moment, you might not even notice that indicator for a second or two. And by then, if you're in a competitive game, it's too late. But with bHaptics, being able to get 360 directional input, if I get a shot coming in from my 6, I feel it instantaneously, and I have the ability to react very, very quickly. So when you're immersed in a 360-degree environment and the sound is 360 degrees, it only makes sense that the haptics should be too. And I think it's only a matter of time before, once others like myself has bridged that gap, from the haptic response of our body up to the head, it's very, very hard to go back.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've done some immersive VR stuff, and I have the headset now that works really well. But I miss the whole vibrations, and especially when you start moving, because some of these devices now you don't need the controllers. You just have to look at your hands to map the hands, and then there's no haptic feedback on that. Right. And that. But what was more interesting was you're talking about the movies, and last year we experienced for the first time a 4D movie environment. Now, something like this vest would not be able to do like mist and wind and things like that. But it definitely would do some sort of haptic feedback for if you're like in a train or a car or something like that and moving around. You said you're actively working on that, but more to the point, is there anything that I can get now to kind of utilize that for watching a movie on, let's say, VR?
Right now, the best way to get it done is through the audio to haptic profiles. Like I mentioned earlier, when you go into an editor to change the frequencies and stuff, we have this online editor for audio to haptic feedback. It's awesome. When you go in there and the audio is playing through, it'll show you all of like the levels and stuff, and you can individually adjust individual frequencies and assign them to individual motors that exist on the vests. So as you're listening through like your first time and trying to, kind of get the vest calibrated the way that you're going to like it, you'll see where those thresholds are as you're like listening to it, and you can adjust accordingly or on the fly. Like if you're watching it and you're like, okay, this is a little bit too much, you can kind of pull down on certain parts to make it happen. It does take a little bit of guess and check in its current state, where you kind of have to like play around with a little bit and kind of get a feel for how it works. And if I was going to sit down and watch a movie, that's absolutely what I would do. I would probably slap together an audio to haptic feedback profile for the movie that I was watching. So that way it wasn't just like sitting there vibrating unnecessarily in scenes that it wasn't appropriate.
Yeah, especially if you're also watching with another person, you both have headsets on. You're going to both have the vests on,
right?
And it's going to be a little bit different for me than it is for the person sitting next to me.
Mm-hmm. All that said, the magic of bHaptics really is in that precise pattern at the right moment thing, and that's why it works so well in VR. It's like in that moment when you need that specific pattern, bHaptics is able to give it. When you have the X40, it has 40 different motors on it. Like the patterns that you can do there are pretty intricate. You can have stuff where it feels like something is sliding down your windpipe when you like drink a soda in game, or
wow.
One of that blew me away was in Half-Life Alyx. We have an amazing mod for Half-Life Alyx that completely connects you to the world when you're wearing bHaptics. And everyone thinks like, oh man, what would it be like to like get struck, right? Have somebody, throw a grenade at me when I'm wearing that. But the thing that took me off guard more than anything was dropping an item in my backpack. Like when I grabbed an item and I dropped it over my shoulder, I like felt it clunk down through a bag and like land on the bottom. And I was like, it like blew my mind, and that's like a simple haptic response that, maybe you wouldn't think of right away, but when you add it to your immersive experience, it completes it. It was dropping an item in my bag. That's my favorite haptic response. I know it's funny, but I love it.
So now I need to figure out how to get the wires from the ceiling so I stay in one place, like in Ready Player One, so I don't go punching tables or walls or anything like that. Getting out of that's too much. But let's talk a little. Let's go back to the vest here. So you did say the two prices of the two. The one started at $299. What was that?
$299 is for the X40 here, and then that's the X16 there for $299, and then the X40 here is $499.
Okay, so Batman or Robin, $299 or $499. I got that.
That's perfect.
That's perfect. Yeah, and they're out now.
Yes, they are out now. You can go to bhaptics.com/shop if you are interested in picking up one for yourself. We are currently back ordered into February. So the sooner that, if you're interested, the sooner you get an order in, the sooner that you can make sure that you can get one at the earliest next month.
Okay. As Johnny Carson would say, that's some wild and wacky stuff. Anyway, so all right. Well, bhaptics.com. Alex, thank you very much for your time, and have a great CES. I hope everything's working out for you here.
Thank you. We're having a blast, and we hope you are too. Enjoy the rest of the show, and good luck with the rest of your interviews and adventures, my friend.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual. Jeffrey Powers here. I am here with Freddie of New Gen Audio, which is a software plugin company. And you've got a couple new products, one that's not out yet, one that we can talk about now. So, Freddie, tell everybody who you are, how you work for the company.
Sure. So yeah, my name's Freddie Vinehill-Cliff. I'm the product specialist for New Gen Audio. So I'm generally the person who speaks to customers about how to use the plugins, the best kind of workflow, and any kind of interesting features. So I make the majority of the tutorial videos for our YouTube channel. Ordinarily, I would be at conventions and trade shows like NAMM, be running the booth and doing kind of in-person demos. It's a shame, obviously, I'm not able to do that this year, but thankful that we're able to do things like this over video chat. Like you said, we've got two new things or newish things I'd like to talk about.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's awesome. If even 2 years ago, this would have been super difficult to do this type of conference. So it's great that we can talk, because I'm assuming you're not even in the United States.
That's right. I'm over in the UK. So it's a little bit later in the day for me here. It's just after 6 p.m. for me. You can probably tell it's dark outside.
But yeah, and great area. I miss going over there myself. So. All right, let's get into some of the programs here. First of all, we want to talk about Paragon, correct?
That's right. So Paragon is a reverb plugin. It's the kind of newest, sort of brand new plugin that we've released. It came out in October of last year, just at the very end of October. Paragon is a convolution reverb, but with a twist. So basically, without going into loads and loads of detail, sort of broadly speaking, there are two main types of reverb plugin. There's convolution reverb and there's algorithmic reverb. Convolution reverb tends to be much more realistic sounding because it is based on real recordings of real spaces, but it doesn't have the same amount of flexibility as an algorithmic reverb because you are limited by how that space sounded on that day. An algorithmic reverb uses algorithms to generate the reverberation for the sound, and you have a lot more flexibility with an algorithmic reverb, but they don't sound as realistic because they aren't using recordings of real spaces. It is kind of purely an imaginary sounding space. But Paragon sort of has a twist in that it's a convolution reverb, which allows you that same level of flexibility as an algorithmic reverb. So it uses state-of-the-art resynthesis developed at the University of York, which basically means that every time you tweak something like the room size, the decay time, anything like that, it actually generates a whole new impulse response, which still uses the sort of same authentic sound, the same authentic character as the original space. But, it allows you to make the room bigger, the decay longer, the room brighter, and anything you can think of like that.
So we'll just use this one-on-one conversation because there's a lot of compression, a lot of different things, noise cancellation, things like that. And your room probably sounds a lot more bouncier than what it is right now. So something like a reverb, if I was to do any type of post-producing, I could actually take that audio, put the Paragon in this, and actually give that room feel back into things.
Exactly. Yeah, that's definitely one way that you could use that. I mean, the current version of Paragon is very much geared to that kind of application. So it's been designed with sort of dialogue and things like that in mind. So there are kind of features we have, for example, like the crosstalk in Paragon is something that really allows you to enhance dialogue clarity while still using a lot of reverb. So yeah, that like I say, is very much geared towards sort of post-production, dialogue editing, that kind of thing. I can't go into loads of detail, but we do have in the pipeline another version of Paragon which may be more appealing to music producers. So yeah, kind of keep your eyes peeled for that.
That's in the future. Yeah, definitely. So and I'm assuming this is just a straight up plugin for any DAW that you use, Mac or PC based, correct?
That's right. So basically all of our plugins are compatible with Mac and PC. They pretty much all run in AAX, AU, VST3. We have a couple of things that will run in VST2 and RTAS, but we are gradually phasing out those formats. And then we have a couple of things that are offline processes, so you wouldn't use them as a plugin insert. It would only be through like Audio Suite or the Premiere panel functionality. So yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than a yes or no, but basically everything for the most part is AX, VST3, and AU.
Yeah, definitely. So and it's always great to have the extra tool in your toolbox for what you need. What type of polyphony does this have? So how many channels could you run this software on before we start having to look at other options?
So Paragon supports up to 10 reverb channels. So that's kind of another thing to do with why it is most well suited for kind of audio post at the moment and things like that. So 10 audio channels means that it can be used for reverb for Dolby Atmos. So Dolby Atmos, the bed tracks are usually 712 format. So that's 10 channels of audio in total, and that's currently the max number of channels that Paragon can support.
Yeah, that's got to take up a lot of juice, even for like an Apple M1. I don't know. Do you have Apple M1 support yet or no?
And do we have what? Oh, sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
The new Apple M1 chip support.
I'm honestly not 100% sure. I would have to check with our development team about that. But I'll have to check on that after our chat today.
That's fine. You also have this other plugin that quite isn't out yet. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So the new product I wanted to talk about was our Stereoizer Elements plugin. So we have a product which has been out for quite a few years now called Stereoizer, which is a stereo width tool. It uses 3 stereo width algorithms. It uses linear width, which is kind of a very basic mid-side width control. It uses the intraoral intensity difference, which kind of generates artificial discrepancies in intensity between the left and right. And it has the intraoral time difference, which creates artificial discrepancies in the timing between the left and right. Those are both based on kind of how the human ear perceives sound, based on those kind of psychoacoustic effects. And those actually allow you to take a mono source and create a pseudo stereo mix from that. So a lot of stereo width plugins, you would need stereo audio going in order to make wider audio come out the other end. But with Stereoizer, you actually can use a mono source to create stereo, essentially from stereo from mono. But this new version, Stereoizer Elements, is kind of a streamlined entry-level version of Stereoizer at a much lower price point. And the idea is that it's kind of geared towards bedroom producers. It still gives you the same sound, the same powerful algorithms. So you still have all 3 of those stereo width algorithms, but instead of having the same level of flexibility and tweakability where you're able to control each of those independently, you're able to control how the frequency, what frequency bands it affects. Essentially, in Stereoizer Elements, you have one stereo width control, which controls all 3 of those algorithms. So the idea is you still get the same sort of high quality stereo width sound, but A, it's easier to use if you're kind of a beginner producer, and B, because it's at the lower price point, you've just kind of got the access to the same high quality sound, but not with as much tweakability.
How much? Well, probably not as much for the lower end version, but the Stereoizer. How much work would it work with a Dolby situation like you were talking about with the polarizer?
So I mean, it isn't designed to be used in that kind of situation, but it is possible. Okay. For example, I can't remember the name of the engineer, but the guy who mixed the surround version of the film Dunkirk, I believe he actually used Stereoizer for a lot of the surround mix of that. So rather than using kind of one surround up mixer, he used several instances of Stereoizer kind of put across different pairs of channels and sort of created a wider surround image in that way. So there's definitely plenty of creative workflows you could try with Stereoizer, but it's not necessarily geared towards surround workflows specifically.
Any album or video that we should check out to see how the Stereoizer works?
Good question. I believe that Stereoizer and Monofilter, which is part of the same focus bundle on our website, I think they were both used on the most recent Fantastic Negrito record. In fact, I spoke to the guy who mixed that record, and I know he's kind of a big fan of New Gen in general, but I think particularly those two plugins were used a lot on that record.
Okay. So I'm a YouTuber. How would something like a Stereoizer work best for what I do?
It's a good question. I mean, I suppose on a very basic level, presumably a lot of the audio for your videos is in mono. You know, you've got the kind of the one microphone in front of you. If you wanted to add a little bit more excitement to the audio, maybe give it a little bit more a sense of space, you could use something like Stereoizer to create those artificial differences between the left and the right channel, just to kind of make the viewer feel a little bit more like they're kind of situated in the space, you know, as they're watching the video. It'll kind of give the impression of being there in the room with you a little bit more.
So in this case where we're got a split screen here, and I'm technically on the left side and you're technically on the right side, we could kind of split that up. So it sounds like you're coming from one area and I'm coming from another area in this interview.
So that would actually be another kind of related plugin of ours called Stereo Placer. So that's a frequency-specific panning tool. So you could certainly do something like that. Stereoizer tends to be quite symmetrical in the way that it moves things. So yeah, the sort of situation you're talking about wouldn't necessarily work in Stereoizer. Although I'm sure there's some kind of workflow where you could make that happen.
Oh yeah. So this is more on getting what depth of frequencies to certain areas. How then?
Exactly. It's really about trying to kind of create a sense of space, a sense of depth, make things sound more three-dimensional, even though you are in stereo only working with two speakers. So you're kind of giving the impression of depth without actually having, you know, surround speakers behind you or above your head or anything like that.
So in the same scenario, we would still be smack dab in the middle, but it would sound like we're in a nice full room.
Exactly, yeah, and there'd be a sort of sense of our voices kind of occupying a wider space rather than being straight down the middle in the phantom center.
Okay, well, it's great to find that they're making a more consumer relatable product for those studio that at home musicians, at home video content creators that want to really increase their game. Do you have a date when that version of Stereoizer will be out?
I believe it's going to be the start of April. So it is a couple of months away yet, but we've our NAMM sort of press release is sort of a teaser announcement of that, I guess.
Okay. And how much are you planning to sell it for?
I believe that's going to be $49. Oh,
okay. Whereas regular Stereoizer, how much is that version?
Now you're asking. I think it's either $119 or $129. It's that kind of ballpark.
Okay, so it's still affordable if you decide to go full version, or if you decide to, okay, this works, but I want all the features, like myself.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not kind of a crazy high price point.
Okay. And then the polarizer, do you know the price on that one?
Yeah, Paragon, I think, is, let me get this right, it's either $499 or $599. Sorry, I should have had the price list in front of me.
That's okay.
So the full surround version of Paragon is, hang on. Full surround version is $599. Although actually it's worth mentioning at the moment, we are doing a $100 voucher for anyone who fills out our annual customer survey. So you can go to our website, it takes about 3 or 4 minutes, and you get $100 off any plugin. So yeah, $599 for the full surround version, but we are possibly doing a kind of more wallet-friendly stereo-only version of that.
Okay, so Paragon and Stereoizer, and of course, watch for another version of Paragon coming in the months that you can't talk about. Perfect. Okay. Where do people go for more information?
NugenAudio.com would be the place to go.
Okay. Nugen, that's Nugen audio.
That's right.
Okay. Perfect. Well, Freddie, thank you very much for your time. You have a great NAMM 2021.
Thanks very much, Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here. We're here with Sam of RoadieMusic.com and the Roadie. Now, we've talked before. A couple of years ago, you had, I think it was the original Roadie that we did an interview with on Geekazine. Okay. But tell everybody who you are, what Roadie is, and what you're going to show off.
Sure. So my name is Sam Force. I'm the VP of Sales and Partnerships for Roadie, and what we're showing off today is the Roadie 3 automatic guitar tuner. This is our latest iteration and most technically advanced version of our Roadie 3 automatic tuner. We have had excellent success over the years with Roadie 1 and Roadie 2. We moved to vibration detection for Roadie 2, and now with Roadie 3, that is even more advanced and sort of wrapped in an even more durable and ergonomic housing with the new body design. We also
it looks nice and big, definitely.
Yeah, well, it fits nice in the hand, and the cool thing that you can't maybe see is that it's TP here. I can show you with my fingernail. You can kind of dig into it a little bit because it's rubberized on the outside, so it will bounce if it's dropped rather than break open or something like that. So we're expecting this to be used and used well for quite some time. The screen is now a color screen, and my navigation is over here on the this side on the D-pad, so you can just sort of go through. Is that in focus? I can't quite tell.
It's internet video, so
it's like settings,
show too well.
All the different sort of cards, the blocks that will tell you where you're at. So I'm in my tuner right now. I can go to my acoustic guitar, and then over into my tuning menu, and then go through just a massive list of alternate tunings: drop C, open B, open D, half step down, full step down, and the list goes on. So we're really proud of having over 100 alternate tunings possible on the device. Room for your entire instrument collection. It's twice as fast and twice as powerful as Roadie 2. So it's really everything that people loved about Roadie 2 in a more durable, more holdable package. And we've also added an excellent, cool feature called vibrating metronome mode. So you can use Roadie 3 as a really powerful vibrating metronome to put in your pocket and buzz along with your jam session to keep you in rhythm rather than having a click track or something like that. So just one other extra feature to keep the Roadie involved in the jam session rather than having it live its whole life in the kit bag after it does its tuning job.
That's perfect.
But yeah, we love it. USB-C rechargeable, and
let's do this. First of all, is there a difference between electric and acoustic guitar, or just the?
There definitely is. Yeah, no, and even each individual instrument on Roadie is tuned differently. So if you have two electric guitars, they may have subtle differences in how they sound when they're tuned into standard. So you'll make a tuning profile for each individual instrument you have in your collection. And then that will allow Roadie to take special care for that individual instrument's subtle nuances, and it knows kind of what it's going to expect. So I have my acoustic guitar here that I've just called acoustic because it's the only one I have. But if I had a lot of them, I could differentiate them with name and even pictures on the app. We have an awesome app that goes with it. You can use to customize everything, add custom tunings, and this kind of stuff.
And how is there like an app that you start with that brings it in? How do you bring that into the Roadie 3?
Well, Roadie 3 comes shipped with a bunch of tunings already. So there's like 40 plus on there, I think, for instruments that you'll normally find. But to add more and to make your own, you download the Rode app on Google Play or Apple Store. And from there, you can add your own instruments, take pictures of them and name them, as well as easily add your own custom tunings or temperings. And this is great for, really fiddly stuff like a few cents up and a few cents down, and then adding a capo or something like that. So Rode can handle any level of complexity that you want to throw at it. So even if you're doing A equals 432 rather than A equals 440, you can just change that as a core level feature and then use all your own alternate tunings from that new A reference, rather than having to have a special alternate tuning with A432 drop C or A432, something else. So it's just a way to more easily flow between the stuff that you may want to explore that you haven't, because it just takes a lot of work, or that you may not have the knowledge right in front of you, and so it takes too much time to search it out. You want to get back to playing. So it's a way to keep people, exploring the depth and breadth of music.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's. You got the acoustic guitar. Let's go ahead and show people how it works.
So I am not a guitarist, but I at least can tune it.
You play one on the internet.
Standard, yeah. This is my standard tuning, and I think I've already messed up my pegs enough to give you an idea of what this guy does. But I'll go back to my acoustic guitar and into my standard tuning. So I'm on E2, and I just put it on the peg. I can reposition it however I like, because Rode doesn't care where you start from. So I'll just position it so you can see the screen, and then I'll pluck the string, and Rode immediately starts tuning. So it's listening for the proper note, and then when it found it, it beeped and vibrated and buzzed as well, and flashed as well. So you have 3 different indications that it's time to move to the next note. So I'll move to the next note and put it on there, and then start plucking. Oops, there we go. And you can see Rode is searching for the center there and finds it. And then I'll move to the next one. So I can do this all quite quickly if I'm trying to just run through the whole thing. And even now, when it's like moving a lot and changing a lot on that string, it does it really quickly. And so you can just go through the entire guitar. May as well.
So let me ask you this.
Sure.
We're in a noisy room. You said there was sound and vibration activated. So we're in a noisy room. The band's playing. You need to tune up really quick. How does it determine the notes that you're playing, if that's the case?
So it does that. So it actually does not use acoustic detection in this model. Our first Rode used acoustic detection, and that was wrought with a lot of issues, because we had to then use noise cancellation, and we have to wait for that to be normalized before we can send a proper message to Rode to go do the tuning. So with vibration detection, and now with vibration detection 2.0, we're able to very, very quickly isolate noise from signal. If you look at the graph, the signal from a guitar, when you're putting a Rode against it and plucking it, versus the ambient noise, is like 10 to 20 times greater. So it's very, very easy for us to see what you're trying to give it in terms of signal versus what it's receiving from external sources in terms of noise.
Okay, so as long as you're not totally vibrating, or there's like an earthquake or something like that, you should be good to tune.
Yeah, and actually that's interesting that you'd mentioned that, because one time that we have seen issue is with people that have something on their headstock that's vibrating, like they have a loose screw or something like that, a piece of actual hardware that's clicking on a very microscopic level they don't notice. So they'll have one string that will not do its job, and Rode will say, wrong string or error. And then sure enough, they'll find a nut on there that wasn't tightened down. They'll tighten down that screw. Once everything is clean and is not vibrating right there, then it has no issue. So as with any mechanical device, it can be fooled, but with proper guitar maintenance and with normal sort of practice with any new tool, it's really, really straightforward.
Okay. So and you got pretty much tuned back up within about a minute or two.
So yeah, and you can do that with any tuning. I mean, here we go. You could get that probably even better if you went through again, because we changed some of those strings quite a bit. So the neck tension will have some changes in it, and the strings are rusty and things like that. So people that are going for like studio quality, perfect tuning, go through any tuning twice, because you're going to get a better tuning that second time, and micro adjustments will occur. And as I said, I'm not even proficient enough to really give you a solid demo of like, look at this, I'm going to now play Wonderwall for you. But trust me, it does the job quite well, and it will do it on any guitar, banjo, mandolin, ukulele, acoustic, electric, 6-string, 12-string. It's your one-stop shop for making sure that you're in tune.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the unit a little bit more. Now, you said it connects to an app, so I'm assuming that you're going to get a cord that goes from the USB. Is that USB-C on the unit?
No, it is, but that's just for charging. Everything happens via Bluetooth. So you just, as soon as you turn on the device and turn on the app, they pair instantly. They don't go through the standard Bluetooth pairing of the phone system. We have our own protocol that sort of auto sees your roadie based on its number of the device number. So it sort of like saves that device number anytime it's available on any Bluetooth spectrum. It knows you intend to connect, and it automatically pairs it up. So starting the app and starting the device is all you have to do.
And Bluetooth 4.0, 5.0, what?
Ooh, I'm going to have to check. I think that it is 5.0 based on the new sort of speed and tenacity of the connection, because it is really fast and quick. But gosh, you got me on that. I'm going to have to reconfirm that data point.
Okay, yeah. Well, we'll update if we get an update on that. So,
Sure.
And then how fast does it charge?
So you can charge Roadie in a couple hours, and then the charge will last you hundreds and hundreds of tunings. What I love to do when I was demoing Roadie 2 is mention with people, on the NAMM floor, is that I'd been tuning since the show started and haven't charged the device the entire time. So I'd go through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tunings before I'd finally run out, maybe day 3, and have to charge it up. So this device, and also it'll tell you on the screen there, it'll show you the battery indicator, and it'll show a red indicator when it's getting low. So it's not going to hide the fact that you maybe should charge it. And really, it's never really been an issue. That's the greatest part about it, is the battery has never been a problem. Even now that we've been testing with the vibrating metronome, because that's a new feature for Roadie 3, and we wanted to make sure that we could continue to provide a robust experience. We had the fastest speed BPM going possible, and we just left the thing vibrating by itself for hours, and I think it lasted 5-6 hours before it finally died. So I mean, if anybody is playing that tempo for 6 hours, we want to be the first to say, take a break.
Well, they'd have to stop to tune every now and then, because
your strings are going to be shredded.
You'd probably break a string or two at that point. So, so when you do the tempos, you could do it from the unit, but you can also do it from the app, correct?
Sure. Yeah, you can save different tempos that you want to have on there. So if you know you're going to use a certain odd tempo that you want to have set up, you can just move to that tempo real easily. I can show you.
Can you do a set list as well?
Yeah, you can. Well, I don't know if we have it set up so it's like set list mode, but obviously you could just have various ones made up for your set list and then cycle through them. And the same with tunings. Like you can have a one guitar that has the tunings that you're going to use for that guitar on that set, and then have a different instrument with different tuning set up for it, because you're going to change to that guitar at some point in the set. So yeah, and then also the settings are instrument specific. So if you change, your A reference while you're on your electric, Fender, you're not going to pick up your Martin and have your A reference be all wonky. It's going to be, based on the instrument.
One more thing I did notice, and that is the peg hole can fit different types of tuning pegs.
Yeah, this is, let's see if I can get this. This is now the third generation. You'll never be able to get the real subtlety of it, but basically the cool part, you kind of can right there. There's a bunch of tiny little steps down, and the size and nature of all of these has been iterated on more than any physical object that I think we've ever done. We have bags and bags and bags of different versions of it. And the reason is because there's just so many different headstocks, and we still can't tune all of them. If you're the guy out there with a skull-shaped headstock and it's just totally round, you got me. There's still some out there that we can't do, but things like dice and the real thin ones like basses, like even though this is not made for bass, and I should mention that Roadie 3 doesn't do bass guitars. We still have Roadie bass as our very best solution for that, just because it's even more robust in terms of torque, and it's much larger. The form factor actually allows that leverage on a bass string to be even more easily applied. So we may in the future do another revision of Roadie bass and put it in some form factor like this. We don't currently have plans to, because Roadie bass is already so good at what it does.
Yeah. And that's the same. I bet you there's got to be other instruments that have headstock in different sizes that the Roadie will work with, but it won't. It's just it's a physics thing sometimes. So
right. Well, I mean, we used to, for instance, have to use an adapter for banjos and some mandolins because they were just so darn small that they would fit in the bottom socket and rotate. So in here we have another additional layer of steps to account for that, and so even the smaller of the banjo and the mandolin pegs that we were testing worked fine. And I've sent it out to a few folks that play mandolin and had zero problem. So things like that we only can find out via iteration. We've been busily doing that and busily combing the sort of like data sets for how we may be able to add intrinsic value to something like Roadie 3 and have it not feel like, oh, it's Roadie 2.5 and they just kind of wanted to do something new. This is much more than that. And we really want people to know that this is an inherently new piece of hardware that they will really love.
Well, Roadie is a good, solid product. So, and from what I've done with the first one, it's I can't wait to see how this Roadie 3 really works. You just released it, and you had a very successful Christmas launch, which is very odd for a lot of people to have, and you got them on time. Talk a little bit about that. How'd that work for you?
Yeah, so launching Roadie 3 as a Christmas delivery for our Kickstarter campaign was something that we did almost out of necessity because we were just simply working as quickly as we could to get it done. We wanted to give our backers something special and get everything in time for Christmas. And I'll be the first to admit that we were not perfect with that. There's backers in Canada that are only not just receiving them just because with the COVID-19 crisis and with overall shipping being so overburdened, that was just a massive hardship. And we apologize for anybody that received their unit after Christmas. It was our grave intention to do that for you. But it's just one of those things where when you're already trying to do hardware right and make sure that nothing gets compromised in the process, that additional thing to balance is a tough one. So I guess I just counsel hardware companies to see that as not necessarily an overarching good, but just as something else that you need to manage as part of your launch. It's potentially hard.
So let's talk price and availability.
Sure. Roadie 3 is going to be available anywhere that musical instruments are sold for $129. If you don't find it in whatever shop you are looking in, you should get a hold of me and I'll make sure that they know that it's out there, because I think the only barrier is just people knowing that we are selling what we're selling and that it can do what it can do. It's one of those things where it almost seems like it's too good to be true. Like they say, I'm going to automatically tune your guitar. It doesn't maybe seem like it will work as well as you hope it would. And we can pretty confidently say that Roadie 3 does indeed deliver on that. And it can help you get into tune very, very quickly, get back to playing music, and even explore more of the musical landscape than you may thought you could have.
And definitely. And the Roadie bass?
Roadie bass is at $149, and same thing, available everywhere. It will tune everything under the sun, so not just bass guitars, but banjos, mandolins, ukuleles, you name it. It's the one Roadie to tune them all. So yeah, if that's the thing, if you also play bass guitar or stand-up bass, Roadie bass is going to be your best tool.
Cool. And the Roadie drum? I'm kidding.
Roadie drum, you joke, but we actually have had some work done on that in the shop. It's tough. It's a mechanically very difficult challenge to do that well, and also to gather enough data from the correct points on the drum head to be sure that we're able to deliver something that is, again, studio quality perfect, because we're not going to come with Roadie drum that's great and Roadie 3 that's fantastic. Everything has to be fantastic. So if and when we release Roadie drum, it will be after many, many years and even more iterations than the tuning head of hardware. We're really not saying no. We're just saying not yet.
That's a tough nut to crack sometimes. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, where do people, roadiemusic.com, correct? Is that
roadiemusic.com for any questions that you may have about the product. And we really do appreciate any eyeballs you can give it, because like I said, we just want people to know that we're out there, but we want people to kind of discover us rather than have it slammed down your throat. So hopefully you have us as a diamond in the rough rather than clogging up your feed or something.
Exactly. So, all right, Roadie Music, the Roadie 3, awesome. Sam, thank you very much. You have a great NAMM.
You too. Bye, everyone.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we have Eric here, and he is from Zolder. Is that how you pronounce that?
That's right, Jeffrey. Thank you very much.
And tell us a little bit about what Zolder is all about.
So Zolder is a company founded by ethical hackers. We are quite experienced guys. We have been working in the cybersecurity industry for 20 years. Zolder actually is the Dutch word for ethic room. And the ethic room is basically where we grew up in terms of our IT skills. So that's the reason why it's branded this way.
So you're a good hacker, right?
We are good hackers. We're ethical hackers and known for publishing research involving vulnerabilities in digital systems that need to be tackled, basically.
Okay. So how does Zolder work? This is a new product, right?
Right. So we have been working on a new solution, which is basically a mobile app, and it's going to be launched in the final beta during CES, and then probably be generally available somewhere in the early 2021s. And it's a mobile app that is meant to provide SMEs, so small, medium enterprises or businesses, with cyber resilience. And then cyber resilience that is working in the way that it protects future-ready businesses that make use of cloud services, such as Microsoft 365.
Okay. So how if I purchase this, is it a plan? Is it a app? Or how's that work?
Yeah, we are. It's actually one of the key reasons, probably why why it's probably first in the world kind of a service that we are able to offer this level of cybersecurity expertise for a flat fee of only €20 per month. So that's for any business, any size, can start off with this plan. And that's a per Microsoft tenant fee. So the reason why we are able to do that is because we have basically bootstrapped our company to get to this point of minimal viable product. So there's no external investment. We are a non-brick mortar type of company. So it's really lean. And we have done that to really make use of all the possibilities that the cloud and digitalization has to offer in terms of, creating a service that is really working in the digital era.
Okay. You said €20 a month. Are you sticking in Europe, or are you planning to move over to the United States or other countries?
Yeah, we will for sure be going to other countries and also the US later on. We are as we are based in the Netherlands. We are talking in euros right now because we want to, first create our local market and then expand into other countries as well. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the reason also why we are at CES right now.
Yeah, and so it wouldn't work right now. That's not a plan for me, but maybe a year or two down the line, we definitely can look at it for my security.
I guess that it's very much earlier than that, because the way we have built the product is really open to everyone worldwide. So the only thing that we need to do is to make sure that all the taxes and legal stuff is set up to be able to properly deliver the service in the States as well. But that's definitely going to be covered in the next couple of months, I guess. Okay.
What happens, let's say I have your service and something happens, some sort of attack or anything like that. Walk me through how you guys come in.
So first of all, we have basically our mobile app will do two things. One is that it will check basically the security configuration within Microsoft 365. That's the first cloud service we work with for vulnerabilities there. So that's basically more a preventative kind of security configuration. So that's there's a lot of information and guidelines and baselines out there as to how you should configure your Microsoft 365 tenant to be properly secured from attackers. But most, and especially the small businesses, really are not capable to consume that kind of information that's out there. So most tenants are configured in basic configuration, and that's really not secure. So that's the first step that we will do. We will make sure that all the basic security measures that everyone should do are actually active in the tenant. then further beyond, we will indeed be actively monitoring the environment for malicious behavior. And if we see some alert coming in that would come through Microsoft Sentinel, that's just a part of the security or the 365 offering of Microsoft, it will then raise an alert. We will investigate it, and then if it's necessary, we will send out an alarm through the mobile app with the proper information, categorized in a way that's readable and understandable for a small business owner, and then provide steps or actions to take to get it under control. And steps and fixes that we suggest most often will come through as a single click button that you can simply press to accept our advice, and then it's all said and done. And that's only possible because we can work with the cloud environment that we have right now, like Microsoft, and which is basically a one size fits all solution for all customers. So if we are able to protect one customer, we can protect thousands or even hundreds of thousands at the same time. So that's basically the beauty of our system.
Okay. You did say mobile. Is it just in the mobile area that you're working in, or are you planning to do on desktops or other devices as well?
Well, the mobile app is actually the interface that we have built now for customers, and we have focused on doing it that way because cybersecurity incidents are unpredictable and they come through at any given time. So what we want to do is make sure that we are within the working environment of a typical small business owner. And the smartphone then is obviously the right choice to focus on first. But the way we have built the whole environment, also already it's an app that can also just as well be opened in a web browser. So that's possible as well. But our backend is API built. So at one point we would be able, and it's probably one direction that we'll take as well, to open up our API to other service providers as well, so that they can incorporate it in their broader managed service offerings. And they skip the whole interface that we have built for a direct touch.
Okay, and it is available now to purchase, correct?
Well, we are now in the final beta phase. So one of the goals we have with CES is to get as much subscribers to this public beta in as possible. We want to do this last run with a lot of customers to really test our backend and see the sizing requirements that we have when we are growing the community before we go generally available. And for everyone that would like to test the product, they will get a 3 months free premium plan, basically, which will actually make their tenant a little bit safer during the test already. So that's a good deal, I would say.
Okay, perfect. Well, Eric, Zolder. What does it mean again? Zolder.
Zolder is Dutch for attic room.
Attic room.
So attic room. So I'm in the attic of my house right now.
Okay.
And this is basically where we sit together.
Do you guys do podcasts and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the reason why I have all this nifty.
So you have Zolder on YouTube, so people can watch if they need more information.
That's right. It is in Dutch though, so that would be one of our long-term goals, is to make sure that we have all the content and also the podcast that we do also in a natively English version of them.
Or they just have to learn Dutch. I mean, learn another. I'm learning 2 other languages right now, so maybe I'll pick up Dutch and I'll start listening to you guys. So
good for you. Good for you.
So Eric, thank you very much for your time. I'm glad Zolder's the name of the company. What's the website again?
It's zolder.io, and people who want to register for the beta can go to zolder.app.
Zolder.app. So, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Eric, for your time.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at geekazine.com. All right, more CES coverage. We have Paul here from ArcX, and it's a sports ring. Tell us a little bit about, well, first of all, what part you play in the company. And welcome to the United States, by the way. You're in Florida, but your team's in London. And then, of course, tell us a little bit about the product.
Thank you. It's great to be here. The idea came to me when I was on a skiing trip with an army buddy, and he very selfishly injured himself on day 3 of the holiday, which meant that I spent the rest of the time skiing alone, listening to podcasts and music with a set of wired headphones. When I wanted to change the volume or skip the track, I had to stop, take a glove off, reach inside my jacket, take the phone out, perform that operation, put everything back on and carry on my activity. And I had the same experience cycling on an indoor rowing machine, of just not having the ability easily, if I was using my hands or if I was traveling at speed, to control primarily music, but also other functions like accept a phone call. So I left a corporate job about 2 years ago and set about building a smart ring.
Okay. And so you did it. Congratulations. Tell us what ArcX is and how it works.
So here we go. This is the ring. It is designed to fit on an index finger, either index finger, and be controlled with the thumb. It is designed to stretch, so I can wear this on a naked finger. If I then want to stop my activity, put a pair of gloves on, I can stretch this over the glove and carry on. And it's designed to work with a smartphone that's tucked away in a pocket or a backpack. And I set it up, I get my favorite playlists or whatever activity I'm doing, and off I go. We've built a ton of extra features in there. So if you are out for a walk or a run and you get a phone call, you simply press the button and it will accept the phone call. Obviously, you're wearing a set of headphones or earbuds, and other features. For example, if you have an accident or an emergency, you can press and hold and it will make an emergency SOS call. And those are set as defaults. With our app, which provides a host of extra features and options, you can customize all of those. So if we talk about the SOS feature, for example, it might not be an emergency. You might be out for a jog and want to just call a friend or a family member. And so you can customize that in the app, long press and hold, and you can make a quick call just to say, I'm on my way back, or I'll be there in 30 minutes, for example.
Okay. So it's a single button, or do you have like different versions of that with multiple buttons, or how does that work?
It is just a little joystick. So it's got 4 directions. So we can do, the defaults are, if you're talking about a playlist, volume up, volume down, and skip tracks backwards and forwards with a press and pause. That's just for music. It can also connect to any other Bluetooth device. So it could be a wireless speaker. It could be a sports camera, even connecting to a laptop. It makes a very nice little one-handed presentation slide clicker.
Okay. So how does it work while you're skiing? I'm assuming you've tested that already, right?
I have, yes. So you would connect it to your phone and put the phone in a pocket with your headphones in. It's on a ski glove and off you go. You just press and pause for the music, or you might be listening to a podcast and you can control the functions that way. If you want to switch functions, and we have got the option within the app to have a bunch of different profiles, you can switch very easily to controlling your phone, to a sports camera, to any other device.
Okay. So holding the pole while you're taking the pictures, that's not a problem. That's fairly easy.
No, not at all. And that's why we used this, we come up with this design. So it is created to be able for the user to grip a pole or a handlebar, and that just sits quite easily alongside the finger. I would add that when we ship the products, the tech, and this is the little inner case with the joystick, users will get that, and they will get 4 different size rings. So I've got a couple of different sizes here. So to get past the different sizing options, we will send 4 of these in each pack, and the user will simply decide which one fits best, and off they go. And this tech, the interchangeable tech, can be swapped in and out of those rings. But let's say, for example, one of our customers might decide that they are going kayaking or on a bike. We'll also be shipping a handlebar mount, so the tech can be swapped out from a ring, put inside a handlebar mount, and with a little Velcro attachment, the ring can sit alongside their hand, and it will be right there, ready to be controlled by the thumb. So lots of different options.
Yeah, I know my kayak is sitting in the garage waiting to be used, but of course it's too icy out there to do that. So I would definitely be using that for kayaking. I could also see this something where you could have like special gloves made, where that little button protrudes out of there, and be able to use it that way, completely bypassing the ring at all, which would be cool. Is it Bluetooth 4, Bluetooth 5 connection?
Bluetooth 5, Bluetooth low energy. So hence why we've been able to get so much capacity out of the battery. So we've got a really fast charge time of about 60 minutes, and the ring will operate on standby for several days. And so clearly the communication between the ring and the phone, we're just sending out little pulses of energy, and so we're getting a maximum amount of battery capacity out of the ring.
Okay, cool. So is this out yet? Are you what's your CES plan right now?
So we were just amazed by the amount of positive coverage and interest in the ring. We have just reached our final prototype stage. Clearly last year, and the COVID situation has been a real challenge for all of us, but we have got a focus group back in the UK and in some other countries in Europe. We're going to send out final prototypes for testing. We're ready to go. We've tested the tech. We know it works really well. We've changed the design once or twice just to try and get it looking really good and being a really good fit. So we're really happy with the product, but we want to continue to get feedback from various volunteers, but we're pretty much ready to go. We're going to launch a Kickstarter next month, as we just need a little bit of extra capital to manufacture and launch, and we hope to ship in May this year.
Okay, perfect. One more question, and that is, can you pair more than one of these ArcXs to a phone, so you could have a button on either finger?
You can pair, most smartphones will allow at least 2 Bluetooth connections. You can pair up to 5, even 7 different Bluetooth devices with most phones. We did lots of different testing with lots of different devices. Our CTO even managed to get one on each finger, and he was able to play various video games with the controllers, one on each finger.
That's where I was going with that. Playing some video game. Nothing super heavy, but where you're moving around, or a VR environment. Exactly. Instead of having those controllers, you have the 2 there that you can go back and forth. I know that I would like that a lot. So, all right. Where do people go for more information?
So we are just in the process of updating our website, but our website is there. People can join our mailing list, and we will send updates. So it's arcx.fit.
Okay. And do we have any price points on this for the Kickstarter, the crowdfund, and then the overall MSRP?
For launching in the US, we think it's going to be $99 or less. We will discount that quite heavily on Kickstarter to give people a really good discount and value for pledging in advance. And as I say, getting ready to ship in May.
Okay, perfect. Well, Paul, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate coming on, spending the time and learning a little bit about ArcX here. So have a great CES.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Great to talk to you. Thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual. Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Peter over at Morph. How you doing, Peter?
I'm doing quite well.
Awesome. And you got some pretty cool pads here that we're going to talk about in a second. First of all, tell people what your role is with the company and a little bit about the product.
Yeah, so I'm Peter Nybor. I call myself a product strategist because it's kind of a vague term. I do a lot of different things with Sensol. So I'll do things that are technical. I'll do things that are more like design. I do business development, and then I do sales and marketing. So yeah, my core strength is music technology and music interaction. And so that's what I really try to, focus on with the Sensol Morph.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good, music technology is a great place to be, I think. So, so we have Morph here, and which is pretty exciting. And it's not for the musician, but also for other people as well. Why don't you tell people what Morph is and how it works?
Yeah, let me switch over to my overhead camera here. And we can take a look at what the Morph is. It's about the size of an older iPad 2. And what it is a touch sensor. It's composed of about 20,000 small pressure sensing touch sensor elements. That's our name of our company, Sensol. You can see it's a very thin device. And what it does is we have these different overlays that are made out of silicone rubber. And you just plop it on there, and the device instantly recognizes it by virtue of magnet arrangements in the back. Each one has a distinct arrangement of magnets.
Yeah, I see a little
once
LED
you put it
light
on,
going through there.
Yeah, and once you put it on, it recognizes what overlay you have on it, and then you can start using it. So in this case, it's a piano keyboard, and nice. I can put on like a drum pad overlay, and in this case, I will have to switch over. I don't have anything really fancy to switch it over automatically, and so now we have like MPC style drums, and then we have the Buchla Thunder overlay, and this is a revival of a musical interface that Don Buchla invented in the late 80s. So we worked with Buchla about 2 years ago to bring this to the market and give sort of people an opportunity to experience a really innovative and unique musical interface without having to marry to some really big bulky device that only does that one thing. So everything's pressure sensitive. We use MIDI polyphonic expression quite heavily, so we have per finger control over pitch and timbre and dynamics. We can also demonstrate that with different type of patch. So we have aftertouch and location all on each finger.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's sort of the crux of it, is that it's a really highly portable. It works via USB. It works via Bluetooth, so it integrates nicely with iOS. Not only music applications, but we have things like the video editing overlay. This works with Adobe Premiere.
So once you put that on, does that open up the program, or does it just say, okay, I'm only going to work in Adobe Premiere, or how does that work?
No. So you would have to, so once you put this mat on, it recognizes the shape, but it doesn't communicate anything to the computer much. Okay. So now I put this on and it's ready to just start sending all of the keyboard macro commands that you would use in Premiere. So I'd have to open
so
up
if I had like a cut, if I was doing cuts and pastes, all it would do is all the hotkey controls.
Yeah.
If you press that button. Okay.
So it's in some ways like a specialized keyboard for Adobe Premiere.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we also have the Innovators overlay, which is clear. And in this one, you can actually see the magnet arrangements if you look closely at the top, top and bottom.
Yeah.
And you can, in our software, design different layouts. So in this case, I have like an isomorphic keyboard arrangement. And once we put that on there, I have like this cool hex pads that I can use. Yeah, and everything's just kind of instant. And what's really cool is that, you know, you kind of, once you acquire several of these different overlays, you have the interface you need for the type of music or type of sound you want to produce. You know, making beats on a piano keyboard is technically possible, but musically not so desirable. And also, you know, you really wear out that low C on your kick.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. How many overlays can you have?
We currently have a library of 8 different overlays. We also have the keyboard overlay, which is just, you know, a QWERTY keyboard. And then we have the gaming overlay, which has gaming controls. The gaming controller, honestly, is not super ideal. You kind of have to fiddle around to make it work with your games.
But I'm talking more of the printed overlays. How many can you make in store?
You can just do one. And so if you want to, you know, change the layout, you have to go to our software and flash a new map for the Innovators overlay.
How hard is that to do?
It's pretty simple. It's just you open up the application, you select the overlay, and then you just send the map to morph, and then it's ready. And then you can close up the app.
So do you like draw out the region to create the tone, whatever you want the trigger to do, or?
Yeah, I can. If you want, I could share my screen here.
Yeah, we're not set up for screen share, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you can take a look at on our YouTube channel. We have lots of different videos, but for the most part, yeah, we have different shapes that you can select: ovals, rectangles, hexagons. And you just place them visually. If you wanted to, you could take like a piece of paper and draw them, you know, out with a Sharpie or whatever, and then just take a picture of that, and then import that as a background, and then use our software to align them to your drawing.
Okay.
So it's really quite quick, and then you assign them either keystroke commands if you wanted to do something like, you know, your own video editor or audio editor, or you can assign them MIDI commands or CCs or whatever to control music software.
Or anything. You could control lights. You could control music, of course. You could control anything that accepts MIDI at that point, right?
Yeah, and actually, if you really want to get nerdy, we have an API. So you can use the bare surface, and the API integrates with C, C#, and Python, and then we also have it integrated into Pure Data and Max, Second74 Max. So you can get individual contact information. So you put down 5 fingers and you'll get a dictionary of, you know, where each finger is, how much pressure each one is applying to the device, the size of the pad, the angle of incidence and ellipticality of it. So you get a ton of information about every contact. So you can make some really interesting instruments or gesture controllers or whatever, anything you want to do with touch and pressure. You can extract all of that information from the bare surface. And because it's pressure sensitive and not capacitive, you can use kind of any material you want. So if you want to make a leather overlay, you can make it out of leather or, you know, silk.
Do a D&D type thing where that's your dungeon master board or something like that, or put plants on top of it. Yeah, definitely. So. Nice.
Yes. Symphony for Cactus.
So this is just basically one big giant trackpad in some way, shape, or form, right?
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you could make a mouse out of that.
There is a trackpad mode for it. So you can actually, you know, define a region of it as a trackpad or use the whole thing as a trackpad. But, you know, to be fair, it's not the most awesome trackpad.
Okay.
The technology is actually really good for that, and we just announced at CES this year that our technology is being used in a new Lenovo laptop for their trackpads. So,
oh, really?
If you seek some of that out, if you seek that out, you'll find there's been some really spectacular reviews about the new Lenovo. I believe it's the Titanium series.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to interview them at CES this year, but I definitely want to take a look at their new notebook line, because they got a lot of very interesting innovations there. And now that I know that that's in there, that's another new innovation that I want to take a look at. So,
yeah.
All right. So we get the idea here. My understanding is this has been out for a couple of years already.
Yeah, about 3 years.
Okay, go ahead and switch back to the other camera if you want to.
Oh, sure. The device was actually launched with a Kickstarter, I think, in 2015, and then it took a couple years to actually really nail the device down and get it produced and get it manufactured. And I came on board about 2017 and mid 2017, and we started opened up our shop and started selling to the general public. And since then, we've just been doing just really kind of like slowly growing it. We were originally direct to consumer, and now we've started introducing it to retailers and distributors worldwide. Okay. So it's available, everywhere.
Available for Mac and PC, correct?
Mac and PC. It works on Linux. Our Linux support is not top notch like our Sensel app, which you use to configure the device. It works on Linux, but there's some distributions where it's kind of funky, and it's kind of an alpha release. But yeah, so some Linux users have a great experience, and other users have a little bit less great experience.
Okay. Yeah. So does Sensel make anything else other than this pad, or?
Not for consumers, no. Most of the Sensel is a technology company, and they've really been focusing on a lot of their business-to-business enterprises. So the Morph is currently our only consumer device.
You break into the consumer. Is it a plan to do more consumer products, or?
There's only so much I can really say about our roadmap, but consumer products are definitely part of the future. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, very interesting. I'm very excited about it. So it's out now. How much?
So for the U.S., we have different pricing in the U.S. and Europe. But in the United States, we have the Morph Plus One overlay is $250. And then we have the overlays available for $35 a piece on our website at morph.sensel.com. You'll find there's some different bundles. We have bundles with some software from Audio Damage. So you can, bundle it up with some really awesome plugins from Audio Damage that, those things just are marvelous. They really bring a lot of good character into your compositions.
Yeah, that's awesome. Looks great. So morph.sensel.com, that's SENSEL.com, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Anything else you wanted to talk about with the Morph here?
Well, today we actually just released a set of MPE presets. So MIDI polyphonic expression is the standard that allows us to do the per finger gestures and get individual pitch bend and timbre for each note of your instrument. And that's been developed over the past couple of years, and it's really starting to take steam because Live 11 is actually introducing MPE support. So there's going to be a huge audience of people who are going to be very curious about it. Yeah. So our MPE preset pack has presets for several different MPE synthesizers, and including Bitwig Studio and Live 11. So that's a free download from our website, and you can check those out and start getting to know MPE a little bit.
All right. Well, Morph from Sensel. Peter, thank you very much for your time. Very interesting. We'll try and get one in the studio here so we can review it. And so thank you very much, Peter. Yeah. And you have a great show.
All right. Thanks for reaching out, and look forward to seeing the final results.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we got Kristen here from OtterBox, and you guys have been at CES many years, and of course lots of iPhone and Android cases. I've had a few. I've got some really cool cases that I have my business cards into, but now you guys are getting into gaming. So tell us a little bit about what's going on, why the decision, and what's going on here.
Yeah, we're really excited. This is a totally new market for us. So OtterBox is really well known for mobile accessories, specifically our smartphone cases. And we're always looking at ways that we can continue to evolve our product lines. And the mobile industry is moving so quickly that keeps us really busy. But what we are starting to see is this really cool convergence between the gaming industry and the mobile industry, where we have console gaming experience coming to your smartphone. And as a mobile accessories leader, we thought that we could come in and really help facilitate that transition and really be a part of this kind of revolution of being able to take console gaming on the go. So that's kind of what led us to where we're at. And we're just really excited to launch a full portfolio of products. Okay, perfect. So what do you got? You got several different products, right? And we're gonna show a couple. We'll show them all, but you're gonna highlight a couple of them, correct? Yeah. Yep. Exactly. So 3 of the products in this portfolio are done in partnership with Xbox, and Xbox is a great launch partner for us because they've really embraced cloud gaming and what that can mean. So the first product I'll show is the Easy Grip controller shell. This is kind of taking what OtterBox has done really well with phones for a very long time and bringing it to an Xbox wireless controller. So we've got this simple and thin protective shell that snaps around your controller. Okay. And what's really cool about this is it's bringing kind of this pro-level gaming experience to a standard Xbox wireless controller. We've integrated these grips. These are made with an antimicrobial material. And in addition to that, you can see that there's this nice texture here. This creates some air pockets between your hand and the actual surface. So it will reduce hand sweat, which can be a real problem when you're gaming. And that then leads to reduced gripability. So these grips are kind of like triple force doing work for you. They feel nice, they're going to reduce sweat, and they're antimicrobial. So this is the controller shell. It can what? I was going to also say this colorway is really cool because this actually has a glow-in-the-dark accent around the grip. Oh, so if you have the low lighting in the room, you'll be able to find your controller if you throw it across the room, right? Exactly. But we don't encourage throwing your Don't throw it across the room, no. But, if you set it down, you grab a chicken wing or something like that and something to drink, then you got to pick up that controller. You can see it. You will know where it is for sure. Absolutely, absolutely. So, and how much was that, or is there a price on that yet? Yes, absolutely. So the Easy Grip controller shell retails for $39.95. Okay, and will there be bundle packs on that for more than one controller? We're not doing bundles right out of the gate, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some soft bundling in the future, either from OtterBox.com or one of our retail partners. Okay, perfect. Now you got a way to attach that phone there, so exactly. You've got your controller shell, which is great, but if you're going to be gaming on the go or even around your house and not using the TV because somebody's using it for Netflix, you might want a way to attach your smartphone to your controllers. This is our mobile gaming clip. So this is how you'll attach your smartphone to your controller. It's really easy to install. It snaps into the bottom and then over the top. So you can see it is attached here and here as well. It's very secure. And then what's really nice about this is our engineers spent a lot of time thinking about what are those pain points you might have when you actually attach a smartphone to your controller. And one of them is that you're adding weight to the top of your controller. And if you're gaming for a while, that could lead to wrist fatigue. So we've actually enabled a few ways for you to adjust how your phone will sit when it's attached to your controller to make sure that you have the proper balance. Or if you're gaming for a while and your wrist starts to get tired, you can actually make that adjustment on the go and snap it back into place and you're ready to go. What's also really great about this clip is we've made it so it really will work with any smartphone. you can see the 3 claws here that actually hold the phone in place, are not going to manipulate your buttons that are on your side. And if they are, you just flip it around, and because the claws are in different places on the top and bottom, you won't run into that issue. Yeah. This is also made, you can see it extends really far, so it will fit pretty much any smartphone that's on the market. We've tested it with the largest on the market, including the iPhone 12 Pro Max and the new Galaxy, Ultra 5G, and they will all fit in here.
With the case, or just on the phone itself?
With the case, yes, absolutely. There's actually about a 5 to 10% variance above the largest ones we've tested in our OtterBox case.
Okay. Have you done an iPad mini by chance on that to see if that would fit in there?
We have not done tablets. I don't think the tablets will fit. So when you're starting to get into that like mini tablet size, that's where this is probably not going to adapt.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking this, and this, because we're talking gaming, but yes. I'm seeing other opportunities here. One is, and I know that there are some drones out there that will allow you to hook up your Xbox controller to the drone and be able to do some of the video. And the other thing is video. I work with a lot of video producers that use Xbox controllers to control certain types of cameras. And being able to put that phone right there to see what's going on while they're controlling is awesome. And that's what I would probably use it for, technically, over gaming. But of course, there'd be the gaming aspect as well. So
that's great insight. I hadn't even thought about that. Maybe our engineers were thinking that direction, but they hadn't let me in on that one. So that's a great insight.
Absolutely. Is this just for Xbox, or are you going to have a PlayStation version of this as well?
Right now, we're just launching with Xbox, but this is just the beginning for OtterBox in mobile gaming accessories. So you'll be seeing more coming from us. We're exploring additional partnerships and also other product ideas as well.
Okay. And how much is the attachment?
The mobile gaming clip is $29.95.
Okay.
Yeah,
and then of course you go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say there are a few other products I can just show you really quickly. I know.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Great. So this is our gaming carry case. So controller fits in here. It's got a really some other great features, but I'm not going to walk through all of them just because I've taken up so much of your time already. But then in addition to that, you have some products that you would know and expect and love from Otter, a phone case and a privacy glass. The phone case, one of the cool features is it has a thermal pad in the back that will dissipate heat. When you're gaming on your phone, it can get hot really quickly.
Yeah.
And then this privacy glass is actually optimized for use in entertainment mode versus portrait mode, as you can see. So this will reduce visual hacking.
And that just sets on just like any other screen protector over?
Yep, it just goes right on like any other screen protector, and then nobody can, cheat when they're playing against you and see where you're at on a map.
Cheating.
Yeah, it's just cheaters.
That is awesome. So, really quick, do you have price points on all those?
Yes, absolutely. So the Easy Grip gaming case, which is the phone case, is $54.95. The gaming privacy guard, which is the glass, is $49.95, and the gaming carry case is $44.95.
Okay. And where do people go for more information?
Yeah, if you visit otterbox.com/gaming, you can sign up to get an email newsletter that'll let you know when we go on pre-order. But I will tell you right now, we are going on pre-order on January 25th. Okay. It will also be available at GameStop, Verizon.com, and the Microsoft Store.
Okay, perfect. Well, Kristen, thank you very much for your time. I can't wait to check this all out. And of course, if we get one in shop, we'll definitely show everybody how it works.
Great. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage, NAMM 2021 Virtual. Jeffrey Powers here. We're here with Jonathan of Yamaha. How you doing, Jonathan?
I'm great, Jeff. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Why don't you tell everybody your role at Yamaha? And of course, we're going to be showing off a cool new saxophone. So you go right into that. So go ahead.
Yeah, man. So my name is Jonathan Goldman. Again, I'm the product manager for wind instruments here at the Yamaha Corporation of America. And we're going to talk about the new digital saxophone, the YDS 150 digital saxophone. We have had so much fun bringing this thing to market and messing around with it and getting it in the hands of artists and players and really seeing what this thing can do. It's just been a great journey, a learning process and a great journey for us. The whole main thing about this is we really want people to be able to explore their musical side, whether they are new to making music or whether they are experienced musicians or somebody that used to play back in high school or college, and for whatever reason, life took them in a different direction and they want to reconnect with playing an instrument, playing the saxophone later in life. And the digital sax is just a fantastic vehicle for anyone along their path of their musical journey.
Okay. So tell me, it's all one unit, right? You don't have to break it down or anything, do you?
No, you don't have to break it down at all. It is all one unit. The mouthpiece assembly does come off. But for storage and putting away in the case, it does not have to come off. You can leave it fully assembled, and it's kind of that it's ready to play when you are. It does have a battery power option. You can play 4 AAAs, or it can be USB powered via the computer. It has USB MIDI. You can plug it in, work with any popular digital audio workstation. You can use it as a synth controller. You can just use it as a practice tool. I think one of the greatest things, uses that you can have for the digital sax is if you live in an apartment or you have roommates or if you have small children or just any place where an acoustic saxophone might not be the best choice in terms of keeping your neighbors or the people that live in your house happy. You can just plug your headphones in this thing and it's completely silent. The only thing somebody might hear is the little clicking of the keys.
Yeah,
so you can use it on an airplane.
Just like with me being a drummer, the silence is better when and you get the sounds and that's great. Let's talk a little bit about the keys. How are they? Well, first of all, this instrument's not a beginner instrument. It's not an intermediate nor advanced instrument, correct? It's just one.
It's in everything. It can be for somebody that's never played a wind instrument or even never played any instrument before. So I kind of view those customers as this is another choice somebody could make if they wanted to learn music, as opposed to picking up a more generally recreational instrument like guitar or keyboard. They could now pick up this digital saxophone if they want to learn the saxophone instead.
Okay.
If somebody isn't a player, whether they be an entry-level player all the way through a professional, then there are uses for the YDS 150 for all of those levels of performer.
Okay.
Why
the straight look, this soprano sax look to it instead of like a tenor sax with the little curve?
I'm not really sure that I think the thought was just it's a simple setup. Mm-hmm. It's less complicated in terms of creating the actual brass bell that is used on it. I think it's just the way everything lined up from an ease of use perspective that made the most sense. But I think the important thing was more about getting the key layout right than the shape of whether there's a bent bell or not. The key layout is taken directly actually from the layout of the Yamaha Custom EX Alto. There's a couple of little tweaks here and there for that straight instrument style playing, but for the most part, a transition from the YDS 150 to an acoustic saxophone is very complementary in terms of how your fingers work on the keys.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see how these keys work, because the one thing I always loved about playing a saxophone was that whole idea. You're just sitting there, and all of a sudden you hit the pads and go that little tappy sound. And of course that's with almost any reed type instrument. So the next question is, how responsive are these keys as opposed to like from a saxophone itself?
Sure. Obviously they're plastic, so they are lighter to the touch. they move faster generally than a regular saxophone, but it's a very natural feel, like the motion, your fingers going up and down. It's very comfortable. It's easy to adjust to it. And the cool thing about the digital sax is it comes with a mobile app that has the ability to adjust the sensitivity of the response of the key. So you won't feel a difference, but if you're used to putting your fingers down at a certain speed and having a certain delay in how the sound comes out, you can adjust the digital sax to a more normal, natural feel to that.
Okay. So if you're a beginner and you've taken, you picked up a saxophone and you feel that these keys are too heavy, you could actually adjust that to make the response a little bit better until you can work up your fingers to get into that, correct?
Yeah, you work more the speed of the response. You're not adjusting the actual weight of the travel of the throw of the key. You're just adjusting how fast the digital side, how fast you hear a response.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
it's
if you
more
were
of a personalization than anything else, but if you're, you can kind of dial it into whatever's most comfortable for you.
Okay. But if you were a beginner, it's going to be about the same response time as down the line, and of course as close to a saxophone as possible. Yeah. So okay, I think I just answered my own question there.
I love when that happens.
Yeah. So the tones, of course, you could do a saxophone, you could do a clarinet, you could do. How many tones are in this unit?
So it comes with just over 70 onboard sounds. 50 of which are actual saxophone samples of real Yamaha instruments. So we have samples from all the EX lineup of soprano, alto, and tenor. We've got custom Z samples from soprano, alto, and tenor. We've got the 62 Barry. We've got a bunch of different styles of saxophone playing. So we've got like that slap tongue Barry. We've got classical alto. We've got rock versions of all of them. And then there's just about 20 fun synth sounds that are built in. And then you get 20 open user presets. So you can go into the mobile app and you can define a bass sound, or not bass, BASS, BASE. You can define, you start with a bass sound and then you can manipulate effect and you can modulate that sound to something that you love. And then you can save it as you get 20 user presets. You can save it save on board the saxophone. So if you don't have the app up for some reason, you can just utilize that memory slot within the YDS itself.
Okay, perfect. Now we talked a little bit beforehand about, because a few years ago I developed Bell's palsy, which is one side of the face goes pretty much numb, and then, or not numb, but it'd be no use out of it, and then it slowly came back. But I still have problems, like for instance creating an embouchure. So blowing into, this is a synthetic reed, so blowing into something like that, how much harder or easier is it to do on something like the YDS 150?
Yeah, as far as making sound on the YDS 150, the word harder never actually comes into play. It is as easy right out of the box as a recorder. And the beauty of that is the mouthpiece reed combination is really just there for the authenticity of how you play a saxophone. It's actually an alto sax mouthpiece, and the synthetic reed, but it doesn't create the sound via vibration of the reed with the instrument the way an acoustic saxophone would. So the sound is created via the breath pressure sensor that is below the mouthpiece, right above the onboard speaker. And all that's doing is reacting to the breath, the air pressure that you put into the instrument. So you don't need to be able to have those tight, firm corners. You don't need the perfection that's required to create a good saxophone sound right off the bat. Like, I'm a trombone player. When I try to play a saxophone or any other woodwind instrument that's reed based, I sound like I'm hurting a small animal. It's not pretty, but when I picked up the digital sax right out of the box, first note, good saxophone sound. And that all has to do with the breath pressure sensor. So really all you need to be able to do is blow into the digital sax the way you would a recorder, and you're going to get a quality sound right off the bat.
Okay. Yeah, and you can't really stretch out the to do the right sounds for your trombone player. So.
Yeah, no. Yeah, unfortunately. We do have an analog controller on the back that'll do pitch bend and kind of that whammy bar of the digital sax. But no, unfortunately, I can't do what I'm used to and just glissando all the way down.
If you called up tones like electric guitar or something like that, you can definitely do pitch bends that way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There's a right on the right-hand side, to the lower side of the instrument, there is a thumb rest. It would be on the back from here. But there is a little analog stick, like a joystick, like you would have on a game controller. Okay. You get that on, like kind of like what you get on an Xbox, really. And that will there's different pitch manipulations, a portamento, and things that you can do with the analog controller.
Okay.
And you can define those in the app too. So you can go either a half step, you can go a whole step. You can do a lot of cool stuff. It allows you to scoop into a note or bend down at the end of the note.
Okay. You said that there's a battery on here, correct?
Yeah, it's double. It'll take 4 AAAs, or you can be hardwired via the USB-C micro USB-B port.
How long on the AAAs?
All depends on how much you're playing. The way I was using it, I think I was playing about a half hour a day, and I didn't have to change the batteries for, the better part of over a week.
Okay.
But if you're a more serious player, like a real saxophone player, and practicing every day, it'll probably run through it a little quicker than that.
How would it connect up to, let's say, a mixing board console? Would you need a wireless unit? Would you need? Is there an XLR port or anything like that?
So no XLR 1/4 inch. What we have is a basic 1/8 inch stereo mini headphone out, but that can be converted to go direct out to a mixer. You can also go in, if you went in through a pedal board using that, if you changed used adapters to get out to a pedal board, or if you were going through a computer, then you could go out from the computer through, like a recording interface to a mixer. Obviously, as the chain gets longer, there's the more the possibility of latency and things like that to get in the way. But you could literally go direct out just from an adapter from the headphone out into the mixing board.
Yeah, because I'm assuming using that speaker would probably not be a good sound for that. But
no. The speaker is cool. It's fun to have right in that moment, if you've had a couple of eggnogs and you're got the family by the fire and you want to play through some Christmas tunes, or in my case, Hanukkah tunes, or, the little speaker, it's fun for that. But if you were looking to do a little more serious performance, definitely using the wired headphone out has a much more robust sound quality to it. It takes the level of realism of the digital saxophone sound and increases it by a significant amount. You get a little more of the audible reverb that's built into the samples. And then obviously, if you're manipulating pitch using the app or manipulating the sound using the app, it's a lot more present using the onboard output.
Okay, perfect. We could go on a lot longer. I got a lot of questions, but I think we'll leave it at that. Let's talk about price and availability of the YDS 150.
Yeah, so MSRP is $1,078. I believe the average street price we're seeing for is like $799. So that's what is all over the internet, and these are shipping now. They're available. You can get orders through any authorized Yamaha wind instrument dealer.
Okay, is the saxophone the only digital, or do you have a digital trombone?
Well, we don't have actual digital brass instruments. I think it's kind of an interesting thing to bring up because for years, we're talking since the early 90s, Yamaha has had a practice environment for brass instruments called Silent Brass. Mm-hmm. And it's a practice mute that fits into the acoustic instrument. I use them pretty much every day here. A few years ago, we updated them with fantastic new sound technology. But it is a practice mute that's designed to work with an acoustic instrument. And we've always had questions from people, when are you going to do a silent brass for, or silent it's something for saxophones or and so this, for people that are looking to really utilize this tool as a practice tool, this is kind of it. So yeah, we don't have digital brass instruments, but we do have a way to create that kind of digital practice environment. And because it has the same kind of headphone output on the converter box like this one has, like the digital sax has, you could utilize the silent brass for live performance through a mixer, through a PA system, through a pedal board. I've seen a lot of trumpet players and trombone players do that over the years, where they run it through and put some chorus and flange on it until they get some angry stank on the sound, and
angry stank. I like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I think all of us that are my age played in a ska band at some point when we were younger. So we all really, back then, in the 90s, the silent brass was pretty popular, and it still is to this day. So we all messed around with that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, usa.yamaha.com, well, for the US site, of course, yamaha.com for international. This has been awesome. YDS 150. I'd like to thank Jonathan. I'd like to thank you for coming on and explaining this whole thing to me. And we'll see if I can get one in the shop and see how easy it is to start playing saxophone again. Get some Kenny G going.
Oh man. Yeah, this thing's perfect for it. I think we have a Kenny G patch right on there.
Awesome. I'll have to grow out my hair. So,
all right.
Well, Jonathan, thanks a lot for coming on, and you have a great NAMM.
Hey, thank you, Jeffrey, for having me, and thanks everybody for watching. Check out the YDS 150 digital saxophone, and I really appreciate the time.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we're here with Mark, and Mark is with Axiom Armor, which really cool. I saw this, and it's just like had to have it on the show. And this is perfect for anybody looking for like a side gig or something like that. Why don't you tell everybody what Axiom Armor is and what your role is with the company there?
Yeah, so I'm Mark Pauly. I'm the CEO and founder of Axiom Armor. And Axiom Armor really came about a little over 2 years ago. I left my corporate job actually back in 2014 and started a repair company. So through that journey to date, and I still have the repair company as well, but we were able to service over 50,000 devices and really get an understanding of screen protection and what works, what doesn't, what the customer actually wants, and with like tempered glass and things like that, the tempered glass doesn't form to the edge, and it cracks, pretty much if you drop it one time. So we wanted to, for the repair stores, we wanted to have something that was really kind of revolutionary in the fact that something that was kind of a non-breakable, with some chemistry behind it that had some self-healing properties, oleophobic coating, all the stuff that people expect. And to have really the golden ticket with this particular system is having 6,000 plus screen protectors that you can cut within 10 seconds with one SKU. So during the journey with the repair stores and really not being able to find that, I decided I was going to go ahead and have something, kind of dream up this company that solves all these issues and checks all the boxes. And so I went to China in 2016 and solidified some relationships for manufacturing and that type of thing. And so Axiom Armor was born, and we just started selling B2B through our wholesale channel on our website. Literally 8 months ago, I guess. So yeah, that's kind of how it came about. It's just me and my journey to find the best and not being able to find it and going and having it manufactured.
Okay. So basically what this is it's an appliance that allows you to cut screen protectors. And not only that, but also cut for the phone. So it's like a wrap for your phone, correct?
Right. So we have multiple options per device. So you could do the front, kind of a case friendly cut where it would come in just a little bit on the edges to allow for that lip of the case to grip on the front. Camera lenses, full body wraps, all that type of thing. So we do have vinyl based patterns as well. That's specifically for the back for like making it different.
Okay. Well, we're going to cut one right now, and you're going to flip cameras. But before you do, what phone are we going to?
Oops, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. What phone are we going to cut?
So I figured that we would go ahead and use this. This is a Galaxy S8 Plus. So there's, the curved edges are one mystery that tempered glass really can't solve well. So that's why I chose this device to demonstrate.
Okay, yeah. Does that have the full curved edge on it, or is it just a half edge, or which one was?
Yeah, so it goes all the way around the side.
Okay, and that has the side display on it as well, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. So, all right, and yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So get the machine booted up there. So we have several different options for film. Our classic film is what most retailers kind of go with. It's just kind of the normal one. Not that the other ones are abnormal, but this has a glossy finish like your phone screen already comes with. Some customers like the matte look on the front. Okay. Just gives it a little bit of a different look and feel. And then we do have our newest release, the anti-microbe film, which prevents germs from building up on the surface of the device, such as staph or E. coli. And this is certified by SGS as to those numbers of removal of germs from the front, or from the device.
Okay.
I'm just going to go ahead and cut this one here. So it's super, super simple. You just load the film in. It runs on a cloud database. So the cloud database consists of, like I said, over 6,000 different cuts. And let's see here. So you can do phone, tablet. I'll get a little closer and eliminate some of that. Watches, cameras,
camera,
Nintendo Switch, things like that are in there.
Oh, there's my Dot 3 right there. I didn't realize you could do an echo there. So, and we looked it up earlier, and some of my old Nokia phones are in that database too. So,
yep. So you would just choose the device that you're making a screen protector for. It's easier just to type a quick query and end up at exactly what you want. So there's different cuts that you can do on each device. The front, which is pretty much edge to edge coverage on the front glass, where it says with cover, that means with a case. So it'll cut about 1 to 2 millimeters short on the top, bottom, left, and right. The back film, and then the all-inclusive. So for this, we'll go ahead and just go ahead and say we're going to be putting a case on this one. And as soon as you click the send button,
did that hook up on the phone? Is that Bluetooth enabled?
Yeah, it's Bluetooth. Yep.
Okay, so it's not going through the Wi-Fi or through a network from phone to printer.
Correct. Right. Okay. It's a localized connection. So then it's done. So you literally just peel the screen protector out of the backing paper.
That's crazy. So the cutting unit, it's like one of those paper cutters, not the big old axe handle type things, but the ones that go back and forth, right?
Yeah, very similar. It's a die cut blade that can cut any direction, and it kind of works in harmony with the rollers and moving the film in and out and that type of thing to gain the end result.
All right.
I know we had talked a little bit earlier about the liquid application. So some products, you have to spray. The reason for the spray is to line it up properly. So it's kind of a forgiving method, so if it's got liquid on it, it's going to kind of move around a little bit. So it allows the person doing the install to line up the screen protector properly.
All right.
So,
but this is not liquid.
This is not liquid, and I'm going to show you kind of what the secret sauce is here.
Cool.
We
like the secret sauce, definitely.
Yeah, it's secret sauce all up in this. So this is our microfiber towel that comes with the system. We send you several of these. So, I think they're like 19 cents a piece if you need to replace them. We don't make money on that, but it's just there for you to have. So what you're left with is 3 layers. So we kind of peeled this off the backing paper that went in the trash. You're left with this outer layer, which is just there to protect the actual film in transit. And then you have the alignment layer, which is kind of on the backside, which has the split right here. And I'll kind of demonstrate what that's for. This is a tacky layer. So this is in lieu of the liquid that we were just talking about. This allows you to say that you get it crooked, right? And you can just take it right back up. So it's not really bonded.
Okay.
And let's see if I can get this thing lined up with the angle I'm at here. So yeah, if you don't get it quite lined up right.
Yeah, you got a camera to work around too.
Yeah, I'm working around a camera, and the camera's on a chair. I'm kind of sitting in the chair, and it's just a mess, but yeah, we'll get it. Might not be perfect because I can't. I got 44-year-old eyeballs with hardly any light right here, so
it's perfect in my eyes. So,
so that tacky alignment layer, you kind of just push it down, and this allows for any residual dust that kind of snuck in at the last second to get gripped and kind of removed in this process right here. So you just bend half of it back, and it ejects that alignment layer that's tacky that pulled the dust out and all that.
That's amazing. That is, because I've seen this done so many times, and usually you have to take your fingernails and peel on the other side of the layer and everything like that. And this is it's just sliding right off. That's crazy.
Yep. And then you just take your finger and go around the edges. So you just want to kind of push it down. All right, there we go.
Yeah, I don't see any air bubbles. I don't see anything like that in that.
Then you peel off that final layer, and that's what you're left with.
Wow.
If there is any,
I can't even see the seam for the protective layer.
Yeah, so if there's any residual bubbles that sometimes if you don't press hard enough with the squeegee, it might not eject 100% out. Yeah. However, they will permeate out because this is a porous film. Yeah. So that air over the next 4 to 6 hours will dissipate and go away anyway. So
yeah, and this was the curved. So we have the curves to deal with too, and that I didn't see any resistance on that curve side.
No, there I am. But it is the most flawless application. Like I said, we went on a search, and I had to find something better, and this is what we ended up with.
Well, you did. You found something. Like I said. Well, I of course I haven't been on the cutting edge of screen protectors. No pun intended.
No pun intended. There you
go. It's from what I've seen for screen protector, especially you go into the store and you see all these little screen protectors sitting on a shelf or something like that, and you can't even find your brand of screen protector because your phone is either too old or you're the only person that has that phone apparently. So this is this is a new way of thinking about just wrapping your phone, and it's more than just the screen. It's the back. I'm assuming there's a way to put protection on the sides as well. and put a logo on it.
Yeah, so we do have corporate partnerships where we can have. So here's some of the back film. It's kind of a protective layer on that, but it really feels like this particular one really feels like wood. It feels like the texture of wood.
Really? Okay.
And so there's different patterns that we have. Here's one that we've pre-installed. And this takes about the same amount of time to install as the front, but they're all highly textured, so I can actually feel that black raised ink on this particular cut. And yeah, they're just, we have with things for flower lovers, mountains, of course, camo, wood grain. We have several different options, and we're launching more patterns as well. We're also launching a
I don't see a Geekazine logo in there. Can I print out a pattern?
So we're looking into that right now. We do have. Let me switch this camera back around.
Okay.
We do have another machine that's going to be produced that would allow you to print and then cut.
Okay.
So
probably not with texture, but that's I'm not looking for the texture.
It'll be a little texture.
Wood?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
It's a UV ink. So UV doing that, it can build up layers quickly while it's curing. So yeah, it'll be probably third quarter, but it should be out this year.
For the layers that you have, what's the fadeability? Of course, if you leave anything out in the sun, it's going to fade. But would like 3-6 months, a year, 2 years, or?
I would say probably a couple years. This has been on this phone ever since the S10 series came out. So whatever, been a couple years, I guess, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
that sounds about right.
So I mean, and this is our demo unit. We take this all over with us.
Okay.
And it's a dummy phone. But nonetheless, it gets shuffled in boxes and travels in cases and stuff like that. So.
Okay. What about the new foldables that came out last year? Is that something that you could wrap over?
Yeah, the Galaxy Z Fold and the 2 as well is already in our database. Any of the flagship models. So we had the iPhone 12 series in there about a month before Apple launched it. So we always are day before or morning of launch, because we don't want our retail partners to miss sales, right? So if somebody comes in with a brand new flagship device, they want to get it protected, and so we make sure that the specs are ready to go and the cuts are in the database. It might not be every single cut day one, but you'll have the basic front and back that you can cut.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just completely amazed. Like I said, I haven't seen anything like this before, so maybe that's not the case. Maybe there's other. Are there other companies out there like this, or?
Yeah, there are a few, and most of which use the liquid install, which is just messy, and it's just not something that I want to do. Is put liquid on an electronic device and hope for the best.
Yeah,
because things get damaged, especially when you're talking about a liquid crystal display.
Yeah,
the liquid gets behind that. You're talking about having to give the customer repair for free.
Yeah. And you were talking earlier about healing properties of wrapping a phone, which just like car keys. As you scratch a car key, it'll heal itself, so you don't have a scratch on your screen.
Right. So on a molecular level, if the surface of the screen protector gets mangled some kind of way, it will, over usually about 24 hours, with the heat, the regular ambient heat from your house or car or whatever, it heals. Now, if you take a Dremel and gouge it, it's not going to heal that, right? So
I can't take a drill to my phone straight through. It doesn't work that way.
You can absolutely do that. No, don't do that. The battery.
Well, I can do whatever I want to my phone. It's just whether the screen protector will heal it or not. And I don't think it's going to heal in that case. So
it won't. No, sir, not at all.
All right. Well, let's talk about price and availability. What what you guys were planning for CES? Are you planning to branch out as distributors? Or are you planning to bring it into people's homes?
So this is definitely a piece of equipment that you would have in mall kiosk environment, repair shop environment, a wireless carrier, that sells phones. Anybody that sells phones. Some of the larger companies that have government or corporate contracts where they deploy, 500 iPhones. It's something that they can have one machine and then have one SKU to cut any devices to cut screen protectors for any devices for their clients on demand in like 10 seconds. You saw it cut. So it's about a 10-second cut job. And if I wasn't explaining it, it's just shy of 2 minutes cut and install. So it's really quick.
Can you do more than one on the cut, or is it's got to be one at a time?
It's one at a time. The machine is not maxed out in speed right now, so it'll go a little bit faster.
Okay. But you don't have like a bulk unit where it will pull out one, put in another, pull out one, like a multi-copy type situation.
No.
Okay.
No, but it's mainly meant. It's mainly meant for the more the retail environment. Some of the pros about this type of system is, where you would be able to stock one SKU and fit all 6,000 cuts that are in the system versus having one SKU per device.
Okay.
So the problem with one SKU per device is you never know what to order. You're going to be overstocked on some. You're going to run out of stuff, miss sales, and then having to clearance your dead stock out and things like that. This solves all that, and then some. And we're also going to be just kind of piggybacking off some of the warranty or the damage kind of talk about this. We're getting ready to partner with a company that's going to provide an insurance option for the screen. So you'll be able to take it to any repair shop locally, have it fixed, and get paid back for it if the product fails. So we're very confident about its ability to resist impact, to resist scratches. And that's something that we're going to be offering to our retail partners.
Okay. So if I wanted to get one for my business, what are we talking about price-wise?
The equipment, we lose $17 on it. It cost us $517 landed, and we sell them for $499. So we lose $18.
$499. Okay.
Yeah, $499 for the equipment. Get this here. The screen protection runs $3.50 a piece, so it's very affordable on a wholesale level. Let me just get this price pulled up right here. So because we just lowered the prices on everything as well. So this is $3.50 for the classic, and the matte is $3.50 as well. The anti-microbe runs $1 more. Okay. So it's just the properties that cost extra to actually have that manufactured.
Yeah.
And then the back films are $6.99 for the pattern back films.
Okay. And then of course when you get the printer out, then that'll be a whole different set of prices, so you can print out whatever you want and get a cut. So
right.
All right. Yep. Where do people
actually
go for
more? We lowered our back film to $4.99. I just remember that. We just did that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Well, they'll be coming to the website for any type of price information. So let's get them to the website. Right. Where do people go for more information?
It's AxiomArmorWholesale.com. So if you're a retailer, you want to pick up the machine, we have hundreds of machines in stock ready to ship. We have tens of thousands of pieces of film. So we're pretty well stocked up for CES specifically. We've kept our UPS truck in business for sure, and hope to do that, for the coming weeks.
Where are you based out of?
We're based out of Central Virginia, a little town called Bedford.
Oh, okay. Bedford.
You've never heard of it?
Oh no, I have. So
really, have you?
But Yeah, I went through there once. Do you do the international as well?
Mm-hmm. We do. We have partners in 23 domestic states currently, 3 provinces in Canada. We're working out partnerships with a large organization in Australia and India right now. So we're definitely doing worldwide shipments.
Okay, so you definitely, if you're interested in that, give them a call or an email or something like that, and go from there. So, all right, this was amazing. There's a lot of stuff here, and I just thought screen protectors were screen protectors. Silly me, and I learned a lot there. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mark, for everything that you did, and just an amazing thing right there. So, thank you.
Sure, thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of CES 2021, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and we have Chris here from Catalyst. I hope you're having a great day at CES 2021.
I am having a great day. It's been an interesting show virtually, but we all adjust, and I think it went pretty well.
Awesome. Well, why don't you tell everybody who you are, the company you work for, and then we'll find out the new products.
Sure, thank you. I am the PR manager for Catalyst, and Catalyst is a lifestyle brand company. They're a design and innovation company that makes waterproof and drop-proof cases for iPhones, Samsung, Google, and we each year at CES, we announce a new line of products, just like most companies do. But a little bit of background, our hero product, our anchor product, is the waterproof case for the iPhone. It's 5 times more waterproof than any other case on the market. It's waterproof to 33 feet. And in these times, it's completely washable with soap and water. So as many times as you wash your hands, you can wash your device, because God knows what it gets into on a day-to-day basis. And it doesn't degrade the material to wash it with the approved FDA alcohol solution as well. And so you can keep it completely washed and sanitized every day, all day, and not have to worry about your device getting ruined or your case degrading from too much washing.
Okay. Tell me, show me how you have one of the cases there, right?
I have several of the cases here.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's show us how it all works, how you put that phone in, and all the features about it.
So the impact protection case for, this is the waterproof case. I had to move because I don't actually have the waterproof cases for the 12 in my possession yet. They're still en route.
Okay.
But this is the case for the 11, and it'll be put in the exact same way. So happy to show you how that works. But it's completely enclosed, so it comes in a couple pieces. And it has a ring around the side that suctions in the phone, and really all it does is you'd think by now I'd be used to the Zoom demonstration.
I'm not even used to it, and I do all these interviews, so.
But that just got wonky really quick. So it snaps into the phone. You snap your phone in, so it's completely enclosed. It has a tab for acoustics, and then it has a place for a lanyard too. One of the proprietary things about our cases, and I'm going to show you on the impact protection case because they all have it, is there's a toggle switch for the mute button. One of the issues with the early designs for the waterproof cases was they had a flap from a lot of other companies. Yeah. And so the big complaint was, as you use that to get to your mute switch, it wears and then it's not waterproof anymore because it doesn't seal. So our designers developed a toggle switch for the mute button. So you just rotate the mute on and off, and it's something all of our phones our phone cases have, and that's
a real simple solution for water protection. That's for sure.
One of the fun games we used to play in the early when waterproof cases were still kind of, people were getting used to them. One of the bigger complaints was, I can't hear through a waterproof case. So it can be waterproof, but I can't take my calls, and so it doesn't do me any good. So I used to swap my phone out with people at trade shows and have them go across the way and call me so they could see or hear rather the difference. So you could hear your calls in our case. It's proprietary acoustic technology that's a marketing term, but at the end of the day, it's a waterproof case that you can hear your calls and your music and anything you need to hear in and out of your phone.
Okay. So, all enclosed. And so how would you then go to try? Well, first of all, actually going back to that case, we saw how you put together. How do you take it apart? That's always been kind of a challenge for some cases.
No challenge. There is a tab at the bottom, and it comes with a tool. I'll use my nail, but I won't, or you can use a nail. Yeah. But it comes with a tool, and you just pop this bottom tab.
Okay. And then the phone comes right out.
And the phone pops right out. Mm-hmm.
So you said that the case was fully waterproof up to how many meters?
33 feet. Mm-hmm.
33 feet. Okay. When you're using it underwater, of course, it's going to heat up. How does it deal with any type of heat dispersion or anything like that?
That's an interesting question. I have to tell you, in 5 years, nobody's ever asked me that. We've never had an issue with the heat dispersion. What I do know what it does underwater is it takes great pictures and videos underwater. So all of our videos and pictures that we use come from real people that are using our cases on their phones on vacation and in their pools and in the ocean. Our founders are outdoor adventurers. They're climbers. They are waterfall trekkers. They are wakeboarders. And Josh, who is our designer, he tests every product in all his outdoor environments and adventures, and he builds toys for himself, and then Catalyst sells them.
That's a nice job. Yeah.
Yeah. So he puts them through the absolute most rugged environments on mountains, in the ocean, in jungles, and then he tweaks the designs as necessary. But these products are over-designed. On a daily basis, you'll likely never need the amount of protection that they provide. But knowing that the case is capable of protecting in those environments makes you feel better when you hand it to your 3-year-old, or you're on a bike ride and it falls out of your backpack, or all of those day-to-day mishaps that happen to most people. If I know it can fall 100 feet off a waterfall and the phone will survive in the case, then I'm pretty okay with it going in the pool with my kids.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys have done some really extensive tests and drop tests in the last few years, including one at CES last year, right?
We did. My years run together, but CNET did a try to break your phone live video, and there were 10 cases that they were testing on the XR. The deal was you could only use what came in the case, in other words, or in the package. In other words, if your case didn't come with a screen protector, you couldn't use the screen protector in the test. Our impact protection case did not come with a screen protector. They dropped it from 20 feet on a cracked tile floor, face first, the iPhone XR, and we were one of the only cases that the phone did not break. And then they dropped a 2.5-pound ball bearing from 4 feet on the back of the case on the same tile floor, and the XR didn't get scratched.
Okay.
And it didn't have a screen protector on the impact protection case. So we only say it's impact protection to 10 feet, but we know it performs way beyond that.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. So, show me how you charge it. I'm assuming there's a little door on the bottom of the case.
Oh, you want that's the impact protection case. It's just open, but the waterproof case has a seal that you just, I don't know if you can see that you lift.
Is that a plug within a plug type system?
A plug within a plug system, correct.
And is that also Lightning, or is that USB, micro USB at that point?
This is for the 11, so this is has the USB.
The micro USB.
I'm sorry. This has the plug system.
I know, but it plugs into the phone via the Lightning port.
Yes.
And then it routes through the case to the other port. Is that also Lightning, or is that micro USB for the plug? What kind of cable do we need to attach to it?
It's the regular, your regular cable.
So it is a Lightning cable that you could attach to it.
Yes.
Okay. Because I've seen some cases where they have that routing system, and then they got to use micro USB, and then you got to take the case off to actually transfer any data through the phone. So in this case, you just basically let it go through. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't understanding the question.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah,
all our cases, you can charge it with the case. If something needs to be synced, you can sync it through the case, and that's true with our AirPods cases. Everything charges right through the case, so you don't have to keep taking it on and off unless you want to change out the case for some reason.
Yeah. And speaking of which, you do have AirPods cases, right?
We do. So we were actually the first to invent the category in April of 17, and we did silicone cases for AirPods. I keep turning around. I'm sorry.
You got all these cool products that you're pulling from. So
this was the original AirPods case. It was silicone, and we still have the silicone cases for the Pro. And you pop that bad boy in there, and then it just folds down, and you take out your AirPods or use them this way. And it also has a carabiner, so you could attach it to your purse or a belt or a backpack and not lose it. That was the biggest thing when these cases came out, is they're like a little bar of soap. So you'd throw them in your purse or in your pocket, and I was terrified mine would fall out. But this allowed you to get a good grip on the AirPods and then attach them to something so you know where they are at all times. So as the product evolved, our cases evolved, and we did exclusives for Apple. We launched a number of exclusive lines of cases into Apple. They're IP67 waterproof to 3 feet. And then we did cases like that for the Pro, but again, over the course of the last year, when we needed a little bit more protection to be able to really sanitize your cases, we created the Total Protection Case for the AirPods Pro, which is 100 meters waterproof, 330 feet. You'll never need that kind of protection for your AirPods, but they're over-engineered. So they're completely clipped inside of this tank for your AirPods Pro. You can wash the case with soap and water. You can charge it through the case, whether it's wireless charging or with a cord. You can sync it through the case. I thought when they first came out with these, I thought it would be too much. Like, I wasn't sure that I would like them. This is my favorite case.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's also got a little clip there. So if you do attach it to a bag, you won't look back there and find that your AirPods Pro have fallen out or anything like that.
Nope,
so
that's right. And all of our AirPods cases come with this. This one I don't have it on there.
That's okay. Okay. So interesting line. And of course you've got a whole bunch of different colors. Is this both the Vibe and the Influence, or just?
This is, our impact protection line. We came out with 2 new designs for the impact protection line this year for the 12 series. The first is the Vibe case. So the Vibe case is a more rugged style. Traditionally, our cases have always been clear backs because we wanted people to be able to show off their phones still. But Apple has a number of pretty colors for their phones. We didn't want them hidden. This year, we came out with a more rugged and a textured back. And then there's accessories that you can change out that are different colors, which is kind of cool. Plus, there's a crux system where you can change out the accessories. So there's four holes in the sides, and you could put shoulder straps, carabiners, lanyards of different kinds. So there's accessories that come with the phones now too. But these cases we are now making in neon colors. So they come in neon yellow, neon pink, Bondi blue. So this is the closest we're really going to ever get to a style case, because we're not a style case company. The thing we want people to remember is they don't lose their protection, but we're letting people have fun with their cases. And then we also have the Influence case, which is a frosted back. So it doesn't show the scratches that a clear back does. This come in more muted colors, so more Pacific blue. And then it comes in additionally, the clear. And then there's a army green and a stealth black.
Okay. And how thick are those cases?
Dimensions, I have to look at the dimensions. I don't know them.
That's okay if you don't have them close by.
They're, it is actually it doesn't add a lot of bulk to your phone, but what it does have is it has a raised beveled edge. So you actually don't need a screen protector with these. You can put one on. We don't recommend actually at all that you put on a screen protector with a waterproof case, because the design on the waterproof case is so specific within a hair that you can't have the added bulk of a screen protector and the functionality be guaranteed.
Well, plus it's its own screen protector anyway. Right. So the reason why I asked this is because of any type of wireless charging. The thicker the case, the harder it is to charge.
Completely compatible with Qi charging.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. Lots more cases. A couple more questions. First of all, are we talking all the lines of iPhones, 12Ys, and I'm assuming 11Ys?
Mm-hmm. So we started, our earliest full line was with the 5 and the SE. And the design changed with the 7. So that's when we went from kind of a standard 6.6 feet waterproof that a lot of cases in the market have to 33 feet waterproof.
Yeah, so, I was asking more on the iPhone 12, 12 Pro, 12 Pro Max, 12 Mini,
yes,
all those.
Yeah,
do you do any Android style phones?
We do. So we do. We started a partnership with Google with the Pixel 4. So we did the 4, the 4XL, and the 4A. We started doing Samsung with the 9, Galaxy 9, Note 9. We did the 10. We did the S20s, the Galaxies. We only do the impact protection case for Android, and then we also have a case for Google AirPod, their Google Pods, their EarPods.
Their EarPods. Okay.
Correct. The reason we only do impact protection for Android, not waterproof, is because the impact protection cases are pretty easy to design. Nothing really changes. And so when the phones come out, we can have the cases ready within 3 to 4 weeks. With the waterproof case, because there's 46 component parts and there's so much testing that goes into them, that Apple announces the phone on, in September, and we have cases ready at the end of January. So there's such a long lead with making sure the design's exact, the testing, everything we have to do to make sure that the brand reputation is there with the case, that there's no way we could keep up with everybody.
Yeah, I totally get it. So let's talk price points. I know you'll have a lot of them. So let's just do a range of we'll do the iPhone 12 cases.
Yep. So the iPhone 12 cases, the waterproofs are $89.99, and the impact protection cases are $39.99.
Okay.
And that's really the range you'll find our cases. The AirPods cases start at $25 for the smaller ones for the original AirPods, and go to $40. And the cases from the impact protection to the waterproof range from $40 to $90. We also make waterproof cases for iPads. And the interesting part about the Total Protection series is we're donating $1 for each sale to the CDC Foundation.
Okay. And of course, everybody can find out if their phone has a case to it over at
catalystcase.com.
All right. Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, we're here at the Shure booth at CES. We're here with John and Sean, and we're going to learn a little bit more about not only headphones but also microphones. We'll start with John. John, you got you're working on the new was it the Motif line, right?
Yeah, the Motive line. We've had Motive in our portfolio for a while now, and we spun up some new products over the last year to really address a few opportunities and needs from our customers. Our first one being home office. MV5C is a new product we came out with. The MV5C was really designed to get better, simple audio into your computer. And it's really been a nice addition to our portfolio at an affordable price for about $99. And now that we're all on calls every day, Jeff, like 8 hours a day listening to a built-in laptop microphone is not really desirable anymore. So the MV5C entered the market in October of last year.
So what are the features of the MV5C then?
Couple quick things. We got one, it's portable, so you can detach the stand from the base, throw it in your bag. It's got a digital USB output on the back of it and a headphone jack that you can enable. The biggest feature also is it's directional microphone, so it's going to sound much better than the built-in omnidirectional mic in your computer. And that really removes the biggest complaint everyone has is room tone and room noise and echo and all the stuff that are associated with just microphones that are not designed to be microphones, mechanical noise from laptop keyboards and stuff like that. So we have a directional mic, which is going to isolate on your voice. We have some digital signal processing inside as well. So we have speech enhancement mode, which is going to apply gain, EQ, filtering, boosting intelligibility, even some compression, all built into the microphone before it goes into your stream to keep your voice more intelligible, keep it isolated, and keep it consistent throughout your call.
Is it detachable from the stand, or is it?
It is. Yep. You can just unscrew the bottom of the mic from the nut here, and it uses a standard 1/4-inch mount. So if you have other accessories in your home office that you can use 1/4-inch mounting, it can go into clips or mounts or gimbals or whatever you want.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. And then the biggest upgrade is the isolation of your voice. Like it's going to be and the simplicity of it. The simplicity of being able to just plug it in your computer with the USB-A, USB-C cable that comes in the box, and you really have zero setup. It just takes over your input immediately, and it leaves your laptop speakers enabled or your headphone jack on your laptop enabled, so that you can use headphones or use your speakers built into your laptop or desktop. So that's the biggest thing. I know I've being on calls 8 hours a day. I can't wear headphones 8 hours a day. I know Sean probably can, but I can't do it. So I like to toggle between an external speaker or a headphone depending on the call. So it really requires no other setup by the user other than just plugging it into your laptop and going.
Yeah, and for some people that's perfect. I mean, I end up using high-end mics and stuff like that, and it looks like Sean's using some sort of high-end mic, and or what do you got there for your microphone there?
I am using the MV7 here, which is, as John will be happy to tell you about, a bit of a big brother to that MV5C that he was just discussing.
That's awesome. That looks really nice. So you have it right there. Let me flip back to you.
So the MV7 is a new entry into the Motive portfolio as well. It's a podcasting streaming dynamic microphone. So it has a touch panel control on the top. There's the top. It's switchable. You can mount it left or up or down, but has a USB and XLR output on the back of it. So USB directly to your computer, or XLR into an interface, or your mixer, or you can use it as a traditional XLR mic for voice and speech.
Or use it for both and record on one and stream on another. So
that's exactly right. That's a big use case we've seen over the last couple of months is local recording for podcasting to capture high quality audio that's not compressed through a call, but you can also use the USB output to be on your Zoom call. This thing gives you both. So it's a really flexible solution in that space, and it sounds amazing. And we have a software app that is a companion app with it to unlock a lot of cool features with processing and auto mode and auto level and stuff like that. So that's the MV7, which is also shipping. It's available in black and silver.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that, John. And then Sean, let's get back to you because you want to show us some headphones here. So Tell us all about what you got here.
I've got Shure's first Bluetooth active noise canceling headphone called the Aonic 50. Now, this has been shipping for about 6 months right now. This is our black version here. You can see it's got the high-end leatherette headband or ear cups and headband, machined aluminum for the yokes and the headband frame. Features 50 millimeter drivers, premium audio, premium build quality, supports Bluetooth 5 and a lot of the high-end codecs, including LDAC, aptX HD, SBC, AAC, aptX low latency. It has a USB-C jack for charging as well as for streaming high-res audio. So this you can stream Bluetooth, USB audio into this at 32,384 resolution, which is about the highest that there is on the market right now.
Okay. Does it have a 3.5 millimeter?
It also has an analog jack, which is actually a 2.5 millimeter for space reasons. But we provide the cable that goes from 3.5 to 2.5. So if it is powered down, or if you just want to send that audio signal straight from your source, analog-wise, we give you the cable for that as well.
Okay. And the microphone, there's a microphone on that too.
There are beamforming microphones on it. There's a total of 6 microphones on it in combination, depending on what mode you're in. You'll either use those microphones for ANC, for environment mode when you want to listen to the things around you. For phone calls, we'll use a couple of them in beamforming array. So depending on what mode you're in, you'll use a different set of microphones, but 6 total microphones in that. And when we launched the black version first, followed quickly, almost immediately, by the brown version, which is that same leatherette, same machined aluminum. And just recently, we have launched our newest version, which is the white version here. You can see that that's the white cups. It still has that machined aluminum frame and yokes, and then this tan-colored leatherette for the ear cups and the headband covering.
Nice. I like the leather myself, but
yeah, it's gorgeous, man. We did a lot of research on these colors, and this one seems to be a little bit out of the norm, right? You don't normally see a headphone in this color, but man, it really just got great marks across the board globally. A lot of people just really like that tone color.
And do the cords also come in white, or
the cords are all in black?
They're all in black. Okay.
All in black, yeah. One of the things that we were a little bit surprised to see was that, as a premium noise canceling Bluetooth headphone that really is, its prowess is in music reproduction. It's been taken on very easily and very well into the conferencing category. So we see a lot of people starting to use these when they're on conference calls all day. Now, I suppose that whole market went shooting up recently, but a premium product like this seems to be doing very well in that market as well.
Yeah, and I know, I wear earbuds a lot of the time, and then I switch to cups when I don't have to be on air or anything like that, because it's all about comfort. And, it's kind of cold here, so, it's also about a little bit of warmth of the ears after a whole day's worth of talking on different types of calls. So, yeah. Well, guys, we didn't say any prices yet, did we?
These Aonic 50 headphones are available for $349 all across the board, all 3 colors, and they're available just about anywhere you could look online for headphones.
Okay. And John, what was the price of the microphone there?
The MV5C is $99. USB digital right near your computer. And then the MV7, which is the bigger brother, the dynamic podcasting streaming mic, is $249. And both of these products are shipping as well. This one's available in black and silver.
Okay. And Shure.com for all your needs, right?
Shure.com would be a great place. We have a ton of virtual bundles with stands and stuff for microphones. And I know Sean's got a whole bunch of stuff cooking on the headphone and listening side. Shure.com for all of your shopping needs is a great place to go.
Okay. And Sean, I'm sorry, did we say the availability of the Ionic headphones?
Ionic 50 is available in all 3 colors as of a month ago. So the black and the brown version have been available for approximately 4 or 5 months. And that white tan version has just been made available about a month ago.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, thank you guys very much doing this little tag team thing here and learning a little bit more about the Shure products. I appreciate it very much. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at geekazine.com. All right, here I have Gus here, and tell him your full name because I probably will not do well in pronouncing it.
Yeah, it's the most Dutch name you can get. It's Gijs-den-Butter, and I'm one of the co-founders of the company called SenseGlove.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about what SenseGlove is.
Yeah, SenseGlove is a startup that enables you to touch in virtual environments, or to feel in virtual environments, to be exactly. And we do this by creating a wearable called the SenseGlove. And we give you 2 types of feeling inside the virtual environments. The first one is something that is called force feedback. And with that, you actually feel restriction inside a virtual environment. So at the moment you grasp a virtual object, you feel restricted and you can feel the shape and the size and the density of that particular object that you're grasping. And we're combining that with something that we call vibrotactile feedback, or just buzz motors, like the things you also have in your iPhone. And with that, you can give contextual cues, like, for example, if you're pushing a button or when you're petting a surface, you can feel if that surface is rough or if that is smooth. And we combine that with that we can track your hands in a virtual environment. And then with these 3 technologies, you're fully able to interact in virtual reality in a similar way as you would do in real life situations.
Okay, so this is for the phone, or will this also be in a VR headset environment?
No, this is fully for a virtual headset. So it's really to be compatible with head-mounted displays, as we call them, like the VR headsets.
Do you have any headsets that you're working with right now? With this?
Yeah, so the SenseGlove is usually compatible with all normal headsets like the Oculus Quest or with the HTC Vive. Just with all the major headsets, and especially we have 2 products on the market. Which one we actually launched this week on the digital CES, and the SenseGlove Nova, which is the new one that is compatible with the standalone headsets. And with the older DK1, so the exoskeleton is compatible with all the computer tethered headsets like the Oculus Rift S or the HTC Vive. Well, the exoskeleton is a little bit more precise, has a little bit more forces in there because of the design of it. But the usability of the glove form factor is obviously huge. You just put it on, within 5 seconds, you're good to go. You're in your virtual training, for example. And you can have your lifelike interactions with the force and haptic feedback.
I just purchased the Oculus Quest 2, which is a great headset. And they have that ability to set down the controllers and actually use your hands in that. It'd be nice to have gloves so I could actually do a little bit more than just pinch my fingers to pick up something. So that's pretty exciting, being able to do like that. So. Because
indeed, if you're now having the Quest 2 with the hand tracking, which is already amazing, but if you want to pick something up, you're just pinching or grasping through something by making a gesture. And by having force feedback inside your hands, you're really like restricted to when you pick up an object, you really feel that an object is there, and that forces you to interact in a natural manner.
Okay. Tell me about how it's all cabled together. Is it going to be one tethered cable and then one cable to the headset, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the Sense Glove Nova, so the new one, the glove version, that's actually fully wireless. So just a Bluetooth connection to your headset, or when you're using a tethered headset, it's a Bluetooth connection to your computer. The old DK1 is tethered with one USB cable to your computer, well, actually to a power box and then to the computer. But with the Nova headset, you don't need any wires.
Okay, but it goes to the computer and then the headset, rather than the headset then the computer, right?
Yeah, so if you're using a tethered headset, it goes first to the computer. But if you're using the Oculus Quest 2, as an example, you can just pair with your Bluetooth module on the Quest itself.
Okay. What's the latency like when you're talking Bluetooth here?
Yeah, when we're talking Bluetooth, we're talking about a 60 hertz update rate, and the round trip latency is about 20 milliseconds.
Okay. So in regular gameplay, you might see it every now and then, but not as much, correct?
Yeah, so ideally, you want to go up to a 10 millisecond latency, especially with the haptic side of it, and especially if you're doing multiplayer. But, well, with the current state of the technology, 60 hertz is really something where the whole simulation is stable. So we're choosing between stability and update rates. And the best combination is to use 60 hertz at the moment.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the care of the gloves. Now, the exoskeleton probably was, I don't want to say fragile, but it was probably more fragile than this new glove. Tell us a little bit how people, when they purchase something like this, how they would want to care for a device like this.
Yeah, well, the exoskeleton was already quite robust, let's say that way. You don't want to drop it from a 2 meter high distance, and then probably it will break at some point at the floor. But while bumping into a wall, we've seen people doing that, and it all survived. And so it was already robust, but indeed the glove form factor makes also the type a little bit more soft, so it's indeed more robust.
Okay, so if I accidentally punch a wall, it might be able to survive a little bit.
Yeah, so the glove one definitely. We've dropped it from 2 meters, and it still survives. We did that 10 times in a row or something like that. It still worked as one of our drop tests, which is always fun to do.
Yeah.
The exoskeleton is indeed a little bit more fragile on that, so you should be more careful when handling with the exoskeleton.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about games and programs. Do you have anything that is specific for these gloves yet, or?
Yeah, so unfortunately, the gloves are really meant for business-to-business trainings environment, or like digital assembly, evaluation, those types of things. So yeah, as obviously the ultimate dream is to have it in virtual reality games like Half-Life or something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, the state of the current technology is really meant for B2B. Also the pricing there. So the new glove is a pre-order price of $5,000, which is obviously too expensive for gaming. But
not necessarily. I've seen people buy some crazy stuff for gaming. Crazy.
Yeah, true. And we really encourage also especially arcade game developers to also take a look into what can you actually do with haptics and with force feedback. So that's also really one of our key competitive advantages compared to other force and haptic feedback glove manufacturers, that we really want to have it accessible for every professional use case. And with professional use case, we also consider the arcade halls. So that's definitely something I also encourage these developers to take a look at what can you actually do with our products. And we also, for example, with some 5G demonstration projects, we also are actually building small games which are more fun. We have a whack-a-mole demo where you can take a hammer and smash moles back into the into the scene. So these types of geeky gameplays we also have for like demonstration customers, like telcos who want to showcase what can I do with 5G.
Okay,
so that's also
so
cool.
You do have some business-to-business programs that they can do, but it's mostly customizable, correct?
Yeah. So usually the customers that we have are programmers themselves, either internally inside a company, they're VR developers in a company, or they are system integrators who build, for example, VR training. And these system integrators or these developers inside the company use our SDKs most of the time in Unity or in Unreal to make our glove compatible with their virtual reality environments that they've created. So that's usually how they work. But we also provide services to businesses that already have a virtual environment or have a virtual reality training, that we integrate the Sense Glove for them as like a standard project.
Okay. Is it an open SDK or is it a closed SDK?
It's as open as you can get it. There's a few DLLs in there that, well, for example, the inverse kinematics model we don't allow you to access, and there's some like vision-based tracking algorithms that are proprietary. But furthermore, you can actually access almost everything until you can even create your own waveforms on the vibrotactile motors that are in the gloves. So,
okay.
Yeah, it's pretty.
But
open.
as somebody like me, I could actually do some programming if I had the glove. Right.
Yeah. So if you have some Unity skills or have some C++ skills combined with some Unreal Engine experience, then you could just build your own scenarios right away.
All right. Well, you did mention the price. It's was it $5,000 for the exoskeleton version or $5,000 for this new version?
Yes, the $5,000 is for the new version, and the exoskeleton is actually a €3,500, so roughly $4,000 US.
Okay. And how do people get a hold of you to find out a little bit more?
Yeah, if you'd like to know more, you can visit our website at senseglove.com. And there's everything explained about the new glove and obviously also about the old glove. So to make a little bit of a distinction there as well, if you're looking really for like VR training, VR design evaluations, you should go for the new glove. It's really easy to set up within your business. And if you're more at the research side, or if you're more at controlling a robot from a distance, so we call it telerobotics, then the exoskeleton, I think, is the most suitable device because of its accuracy that's needed for like either research or controlling robots from a distance.
Okay. One last question, and that is, we talked a lot about the VR, but you did mention things like the iPhone. I'm assuming that you'll be able to use the control for just about any, if you set up a laptop or anything like that, you could use that exoskeleton or the glove for anything that you could figure out, correct?
Yes. So if it's Unity compatible, you can make it for anything. But really, the combination between the visual and the physical, what you feel, that is really the cutting edge. Where this haptic device is showcasing its best capabilities. So if you're in a 2D screen, it's not the feeling that you really would like to have, or you cannot distinguish whether actually you're petting an animal or whatever. But if you have that 3D visual tied to it, then it's when a one-on-one makes a whole great experience.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, thank you very much, Gus, for your time. And once again, what's the website?
Website is senseglove.com, and pretty excited to see the viewers back on our website, and feel free to contact us via there. And happy to tell you more.
All right, perfect. Well, thanks again, Gus, and take care.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of CES 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here. and I'm here with Benjamin. Benjamin is with a company. Is it Roland?
Yes, Roland. Roland is my name. The name of the company is Bigger Inside.
Bigger Inside. Okay.
Yeah.
And you are showing off something called Protocol 223, correct?
Yes, protocol. We tell Protocol 223.
Okay.
So,
well, tell us. Are you the founder, the CEO?
I am the CEO and co-founders. We have founded the company at three people with a good friend and my brother.
Okay. Well, tell us a little bit about what this is all about.
Bigger Inside, what is Protocol 223 protocol is an experience, a mixed reality experience, and based on free roaming. Players in this game can move freely and naturally on a large-scale maze, like a laser tag maze, and they wear that we call an exosuit. This is a full body capture suit. And they also have a virtual reality headset and a backpack PC, as you can see behind me. Backpack PC on their back, and they can move naturally and freely in the maze. And they interact with the game with the movement of the body. They don't have controller or physical weapons. They use their hands to throw fireball, for example, make a shield appear. And this is a competitive game up to 8 players, 4 versus 4, because this is a player versus player game. And that's it.
Okay. So this is a physical location that somebody would go to with their friends, and then they buy time to do that, and of course in virtual as opposed to like a laser tag, as you said. So the biggest question I have is, you got a whole bunch of people in a room with a whole bunch of walls. You can easily map the walls in VR, but how do you make sure that the other people, you don't bump into the other people?
We have developed an ecosystem like SDK, tools to build arena. We based all the experience on the real walls. That means that first the maze is built, and then after that we come and we model in third dimensions the wall into our game. And after that, we come and we put the scenery in order to make it beautiful, and on the rough walls. Okay, and we are with an accuracy close to 1 and 2 centimeters.
Okay,
and there is no problem for players to move naturally with this kind of accuracy.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the players moving naturally on the scene. I'm talking about them bumping into each other because they're both moving freely. So how does that prevent?
They see the other players because every player is located on the room thanks to the insider tracking on the headset. Okay, and the position of the gamer is sent to the server, and then with the network of the game, and then each player can see the other. Okay, and there is no risk of bumping because they are. There is no latency between the location data. You can. This is with a high refresh rate of a few milliseconds.
Okay, and the computer's on the back, and you're running some sort of Wi-Fi throughout the whole system, correct?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
We have a Wi-Fi network dedicated to the game.
Okay, so they come in, they put on the headset, and they'll see each other in a virtual format as they walk through the maze.
Yes, they see each other avatar and as the avatar of the different player are following all the movement of the player, because as I said, they wear an exosuit, and each limbs of the player are tracked from the foot to the hand, all articulated limbs. I can show you the exosuit. This is this kind of stuff.
Okay.
You have here, for example, this is the sensor for the hip, and they are linked to the sensor for the knee, upper leg, lower leg, and this one, sorry, for the foot. And you have the same thing for the upper body. Okay, with can show you the gloves here, for example. We also are following the movement of each fingers.
Okay, so if somebody kicks you, then you'll see them kick you. That's the key right there. So.
Exactly. You can see him do it.
Is it just a laptop that's in the backpack, or is it a bigger box?
No, it's you can see here this is dedicated backpack. This one is made by HP.
Okay.
This is HP Z VR. This really computer dedicated to free roaming application. Okay,
got it.
And you have a really big. This is a powerful machine because you are a Core i7 and with a GPU card. This is 2080 GeForce GTX inside.
Okay.
For a high level of rendering.
So you're here at CES. What are you showing off the room? Are you planning to expand on these rooms? What's the plan?
We already had the open first room in France. The first one in the end of the year 2018, and actually at the beginning of this year, we have signed 3 new partnerships in France, and our project of development is to come on the US market by the end of 2021. This is a reason of our presence to CES, because we are looking for partner and also investors to growth and be able to come on the US market.
Okay, so is there something that you offer with your VR rooms that other people that are doing this don't offer? Is there secret sauce in here?
Yeah. The difference is a unique combination between a full body capture and real maze with real worlds. Our technology is fully compatible with existing laser tag maze. We are able to put our experience in an already existing laser tag maze, and we are the only company in the world proposing this kind of experience dedicated to the laser tag. And there is a lot of laser tag facility in the world.
Oh, okay. So right now, the experience. How long does an experience take to get through a maze?
The game lasts about 20 minutes. Okay, and there is 3 rounds around 6 minutes, and the player can change. First they attack, on the second round they defense. Okay, and it takes around 45 minutes to live the entire experience. And after the game, people can see the replay of the game they just done, because we have an automatic smart camera system into the game, and which follow the action on the game, and it's possible to broadcast it, for example, on the restaurant area, on the bar, on the screen located on the bar, and people can see the game in live and also after the game in the replay.
Okay. Of course, the biggest thing that you're probably having to deal with is, of course, the pandemic. How has this changed the way you've planned your model or anything like that?
Of course, for location-based, it's a really difficult time, but people continue to think at the future and at the moment of when the things will be right to reopen for the one who are closed today, and they know that they will need exceptional experience to propose to their customers, and for that we have a lot of contact because as that we propose is unique, that interests a lot of people that want to increase the attractivity of the laser, and I think it's a difficult time, but with a lot of big perspective. And as I said, just at the beginning of the year, we have already signed for 3 new partnerships, and we are really confident on the future.
Okay, well, congratulations on that. And so, are these in France, or is any of this in the United States?
First in France for now, because we are not already available on US, and as I said, we need to prepare.
Okay.
And if for that we are on CES.
Yeah. Okay.
Make network.
All right. Well, so you're looking for somebody to help you get into the US, and of course get these places set up. So where can people get a hold of you? Do you have a website?
Yes, we have a website, biggerinside.io, and also it's possible to contact me directly, benjamin.roland@biggerinside.fr. And the better way is to take a look on our website, because everything is well explained, and there is a contact formula to contact us.
Okay, so the website is biggerinside.io. From France, Bigger Inside. Well, Benjamin, thank you very much for coming on and explaining your CES model here. So thanks a lot, and have a great CES.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey, for the opportunity to talk with you.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual. Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Nicholas of
Beat Connect.
Beat Connect. That's right. I have my other screen now occupied with the screen share, so I don't have the web page up. Beat Connect. You first of all, you haven't announced this yet, have you?
We are just announcing it right now. I've been working on this baby for the past year, kind of alone in the dungeon that you see around me.
Okay.
Just started unveiling it. We did our session earlier today, and unveiled it to the public for the first time.
Okay. Well, you're the founder, so what is Beat Connect?
All right. Well, let me tell you a little story. This might resonate with anyone who's made music before. I love making beats. I love making music with my friends. When the week is over on a Friday, I rush home. Well, I rushed home pre-COVID, grabbed all my gear, as quick as I can, get it in the car, try to beat the traffic to make it out of town to go see my friends so that we could set up and make music all weekend. And because I'm in such a rush, I forget a cable. I can't plug in. I can't make music. I've just so frustrated.
Yeah.
And I've thought about this for a long time, especially because all my friends live so far away. I've always wanted to make music, during the week or whenever I wanted. COVID kind of happened. I ended up with a little bit more time than expected. So just took a shot at it, worked on it a whole bunch until it started to work. Finally, it wasn't crashing. And we were able to make music. And I think it's just a ton of fun to do. And if it's fun for me, I'm hoping it's going to be fun for everyone else too.
Okay. Yeah. It should be fun for all of us that are making music. What is it?
Yeah. So, right. Yeah. So I gotta kind of explain. So BConnect is a VST plugin that goes on your master output, and it works with any DAW and will allow you to connect and collaborate on music. And the beauty of this approach of having it as a plugin is that it means that anyone can use their setup that they're used to. Most producers are kind of religious about the software that they use because it's so complicated and it takes so long to learn. So all your favorite instruments, your effects, you could still use them. Whatever setup you have, it's all good. Connect with anyone seamlessly, no matter what system they have. BConnect will sort out all the audio issues for you, and then you could just focus on the fun part, which is making music.
Okay. So this is in real time. So if, let's say I was on the drum set, I'd be sending you that audio. This is all audio only, right?
This is audio only, but there's some tricks to work with MIDI as well too. Seeing is easier than believing, I think. It's not exactly like Zoom. It's not 1, 2, 3, then we all start playing at the same time. It's not made for how can I say, live jamming. What it's made for is composing songs and collaborating. Typically, all right, let's say I was going to see my friends. He's got his MPC. He starts doing some drums. He'll put a drum loop up in Logic, and I'll say, oh man, I like that. And I'm fooling around. I got my guitar. I start messing around until I get a lick that I like, or, on the keys. Then I'll put that in there, and he goes, oh yeah. Then he'll do something with a shaker. Maybe he'll drop another sample, and layer by layer, we start sequencing, adding stuff, and we start building up a song. And that's the workflow that's there. So you'll have almost like a mini sequencer. Everything in there is in real time. So think of like Google Docs, but for music, where you could just do, and everyone is the owner of the song. Everyone could see the sequencer. Everyone can participate in moving stuff around, chopping it, and building up the song.
Okay, so they see the DAW. They can control the DAW, and so you could have it set up there, and you could walk away, get a peanut butter sandwich and a glass of milk, come back, and you have a cowbell part all recorded.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you can go to sleep and come back. You don't even need to be online at the same time.
Okay.
Once you connect with someone, it creates a virtual studio, which is permanent. So all your samples, your projects and stuff are there. So if you have a situation where you're working with someone, maybe not on the same time zone as you, they're around the world, or maybe, you're a morning person, they're a night person, whatever, you could open up the project, drop your parts, leave. The next time you open it up, maybe they added their stuff. So it's really handy for that sort of thing. And I really hate messing with stem renders and Dropbox and that whole nonsense. So the whole thing is built around user tools, everything kind of integrated within your environment to make it easy to see and use.
So the is the computer set up at there's like a host house or something like that, or how do when I want to record my shaker part or cowbell part, where do I connect up to?
In the BConnect interface, it literally is a sequencer. So what you're seeing on my screen now is my DAW Reaper. And when you're going to see BConnect, it's going to be its own kind of sequencer, like a DAW in a DAW. And as crazy as that concept sounds, that's kind of how it works. You would just pick the track that you would want to record in, hit record in your sequencer, and then you could start playing. You could drag and drop files if you want. You could play live if you want. And like I was mentioning earlier, there's some tricks that are in there as well to make it easy to bring in pre-recorded material. So, like a lot of people use drum machines where they click in the notes and stuff like that. Again, you don't have to mess with renders. There's some functions to bring that in.
Okay, well, I guess showing me would probably be the best way to explain it. So let's see what's going on.
Cool. So I will build something up. Let me just start my server over here.
What do you mean by start your server over there?
Because we're running a demo right now, so I didn't want to connect to the public with everyone else. I got a special demo server with all my special demo stuff. All right, so I'm going to add BConnect.
Okay.
So you could see the plugin right there.
Okay.
And I'm going to make sure all my audio is routed into it. So I've just put it into my master. And this means it's going to capture everything. I'm just going to connect to my demo environment right now. And boom, I'm now in BConnect. what you're looking at over here, this main sequencer part, this is kind of where the magic happens. Everything which is going to be here is going to be in real time. And you'll see once I connect and I invite my friends in, even their mouse cursors is there. Sliders will move in real time. We can all adjust things. Most of these controls are going to be really familiar for anyone who's done music before. I mean, play stop, obviously, volume, turning things into mono, stereo, etc.
Okay.
So this is where we'll be recording. And on my left here is the hub where I could see all of the studios that I'm participating in. Okay. So virtual studios, like I said before, once you connect with someone, they're in your studio permanently. So you never need to invite them again. You could always just go to that same studio. Okay. And you can have as many as you want. So if you're doing different kinds of music, maybe you're doing an album with someone else, or maybe you're doing blues with your uncle or something, you can group them by studio and then it's easy to find your stuff.
Got it.
So I have been talking a lot. I'm letting my friend know I'm about to invite him.
Okay.
So I hit invite and I'm going to invite Alex. We'll start with him.
Okay.
Boom. He's in. So you can see his mouse cursor moving around.
Okay. Is it different color mouse cursors for different people, or?
Yep, exactly. It's color coded so that it's easier.
So if there's a third person that comes in, that will be a different color mouse cursor.
Exactly.
Okay.
And you could see who they are up here. So it matches the little circle, the color circle.
Like a Google Doc. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been kind of talking a lot. I think it'd be better if I did a little bit of audio so you could see exactly how the recording works.
Okay.
And because I've been demoing with some Brits recently, I've been in a jungle mood. So we're going to crank the BPM to 175. It's going to be a little bit quicker. I'll show you one of the features to bring in some MIDI. Like I got a drum loop, okay, which I have composed using this particular plugin. It's not very exciting, but it's there. And I'm going to use a function which is called record when play. And what this does is when I start my DAW, it's going to start recording right away. And it's going to just capture all the audio which is coming in. So I hit space to start my DAW. And my little loop is coming in. I hit space again, it stops.
Now I got aha in my head.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to show than to explain.
No.
I haven't really found the combination of words.
You know, I have the musical Tourette syndrome, so I got a song already in my head from that drum beat. So.
Oh, nice. Oh, looks like Alex dropped some stuff. And I know he's working in Fruity Loops, and he's got a different sample rate, a different, the whole shebang is different from me. So now if I hit play, I got a little bit more stuff over here.
Got it.
So if I'm lucky, he's going to drop a few more things. Here we go.
Is this one track at a time, or because I'm a drummer and of course I can deal with stems. Can I do like multiple stems at a time, or do I have to do one at a time?
You could do multiple stems if you wanted to, just for the purposes of kind of showing the basics of B-Connect. We're just kind of going one at a time.
Okay.
And so and as you can see, it's a little bit longer, his thing. So I'm going to, maybe shorten this a little bit. I'll loop it. Just all the controls that you're kind of used to, you can kind of do. And I'll invite my next friend over here so you can see what 3 people at the same time looks like.
How many people total can you have?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I've set an artificial limit to 5 for the moment because that's how many little circles can kind of fit over here.
Okay.
But I haven't actually tested the upper limit of how many people can connect. That's something I gotta do. So for now it's 5, which I think should be okay for most bands and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I can also, here we go. Yoan's also dropping some stuff. All right. So I think by now you can kind of see the point. We can all kind of move stuff around. So I can move my samples around. I can move his samples around, split them, whatever it is that we need to do to compose, we can do it. If we start running out of tracks over here, I can always add a few more. There's no limit. So you just kind of go to your heart's content.
Okay.
Just telling them that I'm going to save so they should stop messing around. I'm going to call this demo song.
Is there a separate chat somewhere where you just told them that, or you went through a different program?
Yeah, I've temporarily disabled the chat because I noticed a small bug with it while demoing earlier today. I wanted things to go smooth. So we're kind of on the sly right now.
Okay.
I'm sending them little notes.
But there will be a chat
I'm the
eventually.
puppeteer.
Yeah.
There will be, yes, with video integrated as well too.
Oh, good.
That one is 50% done. I just need to actually finish it and again test. One of the challenges with developing a plugin is that every DAW is different. Everyone's setup is different, and there's always something which is messing up on someone's computer.
Yeah.
And before I add too many features, I'm like, all right, it's just got to work. I just got to get through, the basics and stuff like that.
Okay.
I don't remember if I saved, but I will. The projects are saved to the cloud. So this is, even if I switch computer or do something else, I can always relog into my account and open the song.
So that there's a server that you go to that I would log into that you run that holds those songs, right?
Yeah, like I picked a special server because I'm doing a demo, but for anyone who'd be using this, you don't have to do anything. You just hit login and it's going to send you to where it needs to go.
But what I'm asking is I can't say, okay, save all my stuff to Dropbox, save all my stuff to Google Drive or anything like that.
No, but you can export your songs if you want to. So if you want to get the WAV file, you can get the WAV file. If you want to get the stems, you can do that too.
Okay.
So you always have the option of getting stuff out there. And as time kind of moves down, I'll see if there's more integrations that we can do. It's actually kind of a cool idea to have it export to Google Drive directly.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay. That's what I'm here for.
This is my studios over here. So I could create another studio if I wanted to. I could click on it. This is almost like flicking through channels, right? So if you can imagine that you have like a few people that you make music with, I can click here, see what's going on. Obviously in this case, because there's nothing there, it's empty, but I can go back. It's going to download right away. There's no real lag or anything like that. It goes pretty quick. Spent a bunch of time on optimization. So
when you record, what's the rate that you record at, and is it the same if you're pulling it off in this situation?
Yeah, it's actually going to match the sample rates of the users who are connected, ideally at the highest. So let's say me and you were connected, we're audio pros, we have gear at 192. It's going to synchronize and send samples and do everything at 192 without any compression. If someone joins in, like Johan, and he's got he's got his little MacBook, so he's running at 44K, it's going to downsample stuff for him at 44K. There's a lot of logic under the hood, though, to make sure that we don't resample too many times. I always keep a copy of the original to not introduce any artifacts in the audio.
But then we have a whole bunch of tracks at 192 and one track at 44.
It would get upsampled, though. So it would get converted. Honestly, to the ear, well, at least to my ear and my little speakers I have over here, I can't really hear the difference. If you're really a specialized pro audio person, you might be able to hear the difference. But if you're really specialized pro audio guy, studio, big name producer, you're probably working with other people who have similar high level gear. But the point is to be inclusive, right? The point is anyone can connect, drop whatever's you have. If you got a potato computer with, a broken sound card and the webcam is upside down, it's still going to work.
Okay. Let's say you have 192, but a horrible internet connection. Will it still work at 192, or will it pull it down to get files across?
No, it won't pull it down at all. It'll just take a little bit longer to download the sample here. That's all.
Okay.
So in this approach, I feel like what we're doing here is different, right? It's not like Zoom where, if the latency screws up, oh no, the audio's choppy, it's gone down, it's messed up. It's almost like an asynchronous/synchronous workflow. So if something takes a little bit longer to download, it's not really the end of the world, whether it's 1 second or 2 seconds for a sample to come in. As long as it's there and I can hear it and I can mess around on my side in my DAW to go, find some sounds or record some bits, that's all I really care about.
I'm going to throw one more idea out here because I was thinking about this. Let's say you bring on 3 people, and this is not for music. This is more for a podcast type thing. So they can record as they go, and then it ends up when it finally produces it produces the full track on their track line. So you could actually create a 4-person podcast with their own audio coming into this, where you could then do a whole bunch of editing and not have to separate people's voices out, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I would just have to make it so that when you hit record, there'd be some feature where it starts the recording at exactly the same time for everyone else. And then it would be fine. It would just work. And I guess you wouldn't even need to do that if the audio goes on long enough. Everyone would just need to.
Well, you'd have just some sort of sync thing where you go 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. How long of a file can you create?
There's no limit right now.
Okay.
The longer the file, the longer it's going to take to download, of course. So if you're going to record a podcast, which I can imagine being, let's say, an hour long or something like that, I wouldn't expect those samples to download in, a minute or two. I would give it a little bit of time depending on people's connections, but it'll go through for sure. Okay. It's pretty reliable in that way.
So we're at NAMM, and I'm thinking of this, and I'm going a little bit off rail once again, but think of this. Every year at NAMM, they have the drum circle, the percussion drum circle. But except I don't know if they're doing it this year or not, but you could literally have a whole bunch of people logging into this server, and then you have the main beat already in there, and each person could start contributing their own sounds into the drum circle as a whole, and then come out with a finished product.
Yeah, that'd be super cool.
Yeah.
I've thought about that. I mean, my vision for this is honestly, my dream is I could wake up, I go get my coffee, I'm still in my pajamas, well, like I am all the time, but I come in, I open BConnect, and boom, there's people making music. I go in and out, and all day we could just connect and kind of do stuff. I would love to have automated like remix competitions where a sample or a studio would appear just for like a week and everyone has to do their stuff. And at the end, everything gets published on the website. I mean, there's just so many kind of cool and fun things that we can do with this.
Have your favorite artist create some sort of track and then see who can layer the track the best way. Yeah, absolutely. So
imagine, right? Imagine there's a competition and some kid gets a chance to make a beat with Dr. Dre for 30 minutes and that gets streamed, right? How
Absolutely.
much, like, how cool is that for the kid and for the artist as well, right? That's a really great way for them to connect with their fans.
They can also find a musician that's like, yeah, I like how you play those licks. Why don't you become my lead guitarist? Why don't you become, my lead bagpipe player? I don't know, whatever instrument comes into mind there. So we have we're going to show the finished model then, right?
The finished model
on what you guys created here.
I mean, this is BConnect as it exists today.
Okay. I thought you were going to play this.
We've just been cutting and splicing it randomly. Imagine just like an axe murderer attacking a pizza. I don't think you want me to hit play.
Oh, come on, hit play. No, do it. That's not too bad. It takes
that's not too bad for a random splice.
Yeah, a little bit tweaking it would actually sound more planned than anything. So no, that's awesome. And you said this is not MIDI. This is all wave samples because you haven't.
It's wave samples, but if you remembered at the start, I used this feature here, record one play, so I can just hit play in my DAW and it records what's in there.
Let me switch. Okay, the record one play. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So what this does is it says, okay, when the DAW is playing, record whatever is coming out of the DAW. So there's a lot of I see so many kids who are making hip hop beats where they click in the notes for all the piano and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They could do that. And then when they're ready, record one play and hit space and it's going to record. So that way they don't have to do a stem render. I think that's my big thing. I hate menus. I hate going to a web page. I don't like trying to find a file that I can't remember what folder it's in. So it kind of bypasses that sort of thing.
Wow. Okay. That's crazy. That's awesome. So, what you just released? Did you just release it today, or is you announced it?
No, I showed it to the public for the first time. Well, that's sort of a lie. We had like a half sort of open beta going on. I posted a few times on Reddit. There was tons of people responding. We got 500 signups. There's been about 125 active users in and out from all over the world who've just been logging in, telling me, "Hey, Nick, I would like this a little bit better," or just telling me the different bugs that they have. I've just been spending tons of times fixing it. I built this whole thing myself. And I'm starting to go a little bit crazy because there's some interest. So I'm hiring developers now, expanding the team. And I really want to build this and make something awesome out of it.
I'm pretty sure that you can find some backers and things like that to make this happen, because this is pretty interesting. I'm really excited about how this is. I'm going to definitely show it to some musician friends. We'll definitely try it. Are you planning to do a subscription model? Or are you planning to do, how is that going to work?
Yeah, it's going to be a subscription model. I don't want to break the bank or anything, and I know some plugins are expensive. I'm just guessing with the price right now, but I think we're going to go with $10 a month.
Okay.
Or $100 for the year.
Okay.
That seems to be less than some of the other tools that I've seen out there. It's enough to cover the cost of the data going back and forth on the server and the maintenance and things like that.
Well, if you allow them to do storage on different areas such as Dropbox and they cover their own storage, then then you can definitely keep a low price on that thing. So
yeah, most of the costs come from the data being sent. As soon as data leaves a server, it's called data egress, and that's where the meter starts ticking like electricity.
That's true.
So,
that's true.
But I also think that people want to make music with everyone else, and it'd be kind of crappy if I want to make music with you and both of us have to have an account. I've been thinking about a producer account where you can have some guests. So for people who, let's say, have a band, well, not everyone needs to have a license. You can get kind of a group license, which is less expensive, and then everyone has their thing. Yeah,
the only thing I'm thinking of is security. If you've got 5 people and you don't want anybody else touching this stuff, or you don't want people to find out that Garth Brooks is on here making a song or anything like that, and then they try to get into either mess with it or listen to it. So I'm guessing there's going to be some security on this.
Yeah. There's tons. I've worked in software for a while. Music has just kind of been a hobby, and it's just awesome. I can kind of combine both. So I'm following all the latest, hoopla. But more importantly, the way BeeConnect works is, yes, there is an open kind of cloud that you can connect to, but there's also a possibility of me distributing a private cloud. So let's say, even I've been in talks with music schools, because this is really great for teachers and educators and stuff like that. They would want to host it on their own intranet and not necessarily allow any outside connections, and that's totally possible without any issues.
Okay, perfect. So for more information, where do people go?
Just go to www.beeconnect.com and you'll get everything you need right there.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, awesome stuff. I'm impressed. I know, like I said, I want to send this off to about 5 different guys right now and said, hey, let's do this. So cool. So congratulations, great job. I think this will definitely explode somewhere for a lot of musicians out there. So
thank you. I hope so. I honestly, like, if I can go on a little rant, this is a passion project. I don't want to turn this into something which is really annoying. I'm trying to build this with my needs and other people's needs, because I just want to have the best tool that I can selfishly use to make beats with my friends and stuff like that. So any ideas, I'm open to anything. And I think we can make it awesome. And I love that it works personally with every DAW. I think that if a major player in the industry would try to replicate this, they would have a tendency to lock it down to just their DAW, because of all these brand monopolies that are out there, which is something I'm against. So it's my little rant.
All right. No, that's a great rant. Thank you. This is awesome. I can't wait to see BeeConnect out there, and we'll stay in touch, and we'll do some updates on how the program's going and everything like that.
Cool. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of CES 2021 virtual, Jeffrey Powers here, and I'm here with Rayan over at D-Link. How you doing, Rayan?
Doing well. How are you doing yourself?
I'm doing great. D-Link has come out with a few new routers, a little mesh router and stuff like that. Tell people what your role is with the company and what you're going to show off today.
Sure. So my name is Rayan. I'm the product line manager on consumer solutions over at D-Link. I'll be showcasing some of our Wi-Fi 6 solutions that we announced at the show this year, as well as a smart home product that I'm really excited to share with you today.
Okay, perfect. So what do you got up first of all?
So first off, D-Link released 6 new Wi-Fi 6 solutions in 2020, and we're expanding the product portfolio with a couple of additions, starting with the M32, which is an AX3200 Wi-Fi 6 AI router. This is a fast and powerful 4-stream router built for all the ways we use Wi-Fi today: gaming, watching the latest movies, conferencing with friends, family, teachers, and coworkers, taking Zoom calls as well. And it even sports D-Link Wi-Fi Mesh, which lets you add another D-Link Mesh product to enjoy seamless roaming throughout your home.
Okay, so
if I may add a little bit more about D-Link Wi-Fi mesh.
Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, so to add a little more about D-Link Wi-Fi mesh, this was a big innovation in the D-Link product lineup that we introduced last year, and we're continuing with that. We know that homes come in all shapes and sizes, and that Wi-Fi isn't one size fits all. So we really made it a point to incorporate standards-based mesh technology across our routers and extenders so customers can mix and match according to their needs and still enjoy a seamless mesh experience anywhere in their home. So the M32 will carry that, as well as all the products that I'm showcasing for Wi-Fi 6 here.
Okay. So you got a couple there. Which one are we going to talk about first?
Well, I don't happen to have an M32 with me, but the next product that I'm looking to showcase is the DIR LX1870, and I'll bring that up just here. That's the back. Here's the front. So it's a very interesting design with 4 ports in the back. You can see that, so you don't lose access to any Ethernet ports. And this is a 2-stream Wi-Fi 6 router with D-Link Wi-Fi mesh front and center, making it a scalable solution that's flexible to your needs as well. And to that point, it is designed to scale. So you can start with one and add more later. You can even add a different product like our range extender. This is also a 2-stream AX1800 range extender in order to enjoy seamless Wi-Fi throughout the home.
Okay. So you basically get the main hub, and then of course extender routers for there. How many mesh devices can you connect up to that unit?
Well, you can connect a lot of devices to that unit. You can certainly connect up to. I have to double check. Actually, I believe that's 5 or 6.
5 or 6. Okay. And what for that? For connecting up to what's the range of each unit to the main base unit?
So we're looking at about 3,000 square feet of coverage for the main unit, and each additional unit will add about 2,000 square feet from there.
Okay, so it'll cover a pretty big home. How many users can it connect up to at a time?
It can connect a lot of users, especially with having this multi-node system type setup. So it'll connect everyone in the home just fine.
Okay. When you say a multi-node setup, does that mean that there's different Wi-Fi names for each area, or is it all one Wi-Fi connection no matter where you are in the house?
It's all one Wi-Fi connection no matter where you are in the home. It's designed to set up with one Wi-Fi name out of the box, and as you add more units, if you wanted to specify Wi-Fi names, we give you that option as well. But we do know that customers enjoy having a single Wi-Fi name throughout the home.
Okay. So, but you can set up other SSIDs, like one for your video, your recording cameras, and one for your any other IoT devices, things like that.
You can set up different names if that's the way that you prefer to have that set up. Yes.
Okay. What's the in and out speed of the ports? Are they 1 gig?
Yes, they're 1 gig ports on this AX1800 solution.
Okay. What about the in port?
The import is also 1 gig.
Okay. So at 1 gig connection back and forth. So if you have like a DOCSIS type modem or something like that, you should be able to get whatever speed that your cable company delivers. Awesome. So the interface itself, how does that work? Is it just a single interface for that will then hook up to all the meshes? Will it find the meshes that way? How's that work?
It's a fantastic question. We've designed these products to operate off of the D-Link Wi-Fi app as the primary interface and point of communication between the end user and our devices. You can also log into the web UI through the router itself, through the AX1800 or even the M32 product. So customers that are preferring to go in through the UI, set it up that way, add nodes that way, run some configurations or make some adjustments to their network, they're able to do that as well.
Okay, and you could do that remotely. So let's say I'm in Las Vegas and the kids are using the Wi-Fi. The wife calls me up and says, "Hey, turn that thing off." I can do that from my hotel room.
We are rolling out remote management capabilities across our products, so you will be able to do that as well.
Okay.
That's primarily for the routers. The range extenders are a little different, but if you shut off the router, the range extender is going away as well if you do that.
Okay. So the range extenders, are they only wall pluggable, as in wall warts from the plug, or do you have anything that's like more of a extension sets on the coffee table type thing?
So if you wanted to set something on the coffee table, the recommendation would be to just grab another one of these, the LX 1870s, the router form factor products. They can operate in a mesh environment as an extender in order to extend your mesh network.
Okay, so they become a secondary at that point, and then do the 1 gig ports, are those available for any type of Ethernet connections?
Yes, absolutely. You can add them and do Wi-Fi bridging, and just add more wired connections to your home.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's a pretty sweet little mesh system right there. What type of prices are we talking about for this?
So right now we're talking about $129.99 for the LX 1870, or just around $250 for the M32 as an MSRP. Market prices are likely to be lower than that. And then the X1870 range extender, the DAP X1870, is currently available today for around $114.
Okay, that's available today. What about the other? Are the others not available yet, or?
The M32 is not yet available. The LX 1870 is. Okay. So the unit I shared on screen is available today.
And the M32, when does that become available? Do you have time frame?
That's looking to be available in the fall.
Okay, perfect. Did D-Link do any other announcements?
Yeah, actually, if you have a laptop that you're looking to upgrade to Wi-Fi 6, we're really excited to be unveiling the world's first Wi-Fi 6 USB 3.0 adapter. Unfortunately, I don't have one to show on the screen today, but we're really excited about that because customers, while they are adopting devices into the home, they also have a set of devices that don't yet use Wi-Fi 6. Mm-hmm. And so being able to upgrade that with Wi-Fi 6 technology gets customers up and enjoying Wi-Fi 6 more readily.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So is it like the little nub type dongle that we see, or does it have an antenna?
Not the tiny nano type design, but a standard form factor USB.
Oh, okay. Does it have an antenna on it, or that you have to reposition, or?
No. It's an embedded antenna within the unit. There isn't a separate antenna to extend from there. Okay. So we're trying to make it more compact, so customers don't have to have a lot coming out of their laptop for them to enjoy Wi-Fi 6.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, your Wi-Fi 6 is it also 6 gigabits per second pass through?
6 gigabits per second pass through?
Yeah, it's three up, 3 down from machine to machine, right? What's your speed? What's your transfer speeds?
It's a 2x2 solution. So we're looking at AX 1800 speeds.
Oh, okay. And let's see. Okay, so I think we got that pretty much covered. Any other items that you guys announced?
We also announced, so for Wi-Fi 6, those are our primary announcements. We did announce on the smart home side of things, we have a Wi-Fi water sensing system, which we're really excited about. And I have it here. If I can just grab these units. Okay. So the great thing about the Wi-Fi sensing system, I probably should raise that up, is the primary kit comes in these two items. One acts as a hub and one is a remote sensor. The hub unit doubles as a water sensor as well, with the included extension cable and a long length of cable that all does water sensing. So anywhere that sees water on this cable is going to detect and announce to you via the app that water was detected. So it's really fancy and fantastic, and we won the CS Innovation Award honoree for this product.
Okay, yeah, I did not know that the cord was also a sensor. So you could actually go from, if you're underneath your sink, you could have that sensor on the ground, and you could have the cord kind of running kind of parallel to the pipe, and then plug into the wall. That way, if the water starts to come down the pipe, then it'll catch that at that point.
Absolutely. And the great thing is you can use the hub as a sensor in its own right out of the box. You don't have to purchase a separate hub in addition to that. So it'll work as a solution right out of the box, prepared as well. And you can get additional of these units, the remote sensors, to add on up to 16 sensors throughout the home. They're really, it's a really nifty solution. And since they use sub-gigahertz technology to connect the remote units to the hub, the range on them is fantastic. It'll reach throughout the modern home. So if you can have one remote unit under the washer, one in the restroom behind the sink, and in other areas where water is prone to leak. Customers don't always realize how expensive water damage can be until it happens to them.
Yeah.
And so we're really happy to be able to provide a solution to alert customers early so that they don't have to be paying thousands of dollars on water damage.
Okay. Is it just water that it senses?
Yes.
Okay.
It's currently.
It doesn't do any freeze sensors or anything like that?
No freezing capabilities at this time.
Okay. Okay. And how much is that going to be?
So we're looking at the kit itself to be available for about $89.99.
Okay, and then what comes with the kit?
Both of these units, the main hub / sensor with a wired cable embedded, and then the actual remote water sensor. So 2 water sensors for $89.99.
And how much are additional sensors? You say you could do up to 5 on there, right?
Up to 16, actually.
Oh,
total.
16. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Each sensor is looking to be about $24.99 for each unit, each one of these remote units.
Okay. So there's a few $100s, but of course you're making sure that, because I've had water breaks in my house, and that sucks when you're away and you don't know that it happens. At least you can have a neighbor come over and shut off the water if anything. So that's great. And the cord that technically adds to the sensor itself. So if you had it in a bathroom, you could have the cord covering part of the bathroom and the sensor in a place that could also cover. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're really excited about this sensing system, and we're happy to be able to provide that to the customers.
Yeah. And then you had one more thing, didn't you? Like a camera or something like that, right? Or did we cover that one?
We didn't quite cover the camera. I can discuss it. I don't have one to show here. But essentially the new camera, it's a 2K QHD camera, outdoor rated. So you can hook it up outdoors and it'll pan in order to cover a wider area. And the great thing about this camera is it also has person detection built in right at the edge. So if someone comes up to your front door, it'll announce that a person has been detected through the notification that you receive on your phone. And it's really in these times that we're living in, a lot of packages end up coming to the house, and it's great to be able to keep an eye on them as they arrive.
Absolutely, absolutely. Do you have a price point on that one?
Not at this time.
Okay, okay. And did you say when that was going to be available?
That one's looking to be available in the fall as well.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's a pretty good range, and of course, you got a CES award winner. Is it award winner or honoree?
It's an honoree.
Okay, okay. Well, it's still a great honor. So, congratulations on that one, and a lot of great products. We'll try and get some into the shop to test out and review for you guys. So, but in the meantime, Rayanne, thank you for spending time with me and explaining some of the new products that are out there. Can't wait for the new routers to come out and the new mesh routers.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Sean of Tascam. And, you know, I had to miss NAMM last year, so I didn't get to miss my yearly conversation with you guys. And so last time I talked, you guys had the 108i and the 20, something like that for the units, but you've unveiled some new ones. So tell people what your role is with the company, and then let's talk about the product.
Sure. Those products you're talking about, Series 102i interface and the Series 208i interface. Mm-hmm. So my role with Tascam is I'm the product specialist. So, you know, educating people on the products, teaching them how to use them, and just being a general knowledge base to try to get all that information out there. But yeah, we've got some, as of this year, we're unveiling a new series of interfaces. There's 3 interfaces in the series. They're called the USHR interfaces, as you can see here. So previously, we've had the US series. This is basically an upgrade to that. HR on the end of this stands for high resolution. So bit depth and sample rate has been upped on these units. So you can now record up to 24-bit 192K audio formats with these. And I'm going to pull up a separate camera here as well real quick. So you can see the full series right there. The 1x2 HR on the top. You've got a dedicated XLR and dedicated 1/4 inch input on this. The 2x2 has 2 inputs, which are combo jacks, XLR 1/4 inch. And then on the bottom is the US 4x4 HR. 4 channels on there. Each channel has both XLR and 1/4 inch input. They all feature phantom power. Heavy duty metal chassis, so you can take these with you. They can take abuse if you drop them off the table, or if you are taking one of them on the road with you, to wherever that is, and things happen. So these are rugged, they're durable, high quality microphone inputs. They're great, and they're not just for musicians. They're great for content creators of all types as well. As in with all of our interfaces, we usually have proprietary control panel or control settings software that comes with these. And it's no different with the USHR series. However, with this, we do have a great feature that is a one-touch loopback audio button in that software. So what that does is routes all the audio coming through your computer through the interface. So if you're doing, say, podcasting or something like that, and you have guests on via Skype or Zoom, and you're playing music from YouTube or Spotify or whatever for this, and you want to record it all, you can just set up a channel in whatever DAW of choice that you're using, click that loopback audio, record it, and now you're recording the microphones that are going into the unit plus everything else that's coming through your computer system. So that's really great. Also, that is a great tool for game streamers like on Twitch. So you can, very fabulous for that. There's a lot of different uses for these.
Does it have the mix minus that some of these podcasters look for in a unit?
As in the TRRS jack on there, it does not.
No, the mix minus where they can the audio goes back to them without the echo.
Yes, it does have that.
Okay.
The key to that, if you're doing the loopback audio and you're recording, the key to that is to not input monitor your track. So if you're recording and you have it input monitored, you will get that echo. And that's as far as I know with any interfaces I've used that are loopback. That's what happens. So just don't do that, and you're good.
Just don't do that, and you're good. Yes, I like that. Okay, so it looks like also support for things like OBS, and so if you're doing any type of video stuff, you can put that right in there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another great streaming tool with that, and is absolutely supported with OBS. Just plug it in, and you're ready to go.
Okay, and of course, you guys have Cubase, which you work with.
That is correct. There's software packages that come along with our interfaces. It's the same here with the USHR series. There's some really great packages, really great software in this packages, such as, like you said, Cubase, Amplitude. So you got a whole host of different software to help with music creation.
Okay. And do the devices also work with iOS devices as well?
Yes, they do. Yeah. You need a, actually, let me step back on that. I'm not sure about the 4x4. On the 1x2, yeah, you can definitely get the USB-C to Lightning adapter and plug that into your iOS device and be good to go on that. Also, something I didn't mention before, these are USB-C bus powered as well. So you can just plug them in, no power supply needed. The only caveat to that is with the US 4x4 HR, if you're using phantom power, the USB-C bus power is not enough to give you 4 channels of phantom power. So you will need to plug that in with an external supply.
But all of them also do plug in as well, right? On their own?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So if for some reason your computer is not pushing out the bus power, then you can plug them in to make that happen.
Absolutely.
So, okay. So ultimately these are, we'll start with the 1x2, is it?
Yes.
And so that's 1 input or 2 inputs in. How many, what's the
Yes,
ratio?
That's 2 inputs in, as you can see here on the top. There's an XLR input and a 1/4 inch input in there.
Okay. And how does it output? I see a headphone jack, but I'm assuming there's something on the back.
Right. On the back, you have RCA and outputs on there, as well as you have 2 RCA inputs as well.
Okay. And then, of course, the USB input output technically there. What about with the other 2 units?
Sure. So you go to 1/4 inch on those 1/4 inch outputs. The 2x2 has 2 1/4 inch outputs, whereas the 4x4 has 4 1/4 inch line outputs on there, as well as the 2x2. They have MIDI input and output on them as well, so you can connect a controller to that and use software instruments as well.
So with the software, could they be used as like an auxiliary out?
With the MIDI control, with the MIDI?
No, with like the 4x4. You said that there's 4. Okay.
Right. Yes, you could do that. Yes. Okay.
Perfect. And then the software has that. The last time I used it, has the software changed in any way? The mixing console software?
No. No, well, with the USHR series, the software that goes into it is not necessarily what I would call mixing. It doesn't replicate like a mixer or a console of any sort. It's mostly just control over, say, buffer size, which you can bring all the way down to 4 samples if you want to get the most out of your processing while tracking. But also, that's where you control the loopback feature. It's just a 1 button you click, loopback goes on there. You can select whether your channels coming in are stereo or mono. Just basic settings controls. There's not an actual, say, mixer panel for this.
So no EQ, no compression or anything like that?
Right, that's correct. Not on there. The series interfaces that you mentioned earlier do have that sort of feature too, where there is a mixer, reverb, compression, EQ on there.
And that's part of the package that you get with the hardware, right?
Right. That's the control panel for the series interfaces.
Okay. Any other features that we're missing out on that you wanted to talk about?
On there, no, not really. Just the MIDI in and out on the 2x2 and 4x4, which is awesome because the part of the software package is Sample Tank, which if you're not familiar with that, is just a virtual instrument suite, and it comes with quite a few instruments, and then they're always coming out with more sample packs for that, so you can always download those and get those and have a whole host of different sounds, for your songwriting needs. With that, loopback function supports OBS up to 24-bit, 192K audio formats. We've got the Ultra HD DA microphone preamps in there. All around, it's a really great package.
Okay, perfect. Now let's switch gears here because you said that you wanted to talk about a microphone, and I went, "What?" So what microphone are you showing off?
Sure. Well, I don't physically have them here with me at the moment. We have to have beautiful photographs taken of them and everything for the release. But a lot of folks don't know that Tascam has been making microphones for quite a while. We've got condensers. We had a a drum microphone package to mic up a whole kit. We've got gooseneck condensers. We have, omnidirectional tabletop microphones. There's a lot of stuff we have, but we have two areas that we've not really hit before that here in the next few months, you'll see these coming out. We have the TM70 dynamic broadcast microphone. So this is going to be something very much in the vein of a Shure SM7B or say an RE20, something like that, where it's made for broadcast. And, those microphones tend to have that punchy, thick, low mid to it, and that just lends itself to that sound that we're all used to. So we're going to be having that. There you go. Pull them up on the website. Yes, this is the TM70 top address. This thing sounds great. I think that you could absolutely put this up against a SM7B and an RE20, and I think that you might have a hard time picking that out of the lineup. We got the metal chassis on here, so this is going to be very durable. It's, you're going to, if you travel around, mic things up, or, do your podcast on the road, whatever, it's going to be very durable and it's going to set to last. The other microphone that we have coming out that I'm pretty stoked about as well is the TM82, and this is also a dynamic microphone. This is more along the lines of some other classic dynamic mics that you might be familiar with, like a 57 or a 58, maybe an M80. So this is going to be a live vocal microphone that you can also use in the studio. This is also great for miking instrument cabinets or, say, snare drums. And there you go. Again, with this, we've got the metal chassis on this. So once again, it's durable. It's going to last. The price points on these are lower than what you expect. This is coming in at $50, and the TM70 right under $100. So you can, these are quality microphones. This is our 50th year in business in 2021, and we've been making microphones for a long time, as well as lots of recording gear. Tascam definitely knows what we're doing in the field, and these are fantastic microphones. They sound great. I've not had a chance to use the TM82 on a drum kit yet, but I really want to put that on a snare top and a snare bottom and see how that sounds.
Yeah, I'd do that, but my electronic kit probably wouldn't make much sense. So,
well, you got to mix in that mesh sound.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. The TM70, is that a phantom powered microphone?
No, that's a dynamic microphone. So
it's dynamic. Okay.
So not phantom power.
Whereas the other brand that you talked about has something like a cloud lifter that's needed to push out the sound. Will the TM70 need anything for help like that?
No, not at all. This is going to be coming in at a fantastic mic level right off the bat. So once you bring in your game,
yeah, got good power to it. From the
output is where you need it to be. What would be expected of a vocal microphone?
And what's the range on that 70?
Let me see here. The frequency range specifically. Let me see.
Because I'm assuming the 84, or I'm sorry, the 82 is somewhere around 50 to 15 kilohertz.
Right. Actually, it comes in at about I think it's 38 or 40, and then cuts off at 20.
That's
and
the
then
TM70.
That's the 82.
That's the 82. Okay.
And then the TM70 is at 30 and cuts itself off at 20K. Yeah.
Okay. The 82, is that a cardioid or supercardioid?
That's cardioid pattern.
It's cardioid. Okay. So good noise rejection. So if a musician wanted to use it as a vocal mic, it would work pretty well.
Yes.
Okay. And what about the TM70? How's that work?
So the TM70 is actually a supercardioid. So that's great. Especially with, broadcast, you want that as focused as possible. It's so in the, being supercardioid, the off axis rejection on that is going to really just, naturally filter out any sort of, ambient noise. Some of the, kind of comes with a package. It comes with a mic holder, a desktop stand, and an XLR cable with that as well. So if you do, if you go with the TM70, it's going to come to you ready to set up and just use and start broadcasting. The frequency range on that, it's nice. I mean, you've got on the low frequencies, you've got a nice smooth roll off that's going to be natural sounding, and then you've got the bumps in some natural places where you'd expect it. Like there's a slight bump in the low mids, and then there's a little bit of a bigger bump in the high mids. Without adding, sibilance to your vocal. You're going to see that drop off before the 7K point where you're going to get hissy, S's on that. And then there's a nice subtle roll off up to 20K as well. So it's a very natural sounding microphone.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So we got microphones and we got mixers to put the microphones in. Let's talk about prices to get it all into your shop there. How much are we looking at?
Sure. All right. So, like you're saying on the prices here for the microphones, your broadcast microphone, your TM70, $99. And again, these microphones aren't out just yet. With everything that's happened in the last year, there's been, a lot of delays for a lot of people. No difference here. So I believe the TM70 is slated to be released in March, with the TM82, which clocks in at $49. To be released in April of this year. And so those are nice, budget-friendly alternatives to some of the more mainstream microphones that are in their areas. And then with the USHR series, let me see here. I have a hard time remembering these price points on these ones.
That's why you got a computer in front of you, right?
I know, it absolutely is. Let me see. Well,
if you don't have them right away, it's not a big deal.
It's okay. All right. So the Tascam US 4x4, $199.99. That's great preamps, just great build quality, a lot of versatile features that you have there for under $200. The 2x2, $149.99, and finally the 1x2 comes in at $99.99. Okay. So you could get a broadcast package here on the low end for $200. Be ready to just come home, plug it into your computer, and start broadcasting right then and
do
there.
Some podcasting, record some music, or whatever, or do both.
Exactly.
Start a podcast about recording music. How's that?
Yeah, there you go.
So lots of great options there. So Tascam.com for all your information.
That is correct. Tascam.com will get you everything you need.
All right, perfect. Sean, thank you very much. Awesome to see Tascam at NAMM, of course, every single year. I can't wait till we get back together and we can actually have this conversation in person. And we'll try and get some stuff into the shop and do some reviews on there. So once again, thanks a lot to Sean. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be in touch. Thanks, Jeffrey. Much appreciated. Have a good one.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, continuing coverage of CES 2021 virtual. Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Lily, and Lily is with Sabine Tech. Is it Sabine Tech, or is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, Sabine Tech.
Sabine Tech. And last year, if you remember my CES action, I had this little microphone here. Let me show you on the screen. I had this little microphone that I tested out. It was pretty cool. And that's this company. Of course, you guys got a new product. You got a few new products, and you got a roadmap for more products. Why don't you tell us what your role is with Sabine Tech, and then what product you want to show off?
Okay. So I'm business development director here at Sabine Tech, and I take care of all the partnerships. Like distributors, agencies.
Okay.
And also I represent the company to introduce the products at the CES.
Okay. And of course, you guys have a new product right now. It's that you debuted at CES and actually became an honoree, 2021 honoree, CES product. Why don't you tell us about the finalists?
Yeah. So this finalist was awarded 2021 CES. So as innovation product, and this is a immersive 3D audio recording smart Bluetooth earphones. It's different from traditional audio recording earphones, because usually they would have 2 microphones embedded, but this we designed with 3 microphones.
Okay.
So yeah, it also pick up the voice from the person who wears the earphones, and the 2 microphones are in the earbuds, so people can hear a recorded sound exactly as.
Are those 2 dots in the middle of the earbuds?
Yes, it's embedded inside the earbuds.
Okay.
So when you record the sound, it's exactly as it's perceived in your ears. Like when you hear, it's on the left or is from the right. It's
Okay.
exactly the same. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so basically, you have the left microphone, you have the right microphone. It comes in, and then you can hear that. So whatever, if somebody's clapping right here, you'll hear it in this ear. If somebody's clapping right here, you'll hear it in this ear.
Yes, exactly. And also it pick up because it also has 1 microphone here underneath the mouth, so it also pick up the person's vocal. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's that little bug underneath the right ear on the cord.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's especially good for the musicians. For example, if you play a cappella, it records the sound exactly as how it's played.
Okay. Is this wired and wireless, or just wireless?
It's wireless because Sabine Tech is focused on the audio transmission technology. It has a very the Bluetooth transmission to make sure that the sound quality is high fidelity. You know?
Okay. You have this neck design on the Finalace. Is there a reason why you chose the neck wrap versus just a set of headphones and a cord?
Yeah, because TWS earphones are very popular these few years. So people like doing sports while they use the earphones. So the design is very friendly when people do sports, jogging. It can be on the neck. It's portable, and also it fits in the ear. It's very comfortable. People can wear it for a long time.
Okay. Okay. So it's not out yet, correct?
Excuse me.
It's not available yet. It's still in prototype.
Oh, it's not available yet. Yeah.
Okay.
We are going to launch it on Kickstarter by the end of this month, and it will be delivered in April. After that, we will start selling on our website and also Amazon.
Okay. Do you have an MSRP, a price for the device?
Yeah. I think on Kickstarter campaign we will have early bird price for $79, and then after some time, then $89.
So it's $89. It'll be when you put it on sale, it'll be $89. But if you're in the part of the
It will be
crowdfund, it'll be $79.
$99.
Okay. So in stores it'll be $99, but for the crowdfund you will do $79, most likely around $79.
Yes.
And that starts at the end of this month, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So you also you said you have a roadmap for more products, and there's a couple products on your website for podcasting, for live streaming, and for wireless. Of course, the original device, the Bluetooth microphone for your smartphone, which is available now. Is the other device I was looking at this? Let me just pull it up here really quick. The Sabine Cast. This one's available right now for sale.
Yeah, it is available. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And sabinetech.com for more information on that, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Was there anything else you wanted to add before we close up?
I would like to tell that the company's vision is connecting the world through sound. The company has spending many years on the development of the acoustic audio transmission technology, and also the algorithms that reduce noise and make the sound experience smarter. Like we have auto transcription, and we have the AI noise reduction, and people can also cancel any song's vocal and mix with their own vocal in real time. So it's more like you can make your music video easily with our product.
Okay, perfect. So, well, Lily, thank you very much for your time. Sabine Tech is where we're going to go, and we'll try and get some stuff into shop so I can check it out and review and go from there. So once again, thanks a lot, Lily. Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here, and I'm here with Todd Urban and from Softtube. And how you doing, Todd?
Hi, Jeffrey. Great. Thanks for having me.
Why don't you tell everybody who you are, what your role is with Softtube, and then we're going to talk about some new products that you guys are coming out with.
Yeah, my name's Todd. I work in business development and product education for Softtube in North America. Today, we're taking a look at our new product, which is the Weiss EQ MP.
Okay, and so this is for mastering level of EQ, correct?
Yeah, so the Weiss Softtube partnership started a while back, and Weiss engineering is synonymous with just the top level and mastering grade EQ and compression and limiting. And that partnership has taken the Weiss processing that we've known since the 1990s and in hardware form and put it in the box, meaning we can work with it in our DAW. And as you see, it just popped up on the screen. So what we've taken here is we've taken the EQ, the minimum phase version of the EQ from the EQ1, which is their flagship white box that you've seen in all the top mastering studios. And we've made it available for being able to mix in your DAW, which is incredible because it gives you that mastering grade quality, but while mixing a track.
Yeah. And we're all trying to do our hands at home content creation, music wise, video wise, and everything. So having something to tell us how we sound a little bit more, a little bit better is always a great product right there. So, what are the features that are part of the Weiss EQ MP that you wouldn't find in other software?
Right. So The Weiss EQ1, the hardware unit that it comes from, can be used as a linear phase or minimum phase equalizer, two different types of processing. What we've done with the EQMP, which stands for EQ minimum phase, is we've taken the latency that that would usually occur in high-end processing, and we've reduced that latency. We've also made it a lot less taxing on your CPU, meaning you can run multiple instances on a session that maybe had 50 tracks and needed it on every single track. You can now use that processing on a large session. But the quality that you get with the Weiss Softtube products, that partnership, is the transparency, that ultra clean precision that Weiss is known for. So to give you an example, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, to give you an example, if somebody said, why would I want this compared to another Softtube product or another EQ or, the typical EQ I mix with? Well, Softtube is known for analog modeling. That's the thing. That's capturing the analog sound quality. What we've done here is we've partnered with Weiss, which is almost the opposite of that. This is a very clean, precise, just detail-oriented, precision-oriented EQ, meaning that while other equalizers that are from Softtube may give you a certain vibe or a certain drive or certain distortion characteristics, this allows you to come in and fine-tune details like the ring on a snare drum, or if you accidentally recorded a hum that was occurring in your signal, you can remove things like a hum, or you can make a very clean cut in classical music and remove the low end without disrupting and affecting the top end of an instrument, which is amazing.
Okay. So is it out? It's out now, right?
Yeah. So we just released it on Tuesday. So it's been out for 2 days, and the feedback from people has just been amazing. It's just been overwhelmingly amazing. I mean, people love it. People have been sending sound examples, just everything from rock tracks, which just needed surgical precision sculpting to remove a problem, to working with jazz and classical music to make sure that you preserve the integrity of the recording.
How do you fix a Zoom call?
How do I fix a Zoom call? Well, interesting you asked that, because I make a lot of the content for Softtube. So I guess, the two biggest problems with Zoom calls, this will not fix the first problem. One of them is latency. There's latency in a Zoom call. So sometimes the mouth doesn't line up perfectly with what you see visually, and you have to do that manually. But in terms of the audio, how would you fix a Zoom call? Well, we do have a lot of problems. I mean, one of the problems we have with Zoom calls is quality of mics, background noise. So if you had noise such as rumble in a room, you can use something like the Weiss EQMP to remove the rumble in the room. Okay. If you have something like I'm hearing right now, my microphone's giving me a little bit of mouth noises, which just from being a little too close, and I'm finding it annoying. You could actually come in and tailor certain frequencies so you boost the intelligibility of your voice and maybe open up the top end of your voice while not changing the signature of what my voice actually sounds like. So it'll still sound like me, but I could actually customize which frequencies need to be more present without changing really what I sound like.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is what you hear yourself sound like is not what I hear sound like. That's the bigger problem on stuff like this. So the Weiss, is it available for Mac, PC?
Mm-hmm. Mac, PC, yeah. So it runs as a plugin, meaning you could use it in any DAW. So any audio recording software that accepts plugins, VST3, audio units, is going to be able to run this.
Okay.
So whether you're using Pro Tools, Cubase, Logic,
32 and 64-bit or just 64?
So what we do is we run in 64-bit with upsampling too. So that upsampling gives us that high resolution that we would come to expect from Weiss processing.
Okay. And so how much is, you said it's just came out, correct?
It just came out. We have it at a intro price right now, which you were just on the screen. If we pull it up, we could actually check.
Yeah, I moved from that screen, unfortunately.
So depending on what country you're in, it's going to be price difference based on your currency, but it is being offered currently at an intro price.
Okay. And they can go to the website to find that out.
Exactly.
You also have some other products on Softtube that you guys are developing as well, correct?
Right. So Softube has a whole range of products from software to hardware, which is our Console One and Fader ecosystem. It's our Console One ecosystem. But as you've pulled up here, there's a ton of everything from instruments to keyboard type instruments and amplifiers and Amp Room, which is our guitar ecosystem, where you could go in and customize your own workflow with different pedals and cabinets and heads. But what is worthy to mention is that we do have the Weiss Complete Collection, which is all the Weiss products. So that's the DS1, which is the compressor limiter, the EQ1, which is what the EQ MP is based on. And then we have separate modules that are slightly lower cost because what they are, they're kind of breakout modules that allow you to purchase a plugin that really tackles a specific need. So that's the Weiss DS, the MM1 Maximizer, which is a great way to get into Weiss processing without having to dive into the flagship unit. And then we have a compressor limiter too. So there's a lot of different offerings on the Softube website.
Okay. But the Weiss EQ-MP is the newest one, and it's available now. So where do people go for more information?
Go to softube.com. We also have live events on our Facebook page from time to time, and we have a great Instagram, which just has everything from updates of information to some great product pictures and occasional videos and sound examples. But the best place to get your content will be softube.com.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we were talking about showing examples, our audio examples, but unfortunately with all the compression that of a YouTube video, it probably wouldn't come through as well as we'd want. So I'm assuming you have high quality examples up on the page.
We do. If you go to the product page, and you'll see the main video, but toward the bottom there are some sonic examples, and there's a walkthrough of how to use the product too, which is a great way to try the product. And by the way, we have a 20-day free demo on all products, so go check it out for 20 free days. Pull up the EDU video and the walkthrough and learn how to use it. Give it a try on your tracks and see if it works for you.
Give it a try, definitely. And we'll try and get a couple of these things into the shop and do some reviews on it and go from there. So, Todd, thank you very much for your time with Softube. Awesome ideas for any type of finalization or mixing down of audio there. So
great. Thank you, Jeffrey. I appreciate you having us.
Have a great nap.
You too. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of CES 2021, Jeffrey Powers here. We're here with Chet from YogaFit. Is that what it is? YogaFit or YogaFi?
It's YogaFi.
YogaFi, okay. Yeah. And it's yogafy.fit is the website address. Okay, that's where I was getting tripped up on. And this is, you're talking, well, first of all, tell me who you are, how you're related with the company and the products that we're going to talk about today.
Okay, so I'm the marketing director for YogaFi. I joined the company about a year ago. I come from this heavy corporate background, and once I started getting familiar about this product, initially I was just helping out, and then I couldn't stop myself but work for YogaFi for like around the clock. And then I eventually became a full-time employee for YogaFi. We launched, yeah. So we launched the product back in 2019 in CES for the first time. It was a concept at that time. And then we came back in CES 2020 with a prototype. Fortunately, we won the CES 2020 Innovation Award, and things took off from there. Actually, it's been a very exciting year the entire last year. Even through the COVID time, we have received a lot of love from many people who have tried the product or came across this product in various avenues.
Okay. And you have two products that you're going to talk about, right? The mat and then something else.
Yes. So today what I will be demonstrating for you would be the main product that was actually launched last year. Through the course of time, in our R&D process, we also introduced this whole virtual ambience during workout, which seemed to have interested the customers very much. And so we tried to take it to the next level. So we have launched for free right now on Yogify mobile app. Now you can download them today and experience what that is all about. I will also demonstrate that when you plug it onto TV, it is something that your whole family will enjoy. Okay. And once you pair it with Matt, the whole entire experience becomes fun as well as an exercise without even making you realize that you are working out.
Okay, perfect. So let's start with the Matt and then go from there.
Okay. So this is the Yogify mat. I want to make sure that you can see it well. So that's why I'm sitting on the ground, so you can get a good look at it. It looks exactly like a regular yoga mat. It folds not like a regular yoga mat. The only thing that you would see as a difference is the control board that is plugged in on top. The mat has the sensors that will read your position and pressure and gives you feedback. So today I will demonstrate a couple of postures. And I will do some mistakes on purpose so you can see how it is actually reading and correcting you.
Okay, yeah, because I make mistakes on the yoga mat all the time.
First do. So I'm going to plug in my phone, and you can see what I see on my mobile app. So you can get familiar with the screens as well. Okay. So when you download and do the onboarding, this is what you would see. The first one is obviously the one that connects to the mat. But I'm going to take you to a small preview, not the entire class. The usual class is around 20 minutes or so, or up to 60 minutes, depending on the class you would like. But today for demonstration, I'm just going to do something which is like 2 minute, 2 postures one.
Okay.
See you taking one step closer to your wellness. Let's start personalizing Yogify for you. Please step onto the mat. Namaste from Yogify. Let me understand more about you. If you are not familiar with yoga, stand at the beginning of the mat. If you are familiar with yoga, then stand at the end of the mat. Let's try again by keeping your feet together either in front or at the back of the mat. Don't worry, we have your back covered. Let's start calibrating your mat. Please stand at the beginning of the mat with your feet together. Stand straight and hold for 10 seconds. Lean right and hold for 5 seconds.
So what it is doing right now is trying to understand my body. So I'm leaning in different directions so it can understand.
Come back to normal position and then lean left. Hold this posture for 5 seconds. Now, lean forward slightly and hold for 5 seconds. Please lean back slightly and hold for 5 seconds. Now, let's quickly experience Yogify with a few postures. Let's begin round 1 without real-time feedback. Upward dog pose. Begin by lying on your belly. Place your palms by the side of your chest. As you inhale, lift your knees, thighs and torso off the mat. Ensure your arms are fully straight. No worries. Let's move on. Downward dog pose. Now, slowly raise your hips up, tailbone up, and chest downwards. Try to adjust to bring your entire feet on the mat. Great, you've got it right. Let's begin round 2 with real-time feedback. Upward dog pose. Begin by lying on your belly. Place your palms by the side of your chest. As you inhale, lift your knees, thighs and torso off the mat. Ensure your arms are fully straight. Great, you've got it right. Downward dog pose. Now, slowly raise your hips up, tailbone up, and chest downwards. Try to adjust to bring your entire feet on the mat. Let's try again. Try to place your complete feet on the mat and at 1 foot apart. Ensure your palms are in line with each other. Great, you've got it right. Great job. You have completed the session. Thanks for your patience. You are doing great.
So yeah, that was pretty straightforward on how all that works. How many pressure points are on that mat, or does it notice that if you have your feet in the wrong position?
So the full mat has pressure sensors and position sensors. So depending on the size of your body, we cannot actually designate where you would be on the mat. So it reads the entire body, and the entire mat has that sensors that are required.
Okay. Yeah, because I noticed that you were doing not the downward dog, but the other one. Is that upward facing?
The upward dog, yes.
Yeah.
Lift your torso.
Whereas I saw the person lying on the mat with more of an arch, and of course you didn't bring your head up for, of course, being on the video. So it doesn't, if you're not doing it fully correct, it's not going to tell you need to adjust the posture that way, correct?
So that is where I was talking about, where we will be pairing the mat along with computer vision to read the upper body as well. And so I will demonstrate the two pieces separately. But right now they're two separate. In a matter of a month or so, we are planning to provide an integrated experience.
Okay. And then with the mat, how long is the mat, by the way?
So this is 6 feet. Fortunately for yoga posture, since your body doesn't have to be entirely on the mat, except when you're in shavasana, like when you're completely lying down, and all the other postures, you're folded in a way that you can get your entire body. Even though the mat is 6 feet, we have tested with someone who is 6'5", 6'3", and we have videos of them as well practicing on the mat without any problem.
Okay. And then if you're using things like bricks or bolsters or anything like that, does that affect how the mat reacts?
Yeah, so today, it is not supported. So if you were to have blocks or other props on the mat, it will fail to understand what exactly you're doing and won't be able to give you accurate feedback. It doesn't stop you, but there are options wherein you can turn off the correction feedback and just follow the instructions and do it with the blocks and the props that you would like, where it is just one.
Yeah, and then I'm assuming eventually you're going to work on something where blocks and props can be used.
Yes, absolutely. There are a lot of things on the roadmap, right? Like the props that you're talking about, the languages that we are willing to support, the kind of ambience we would like to provide. The other thing that I'm not sure if you've had a chance to see the video, this is called taking that experience into a next level virtual studio, wherein you will be able to see that the trainer is right next to you on the TV when we project them. So you'll get an idea when I do the other program that I was talking about that uses computer vision. You can see how we are planning to project the teacher right next to you, and you can see them on the TV, and you'll be able to perform the postures more accurately.
Okay. Let's do it.
Do you want me to start the other demo?
Yes. Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay. So this is something that anybody can go and download the app and try. This we introduced it for Christmas with a Christmas theme. It was definitely a hit with the kids.
Notify me for access to the camera for tracking your postures during this virtual yoga session. Please note that images are not stored and posture analysis happens in real time on your device. Now, please come in front of the camera and enjoy the experience. We are all set. Let's get started. Stand with your feet together and move your arms by the side of the body with the palms facing forward. Doing great. Hold the pose for some more time. Good job. Now turn to your right side to spread the light of Christmas like a burning candle. Feet together, keep your knees bent and move your hips down like a chair. Now extend your arms up with the palms together. Move your hips down. Doing great. Hold the pose for some more time. Move your hips down. Let's move on to the next asana. Let's stand tall and strong like a Christmas tree. Bend your right leg and try to bring your right foot to the left thigh with the knee facing the right side. Now, extend your arms up, keeping the palms together. Bend and bring your right foot towards the left thigh. Doing great. Hold the pose for some more time. Excellent.
Okay, so that was this is basically what it's doing is it's doing a silhouette of you. It's not showing your body, just your silhouette, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so
it does show the entire body. I might not have put the camera in a good angle, which is why it was like that, but it does show the full body.
Yeah, but it doesn't show it silhouettes it. It makes it dark. So you're not seeing any curves or shapes or anything like that, except for the outline of the body.
Yes.
Okay, that way, because that does, any type of app that requires the camera to work like that is somewhat of a security risk. So that kind of minimalizes a little bit as they go. But that's a separate app from the mat itself. So you don't need the mat to run the app.
You're right. This we have added so that people who don't have a mat can experience how the instruction is delivered and how we actually correct it. So the final experience would be a combination of both so that we can see that upper body to answer your previous question. How are you going to know whether my head is lifted or not? So.
Okay. Do you have personal trainers or anything like that, like classes that people can attend that have mat or like a subscription?
Yes. So along with the mat, we will include what we call as freemium programs. So for the CES customers only, there's a 25% discount with 1 year membership free to the app. So the classes on the app will be available for free. Okay. And after 1 year, it is $19 per month after that.
Oh, okay.
And those are classes like for various reasons. Okay, you want to work on your weight management, or whether it's back issues, or whether it's thyroid problems, or whatever that is. So there are dedicated programs like that. We'll also be introducing something we call as premium programs, which would be programs designed by the yoga icons if they choose to deliver their content through our product.
All right. So the mat itself, how much is that going for?
That is $399, and without the 25% discount.
Okay. So how much is it without the discount? Let's just say it that way.
It's $399 without the discount.
Okay. Perfect. So just in case somebody's watching after the fact, and you only have one size of mat, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have different colors of mat?
Yes, there are 5 colors. Light pink, the purple that you see, and then more neutral colors like gray, blue, and turquoise.
Okay. Do you need to plug it in, or is it also battery operated?
Right now, I've plugged it in, but you would be getting a rechargeable battery as well that you can take it outdoors, and also the pressure and all of this feedback won't change whether you practice it on hard surface or on carpet or on grass outdoor. So it gives you the similar feedback.
That's good to know. How long does the battery last before recharge?
So it gives you enough like for 2 to 3 programs outdoors. So I would say 2.5 hours with active running time. But with idle time, it is like, I think we've tested up to 10 hours. Okay, perfect.
So yogafee.fit is where people go for more information, correct?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. And the app is on the App Store and the Android Store, correct?
And the Android Store, yes. Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. And is there a cost for the app?
There's no cost for the app right now. So you can actually do the program that I just did for free. Check it out. We will be starting to charge for the app after all our pre-orders have been fulfilled.
Okay. Well, then that'll be a monthly subscription, or will that be a one-time purchase?
We haven't rolled out a plan yet. We do want people to experience the product, so we are yet to roll out. It would be $19 per month once we roll it out.
Okay. All right. Well, yogafy.fit, we'll check it out and go from there. So, Chet, thank you very much for your time. It looks great, and thank you for showing us the mat.
Thank you so much for having me, Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of CES 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Corey of Audio Technica. How's it going, Corey?
Hey, doing pretty good today, Jeff. How you doing?
It's doing great. It looks like you're in your studio and you got some really cool gear behind you, from drums to see a guitar, and then I see a little what are those? That's a cigar box guitar back there, right?
Yep, sure is. So this is my kind of hybrid home studio and temporary work from home space.
That's awesome. So why don't you tell everybody who you are, what part you play in the company, and then we'll start talking about some cool Audio Technica gear stuff.
Yeah, so currently I'm the assistant marketing manager for our consumer division. So if you're not familiar with Audio Technica, we kind of play in a bunch of different markets, from pro audio, wireless microphones, high-end studio mics and headphones, all the way into turntables and audiophile headphones, and more of the gear that's focused on personal listening and home enjoyment is kind of the markets that I pertain to. I've been with the company about 8 years, and as you can see, I'm a musician, so it's a perfect fit. It's a great place to work.
Awesome. It's always fun to work at a place that you enjoy what you do and go from there. So, okay, we've been in lockdown and we've been trying to figure out this whole virtual thing back and forth. And you guys, being in the audio industry, you probably have been fielding tons of questions from people like, how do I set up my home studio? What type of headphones do you use? What type of microphones do I use? Any advice if anybody's kind of late to the game, which they have been in some cases? Any way to beef up their systems as they go for headphones or microphones?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as I'm sure you're aware, there's any number of different ways you can go about doing that. A lot of it is budget dependent, but that's kind of where Audio-Technica seems to shine. Is we provide a great value and a really great product for the price that you pay. So anything from the $99 2020 XLR microphone, if you're just getting started, with a home studio, all the way up to our 50 series, which is in the $2,000 and $3,000 range. So. We do have some resources on our website that can kind of help you make some decisions. And we also have what we call our audio solutions department at the office. And they're there 8:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday, basically fielding questions, not just from dealers and customers of ours, but from end users who are looking to troubleshoot something, or if they have just basic questions about setting up a system or setting up an interface and a microphone and that kind of thing. So I would highly recommend, again, checking out the website and just give us a call if you have any specific questions. We'll definitely point you in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the 2100 microphone for any type of home use. Simply if you are using it with a mixer or using it for USB input, and you have two versions of that, right?
Yes, the 2005 and the 2100, like we were talking about. Yeah,
and there's no difference between the two except just how they look, correct?
Yeah, it's basically the same mic. The 2100X, the newer version of the 2100, we did increase the sample rate on it, so you can record it at 24-bit up to 192K. So it does have the option for a little higher resolution files.
Okay. Do you have any condenser microphones that look like this that are crossover hybrid type microphones?
Yeah, so I have this the 2020 USB Plus mic here. This one's been around for a little while. This is kind of we market it more towards a more professional audience than some of the consumer level mics.
Go ahead and show that again.
Great. It's a side address studio condenser. So it's the sensitivity on this thing, it really picks up a lot of the natural detail and voice or instruments. It is USB. There's no drivers required. You just plug this thing into the computer and you're off to the races and ready to go. So that's good for people who are just starting out. They don't know what external gear they might need if they're buying an XLR mic and that kind of thing. So this thing has been around a while, and you'll probably see it stick around for a while in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's a really good mic. I've used it several times in podcasts and in live streams as well. So let's flip over to the headphone end of things. You got a couple products there that you want to show off for anybody looking for better sound, hearing sound.
Yeah, so the M50X BT right here, a lot of people probably recognize this. It's kind of got the, at this point, the iconic silver ring on the ear cup here. So this was actually, the M50 was originally designed as a studio monitor headphone, and then it just sounded so good and was comfortable and looked great that it really started crossing over into the consumer channel, just, for not necessarily professional musicians who are in the studio all the time, but just people who are looking for an affordable set of headphones that sounds great for everyday personal listening. So we jumped it from the wired version to the Bluetooth version a couple years ago. And that's really become our best-selling wireless headphone to this day.
Okay, is it a Bluetooth or is it a crossover so you can plug a wire in to?
Yeah, it is Bluetooth, but there is an optional wired connection as well.
Okay, what's the size of the drivers on those?
It's 45 on the M50s.
Okay, yeah. And what's the frequency range?
It's definitely 20 to 20. I think there's you get a little bit of extra in the low end.
Okay,
forgive me without looking at it. It's been a while since I've looked at the actual frequency response on them, but it's somewhere you get the full range of audio reproduction from 20 to 20 and beyond.
Okay, and then of course on the Bluetooth, is it Bluetooth 4? I'm assuming. Or did you update
Bluetooth
to
5 on the 50s? Yeah.
You did update to Bluetooth 5. Awesome. And what's the battery life on those?
You get 40 hours on a single charge.
That's awesome. So a couple plane rides before you even have to plug them into the charger. So
yeah, for sure.
That's awesome. And then do you have an app that can tune those, or is it?
Yeah, so we do have what's called the Audio Technica Connect app, and similar to other apps on the market, where as we're going, we're making improvements to it. So at the moment, there's no EQ, but that be on the lookout for something like that in the very near future. That's something that's under development and is already kind of working with some of our other true wireless headphones at the moment.
Okay. Now, for those that don't want over-the-ear headphones, you also have some in-ear stuff, correct?
Yeah. So obviously, everybody knows true wireless is kind of the growth category with headphones. You see everybody with AirPods and completely wireless headphones. So Audio Technica, we have a few kind of main models in this market for right now. One of the newer ones is this ANC 300. And this is a digital hybrid noise canceling earbud. So it's definitely kind of, geared towards travelers, commuters, people who are on airplanes all the time. It does have that digital hybrid, so you get a feedback and feed forward microphone. So it's just, provides the optimal level of noise cancellation for whatever scenario you find yourself in.
Okay. And it's also Bluetooth 5, I'm assuming, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. What's the latency on that? Could I actually be using that to record track or anything?
I'm not sure if I would use it for recording, because there is, split second latency. But if you're just doing, it works pretty great on Zoom calls and Skype calls and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But if you need, zero latency monitoring, like in a studio type situation, then, you might run into some issues there.
So you might want to get a solution like the over the ear. Yeah, definitely. So, and of course you said it runs through the app, so you can control a little bit how it sounds. So let's talk about the cost. How much does that cost?
The ANC 300s are $199. We also have the CKS 5s at $119 and the CK3s at $99.
What's the difference between the three?
So the sonic signature is going to be a little bit different, obviously, on all three of them. Whereas, the most expensive has that digital hybrid noise cancellation, whereas the CKS 5 here, this is kind of in our solid bass category. So definitely, a lot of extra emphasis in the low end if you're into hip hop or EDM or, those styles of music. These things really pack a punch. Also have app support, and the CK3s, these are kind of just, cut and dry. There's no app support. You just pair them up and turn them on and they work. And these actually, to me, they sound the best because I like a nice, smooth, natural frequency response for listening to, jazz and blues and, acoustic type music. So,
and
it's really just kind of pick your poison, whatever your ear kind of prefers.
And that pair was the one you chose. Which one is that?
Yeah, this is the CK3, $99.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and then the over the ear headphones. How much are those?
The M50X BT is $179.
Okay, awesome. And anything else you want to show off, or any thoughts of what you're planning for this year at all, or no?
No, I mean, I guess it's worth mentioning. Our turntable business has completely exploded. Really in the last 4 or 5 years, but especially since COVID and lockdowns, when people are just looking for different ways to to entertain themselves at home, and with the lack of concerts and shows and stuff, like what better way to get you as close to the artist and to the music as possible than a good old fashioned analog listening experience.
Oh yeah, there's so much more in the analog listening experience, like collecting the vinyl and cataloging the vinyl, and then of course taking a look at all the artwork and all the information on side of there. So I miss those days, and yet I don't, because then I have more space in my house. But
yeah,
it's a question of what you want. Yeah,
it's a slippery slope collecting vinyl. I know from experience.
Absolutely. So. All right. Well, audiotechnica.com for all the information here. And any other questions?
No, I think I'm good if you are, Jeff.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much, Corey, for your time. And you have a great CES.
Thanks, Jeff. You do the same.
And NAM for that matter, because you're going to be at both shows. So.
Oh, yeah. Always.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual CES 2021 at Geekazine.com. All right, continuing coverage of CES 2021 virtual, Jeffrey Powers, and I'm here with Matthew Ng, right? Is that how you pronounce the last name?
That's correct.
That's awesome.
That's right.
And you are here with Igloo Company.
Igloo Company.
And which is interesting because
Igloo Home. Yes.
Yeah, which is interesting because I'm trying to associate igloos with locks, and I suppose you could put a lock on an igloo, but why would you do that? So, but you have some very cool B2B type lock systems that you're going to show. Why don't you go ahead and tell what you do for the company and how the company was founded, and of course the product itself.
Okay, so my name is Matthew Ng. I'm the Chief Product Officer here at Igloo Company, formerly known as Igloo Home. We just did a quick name change recently. Interesting enough, why the word home has been omitted. So Igloo Home is still a house brand for us, but is really meant for residential uses of the smart locking solutions that we have. Igloo Company just kind of made more sense as we're expanding into more of the enterprise and commercial spaces, so that some people just thought, you only make things for, homes and things like that. So, but in the end, our identities changed slightly, but, we still are in this space of providing smart access with remote management, smart integrated solutions, right? And I guess another way to talk about it is really our claim to fame is what we did with the key box, what you see here, right? You tap on it, it's got a touch screen, capacitive touch screen, right? And it's basically a digital or a smart lockbox, right? Most lockboxes you've seen in this world are basically, just pretty static mechanical, right? So basically what this allows us to do is be able to deploy or provide codes remotely. And there's a whole algorithm system within our technology that allows you to be able to share codes without having a direct internet or Wi-Fi connection to the device themselves, and you can generate PIN codes right from your app when you're not next to the device. You can create one-time PIN codes, duration-based PIN codes from anywhere from 1 hour all the way up to 1 year, or recurring codes or permanent codes and things like that. Outside of that, is if you had the Igloo Home app and I had it, I can actually share a Bluetooth key with you over the phone-to-phone, or you can actually just scan. There's a QR code here next to the lock. Okay. You can scan that and it'll ping me remotely and say, hey, Jeffrey wants to get access to the lockbox, and then I can grant you access phone to phone and push in an E-key, a Bluetooth command for you to remotely unlock it like that.
Okay. Yeah. So there's no SIM card in there. There's no Wi-Fi connection. There's nothing. They have to have a phone, and of course you have to be near your phone for the access to be given for that, correct?
For Bluetooth, yes. But for pins, you do not need any app. I can just share it, text it, email it, or just tell it to you over the phone. I just go into the app UI to grab a pin code that works for that particular device from our server, our secure server, and then you would be on your way.
How difficult is it to actually pair the device with the app?
So when you get it out of the box, right, basically you put your batteries in. It works off of 4 AAA batteries, and the batteries last about 9 months to a year, right? And basically you pair them as if you pair a pair of headphones for your phone. It's just a very quick.
I understand. I understand that, but I'm talking. Okay, I'm coming into your property, and I need to go into the lockbox to do that. So is it straightforward for me to know how to pair with this Bluetooth device? Do I have to do some sort of pin pairing or anything like that?
No. So for the recipient of the codes, they actually don't have to do much. If you just, download the app, register your account, and there's a screen there that allows you to scan the QR code to request access. There's no pairing on the recipient side. Yes.
Yeah. Within the app, it'll say this is the Bluetooth connect that way. Okay, perfect. Because you want the recipient to actually get in there, but of course you want them to. And is this something that's also going to be like after so many minutes of use for the recipient that it's going to disconnect the Bluetooth, or are they going to have that Bluetooth connection on their phone till they switch phones or delete it or whatnot?
No, it's in the background. It's not always on persistently. You do have to bring up the UI on the app in order for it to, then you press on the, let me show you here. There's all my devices. And I just basically tap the UI there. And I'm next to the lock now. And it's just the Bluetooth unlocked like that.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So that's about as painless it is for you to, just tap unlock, and it'll authenticate the Bluetooth to the device, and then that device actually has the credentials for it to open it, and there you go. So
okay, and you have different ways to use this. This is not just for homes. I mean, we have a picture here showing that if you wanted to get into a vehicle, you could set that on the windshield. So you have more uses than just getting into a house, correct?
That is correct. So the original thought and application for our key box was really in short-term rental Airbnbs, right? But then we've had, given this climate of this last 2020, a lot of people are doing a lot of car sharing, and they, want to be able to deploy access for their cars that, maybe on Turo and things like that, platforms like that. So we've had a lot of requests to take our key box, such that same application, but be able to mount it onto car windows. And this new thing we're showing here at CES or launching is really a car sharing kit. It is an adapter that allows you to be able to install this traditional smart key box that we have for homes to be able to put it on vehicles safely and securely. So the whole rollout is basically, you do the same thing you do. You get the PIN codes from the owner, whether it's a duration PIN or a one-time PIN for the period you're, say, loaning or sharing the car, right? Maybe that's a 2-hour PIN code that we can deploy and share with you. You open it up, the device, right? Let's just assume the PIN code I have here. This is my master PIN. Right? You open it up. You got your car keys in there, right? And then you take your car keys out. You roll down your window, pop this off of the windshield or the window, then you're on your way, and you put this back in the glove compartment or wherever while you're driving. And then when you're done with the sharing or using of the shared car, you just put the things back and open up the window, close it, and you're on your way. So that's basically the general gist of the product, yes.
Okay. Is there a secondary locking mechanism in there? Because I'm seeing that top part, and I'm thinking that's a lock too, right?
Yes. My lock is beeping at me because I've kept it open. It's a relock reminder. So there's actually a little hidden switch here. So once you have open access, you can pull here, and there's a shackle that allows you to, hook it onto things. And so the car mount kit that we have here that we're launching is basically hooked on top of this. And then you'll grab that and put that onto the car window itself.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that, and I was thinking, there's got to be a secondary locking system. Is there? So if you open it up, then it's prone to actually that secondary locking system, right? So somebody could actually take the whole thing. So somebody could open it up.
But it's a hidden switch. Right. If you have access to open it, the idea is that you can take it off. Yes.
Okay. Well, the reason was
for car sharing, you'd have it hanging persistently on the car window while you're driving, right? So we don't want that either. So
yeah. Well, the reason, one of the things I was thinking about that this would be great for is anybody that does any type of geocaching, which is, fun little sport that people go around and they see that lock and then they know that they can do the Bluetooth code, and then you get aware of what's going on, that somebody's at your geocache, and then you can open it up to whatever gift that's inside of there. So I'm thinking other things other than a B2B type situation, but the B2B situation is the primary goal of this device. And of course, you have other locks as well, including mounted door handles and things like that.
So we also have, we actually launched this last year. It's the same technology. We got our algorithms and Bluetooth keys in there for remote management and remote access, right? So basically, all the technology that I explained in the key box, we have now here in this padlock. So this has been a great use case for us, similar in B2B and B2C spaces. So it's kind of cool. It's got a backlit light there, and you punch in the PIN codes. And you unlock and lock things that you want. And the whole central idea is being able to remotely manage and remotely provide access to somebody else. And that's really great in the current climate that we're in with COVID and things like that, where I don't need to be there to administer any kind of pins. I can just do that on the fly, just remotely with my app.
Okay.
Granted, obviously you set it up already, and then I can literally just give you a duration-based pin so that you can get access without me having to hand over keys to you, things like that.
Yeah. So the car sharing kit is your new product, and it's out now, right?
Actually, it's coming out in the following month, so around February, late February, early March. And we just kind of, because of sake of the timing with CES, I thought we thought that would be the best product timing to kind of launch something in advance of that official production run.
Okay. What are we talking price points on this?
So the key box itself, it's $169. That's always been the price. We do promos here and there. If you buy the car sharing kit, it's another $59 on top. So $219. Something like that. Yes, $219. Yeah. So eventually we'll probably do like a launch bundle here and there. I don't have a specific price, but I think our marketing team and our business teams are looking at, when we launch this, we'll see the demand. We'll probably do a bundle with the car sharing kit along with the key box as a new SKU that we roll out. But the idea is, you can also buy the separate accessory if you already have the key box as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose if you're a car lot or something like that, and you're looking to buy that in bulk, you'll probably give them a good deal on that as we go. Where do people go for more information?
igloocompany.co. Igloo
company. Yeah.
Yes.
igloocompany.co is where they go.
Correct.
So amazing stuff. The car pack and everything like that. So awesome. Matthew, thank you very much for your time. I know you're in Singapore right now. So it's great that we can do these conversations and still do CES and have these conversations from thousands of miles away.
Well, we do what we can. Obviously, we all love to be in Vegas under better circumstances. We like to have fun and go to a buffet casino when we can, but it's the new reality for now, right? Let's hope next year will be better, and we'll all be in the same place in the show floor. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, you have a safe one. Have a great CES, and of course, keep watching on Geekazine. We'll have I actually got one of those. We'll be doing an unboxing and review a little bit later. So thanks a lot, Matthew.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage of NAMM 2021 Virtual, Jeffrey Powers here. I'm here with Dan over at Gator Cases. How you doing, Dan?
I'm very well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Why don't you tell people who you are or what your role is with the company? And we're talking about a desk, right?
We are. So my name is Dan. I'm with the product management department at Gator Cases. This is one of our newest additions to the lineup of just products that we offer for frameworks. This is the Elite production desk. So right here, we see a main desk. We also have a rack table piece right here. And then on the left side, we have our corner piece.
Okay.
You want me to just go through some of the features of the desk?
Well, first of all, it's all about your furniture side, right? This is a completely different side of Gator, correct?
Yeah, this is something we've never really done before. It's basically us taking, studio desks to a different level, going into the more furniture aspect of it. Normally, you would see something like, just a black desk in a general studio environment. What we're trying to do here is, match the decor of a living room or just a nice looking studio. So it gives you a little bit more option in terms of matching the decor already established in that room.
Okay, and this is a completely modular desk, right? So you can get all or any of these pieces, right?
Correct. So you can get the main desk on its own, you can get the rack table on its own, and then you can add on the corner piece as well. The corner piece will attach to either side. It really works well in like a limited space area because you could use that corner piece to your advantage. You can configure it whatever way you would like, really. Yeah.
Okay. So tell me some of the features of what you got with the desk here.
One of my favorite features is the fact that you can configure the middle rack here. I'm going to try to move around a little bit so you can see it. Right here, we have it set in dual configuration. So you can have a left and a right 4U rack. So that'll give you 8U total space. You can also move this around so that it'll have just one center rack in the middle if you want to, store some more desk-like stuff like, hard drives on the side. You can even put books in there if you want, the ones that'll fit, of course.
Yeah, if you don't do U2 or anything like that, you can customize it to how you want to, right?
Exactly. Like for me in my studio, I don't have tons of rack gear, so this would really work to my advantage in the kind of situation I'm in at home. So I could just store, an interface and maybe a little modeling app or something or a preamp.
Okay, so if you're a podcaster, you can set it up for podcasting. If you're doing live streams, you set it up for live streams. If you're just doing editing, you can set it up for that. However it works for you.
Exactly, and to your point with the podcast, I'll move again to see if I can show you this feature right here. We've actually built in a pre-drilled hole for a surface mount. So what you're seeing here is our Mic Boom 3000 model. We have 4 total mic booms: the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4000 that make up 4 in a series. So you could just surface mount it right to the desk, and I believe you can do that to either side of the desk. So just based on whatever preference you have, if you're to the left or to the right, that's totally on the user.
Or you can use those for cords or anything like that, correct?
You could, yeah. Might not look as nice, but we actually, and to be honest, we actually have it's not really going to be seen under here, but we have a cable management tray underneath, and we also have cable routing in each of the legs. So it'll give you some options as to, handle cable management.
Okay. Is this all the pieces that you guys offer for setting up a desk like this? Or is there any pieces that are technically missing because it just didn't fit?
So this is showing you the entire desk collection. We do have keyboard tables as well that come in 2 different sizes. But for just the production desks, this is the 3 pieces that you'll see here is the way that it's offered.
Okay.
It's not offered as a set. You can just, like you said, modular. You can pick between the 3 pieces or buy all of them if you like.
Okay, and I noticed that you have an actual 61 key keyboard underneath the desk there. I'm assuming that's also rolling for a regular computer keyboard if you don't do that type of music.
Yeah, I mean this will support a lot of weight, so it's really good for if you're a heavy hitter, if you will. I say that because I'm a drummer. So, but no, this is a great slide out keyboard tray. And then when you don't actually need the extra space, you just throw it right back in. You can throw your keyboard right on top, your computer keyboard, or you could literally just put a computer keyboard here and put something else on top if you'd like. Something that's
is that adjustable, or is that an extra an addition to the desk, or as in do you buy it separately?
The keyboard tray?
Yeah.
Oh no, that comes standard on the desk. So every desk can have that.
Okay, so it's pretty much in a fixed position. It can't move around.
Correct. When you get the desk, you install it as part of the instructions. So.
Okay, perfect. So how much weight in that desk take?
Brian, do you know the weight capacity off the top of your head? I'm not too sure, but I know we've done very rigorous testing on these at the factory level, and they can handle a lot of weight. Okay.
And I'm noticing that there's a leg system. Since this is modular, are those legs movable at all? So, because it might feel like one leg will overlap the other.
So the legs are fixed in terms of height, so you can't get any variation in height at all. Mm-hmm. On the bottoms of the legs are little movable feet cups for if you have a little bit of an off surface that you're putting it on.
I'm talking about the legs from the desk itself versus that corner piece. Are there 3 legs on the corner piece, or just one? Or
no, there are a total of 2 legs on the corner piece.
Okay, and they don't overlap. They don't overlap each other.
Nope.
Okay. Okay. Any other cool features about this about the furniture here?
Well, we do offer it in what's up? Oh yeah. So actually, I'll show you this little feature on our rack here. So you can actually pull out the drawer right here. Hold on, and you can throw a little mixer on top. It just gives you a little bit more, customization. On the bottom, you have your 10U rack space. So it kind of just gives you a way to, if you wanted to throw a laptop on top of this on a standalone, have your mixer or whatever you're going to put there, maybe a MIDI pad. And then, like I said, just fill in whatever rack gear you need on the bottom.
Oh, yeah. And
there's a cable routing cutout on the back. Sorry?
Okay. And you could get one of those on both sides. You don't need to have that corner piece.
You don't. I mean, you could get multiple rack tables if you needed to.
Okay. Why did Gator get into the furniture? Yeah. Why did Gator get into the furniture business?
Well, podcasting and just general, being at home and recording at home is really a big thing right now, and we're really just trying to expand our offerings to fit that that need. We've always been a company of innovation, so we're just trying to put our foot in that and establish ourselves in that part of the music industry.
Okay.
And I see, not even the music industry, podcasting.
Yeah. Yeah. I see that you have multiple colors. Are they colors or styles? Are they all wood desks or what?
So they're all wood. This is the driftwood gray colorway right here. We also offer it in a dark walnut brown colorway. And then we also have the natural maple matte finish.
Okay. All right. Well, interesting, cool stuff about furniture. Let's talk about, are they available now and how much are they?
They are available right now as we speak.
Okay. So, and of course, if they want to find out more, what's the website we take them to?
Yep. www.gatorframeworks.com. And you can see all the pricing and, photos and all that good stuff.
Gatorframeworks.com. All right. Well, thank you very much for the tour. It looks like you got a pretty cool setup going there. Are you doing some podcasting, some music editing? What's going on?
We're doing all of it here in Gator Studios. We like to be creative and do as much as we can with the time we have. So.
All right. Okay. Well, thanks a lot, and you have a great NAMM.
You as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's Virtual NAMM 2021 at Geekazine.com. Continuing coverage, NAMM 2021. Jeffrey Powers here. We're here with Nissan. Did I say it right?
You did.
Nissan. And you're here with Here Technologies. Tell people your role at Here Technologies and then, of course, the product that we're going to be talking about.
So I am the senior design engineer at Here Technologies. My role is basically creating new products from concept all the way to market. So I have to, take a look at the market to see what's out there when we come up with a new idea and see if it's something that's going to work, and then start building hand prototypes, testing them, go through all the different iterations, making changes, things like that, laying out the circuit boards, picking the components. doing the beta testing with musicians, and basically everything to even setting it up with the factory and making sure that they have all the testing procedures and things like that. So it's
a lot of cool stuff.
To it.
Yeah. And you have the thing this it's called a switchback. Is it M8RX or is it like MaterX, like with cars or something like that?
Matrix.
Oh, Matrix. Okay.
We
I'm thinking Mater from Cars. So, but Matrix, that makes sense. So, what is Matrix?
So we ended up giving this guy. This is it right here, and in fact, I'm using it right now to power my microphone and send the audio to my laptop over Dante, and then my laptop is running Dante virtual sound card. So the audio is coming in here, it's streaming out over the Ethernet and going into my computer, and what you're hearing is what's coming through this box. So most people know us with the original product that we had come out with, which was the Hearback, and then the Hearback Pro, the Hearback Octo. These were all personal headphone monitor mixers. Well, when we came out with this idea, we decided it needed a different name because it's not just a headphone monitor mixer. It's also a interface. You've got a couple of really high quality mic preamps there. One of them, which I'm using, and a stereo unbalanced line input. So there's a total of 4 channels coming in. Those can be mixed locally to your headphones using the tips of these knobs. And you've got a master volume, and there is a 5-watt combined left and right, basically 2.5 watts per channel, going into your headphones. A very powerful headphone amplifier. And then those same inputs that you can mix locally are also sent out over Dante. So those are available on any Dante equipped device, including a computer like I'm using with the virtual sound card. And that requires no additional equipment. That's basically just coming straight into the laptop sound card or into the Ethernet port, and it shows up as a sound card to the computer. So you can use it really with any application you like. And then coming back over Dante, you've got 4 channels. So these are kind of like your fold back mix. You've got
to raise it up a little bit.
That's right.
No, you need to raise it up a little bit in the camera.
Oh, sure. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So you basically have these concentric knobs, and you've got a mono channel, both local microphone input as well as a Dante return, another mono local, which is another mic preamp, and then another Dante return. And then you've got this knob down here, C, which is a stereo. So you've got a unbalanced 1/8-inch stereo input, and then you've got a stereo Dante return. So that's really good. If you're doing something with like a band mix, then that would kind of be the idea there is you'd put your overall mix on that Dante return, but then you would have maybe like the click track would be on one of these guys, and then maybe something else that you're really keying off of, like the bass guitar, the kick drum, something like that on one of these other monos. And then of course your local microphone for doing vocals or guitar. These inputs also have a 1/4-inch input, so you could take a guitar, keyboard, something like that, and come in line level as well.
Are those dials assignable somehow, or how do they work?
So these guys are just fixed for your headphones. So one thing to mention is, like, if you make any changes here, it's not going to change what's going out over Dante. Now, as far as what's assignable to the Dante, yes, that is something that you would do using the Dante controller software, which basically, if you're familiar with it, it's just a big matrix. So you can basically choose, from any device, and then just put a check mark as far as, what you want to route to that knob. So basically anything that's in Dante world can be routed to that knob, and then anything else from Dante world could be routed to that knob. They can come from different devices.
Okay. That's very interesting, because I could see it as in for a band. Perfect example. You could have the lead guitar singer. You have his microphone in A, and then guitar plugged into B, and then that would then route through Dante into a Dante-enabled mixer, and then they could have an in-ear type mix come back to them. And you even do you have like a belt pack or something like that for this thing, or how does that work?
Yeah. So actually, this thing we were trying to keep it small enough when we designed it so that it could be just worn on the belt. So there's a little brass piece down here, and this is a standard camera tripod thread. So you can use this to mount onto. We actually have a little adapter that'll convert that to a mic thread. So you could go onto a mic stand with it, or we have a screw and a little metal clip that mount into that same brass thread, and it's a belt clip, so that you can just clip this on your belt if that makes sense. Or it's actually got little rubber feet too, so this can just sit onto a
stand,
onto a desk.
Okay. How is it powered?
So it's powered over power over Ethernet. So it's getting the power and the Dante over the single Cat5e or Cat6 cable. And right now, I'm actually using our own little network switch that we have. This is actually designed originally for the Hearback Pro system, which is our much larger headphone monitoring system that can do up to 128 channels. And it's got 8 ports, and those are PoE plus ports. So this is something that we sell that, if you're doing a bunch of these matrix interfaces, this would probably be a cool thing to have.
Yeah.
But it's nothing special. It's just a gigabit network switch. You could use a Cisco or something else that's
anything with PoE. If I didn't have a PoE switch, I'd have to get like a converter cable or something like that to power it.
Yeah, so we actually said, that's something we probably ought to sell people because for sure, like podcasters, you might only use one of these things, and you don't really need to do like a whole network switch like that. It's kind of overkill. So we actually sell a little injector, and we don't have one here, do we, Max? Okay, no, we don't have one in this room, but basically it's real simple. It's a little cable that is a male RJ45 on one end and then a female RJ45 on the other end. And then it has a DC barrel connection that comes into it. So it's a little Y cable. And you plug in the power supply that comes with this. It's a little kit. And that's just a little wall wart that plugs in. And look at it like it's a phantom power supply, because it really kind of works about the same. So it's basically just injecting power over that same line. So you can use those if you like.
Yeah, anybody that's done PoE has probably seen those, because I know I have a few of them lying around myself for cameras that require PoE. Okay, so very interesting. The switchback matrix. It's so ultimately, how many channels can come in for you to listen to?
You basically can do up to 8 channels. So 4 of those are local, and then 4 of them are returns from Dante.
Okay, so for if you were doing a band thing, you could probably do vocals, drums, guitars, and then maybe an extra for a second vocal or something like that, or bass or something like that.
And every person can be different.
Yeah.
So, what you get can be different from the next person. So.
Yeah. But the top ones, then I can adjust the top ones. Like, let's say my vocal that's coming into it, then I can adjust that so I can hear my vocals over the other instruments.
That's correct.
Okay. Wow.
And the best thing to do is, have a console, especially if it's quite a few musicians, have a console that's Dante equipped that you basically create a band mix that will come on the C knob, which is stereo, the ring there. And that way you get your full mix, and then you can put things that you need to maybe turn up a little bit more. I call them more me's. Those could go onto the mono channels. You can also do, if you're doing like maybe a 3-piece band, then you could do this without having a console, because you could just route from point to point. Like, you're maybe doing vocals, and I'm going to route your matrix to my A knob. And then somebody else is maybe doing stereo keyboards. I could route them to my C knob, which is a stereo. And then maybe the drummer or somebody else is going to be routed to my B knob.
Okay.
So and then basically everybody could be routed point to point to everybody else. So you could do kind of a little jam hub sort of setup with these up to about 3 people.
Okay. Are all of them? Yeah, are all inserts stereo or?
So they're just the C is the stereo.
Okay.
And the other two are mono. We kind of did that to give you the ability to do monos or stereos, and also to kind of keep the box small.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you need a bigger box, you have those.
Yeah, we do. We have the Octo and we've got the Pro system. So you know, if somebody needs more than that. But one advantage to this over those the Octo and the Pro is the fact that it has the inputs. That is something we haven't done on the other systems that we have. So this is kind of a first for us, being both a headphone monitor mixer as well as a interface, having those mic pre's there.
Okay. So interesting stuff. Is it out now?
It is. We started actually shipping at the beginning of last year, and it was really cool. Actually, our first customer bought 90 of them. It was like, oh my gosh, you know. And they were doing. They're going to be in the Guinness Book of Records for doing the largest live variety show in Australia. And well, Guinness Book of Records is worldwide, but it was in Australia, and they used 90 of these things for the orchestra. And so basically they all had the ability to monitor, and then they all had their microphones coming into the inputs. And they said, you know, we hooked them all up. We wanted to do a burn in and never had any problems with any of them. So I was like, yes.
So for a band, that shouldn't be a problem. You should just be able to plug it in and rock out or jazz out or whatever, and just move from there.
That's right. And one thing that we really have going for us is the amount of power that we have on our headphone amplifiers. When you compare to most of the other ones that are out there, they're typically in like the 100 to 250 milliwatt range per ear, you know, left and then right. And we have always used a Burr Brown OPA 551 headphone circuit that is capable of doing up to 2.5 watts at 32 ohms. Okay. Now it's kind of a curve, so you're going to get that peak power at the 32 ohms. When you go down to 8 ohms, you're going to lose a little power. When you go up to about 600 ohms, you're going to be down at about 250 milliwatts. But that's still enough power to even push a pair of those 200 or 600 ohm headphones, and definitely enough power to even push, you know, the 250 ohm or the 80 ohm headphones. So there's a lot of different headphones, especially the big studio cans. They're usually a lot of times higher impedance.
Yeah.
So this thing can push those all day long. Whereas in fact, I even had personal experience back when I had run a live sound company for about 15 years. And I had a pair of DT770. They were 250 ohm. And man, I plugged them into a console I was using. I'm not going to name any names, but
okay.
I was like, there is no way that's what's coming out of my PA. This is not even like the same like tone quality. And I'd take it off and I was like, no way, what is going on? And later I realized, well, it's because, you know, that headphone amp just couldn't really push that impedance. It was really struggling. So ours can, and you really don't need 2.5 watts of power to drive a pair of headphones, but it's there so that even if it's mismatched down to 8 ohms or up to 600 ohms, it can drive anything.
It's nice to have it. Absolutely. Let's talk price. You said it's available now. So how much does it cost?
So street price, we typically see these things go for about $450. I want to say. I'm asking Max over here. I'm usually over here in the corner just doing the schematics and stuff. I don't get involved quite as much with the pricing, but I know we were kind of trying to hit that price point. And actually, that was one of the things we worked with Sweetwater, who's one of our really awesome distributors. And so they said, you know, you really kind of want to get this thing, you know, in this price range to really, you know, hit the market hard. So he's over here looking it up on our price list, so I don't tell you wrong. That's street $589 street price. Okay.
$589. Okay. Yeah,
that's why I'm not in charge of pricing.
Oh no, I get it. And then of course you have the Dante in there, which definitely will push up that price a little bit because so much Dante. Ways to go in and out of mixers and computers. It's just crazy. So. All right, so $589, and the name of the product is Matrix, the number 8 RX Matrix not Mater X, but Matrix. And where do people go for more information?
So the best place is check out our website at heretechnologies.com. You can check out Sweetwater, B&H Photo. Pretty much all of the big box stores have it. You can also, check out our Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. We're kind of on all of those as well. But
okay, cool. But heretechnologies.com is where you really want to start at. So
absolutely, and actually check out our YouTube too, because we just did several videos that we did specifically for the NAMM show, and we go through and walk through a demo of the Matrix. So that's probably worth your while to check out.
Okay, perfect. Well, Nason, thank you very much for your time. I hope you have a great NAMM from home, virtual-wise.
Yeah, it's been very interesting.
Yeah.
It's worked, though. So far, so good. We're getting a pretty good response from people. So
that's awesome.
Thanks for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Thanks a lot for watching this video by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. It's virtual conference coverage at Geekazine. We're here with Francis Crossman, and you're with Adobe and Premiere Pro. That's what we're going to talk about today, correct?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm a senior product manager on Premiere Pro.
Of course, March updates came out and some really cool stuff with captioning and a couple other things. Why don't you tell us, everybody, what you guys came out with?
Yeah, well, there's really two really big things that Premiere released in the March release. The first one is a new, completely reimagined captioning workflow. And the other one is an extension to our motion graphics templates, which we're calling media replacement. It allows you to replace content in motion graphics templates with your own. And this has been one of the biggest feature requests from our users since we first introduced motion graphics templates.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't deal with too much with motion capture templates, so it's going to be interesting. It's a little learning curve for me on this side of things. So how does it work?
Well, the way that one works is you first author the template in After Effects, and you can designate certain things like images or videos as being replaceable. Then when you consume them into Premiere Pro, you can actually drop in replacement things. So you could imagine making a template where you could replace logos, or maybe you're doing a roundup, like a highlights reel, and you want to have different pieces of video that you can replace. And it just makes customizing your content a lot easier. Okay. It's also worth noting that our designers have created a large pack of assets that you can get from Adobe stock. So if you don't want to go through the trouble of designing these templates yourself in After Effects, you can get them from Adobe stock.
Okay, well, that's great. That's good to know. And we will be talking with the people over on the After Effects side to learn a little bit more about this one. So you want to talk about captions, right?
Yeah, that's the main thing I'd like to touch on today.
Okay.
Captioning, we had a workflow in Premiere Pro historically, and it's no secret that it was not beloved. So we really went completely back to the drawing board on this one and completely redesigned it from the ground up. We took a lot of feedback from our beta community, and we took a lot of feedback from our user voice community, which is the way that you can give us feedback on features and request features. And we designed what we think is a really, really intuitive and easy to use captioning experience.
With the captions, of course, I do a lot of YouTube stuff, so I just kind of let it self-caption. And I've tried to use the captions before in some interesting ways. Show us how different it is.
Well, before I jump into that, I just want to say that, captioning is really important. It makes your videos a lot more accessible to a broader range of users. If you put captions as a sidecar file into your YouTube videos, for example, you can turn the stream on and off, and then you get the benefit of Google Translate. Of course, also putting captions onto your project makes it accessible for people who have limited hearing. It's really important to think about captioning your content as a content creator. I want to get into a demo. So here I am inside of Premiere Pro, and I've got a short sequence here. It's only about 16 seconds long, but I've got on audio 1, I've got some voiceover. You can see the individual clips here. And on A2, I've got some music. And what I want to do is actually add captions for what's being spoken. So let me just play back a little bit so you can kind of get a sense.
Right now is a great time to create, because what we have a lot of right now is time.
Okay, we don't need to listen to the whole thing right now, but what we're going to do is there's a few different options for how you can go about this. First off, what you want to do is jump into the captions workspace, which is right up here. And that's going to open up two things.
Is that really quick? Is that a new tab?
It is actually, yeah. So this is a new workspace and it ships by default. It opens up two things, which is the text panel over here. That's where basically the magic happens. And it opens up the essential graphics panel, which I'll get to in a second.
Okay.
So you've got a few options for transcribing. You can do it by hand. You can use a service such as like Rev.com or Descript, one of these established companies. Or we've got a super secret feature that's going to be coming out later, which is speech-to-text transcription. So you're getting a little bit of a sneak peek of a feature that we haven't shipped yet, but we're going to be shipping.
Okay.
For right now, let me just do the manual way and give you a sort of a taste of what that looks like. So the first thing I'm going to do is hit create a new caption track. And this is going to bring up a dialog asking me what kind of caption track do I want to create. If you look in this, most of these options are geared at broadcasters. So you've got like, you know, the CEA 708, 608, which are used in North America mostly.
Yeah.
Subtitle is going to have the broadest range of formatting options. That's the default. And that's what I recommend for most content creators out there. So you can just leave that. I'm going to gloss over these other options for right now because I'll cover them in a bit. And this creates a new caption track right on my timeline. So now in addition to audio and video, we've got a caption track.
Okay.
And over here in the text panel, what I can do to drop a new caption onto the track is just hit this plus button. So that's going to add a new caption. And then I can literally just type out what I hear. So let's listen to it.
Right now is a great time to create.
So then I would literally either in the program monitor right here, I can type right now is a great time to create. You can also, of course, type in the text panel. So whichever one makes sense for you.
I'm seeing some formatting and stuff like that. Does that make a big difference when, because I'm assuming that these captions are going to go into whatever service or whatever streaming, and then they're going to be formatted themselves, correct?
Yeah, totally. So this formatting is going to allow you to make really nice looking captions if you intend to burn them into your video image. If you are just going to be using this to create captions for a sidecar file, so say you're going to upload them to YouTube and allow the user, you know, the actual viewer to be able to turn the caption stream on and off, you don't have to worry too much about the styling in that case.
Okay.
But let me just show you actually some of the styling since we're talking about it. Over here in the Essential Graphics panel, I've got my caption selected. And this is going to be all of the very familiar graphics editing tools. If you've used any of the graphics features in Premiere before, this is going to be very familiar to you. So, of course, we can choose things like the font. You know, maybe I want to use, there's this Arial round font that I kind of like. We can increase the font size, you know, all the regular stuff that you would kind of expect.
Yeah.
Alignment, tracking, leading, all the faux styles, you know, like bold, italic, and all caps. Essentially just all the things you would expect. But here's actually something that's a little bit specific to captions, and this is the like zone alignment controls.
Okay.
So if you come across a piece in your video where, like, let's say you have a lower third, or there's some content that, you know, is being obstructed by the captions, you can easily just scoot them to like another place on screen.
Okay.
And so I would say that bottom center is definitely the most common place for captions to be. But then again, like, let's say you're doing a product demo and the captions are obscuring the actual product because it's down here. You could scoot them up to the top, really simple. And then you don't have to mess around with XY coordinates.
All right.
Of course, those are there in case you really want to get super precise about it, but you don't need to. You can just use this zone control.
Okay. Do you also have the ability to keyframe that? So let's say you want to incorporate that into the shot. Maybe this scene of looks like New York City does some movement, and you want to have the caption move along with it. Can that be done?
That's not supported with captions.
Okay.
In that case, I would say a regular Premiere graphic would be a better option. And then in that case, you've got all the keyframing and motion abilities that you would expect.
Okay.
Yeah, captions are just static. Let me change the color here. Let's go with sort of a nice yellow, and maybe I want to add an outer stroke to this, maybe a white stroke. That's a little hard to read. Let's change that to black. And of course, we've got shadow and background fills if you need that. It's a little hard to see against this dark background. Yeah. Maybe let's move to a lighter frame, and let me turn on the background. Let's change that to black, which is kind of a common color, and we can make this a little bit bigger. Again, a little bit difficult to see against this dark background, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you've landed on a style that you like, you can save it here in the track styles. And you can actually see that I've got some styles that I've created previously. So like, you know, this is a white style. Here's a kind of a fun one I call Pirate Times, which, you know, you could use that for like a, I don't know, maybe like a Lord of the Rings type thing, or maybe this one is better for Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
You know, you can really have some fun with these things.
Absolutely. Can that be switched between caption lines, or is once you pick one for the whole thing?
You pick one for the whole track.
Okay.
And then that's going to ensure that additional captions that I create on this track are going to inherit that same style. But if you do need to make individual, you know, different choices for individual captions, that is possible. So like, let me duplicate this, for example, over here. I just held down the Option key.
Okay.
And let's fill in this text.
Because what we have a lot of right now.
So let's say this particular text, I wanted it to be a different color.
Okay.
Like, you know, let's make this pink just for argument. Then I can have this one be yellow and that one be pink.
Nice. So if you had a one-on-one conversation, for example, my text could be one color, your text could be another color.
Yeah, totally.
Awesome.
So, of course, manually transcribing in the way that I've done it here is very time consuming. And so there's better ways to approach this. Today, what you can do is you can send your finished video off to a transcription service, and then you can get back from them an SRT file. So let me just delete this track. Let me show you what that looks like. So here I've just got like a regular SRT file, and I'm going to drag it onto my timeline. This is going to ask me the same questions as before. You know, what kind of subtitle or what kind of caption track do I want to make? I'm going to choose subtitle. I can choose the style. So I'll choose round yellow. And here we go. I've got all the captions onto my track, and that came from an SRT file.
Nice.
Now, in the future, we're going to make this even more convenient. So let me delete this again, and let me show you what we're going to be releasing once we get our AI-driven speech-to-text process in here.
Okay.
So what you're seeing in my interface here is a peek into the future. This is actually not what is shipping in 15.0. I'm going to show you how this works. So I'm going to hit transcribe sequence, and this is going to ask me basically what audio do I want to use for my transcription. Now, I'm a very clean editor, and I've got my voiceover on A1, so I'm going to choose that. I'm going to choose my language. We've got good language support right out of the gate, and I'm going to hit transcribe. So what's happening now is it's actually rendering out my audio. It's sending it up to a service where we're running speech-to-text analysis on it. And then that's going to be delivered back to our Sensei-driven natural language processing. So I know that's all a mouthful, but Adobe Sensei is our machine learning and artificial intelligence framework.
Okay.
And basically, we're going through and formatting this to basically read like a natural human would have spoken it. And so this is going to be a very high quality transcription. So if I play this back, you're going to see it follow word by word.
Right now is a great time to create.
And of course, I can also click on the transcript itself, and you'll notice that my timeline is jumping automatically to different words.
Oh, nice.
So this is very convenient. We've also got speaker identification. So if you have a two-person interview, for example, we'll be able to tell who's speaking. And
will that automatically realize that it's a different voice and then say speaker 2, or you have to do that manually?
What it will show here is it'll show speaker 1, speaker 2. You can give them names.
Yeah.
And then that's going to help you in your editing process.
Nice. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So we don't have captions yet. What we need to do now is hit create captions. So I'm going to do that. We're seeing the same dialogue again, which is familiar by this point. I'm going to choose subtitle, and I'll choose my style, and I'm going to hit OK. Now you can see that this has dropped captions onto my project. And that was a very quick process.
Yeah.
Very little manual intervention.
Yeah, just probably just some correcting of some terms or something like that. You know, like when I say Geekazine, it's always something else or anything like that. So
yeah, totally. So in that instance, we do have a search and replace feature. So if you search for, like here, let's do an example. If I'm searching for time, we see several occurrences of that. Let's say for the sake of argument that this was spelled wrong, I can change it to time, like the herb, and replace all instances, and I'll do it throughout the transcript.
Okay.
So if we were consistently getting Geekazine wrong, you can totally fix that.
There's no add to dictionary type option, is there?
No, we don't have that yet.
Okay.
So now once you're done and you're totally happy with your captions, you've got two options for exporting. You can either do burned in or as a sidecar file. So I'm just going to go Command M to bring up the export options. Let me just choose like a regular kind of everyday YouTube preset. Over here in the captions tab, we've got two options. There's burn captions into the video. We can see that here. Or we can choose to create a sidecar file. And when you create a sidecar file, that's going to export as essentially a text file. We've got two options here, STL and SRT. SRT is by far the most common, and that's what I would recommend folks to use. And so let me just go ahead and do an export. Looks like I've got a few exports here that I've done previously.
Yeah.
And so this should go pretty quickly. And then I'll just show you really quick what that's going to look like, what you actually end up with. This is the file that I just exported.
Yeah.
If I look at this.
Right now is a great time to create because what we have a lot of right now is time.
It's clean. There are no captions burnt in. But this is the SRT that got exported. So what you would do is then you would go, if you were posting this on YouTube, for example, you go ahead and upload the clean version. And then once it's processed, you can upload the SRT, and then your viewers can turn that stream on and off.
That's awesome.
And of course, if you do want to burn them in, and that would be a good option for platforms like Instagram, Twitter, other platforms that don't support that sidecar file, then you can create really good looking burned in captions.
Yeah. So I can do a realignment to a 4:3 or something like that, and then put the captions in there. And then, of course, the YouTube video, the captions would be in the SRT, which would then go up afterwards. That's awesome. I know you have to get going here, but one quick question, and that is this new captioning system. You said it's not going to be out yet. Is there going to be any extra cost to doing that, or is that part of the system?
Yeah, so we haven't worked all that out yet. We're not ready quite to talk about the business side of things.
Okay.
But just to be ultra clear, the captioning workflow, which is all of the ability to add and edit captions on the timeline, that has already shipped in version 15.0. So you can employ that today. You can import SRTs. You can do manual transcription. The speech to text is in an early access program right now. So if you'd like to try that out, you can apply.
Well, there were some other features, but I know you've got to get going here that we could have talked about, but I know you got to get going here. So thank you very much for your time for explaining the captions there. And I'm definitely going to give it a try and try a couple of videos, see how it works on Geekazine.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for having me.
Thanks a lot for watching this video. If you're over on Geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today I'm going to show you a brand new purchase that I made to make my audio sound a little bit better, my podcasting work a little bit more. Before, I had the microphone actually up off the screen and pointed down, and of course it's been always this Blue Ember microphone for the longest time, but now I've added what's called a pneumatic arm into the situation, bringing the microphone closer to my mouth. And by doing that, that gets less room noise, and I can kind of tighten in the signal for my Blue microphone. And with the pneumatic arm, the ability to actually move this thing around at command is just amazing. This pneumatic arm is from a company called Vivo, and it's right here. And it's really cool because it's a low profile arm, which means I can bring it down low and have it very close to my mouth if I wanted to, or I can bring it up and swing it around. Like, for instance, I could bring it up here, and then I could bring the microphone down and closer to my mouth. And then I could even lift up the bar and kind of get it out of shot if I really work at it. So it would be up like here. And then I could actually turn the microphone so it would be out of shot. But and of course I can even just keep it up there and bring it down like this, bring this forward like this, and have a decent sound. So let's bring this down a little bit. Let me show you, just so you know, the Blue microphone is a side address microphone, and the way I have this is I have it tilted kind of slightly at an angle and down. That way I don't have to use a pop filter because I'm speaking this way, not directly into the microphone. If I was to turn into the microphone, you'd actually hear the plosives, the P's and the B's pop, and the S's sizzle too much. And so that's the key right there. But with this pneumatic arm, if I need to get it out of the way, I just have to turn it, and it's out of the way. Of course, you can't hear me that well, and I can bring it back in in different play. The other cool thing about this pneumatic arm is that it's got this mount right here. This is a dual mount. This actually attaches, screws to the bottom of the desk, but I can take this little plate off right here, and sorry, I'm pointing right at the microphone now. I can take this little plate off right here, or I can put a hole into this and set this directly on so the pole's just coming straight from the table. Of course, you'll need to drill into the table to do that, but if you're setting up for a podcast area or a live stream area, this is a great way to get this and put this in a different part of the table rather than the edge of the table, because maybe you want your microphone right here, your microphone stand right here, maybe you want it over here. The other cool thing about this is this pole's about 14 inches high. So if you've got a monitor, you can place your monitor right here and then bring this up like so. And then you can bring the microphone down over the monitor and have a setup that way. It tightens with some Allen wrenches, and of course you get 3 Allen wrenches with the Vivo, and you just have to do some tightening and loosening. If you're going to be moving this around, I would suggest actually going down to the hardware store and replacing that with like a wing nut to easily open and close. But everything else is fairly adjustable, and you can tighten it up if you've got a heavier microphone on your system. You can tighten this up so this can stay in place as you go. So this is the Vivo pneumatic arm microphone. Let's talk a little bit about the blue microphone, Ember. This is one of their podcast style microphones. This is an XLR based microphone, and so you'll definitely need to connect it up to an XLR input, whether it be a mixer or an interface that does have an XLR input from there. You can then plug it in just like, if you're going to, you can sing into it, you can talk into it just like I'm doing. I highly suggest, like I said, I'm doing this at an angle as I'm talking forward. I'm also tipping it down just a little bit. This is a side addressed microphone, so don't talk from the top. But I did tip this down just a little bit. I'm going to bring this up just a skosh. There we go. So it's addressing down here rather than directly on my mouth, once again, to try and reduce as many plosives as possible. So, and of course, those are the 2 items I wanted to show you today. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me and follow me over at amazon.com/shop/Geekazine, and we'll go from there. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. You've been watching Tech Talk Live, Geek Tech Talk Live with me, Jeffrey Powers. Take care. So OBS Bot is a 3-axis gimbal camera. It goes up to 1080p, and it basically will turn with you. So this is perfect for if you are doing any type of demonstrations, like if you have a whiteboard or something like that behind you and you want to show off, talk about certain things. It'll do a quick zoom, a zoom of 2x. For the zoom, but still it'll zoom a little bit so you can get closer to your subjects and things like that. 1080p, 30 frames a second in video. You can definitely go 720 if you need to. And so what we're doing today is we're going to unbox these 2. And then we're going to set up the whole system, a 3-camera system, to kind of give you an idea of how you could do something very similar to what I do. Because I have my camera, and then I have this camera right here shooting in. And then, of course, the screen, and then my PTZ camera, which is pointing down at the table, and then the overhead camera, which shows, of course, the unboxing itself. So we're going to start here, and we're going to zoom out just a skosh. So let's go ahead and get this unboxed, fairly straightforward. So here we go. This is basically the camera, and then we got a bunch of stuff on top here. So let's pop out the camera. A little tough to take out. Grab it by here. That's the best I've found here. So we'll set that there, and then we got a little box here. Pop that out, and then we'll open that up, and inside we have some of the cords and the mount. So, and that's pretty much it. On the bottom, we have some documentation, including the user manual and the warranty card. So, important things to have. We're going to keep those in the box. I think that's everything that's in the OBS Tiny. Now, as you can see, it's pretty small. So let's see, I got a mouse here. We'll just kind of compare it with the mouse. As you can see, that's not that much bigger. Or actually, the mouse, I think, is, it's about the same size. Yeah. And about the weight is, a little heavy. you know, so it doesn't blow off the stand or anything like that, I suppose. We'll throw that out there. So what we got in here, we've got 2 items. Let's first of all, we got the cord, standard USB-A to USB-C cable. We'll take off the twisty tie, and we'll stretch this out. And you want to be kind of careful when you're stretching out the cable. Kind of. So there's the cord right there. It looks to be about 3 feet. Bottom, you do have a camera, a mount for a tripod or monopod or whatnot. So you can definitely hook this up to any type of camera. But it's also got this. It's magnetic. So it's got a magnetic base, and the cool thing about this magnetic base is you can set this on top of a monitor. This will come up on top, and as you could hear that little click, that's the magnetic mount. And as you can see, it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. In fact, the one over here, this is the one I have set up right now. So basically, as you can see, it's on its magnetic mount. This is actually a Facebook Portal Mini that's underneath it. So it's sitting there, and you can adjust the back of the stand so you can tilt this forward, tilt it back, and go from there. So as you can see, fairly easy to set up and set up onto a monitor. One of them we're going to set up on a monitor. In fact, I've got a monitor right here that will set up to point to me. And then I've got a tripod over here, which we're going to set the third one up on. So this one, we will definitely do that. We've got, like I said, the cable. So what we're going to do is we're going to hook up this cable into my Nook. Yeah, I'm going to have to make a different plan. I'm going to use my coffee cup to put the camera on, because you can do that. And I lost the cable. That's too bad. I'm going to put it on here, so it will actually, look at that, stays right on the coffee cup. So you can put this thing on almost anything, and that's pretty sweet. Now on the back, let's see, on the back we have, so I'm pretty sure that that'll hook up to a USB-A or C or whatever, and so you can use this in different situations if your USB is not powered. Now what we're going to do is we've got another one to unbox, because we're doing a 3-camera setup. And I'm going to show you how this 3-camera setup works. There we go. So we got this other one. Let's go ahead and open this up as well. It's going to be pretty much the same. And for this one, this is going to go on a tripod. So there it is right there. Bring this in here. We don't want to lower it down anyway. So in this case, I don't have a head on here, so it's just going to attach to the top like this. As you can see, I'm screwing it on, pulling it on like that. Let's go over if everything's working. This will still work. Yes, there we go. So this is the software right here. We'll just kind of minimize this so you don't see that. And of course, we got all the settings on here. So from camera setup, so you'll see a 1, a 2, and a 3. That's to figure out which camera you're going to be doing. You can lock the AI tracking. These things do have AI tracking. So that basically means if I move, it moves. And if I give it certain gestures, hand gestures, you know, every now and then you'll raise your hand. And that's why it takes a little, you got to hold it up for a little bit, as opposed to a simple gesture versus a long-term gesture. To get it going. So basically, that's what that is. That lock will lock the camera in place so it doesn't follow you. So I can have 2 of these cameras locked and the third one that follows me, which is pretty cool. You've got the zoom down below. That's the word, below. It goes up to a 2x zoom. This is a digital zoom. And the difference between a digital and optical zoom, and just kind of push it in. So if you, in certain cases, if you use a digital zoom too much, you start seeing some pixelation. But you should be able to take a regular image and kind of crop it in a little bit for a zoom-like effect. And that's what's happening here. It's a digital zoom. So with that said, with that done, we can control from here, gesture control. That brings up Windows. In Windows, it'll bring up one box. In Mac, it'll bring up a different box. And yes, you can run it on a Mac. You can run it on a Windows machine. You have an anti-flicker, so you can turn it on or turn it off. We don't have it off right there. Preset position, you can set the toggle on that, your language, and export log, upgrade manual. You can do a manual upgrade. So I have this set up. And as you can see, there's going to be a little bit of delay. Not too bad. of a delay. And this is what you saw here. So this is me coming from the camera all by itself. Now, if I move, camera moves with me. So we have that camera set up here, setting up secondary camera. It's simple as video capture. And of course, if you're using any type of conferencing software, it'll find it as a video capture in dual omnidirectional microphones. But we have those turned off. Let's turn one of them on so you can hear how the audio sounds. And I'll mute this microphone. Yeah, we got audio, which is not switched over yet. So we'll leave that at that as we add these cameras. So we've got camera 1, which is this one, and then camera 3. Let's go ahead and add the third one in here. There's my third camera right there. And with this one, I don't want to control it with my auto gesture. I want to actually point that one down. And then I'm going to take the PTZ and I'm going to tilt it down, and I'm going to tilt it over like that. And we'll do a zoom in. We'll zoom in all the way. Then I want to configure the video a little bit on this one. So we'll go over into the properties and we'll bring down the brightness here. Let's see, we can do the frequency. We'll hit that at 60 hertz, and then gain's fine. The backlight, and then of course camera control. It's at 100% exposure is -5. So you have different ways to adjust this. You can definitely adjust this from here. So we're going to hit OK. Demonstrations, and this is a little bit jittery because this is the preview side. When it comes over here, in fact, I'll do that. If we come over here. And we go like this. So here, and we'll go back up, and we'll go to 2. So these 2 cameras we can keep unlocked. In fact, we'll be pretty stationary. And of course, these cameras, take a look at that. So if you have 2 people talking, you have person 1 here, you have person 2 here. From one camera, you're hearing the audio from this camera. And of course, you're seeing video from this camera and this camera over here. Subject. Well, that third camera can stay stationary and in front. But as you can see, little magnetic mounts here. And what happens is I can take, let's say that's the monitor right there. You'll fold this in, and of the mount, whether it be a monitor or laptop or whatnot, and it snaps on. And I'll go to this mount. This is the one right here. I think, yeah, we still have the functionality. And of course, they're not following me at all. So I'll go like this. And both of them will be following. There we go. Poised in different areas. And as you can see, I can also take this and get some extra stands. And then I can move these around. This is the camera right here in the box. Let's go ahead and unbox this thing. We'll pop that open and we'll slide that up. All right. There is the camera right there. Awesome. So that is the Theta SC2. We'll take a look at that in a second. Manual. Ricoh Theta SC2. So we got a quick start guide, and of course all the want to put it in this case. I've had 360 cameras where I didn't put it in the case. Take the C right here. Let's do this right here. So we got that. Let's continue what's in the box. Let's go over here. And it's rather smack in the box. Back in box. There we go. So that's what's in the SC2. All right, perfect. Let's take a look at this camera. So here it is right here. Here's the camera. Let me move over just a skosh so you can see, and we'll get this microphone, try and get this a little bit out of the way. A little bit more out of the way. There we go. Let's take a look at the camera before we do. So with this camera, we've got this front face button right here, which I'm guessing is for taking the pictures. On the side here, we have 4 different buttons: power, Wi-Fi, mode, and timer right there. On this side, nothing here. Nothing on this side right here. On the bottom, we have the USB connection. And then on top, we have the dual mic. So let's see if we got power. Let's go ahead and push this button down. There we go. Okay, so this is an indicator. And it's saying that we got a full battery. Awesome. We got the camera. Awesome. And then looks like it's download Android and iOS. Had to think about that for a second. Zoom out just a skosh more. Okay, so this is the software right here. Let's go ahead and connect up. Oh, okay. Turn on the wireless and then tap register and then hit that serial. Okay. There we go. Had to hit that register button. And there we are. As you can see below me there. So this is the Echo Flex right here. Runs on Amazon, the A word assistant. I don't want to say it because it might. What do we got here? There you got the device. And it's self-contained, so the plug is right on here. We'll set that to the side. We've got the empty box right there. Yeah, that's it. So those two things right there. So let's take the wrap A port. And of course, you'll plug in your extra stuff into that. Geekazine.com. Continuing CES coverage on CES Past, and which are really cool products. But
worked for the past 2+ years with the coming product. So this is the charging capsule, and we have signed earbuds.
How do they fit in the ear? I'm not exactly.
The concha is called in the outer ear, so it's yeah.
So whereas I have a bud neck.
That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah, tuck it in, hang it in. A little bit in the out. It's very lightweight. It's like 3.5 grams.
Does it really?
Yeah. It's
that's
so if you and after some time you get the form factor, but it's lying here and you don't.
As a musician,
we can notice in like competitors that made open products, you have poor bass, especially no bass, I would say.
Yeah.
So that was a challenge for us. So we actually had to make develop our own speaker in order to have element. It's I would say about more than 20% more air than closest competitors.
Yeah, a 44.3 millimeter driver is like having a set of cup headphones rather than having an earbud headphone. So the sound quality is there.
No, 14.3 millimeter.
Oh, it's 14.3. Oh, okay. Okay, I misunderstood. I'm sorry, but
sorry about that. Yeah, it's 14.3.
Okay, but still a 14.3 millimeter. Yeah, that's definitely pretty big and should hit the range there for sound. How does it connect? Bluetooth, I'm assuming?
Bluetooth only, yeah. So Bluetooth.
Bluetooth 4 or Bluetooth 5?
Bluetooth 5.
Okay. So the ears will, and I'm a big fan of Bluetooth 5 because you can put a phone in the pocket and not to have it disconnect as much.
Yeah, much more. I mean, it's first of all, we have a stable platform, I would say, but also Bluetooth 5 is much more stable in general. It's a big difference. This is, I mean, again, we go back to audio company and such, but I mean, we are with this one. It's a different product. It's not only for listening to music. If we only made listening for music, it would probably be a closed design. So we also go for the communication part, where you have, So again, going back to difficulties. I mean, the normal way to do it is you put when you make good microphones, you put 2 microphones like this and beamform it to your mouth.
Yeah.
But it's so small, this product. So we cannot do that. In the M2, we had a microphone pointed inwards and then one outwards, and we mixed them with an algorithm. In this one, we have an accelerometer that feels the vibrations from your speech. And then we have microphones going out, and we mix it also with algorithms. So it's quite a complex story with the call quality. But
is it bone conductivity for the one microphone and then ambient for the other?
No, it's not bone conductivity. It's actually an accelerometer that can pick up your voice by vibrations. So I mean, to some extent, you could call it bone conductivity, but it's not. It's really vibrations in your head.
Okay.
And then just one normal. I can show you where they are actually. So you have this. I don't know if you can see it here. This is a glass disc here.
Yep, I see that.
Logo. And then we have one normal microphone going out that we use so when it's more quiet outside, like you're in a very silent room, then we only use this microphone. It's excellent call quality, just one microphone. But then we have noise coming in. It takes more and more of the accelerometer.
Okay.
So we make it depending on how your surroundings are.
Is there a way I can control that, like through an app or something?
Yeah. So we have an app where you can check battery status. You can check because you can control it via taps and also a touch on the earbuds, and you can change this in the app as well.
Okay.
And then we have firmware updates. So you have a living product with incoming functionality, so we can update it and sort of keep the product alive for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so. Yeah. Wow. So I was expecting a regular set of headphones, and this is something different. So, with this open ear approach, what would you say is the ratio of music to the outside world? Because there's got to be some sort of blocking of the outside sound.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we're not keeping it completely open, of course. It's semi-blocked, so I don't have a percentage. Let's say we let in 60%. That's just a number.
Okay. So, but it's more sound than not sound. So, and of course, it's definitely not noise canceling. That's for sure.
No. I mean, this product is made for people. I mean, some people want to have closed, some want to have open, some want to have both. Actually, I want.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, if you're a worker in a plant and you're working in a line and you're working on your own, you want to have headphones in, but maybe your shift captain or whatever is going to say, no, we need you to listen to what's going on. So something like this that would be a good compromise. So they'd have some music in, but also be able to keep their ear on the floor.
I mean, we have it as a safety thing. I mean, first of all, when it comes to communication, you can just pause the music and have a face-to-face, or you can, when you have especially phone calls, you hear your own voice, like you hear when I'm speaking right now, which is extremely comfortable, actually.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, safety is an issue. And I mean, here in Malmö, in Sweden, it's a bicycle city. Everybody's bicycling here. And you need to hear your surroundings. I mean, this is a safety issue as well. I'm not saying we will sell it on safety, but it's a factor for sure.
Okay. Well, speaking of which, how much is it? Is it available now?
It's not available today. So we started. So Erin is a Kickstarter. We were backed by Kickstarter in 2014, and we launched the first ever true wireless product in 2015. So this, not this one, of course, but the first generation was actually the first true wireless on the market. And we sort of we're trying to keep our Kickstarter roots. I mean, without them, we wouldn't have a company. So we're launching for Kickstarters tomorrow. So tomorrow, Kickstarter backers can buy the ones we had in 2014. But in general, to the general public, I would say early Q1 we will open the doors.
Okay. And what's the MSRP when you open the doors?
$199.
Okay. And I'm assuming if you back it, you'll get a discount for the headphones.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Perfect. So where do people go for more information?
I would say the website is the absolute information place. That's where you go. And social media, of course.
And the website is erin.com or?
Erin.com. That's the place.
All right. Perfect. Well, Per, thank you very much for your time. Erin A3, check it out. It's coming on Kickstarter. Just Kickstarter, not cross-platforming or anything like that, right?
No, to be clear, we're selling it on our website, but we're addressing our old Kickstarter backers. Oh,
okay. Yeah. So check it out, and then when it comes out, then you'll get a really cool set of headphones. So, Per, thank you very much. You have a great rest of your CES.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks a lot for watching this video for the CES Virtual by Geekazine. If you're over on Geekazine.com or YouTube.com/Geekazine, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out. and take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Think magazine, put in a geek. You got me. You can follow me on all the socials, which are popping up right here. Today, we're going to be showing you this. This is the Edge DI 2.4 gigahertz wireless microphone system. Let's go over here so you can see it a little bit better. It's a single lav into a camera. I've got my phone all set up. We'll set this down. I got my phone all set up to do some video, and we'll put it on a stand and we'll hear how it sounds as we go. Today, our friends over at Movo have reached out, and they basically said, hey, can you review this? Now, I do have to say, first of all, that this product was given to me for a review. They don't have any say in what I talk about, and of course all opinions are my own. Go over to Geekazine to find out more. I have a review area that you can check out as well. So today we're going to talk about this. This is the Movo Edge DI wireless lavalier for iPhone. It's iPhone, and it is for USB-C Android devices or whatever. So you have two different flavors. You can get either one or the other. You can't get both. So it doesn't have like an adapter. That's the sad thing. It would have been nice if there would have been a little adapter in it. But if you've got iPhone, you'll get the Lightning version. And of course, if you've got USB-C for your Android or desktop for that matter, you get you'll get that version. What is the big deal about this? Well, the big thing is, if you look at this picture, you notice that there's two parts to it. It is the lavalier part, and then it is this thing right here. It looks like a little harmonica on the side of your phone. And what that is that's the receiver. So what that will do is that will plug into your phone for the audio, and then of course you'll have that lav, you'll plug it in and put it on your body, on your person, as they say. So, and that's what's in this box right here. So what we've got, 2.4 gigahertz, it's a Wi-Fi. It's going to be a single channel type situation, battery-free design. It includes lavalier microphone, transmitter, with a belt clip, wireless receiver, lightning connector. And I think the one I have here has the hard case as well. I'm not sure if the one we're going to unbox has the hard case. So with that said, with that done, let's go ahead and get this unboxed. We're going to start up here, and we're just going to open it up. It says, there we go. Oh, I guess it does come with a case. Awesome. So, case right here. Let's go ahead and flip this, and we'll just pull that right out. We got some extra stuff here, so let's pull that out as well, and then we'll move the box out of the way. Set this out of the way. Looks like we got a "Are you happy? Are you not happy?" Here we got a Movo sticker, so you can proudly show that you use Movo. And this is the Edge manual. Let's go ahead and get this open. We'll go like this. I'll just zip this open. There we go. Look at that. Open it up. Wow, nice. It's a nice little case. So inside here we have the lavalier with the belt clip on there. So, and it looks like we can do a line in and a microphone. So right here you have, it's a little button which identifies your wireless. On the bottom here, it looks like, yep, it looks like a place, even though they say no batteries, this part will take batteries. It looks like a couple triple A's. We've got a belt clip, nothing on this side, by the way. We got a belt clip that looks like it detaches, so it slides off to the side, but this can be turned, so you can have the belt pack like this or like this. But it says that it slides off to the side here. It's a little tough to do. There we go. Let's just walk it. We'll walk it. There we go. So you don't need to have the belt clip on at all if you don't need it. But we're going to keep that belt clip on. There we go. And turn it that way. So now I can attach it to my side or whatever and go from there. So that's that. Let's come back here. Inside, it looks like we got a couple windscreens for the lavalier and a couple tie clips. So you can clip the lavalier onto the tie. Next up, we've got the lavalier itself. The lavalier is an omnidirectional microphone, and of course, when you put it onto a person, it'll be about here. So it's gonna have a nice little throw around your voice, and then the unit right here. And this is what I said looks like a little harmonica. There we go. Pull that out. So that's the unit right there. Let's go over here and show that. So this is the unit. This is the Lightning connector version. So as you can see, you got the Lightning connector and then the Movo itself. So it's going to attach to the side of the phone. We've got a couple different things here. There's a little thing here that says pair. And they said that there was going to be a little pin. Yeah, inside this bag right here, there's a little pin. It looks like the same type of pin that you would get to change the SIM on your phone. So that would do a pair. I'm assuming you don't need to do that much, so it's indented in, so you need that pin to do that. We got an M or an S. I'm assuming this is going to be mono and solo. So if you actually have two of the units, then I'm guessing one will be on the left, one will be on the right. But if you go like that, that will pair them both into stereo. And then on this side, looks like we have a volume up, volume down button. Looks like we have a set of headphone jack, not a set of headphones, but a headphone jack on the side. So you can definitely hear what's going on. And that's it. This thing is actually fairly light, and it's got to be light because the idea is you're going to be putting this onto a stand, onto a stabilizer, and you don't want to add any extra weight to your camera for the stabilizer, or else the stabilizer doesn't work as well as you want it to. So we got this, and we're going to open up bag here. That's the lavalier. The other end is a TRS jack style. So that's just basically, we go over here, just like a regular stereo headset, and that will go into the microphone in. Now, the cool thing is the other one's line in, and the difference in between microphone and line in, if you've got a microphone, you plug it in the microphone. If you're running this from a computer, mixer, anything like that, you'll use the line in. So there is no button to determine between mic and line, I don't think. This is just an on-off button. So I'm guessing it's either going to be a one or the other, and if you plug in both, it might get confused. It's better just to plug in one or the other. So there's those. We're going to open this bag up really quick, and we're going to take one of the windscreens, and we're going to put it right on there. And then we're going to take this smaller bag out, and then these clips are in their own individual bags, and then there's a pin. Like I said, there's that pin. Oh yeah, the pin's sitting right there. As you can see, like I said, it looks like if you got a new phone, you get this pin to open the SIM card box, and it looks exactly like that. So ultimately what that's going to do is that's going to, well, yeah, we have a little zipper here, so I'll bring down the zipper, and then I'll just take, and I'll go like that. So now I'll have that lavalier right about here. A good position that's closer to the mouth is always the best position. So try not to clip anything down here. Try to get as close to the mouth as possible. Sometimes you have to, if they're just wearing a t-shirt, this is doable, very possible, but it's better to have this upwards. So we'll clip it to the sweatshirt like this. It's a nice little setup with the Movo. It's from Movo stand, and we got it right here. It's going to be more eye level, and we're going to bring my camera in. Now my camera is already set up to go. So let's go ahead and mount that into the device here. This can be a stabilizer, this can be a stand, whatever. And this is my old iPhone 7. We'll take this and we'll move this to the side. So it really doesn't matter which side to do this. Just basically plug it in. And with the plug in, what is going to happen, you're going to see a little flashing blue light right there. I have a feeling once we turn this on, going to try and pair. We'll hit this button to try and find it too. Hopefully I thought that would show us some sort of, but we are paired from what this says. So let's go ahead and go over here. So now that this is paired, you're going to see that blue light is constantly on. So we're going to flip over here, and if there's any audio sound, you're going to hear it in a second. All right, so now I have this on the phone. During the live stream, what happened was you heard the sound like this. And it really wasn't the microphone's fault. It was the connection from the phone camera, the software that I was using to connect to the live stream. So here's the fixed part. So basically now I have a wireless connection here. So I'm hooked up to my iPhone 12 Max, and I'm just gonna take a quick walk around the house here, and we'll go into the Four Season porch. And this is where we're going to set up, and we'll show you a little bit about its range. So since I'm close by, since I've got this on a gimbal or stand or anything like that, it's doing a pretty good job because it's very close to the unit. But I want to see what happens when I start going a little bit further away. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the garage, and I'm going to walk the distance, walk around the house, and see how it goes. There's the garage. It's on the floor, sorry. So I'm going to start walking around. It's a windy day. Put up my hood as I go and keep walking. And here I am, right here. I'm going to take a walk to the front of the house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't know if put it on. So we're, and as I talk, you see what the distance is. It'll probably connect back up if it did disconnect at any point, and we're going to come right back in. So a little bit of distance here as we go, and as it connects up, there might be a point where it just connects up and you start hearing things again, and you get the idea of how that works. So there you go. This is the Edge DI from Movo, not a harmonica. This one is the RDX. That's the Lightning version. Of course, once again, you have the USB-C version as well, depending on if you are using an iPhone, iOS device, or a Android device, or even a computer, because if it's USB, you should be able to slip it right into the USB slot and use it that way. Has a headphone jack. It does take AAA batteries. I don't know the life of the AAA batteries usage-wise, but I would guess if you're doing at least an hour, you should be fine right there. You can go line or you can go microphone. Line would be perfect if you're doing anything like instrument miking or anything like that. And then, of course, microphone for the microphone there. There are two versions of the unit. One is a single lav, and there's a dual lav, so you could have a one-on-one interview, or you could have one of these attached to your instrument, one of these attached to your vocals, and separate that out. Of course, they all come with a nice little case and a great range. It says about 200 feet for the range. Once again, as we turn the corner, we heard the disconnection as we went. But if you're doing simple, quick videos, YouTube videos, live streams, or whatnot, you should be fine with what you're doing here. So anyway, that's Movo. That's pretty cool. What do you think? Is this something that you'll work for your live streams, your conference calls, or anything like that? Let me know. You can tweet me over at Geekazine, of course, geekazine@gmail.com. You can find me on all the socials, which are going to be popping up here in a second as Geekazine, including our shop over at Amazon, amazon.com/shop/Geekazine. In the UK, it's amazon.co.uk/shop/Geekazine. And in Canada, it's amazon.ca.shop/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, and go from there. Let me know what you think, and send pictures of yourself using the products, and we'll put them on future episodes of Geekazine. So thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. I hope your live streams go really well. You've been watching Geek Tech Talk Live. I'm Jeffrey Powers. This is next. This is a company called Igloo Home. And what they have, just call this up over here. There we go. It's a smart lock box. And this is more for business to business, but you can buy it for different types of consumer things. This is kind of like a hide key. If you've ever met a realtor to go to a house and they had to go through a lockbox to get a key, this is that. Except this is digital face. And the best part is that it's controlled by the phone in direct contact, near contact with the device here. So let's put it up over here. So this is the Igloo Home Smart Key Box 3. Stores house and car keys. It can store other things. You know, I was thinking to myself, gosh, it'd be kind of fun to do a geocache type thing and put something in here and then possibly do it that way. So the Smart Key Box 3 has the Algo Pin technology. It allows owners to remotely grant access without users needing to download or use an app. So not sure how I got that. I got how that works, but I got the app here already loaded. Let's go ahead, and this is going to be more noisy of the cellophane. So let's go ahead and take out right there. Let's go ahead and make some. So flip over here and we'll zoom out a little bit. Let's go ahead and tighten this up a little bit. Focus this in a little bit. Yeah. And let's open this up. There we go. Once again, it's got a sleeve, so let's bring that sleeve out. Put that down there. And come back over here. Let's open it up. Hello, it says. Hello. Welcome to Igloo Home family. This is the beginning of your new smart access journey. Congratulations on your new Smart Key Box 3. Now, they got some QR codes on here to learn about the Smart Key Box 3. So we'll set that there. Let's go ahead and pull this out. Ooh, that's fairly heavy. It's not too bad. And that's pretty much it in this box. So let's go ahead and take this nice little box. Other things too. And then let's go ahead and pull this out. All right. There it is right there. And what this consists of is got a dial. It's not an actual, it's a digital dial. And I'm pretty sure this is a touch interface. There's different ways you can access this. One is via a key. One is via doing the touchpad, and then the app itself. So it looks like we got, I don't know if that's for the app, that QR code right there or whatnot. We have a serial number underneath, and we have a little thing right here. This is where it looks like a USB-C. Well, that's surprising. There wasn't a USB-C cable to charge it in, so you'll probably have to get yourself one of those. And go from there. So, did I say how many hours of charge this battery was? Oh, there we go. Let's open it up. Oh, we got stuff inside here. So let's go over here. Let's zoom in. So inside it says important. Please screw the battery cover tightly. So there's battery down here. Yeah, we can put it in. So this is just a hello and serial number, so it doesn't have any instructions on there. But I do have the app loaded, so I'm gonna call the app up. All right, and from here it says pair a new lock, so we're ready to go there. Let's pull out there's some foam in here. Maybe you can keep the key or not. We got a little screwdriver in here. That's probably for the battery. Looks like we got some sort of screw and anchor system. Now the cool thing about this is, oh, and then the lock for up here, I guess. Maybe there's a spare locking system. I don't know. Now the cool thing about this, and what was surprising is I thought there's two ways you can use this. You can use this for a home, or you get the added accessory, I guess, and then you can attach it to a car. So like, let's say you're selling a car or something like that. You can have the key in the lockbox, so people can, like maybe the neighbor is showing somebody the car, and they can pull the key from here. It's on the lockbox. It hangs over the window, so they can pull the key out and then they can take the test drive, come back, lock the key up, put it back in the window. So that's a possibility right there too. We got so many different things here. It says pair new lock. Let's see if we can turn this on first of all. If it doesn't turn on, if we need to charge it, then that will be the first thing. I don't know if we've got any type of juice in here yet. But, oh, and on the bottom, looks like here, we got some more QR codes. So I'm guessing that these QR codes are what, QR code right here is what you use to get the app for your phone. And then in here, we have like little hooks so you could probably put your key on there. Or lock or screwdriver, or got a remote control. Let's do the remote control. Let's put that in there so it can protect that if we wanted to. So let's see. We might not have batteries in here either. I'm assuming this is why we got a screwdriver. Take these screws out. Oops. If not, I'm taking this apart. Ah. Go. Easier said than done. It does not want to, the back screws don't want to come out. Like, no, I want to stay in, I want to stay in, read a book, watch a movie. All right, that's out. Do that. There we go. All right. Okay, so it looks like we need some AAA batteries. I think I have some AAA batteries. So I'm going to flip this over. I'll be right back. Give me a second. There we go. So I'm not exactly sure what that USB-C on the bottom is for then. But I'm putting in some very generic batteries. We'll leave that open. There we go. Look at that. Now we heard something. There we go. So now this is all lit. All right, perfect. Now, we'll see if we mess this up. Did it just lock? I don't know. Anyway, let's pair a new lock. It's saying check your network. Oh, looks like I lost my Wi-Fi network here. All right, there we go. All right, so select property. So I think pair a new lock. There we go. Add property. And we're just going to say home for the property there. Zoom out a little bit so you can see what's going on. And region, I can put my home address in there. There we go. And we'll hit submit. And looks like next. No, home. There we go. Next. Next. Select the model. That was a key box 3. Please keep the lock open and place palm over keypad to activate the lock. Pairing in progress. And I might have done something by closing this. Hopefully, lock paired. Okay. And we'll say lock 1. There we go. Or lock 1. Lock 1. There we go. So now it's unlocked. Oh, there. Oh, nice. So now that's paired, we should be able to lock and unlock it. So there we go. By the phone. There we go. So now let's put this back together. Maybe. Go. 3. And 4. All right, perfect. So now we'll close it. We can lock it from the phone. Maybe. Let it lock on its own. And then we can unlock it from the phone. And it's unlocked. Now there's a way to change this with okay. So we can turn this into a regular deadbolt style lock. And I think that's through actually taking these screws out, and we can take this piece out right here. But I'm not going to do that because that's, this looks like 4 screws. That's a little bit of work there. But you get the general idea. So now it says new firmware available. We'll worry about that later. Access. Let's see. So there's a pin right there, and I'm pretty sure I can change that. So there's 3, 1, 2. So I'll go ahead. Close this up. I'll hit if I hit the lock button here, now it's locked. So now I can put in this pin, this 312 987 98, and it just unlocked. So perfect. So if I change this here, and we'll do, let's see, we'll do 8675309. Repeat pin 8675309. Confirm. It's gonna now pair. And now I close this up. I'll lock this up. I'll try that. I'll go blah 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 blah. Unlock. Nope. But if I go 8675309. Hey, look, I got it. So that's the Mojo, or sorry. So that's the Igloo Home lock box here, key lock 3, and inside there's looks like little places to hang keys. So you could have more than one key in here, and then have it nice and locked up. There we go. And with that said, done, let's talk about this portable monitor right here. Azai 15.6-inch portable monitor. 1080p. And what I got, there it is right there. What I got is my Intel NUC. We're going to hook it up to the NUC here. This is about 650, they say 650 grams, so a couple pounds. It is 15.6 inches. It is IPS panel type. It has an aspect ratio of 6:9, and it can do a 1920 by 1080 or 1080p. It's got a color temperature of 6,500 Kelvin, so it's pretty bright. I'm not sure the lumens there. Its contrast ratio 1,000:1. Brightness is 250 CD per meter, and I think it's meter. Yeah, and it's control surface. It has a headphone interface, but it also has speakers to it. So, and unbox this puppy. And of course, if you have any questions, ask them in the chat. I wish I knew where my cutting tool was. There we go. There we are. There it is, the Ozai, right there. So let's go ahead and we'll get the coffee out of the way. There we are. So inside the box, what do we got? We'll start with Ozai, display without boundaries. They've got a phone number here and support email address for warranty registration and buyer's guides and stuff like that. We've got, looks like a little protective screen that you'll put onto your screen if you want to. You don't have to. That's nice. We've got the user manual. The ME16Z01 is what this is. So, of course, safety precautions, what's in the box, product overview. Looks like we're going to get a monitor. We're going to get a couple cables. We're going to get the manual, the cleaning cloth, which I didn't see just yet. And then, of course, it's going to show you all the buttons, the bells, and the whistles. So on one side, we have the power, the turning button, and everything like that. And we can connect it up to many different ways, from your phone to your computer to your gaming system. This is perfect for if you're on the road and you want something extra large. Then we've got the monitor right here. And we got more. So we're going to set the monitor aside for a second here before we unbox this, because we want to get to the rest of it. Pull this up. Nice little foam right there. Set that to the side. There's the cleaning cloth for your screen. Set that right there. Couple cables. The first cable looks like the USB cable. Resealable bags. I love resealable bags. They're always awesome to have. I put these in drawers. I do. So there we are. This is the HDMI. This is the HDMI to HDMI mini, which means there's an HDMI mini connector on the screen. So you definitely want to have this cable close by. Take it with you, because that's one way to connect if you do not have a USB to USB connection. So we'll pop the little tie off there. We'll set that right here. We got another cable. This looks like, oh, and this is not in sandwich. So what's cool about that is you have the one that's sandwich. These are vacuum sealed, or not vacuum sealed, but sealed bags, small bags you'd throw away. But then save this one, because then you can put all your cables into this one bag. All right, so this one, we'll take the sandwich tie off. This is a USB-A to USB-C, and usually you might need this for if you're just using the HDMI connection. You use this to help power the monitor. So we'll set that right there. Yeah, we'll set it on top. And the third one, what's interesting is I don't see a USB plug outlet in here. You'll definitely have to get one of those. This is USB-C to USB-C. So if you've got a computer or a phone or anything like that that can plug, you might even supply power as well. I'd have to check the manual to make sure that that's the case in this type of monitor. But this looks to be, let's see what we got. This is important, is this length right here. So it looks to be about 3 feet or 1 meter. for a cable. And you would use that to plug in. And with that, we'll set that aside. With that, I think that's it for the box. So we'll set the box there. We'll get over here. And here's the coup de grace. I think that's the word, right? Coup de grace. Here's the piece de resistance. That's it. That's what I'll say. Open that up. We'll slide this out. This has got one of these, what I call them, origami cases. So just, you know, there's points where I completely forget how these cases fold up. So, and my understanding how that works, I'm going to set my coffee back over here. How that works is that the bottom side has a couple different, you can see a couple different folds on it. This is where you would end up setting the monitor. So this case, oh, it actually does, wow, that really wraps around this thing. That's a nice case. So let's go over to this camera. Let's show you how this case looks. All right, so we'll set that there. So that's a bigger case, and this actually fits on the whole back of this thing. I like that. So now what I would do is I think I flip this around. I'll have to double check, and then fold that in, and then put that down like that. There we are. That case, that fold stand is really nice, and it sets really quick. I've had some with the fold stands where you just get confused whether it works or not. And some of them where you have to flip this up like that. That's not the case there. This feels pretty sturdy because of this back part right here. It folds around. And then when you're done, all I have to do is unfold it, wrap it around. That's the other cool thing about this is it totally wraps around the monitor. So I don't feel it's going to slide out of this case, and the magnets keep it in pretty well. So I like this a lot. I like this case a lot. That's a really well thought out case right there. Yes, as it falls apart because I'm doing things, and there we go. Easy to put back on. 2 stand modes. Of course, if you want to get it more flat, you're going to have to find a different type of stand. But for this type of monitor, for gaming or anything like that, this is perfect. So, all right. Enough about geeking about the case. Let's look at the connections here. We'll set that down for a second here. All right. Here's the monitor. It looks like we have a little raised bevel area for where all the connectors are. On the back here, let's zoom in on the back here. So on this side, which would be your left side when the monitor is facing you, we have the power, we have a control joystick, and we have the headphones jack. And that's all on the one side right here. On the other side, we have HDMI. It looks like we have the USB, which it might control via USB. And then there's another USB for power. So the bottom one is power. The middle one is if you have a device that can actually power and be the USB. And then the front one is HDMI. Because we're going to connect it up, of course. And we're going to try the USB to USB first of all. There's that. Let's move the mouse around so we can see what's going on. There we go. Look at that. So it turns on just fine. Let's hit the joystick here. There we are. Everything's over on this side. So what we're going to do is we'll zoom in and we'll come over here so you can see what's going on. Right now we're at brightness of 30. So we'll bring it up to really see how this brightens up. And it looks pretty nice. I'll zoom it out for a minute. So you can set your brightness. The brightness was set to there, so it's pretty low. But we'll turn it up full blast here. So we have a brightness contrast. We have color settings, and right now color temperature is at 6500 Kelvin, hue at 50, saturation at 50, color gamut is native. Audio settings, mute is off and the volume is at 50%. Other settings, we can do aspect ratio, FreeSync, which is off right now, language, HDR, and reset. And input source, we can choose it to be the HDMI or the Type-C. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. You've been watching Geek Tech Talk Live. we're going to open up, we're going to unbox, and we're going to put together the London skyline. This will be something that you can put on your shelf. This is something you could take apart and put back together. There are a lot of Lego aficionados out there that do that. They put something together, they pull it apart, they put it right back in the box, and they put it on the shelf. And then when they're bored someday, when it's snowing outside or something like that, they'll pull it out and they'll do speed builds. They'll just have fun. Easy. Let's see if I can do the corner and tape. Oh, hey, there we go. Second one comes off easy. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Bring this down. Flip this back. And this is what we got. We got several bags. We got this one. We got this one. We got lots of smaller bags. I think I might have to go get my scissors now I'm thinking about it. So it looks like about 4 bags. We got some sticks. These are not chopsticks. Different country. We'll put that there. And then the instruction. Oh, there's one more. Sorry. And then, of course, the instruction manual that we have right here to go. So let's see what we got. We got a very big bag with pieces and a smaller bag in there. We got 2 smaller bags. Normally these have numbers on them, but in this case, these don't have numbers. I'm guessing there's not going to be an organization to it, because usually you go through bag 1, you go